Chapter 1. The Hell of Red Lotus. In the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar, within the depths of Impel Down prison, lies the infamous Hell of Red Lotus. Hey, wake up! Hurry up, and eat, don't play dead. A voice gradually penetrated Qin Chuan's consciousness. In an instant, Qin Chuan felt a sharp blow to his posterior, jolting him awake. Damn it, if you're alive, get up and eat this meal quickly. It's your turn to perform soon. A man wearing a military cap and clad in a white coat with green trousers glared menacingly at Qin Chuan as he spoke. Where am I? Qin Chuan asked, bewildered, as he surveyed the pitch-black surroundings. Ha, kid. It seems you've been scared senseless. Let me remind you once more. You are in the first level of the Impel Down prison, the Hell of Red Lotus. This meal might very well be your last, so indulge yourself. The man sneered before turning to leave. Bang! With a dull thud, Qin Chuan found himself utterly alone. Just as he was about to rise and assess the situation, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind. A sudden wave of excruciating pain struck his head, forcing a groan from him. Moments later, the pain gradually subsided. Visions began to materialize in his mind, and after what felt like an eternity, Qin Chuan found himself slumped against the cold floor once more. How is this possible? How could I have crossed over into the world of pirates? Qin Chuan muttered repeatedly. Indeed, Qin Chuan had truly transcended into the realm depicted in anime, specifically the world of pirates. However, unlike the narratives of novels, he had not assumed the identity of any powerful figure, but had instead been transported into the body of an ordinary pirate. To make matters worse, this pirate had recently been captured by the Navy and imprisoned in this dark, sunless abyss of Impel Down. The prison housed some of the most dangerous criminals, and it was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, monitored by grotesque jailers and denizens of the sea, as well as visual phone bugs. Moreover, the ocean outside was teeming with colossal sea kings, which granted Impel Down its notorious title of an impregnable fortress. Furthermore, once confined within Impel Down, there exists but one means of escape for the prisoners: to break out. Historically, only the renowned Golden Lion Shiki had successfully achieved such a feat. Damn it, not only have I crossed over into the body of a pathetic pirate, but there's no system to assist me? Qin Chuan cursed inwardly. However, just as his thoughts settled, a familiar voice indeed materialized. Ding! The character possession system interface has been successfully constructed. Congratulations on activating the system. In its accompanying shop, you are now rewarded with a beginner's gift pack. Please check your backpack. It's here, it's really here. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement as he opened the so-called system. In the next moment, a character panel appeared in his mind. Host, Qin Chuan. Available characters for possession, none. Possession usage count, 0. Reputation points, 0. What is this? A Naruto character possession system? Confused, Qin Chuan gazed at the panel, utterly perplexed. He then recalled the so-called beginner's gift pack, quickly focusing his thoughts to open it within the system backpack. Ding! The beginner's gift pack has been successfully opened. You have obtained 1 character card from Might Guy from Naruto, along with 10 possession uses. What the hell, Might Guy? Isn't he the strongest martial artist in Naruto? And wasn't he called the strongest man by Madara? At that moment, Qin Chuan's system character panel refreshed once again. Host, Qin Chuan. Available characters for possession, Might Guy. Possession usage count, 10. Reputation points, 0. Now, Qin Chuan began to grasp the workings of this system. Primarily, it allowed for characters from Naruto to possess his body. Once a character possessed him, he would acquire all the ninjutsu and martial arts that character possessed. However, to possess a character for Naruto, one must first obtain a character card, and alongside it, possession usage counts. Both are essential. Yet, the means to acquire these character cards and usage counts remained unclear to Qin Chuan. Upon recalling that the system had mentioned a shop, he promptly opened the built-in shop with his thoughts. In an instant, rows of Naruto character cards appeared in his mind. Sage of 6 Paths character card, redemption condition, 10 million reputation points. Sage Mode Naruto Uzumaki character card, redemption condition, 1 million reputation points. Uchiha Madara character card, redemption condition, 800,000 reputation points. Senju Hashirama character card, redemption condition, 500,000 reputation points. Uchiha Itachi character card, redemption condition, 100,000 reputation points. Possession usage count lasting 1 hour, redemption condition, 1,000 reputation points. This list encompassed nearly all the formidable ninjas within Naruto, each with varying requirements for reputation points. The legendary Sage of Six Paths had a staggering redemption condition of 10 million reputation points. Naturally, the cheapest option was the possession usage count, yet even that required 1,000 points for single use. Glancing at his own reputation points, which stood at a glaring 0, Qin Chuan could only shake his head with a wry smile. He then noticed a brief description in the system shop. Reputation points can be acquired by defeating opponents. The stronger the opponent, the greater the reputation points earned. With this, Qin Chuan comprehended the system's full functionality. To obtain reputation points, he would need to engage in combat and defeat his adversaries. Before accumulating sufficient reputation, he was limited to 10 uses of Might Guy's character, each with a 1-hour time constraint. Once that hour elapsed, he would revert to his ordinary self. Fortunately, Might Guy's inherent strength was formidable, particularly his 8 gates technique, which was utterly transcendent thus. As long as he did not encounter the so-called 4 emperors or Navy admirals, Qin Chuan was fairly confident he could vanquish opponents within that hour. Chapter 2. A grand gift for signing in. Having familiarized himself with the system, Qin Chuan rose once more to inspect his surroundings. He found himself confined in a cell, surrounded on 3 sides by iron walls, with 1 sidebar by iron bars. Even at the uppermost level of hell of Red Lotus, a potent stench of blood permeated the air. Moreover, from the fragmented memories of this life, Qin Chuan understood that he was about to face a brutal contest for survival. This turmoil had been ignited after Roger's execution, which drove pirates across the globe into a frenzy due to his final words. As a result, an influx of pirates had surged into the seas. Consequently, the number of inmates in Impelled Down swelled drastically. Due to its unique geographical position, Impelled Down was the only one of its kind in the world, and expansion was impossible, leading to overcrowding in the cells. Amidst the turmoil faced by the prison's upper echelons, Magellan and others, the sadistic warden, Shady, proposed a plan for the inmates to slaughter one another. In her scheme, inmates from each level would routinely engage in life-and-death duels. With their names replaced by numbers each day, 2 numbers would be drawn for a duel to the death. In this contest, victory could only be claimed by killing the opponent. However, it did not end there. To survive in this hell, one must engage in ceaseless combat. This meant that after killing an opponent, the next day, the guards would select 2 more inmates from that level for another duel, and Qin Chuan could be drawn again. Theoretically, this approach aimed to drastically reduce the prison population, and after a high-level meeting, Magellan reluctantly consented to Shady's proposal. After all, most of the prisoners confined here were irredeemably wicked, so he held little sympathy for their fates. However, he insisted that prisoners from the 6th level must never be summoned for these death matches. It was evident that even Magellan held a degree of trepidation towards those incarcerated in the 6th level. Impelled Down itself consisted of 6 levels of imprisonment. The 6th level was the most terrifying, known as the Infinite Hell. Within this Infinite Hell resided some truly formidable individuals, consisting solely of death row inmates or those serving life sentences. The criminals confined here were so heinous that they had been erased from history, considered monstrous pirates, and their actions were so brutal that the government covered them up, even suppressing news reports historically renowned as the Golden Lion. Shiki once managed to escape from the 6th level of this infamous prison in the subsequent storyline of the anime. The formidable crew of Blackbeard's pirate band also finds themselves incarcerated here. Additionally, there is a former warden of Impelled Down, Shiryu of the Rain, who is likewise imprisoned in a cell on the 6th level. Consequently, Magellan naturally hesitates to liberate these vicious pirates and allow them to engage in combat. Upon Magellan's reluctant consent, Suddy and the other guards of Impelled Down promptly commenced the so-called deathmatch tournament. Today, Qin Chuan, designated as number 55, finds himself unfortunate enough to be selected by the guards to enhance the spectacle of each duel. The guards ensure that the two combatants are well fed beforehand, enabling them to perform at their utmost in the ensuing battle. Glancing at the repugnant meal laid before him, Qin Chuan scoffed, "I would rather perish from hunger than consume this trash." After approximately 10 minutes, the guard returned to Qin Chuan's cell. "Hey, have you finished eating? You have half an hour left, hurry it up. It'll be done shortly." Qin Chuan replied, swallowing a piece of fresh meat. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and Qin Chuan finally indulged in a hearty meal. After all, one cannot venture in a battle on an empty stomach. Once the time was up, two guards approached, unlocking Qin Chuan's cell and pulling him out, still shackled with chains on his hands and feet as he walked upon the narrow, frigid stone floor. The chains clinked ominously with each step, producing an unsettling sound. Along this corridor, countless cells lined either side, their occupants gathered at the iron bars, reveling in the misfortune of today's chosen one. "Oh, buddy, you're finished. Your opponent has set a record by slaying 5 consecutive foches, number 38, exclaimed a voice from a nearby cell. "Shut your mouth. If you utter another word, you'll take his place in the ring." The guard barked fiercely at the loquacious inmate. The prisoner, chastised, fell silent, but regarded Qin Chuan with the gaze of one observing a corpse. Clearly, the consensus was that Qin Chuan was doomed. Moments later, he was led to a makeshift circular arena erected at the center of the prison. Surrounding the arena stood numerous guards, all eager spectators of this deadly contest. On a raised platform above, several distinct figures emerged. Among them was a short, stout man wielding a trident, characterized by a two-headed physique and sporting a hat adorned with 2 horns, none other than the chief warden of Down. Saldeth. He also served as the commander of the Blue Guerrilla, Burgess, who oversees the first level of the prison, known as the Red Lotus Hell. Additionally, another figure already occupied the arena clad in prison garb. This individual exuded a formidable presence, his muscular frame accentuated by a deep, menacing scar etched across his face. Upon his first glance at Qin Chuan, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from him. No wonder he has managed to kill 5 in succession. This fellow certainly carries a heavy atmosphere of malice. Qin Chuan murmured to himself. "Hasten forth." At that moment, the jailer behind Qin Chuan gave him a shove. Chapter 3. The deathmatch. It was only then that Qin Chuan slowly ascended the stage. Upon his arrival, the surrounding jailers erupted into cheers, clearly anticipating this confrontation with great enthusiasm. Bets were being placed, a wager of 1 for number 38 to kill number 55 within a minute, 3 for 3 minutes, 5 for 5 minutes, and 110 for beyond 5 minutes. Immediately, one of the jailers shouted his fellow guards as Qin Chuan stepped onto the platform. As his words echoed, the other jailers swiftly pulled out their berries to place their bets. "I bet 1,000 berries that number 38 will kill number 55 in 1 minute. I bet 3,000 berries that number 38 will kill number 55 in 3 minutes. I bet 5,000 berries that number 38 will kill number 55 in 5 minutes." Suddenly, a discordant voice pierced the air, inquiring, "What are the odds for number 55 to kill number 38? Instantly, silence fell upon the crowd, all eyes turning to the speaker, Qin Chuan, who stood on the platform with a smile. "Kid, are you tired of living?" The inmate number 38, standing opposite him, retorted angrily upon hearing Qin Chuan's provocative words. "What gives you the right to assume you can kill me? Am I not capable of killing you? We are here to duel based on our abilities, are we not?" Qin Chuan responded nonchalantly. "It seems you have quite the confidence in yourself, but even with such odds, you won't have the funds to gamble." "Ha ha!" The jailer who set the odds sneered. "What a pity. I was hoping to earn some money to spend after leaving this prison." Qin Chuan feigned disappointment. "This kid must be insane. He's actually talking about leaving here. How amusing. Number 55 truly has a sense of humor. It's a shame such a humorous inmate is up against number 38. The other jailers chimed in. "I can lend you some money. How much do you need?" At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the second floor. Qin Chuan looked up to see Sarah's eyes smiling down at him. "It doesn't matter. Lend me whatever you can. If I lose, I'll be dead anyway." "Ha ha, great. Do you have odds for number 55 to kill number 38? Saradai suddenly turned his gaze to the jailers below. Yes, the odds for number 55 killing number 38 are 1/500. Replied a jailer promptly. All right, place a bet of 10,000 berries for me. As Saradai declared this, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. This was the first time Saradai had placed a bet, having previously only observed the match quietly. Yet now he not only bet, but did so in such an unusual manner. Kid, I'll tear you apart soon, the inmate number 38 snarled. Qin Chuan remained silent, immediately accessing his system backpack through his thoughts and selecting the Might Guy character card. Ding! The host has successfully used the Might Guy character card. Usage count decreased by 1. In the next moment, Qin Chuan felt an intense surge of energy flood into his body. Simultaneously, a myriad of taijutsu techniques possessed by Might Guy flashed through his mind. Techniques like Leaf Whirlwind, Leaf Strong Whirlwind, Body Flicker Technique, Dynamic Entry, and the 8 gates were instantly etched into Qin Chuan as consciousness. This is getting interesting. Observing the changes in his body, a smile crept across Qin Chuan's lips. Prepare yourselves, for I hereby declare the commencement of today's life and death duel. Just then, a jailer positioned at the foot of the platform shouted up to the two combatants, ding, with the sound of a bell. The duel officially began. The inmate number 38, unable to contain himself, charged toward Qin Chuan. Yet, Qin Chuan stood there with a calm demeanor, awaiting his approach. Die! Number 38 yelled as he lunged at Qin Chuan. Delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head at that moment, Qin Chuan finally sprang into action. Leaf Whirlwind. In an instant, Qin Chuan unleashed a lightning-fast kick that struck directly at number 38's chin. Just as number 38's fist was about to make contact with Qin Chuan's face, his right hand froze mid-air. For at that moment, Qin Chuan's right foot had already collided forcefully with number 38's chin. Bang! With a muffled thud, number 38 was propelled into the air, crashing down hard onto the stage. In that instant, the venue fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood agape, astonished at the surreal scene unfolding before them. As number 38 collapsed, blood began to seep from the corners of his mouth. Qin Chuan let out a soft snort. Just as Saradai's trident was about to pierce his chest, Qin Chuan's figure suddenly flickered. In the next moment, he astonishingly appeared behind Saradai's. Your speed is far too sluggish. Upon realizing that his attack had missed and that Qin Chuan had materialized behind him, Saradai felt a jolt of alarm in his heart, accompanied by an ominous premonition that he hastily turned around, attempting to launch another attack at Qin Chuan. However, at that very instant, Qin Chuan delivered a swift kick, prelude to power. This time, Qin Chuan held nothing back, channeling all his strength in his right foot, combined with an explosive burst of speed. When his kick struck Saradai's, the latter's face contorted in agony. With a thunderous crash, Saradai's was sent flying backward like a kite, soaring several dozen meters before crashing violently onto the cold floor. At that moment, the prisoners in the cells adjacent to Saradai's were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing him collapse, gasping for breath. Yet in the next heartbeat, enthusiastic cheers erupted from every cell. Clearly, all the inmates reveled in the sight of Saradai's being brutally beaten. Having endured countless torments at his hands within this prison, they felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Meanwhile, upon seeing their leader Saradai's taken down, the surrounding guards began to panic. Quick, stop him! Also, hurry and report to Chief Guard Zayasati. One of the guards shouted. All the guards in the advancing castle fell under Zayasati's jurisdiction, while Saradai's merely oversaw the blue guerrillas. However, due to the blue guerrillas' lack of intelligence, Saradai's had requested a detachment from Zayasati to handle this life and death duel. Instinctively, they felt compelled to notify Zayasati, who was stationed on the 4th floor. Upon witnessing the frantic escape of guards, Qin Chuan did not intervene. After all, surveillance bugs were ubiquitous throughout the advancing castle. These surveillance bugs functioned like cameras, transmitting everything that transpired in the prison to the monitoring room. Thus, the image of Qin Chuan vanquishing Saradai's had undoubtedly reached every corner of the prison. Moreover, if he intended to obliterate the advancing castle, he would have to systematically defeat all the guards starting from the top floor. Therefore, it was more prudent to wait for them to come to him. Just then, the system's voice chimed in once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the enemy. You have earned a reward of 5,000 prestige points. After dispatching Saradize, Qin had astonishingly acquired 5,000 prestige points all at once. If he were to eliminate the warden of the advancing castle, Magellan, wouldn't he potentially gain tens of thousands of prestige points? In a mere 10 minutes, Qin had amassed a total of 5,500 prestige points, something he had never anticipated at this moment. The guards who had rushed over were already forming ranks, aiming their weapons at Qin. Fire! One of the guards shouted, "Bang! Bang! Bang!" In the next instant, a barrage of bullets surged towards Qin. Do you dare to show off such trifling skills in front of me? Great Dragon of Might, my apologies, I miscalculated. Let me try again. Do you dare to show off such trifling skills in front of me? Body flicker technique. This time, Qin adeptly employed the high-speed body flicker technique to evade the bullet's onslaught. Then, with a swift stride, he lunged directly toward the front ranks of soldiers. At this moment, Qin had not only inherited all of Might Guy's martial arts techniques, but had also fully assimilated Guy's physical attributes, rendering him both agile and immensely powerful. Bang, bang, bang. Following the sounds of fists colliding, the guards sprawled helplessly on the ground. Simultaneously, the prisoners in the cells erupted in excitement upon witnessing this spectacle. "Brothers, quickly save us. Let us fight our way out together." A voice rang out from an unknown cell. As soon as the words left his lips, the atmosphere became electrified. Countless inmates began pounding on the iron bars of their cells, the clanging sounds echoing throughout the entire first layer of the Red Lotus Hell. Qin glanced at the surveillance bug on the wall, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Since you all feel this way, let the revelry commence." Chapter 5. Beast Hell. As soon as Qin words fell, he forcefully kicked the door of a cell. With a resounding crash, the steel door was blasted open by Qin's kick. Instantly, the inmates surged out, eager to escape. They hurriedly rushed to the fallen guards, snatching the keys that hung from their belts. In a matter of minutes, every cell door on the first floor was flung wide open. Meanwhile, upon witnessing this scene, the guards in the monitoring room dashed to the warden's office on the 4th floor to report the situation. Once liberated, the inmates gathered around Qin. They all understood that relying solely on their strength would render them incapable of escaping this place. This man before them was their only hope. "Brothers, unless we eliminate the guards below, we stand no chance of escape. Are you willing to fight alongside me?" Qin called out from the martial arts platform. Addressing the crowd below, "We are willing. Let us slay them." The inmates responded with fervor. They had endured oppression for far too long and saw no glimmer of hope in the advancing castle. Thus, they preferred to rise against their tormentors rather than succumb to their suffering. In the next moment, at Qin's command, they began racing toward the second underground level. The second underground level, known as Beast Hell, housed a variety of ferocious creatures, including chicken snakes, man-faced lions, and venomous scorpions. Dominating this layer was one of the guard beasts, the Sphinx. The Sphinx resembled a lion, but possessed a grotesque and terrifying visage. When Qin and the main force arrived at the second underground level, the Sphinx was leisurely sprawled, enjoying a nap. Tear those guard beasts to pieces. Upon entering the second level of Beast Hell, someone immediately shouted toward the small hippos, giant mantises, and scorpion beasts ahead. In the next instant, countless inmates armed with firearms they had obtained in the first layer began firing wildly at the guard beasts in front of them. The sound of gunfire erupted, and the frontline guard beasts toppled one after another. This incited even more excitement among the prisoners, who surged forward with fervor. This uproar completely startled the Sphinx. Upon witnessing such a multitude of prisoners being released and rebelling, it sprang up with a roar and charged toward the crowd. As the Sphinx plunged into the throng, chaos erupted. Several prisoners were immediately torn apart by its fangs. Furthermore, when the surrounding inmates aimed their firearms at it, the bullets failed to penetrate its skin. This demonstrated the Sphinx's formidable defensive capabilities. That it was no wonder it had been dispatched to suppress the second layer of Beast Hell with the Sphinx's entrance. The guard beast forces launched a counterattack. Observing this scene, Qin did not hesitate. He leaped into the air, soaring above the crowd, and then, stepping on the heads of the densely packed individuals below, charged toward the Sphinx. In the next moment, as Qin after suffering a violent blow to the head, the Sphinx collapsed, rendered unconscious on the spot. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the enemy. You have been awarded a total of 3,000 points in reputation rewards for this battle. The Sphinx, while formidable, was still inferior to Saradi's, and thus, upon its defeat, Qin only received a modest sum of 3,000 reputation points. Witnessing this, the remaining guards, the beasts of the underworld, were startled, and some began to contemplate fleeing. In stark contrast, the prisoners, upon seeing Qin eliminate the Sphinx in merely a single round, felt their morale surge once more. They promptly surged forward. However, those guards attempting to escape to the third level of the Hunger Hell were swiftly intercepted by several colossal creatures charging up from below. In the next moment, a woman with curly golden hair obscuring her eyes, adorned with candle-shaped white earrings, and clad in a vivid pink leather outfit, emerged slowly from among these large guards. She was none other than the commander of the 4 guards advancing into the 4th level of the Burning Hell, Little Suddy, and also the head guard of the impelled down prison. Little Suddy raised her trident menacingly towards the fleeing guards and proclaimed, "Who dares take another step back shall face my wrath." As her words echoed, the 4 large guards advanced a step forward. Faced with this intimidating scene, the many guards trembled in fear. Although they were wary of Qin's strength, they were far more terrified of the tormenting Little Suddy. Consequently, these guards had no choice but to turn back and charge toward the rushing prisoner forces with forced determination. Yet, against the overwhelming momentum of the prisoners, these guards stood no chance of resistance. In mere moments, they succumbed to defeat. Shortly afterward, the 2 factions encountered each other in the central area of the second layer of the prison. Little Suddy, despite her prowess, was still significantly outmatched by the Sphinx, causing the prisoners to instinctively halt their advance upon seeing her. Chapter 6. Magellan's decision. You wretched scoundrels. You should have been tortured to death from the start. You were spared, and yet you dare to revolt. Little Suddy's voice rang out with venomous fury. Hey girl, you speak with great bravado. It seems you've been here too long, blinded by your own confidence. Qin retorted leisurely as he approached the front of the line, prompting the prisoners to part ways respectfully. Upon hearing Qin's words, Little Suddy's expression darkened. She understood that his presence here meant he had bested both Saradi's and the Sphinx. Tightening her grip on her trident, it was evident that this man was no ordinary pirate. You shall not hinder me. Qin scoffed, and in a blink he appeared beside Little Suddy. Little Suddy was taken aback. Qin's speed was astonishing, leaving her no time to react. As she instinctively prepared to counter with her trident, Qin's fist surged forth. With a resounding thud, it struck her face, accompanied by the sickening sound of a bone fracturing, sending Little Suddy crashing against the nearby wall. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the enemy. You have been awarded an additional 10,000 points in reputation rewards. Point 1 cannot deny that Little Suddy possessed considerable strength, which resulted in Qin receiving this substantial reputation boost. This moment left everyone in the monitoring room astounded, particularly Magellan, who leapt to his feet in shock. Just moments ago, Qin had stood opposite her, yet in an instant he had flashed to her side. Moreover, the power behind that punch was terrifying. Although Little Suddy was not the strongest in the prison, she was by no means an easy opponent to defeat. At that moment, on the video feed, Qin leisurely approached Little Suddy, grasping her disheveled hair as he turned toward the surveillance phone bug mounted on the wall. Magellan, do you truly wish to force my hand to breach impel down? I am not known for my patience, and should I unleash my fury, I doubt anyone here will survive. After uttering these words, he released his grip, causing Little Suddy's face to collide violently with the floor once more. Although she was resilient, such grievous injuries would likely render her incapable of regaining her former strength, even with treatment. Magellan, you in the depths of the Hunger Hell, the imprisoned are primarily the nefarious criminals with bounties exceeding 50 million berries. The scorching heat emanating from the lower levels of this inferno renders this layer unbearably sweltering, compounded by the torturous deprivation of both food and water, leaving the inmates in a state of near death. At this moment, they have long been aware of the commotion above. When Qin and his companions descended, the entire prison erupted into a frenzy. Clearly, in the minds of the inmates, Qin had become akin to a savior. In this layer, Qin encountered the deputy warden, Hannibal, that in terms of strength, Hannibal was vastly inferior to Magellan, so Qin Chuan did not regard him with much concern. Upon seeing Hannibal, Qin Chuan smiled slightly and remarked, "Ah, isn't this our deputy warden? Why hasn't Magellan come? Did he send you to your demise?" "Humph, what nonsense! Such an important matter, of course, I must handle it personally," Hannibal retorted, slamming his trident onto the ground with a resounding crash, causing the floor to crack under its force. "I see your guards behind you seem rather fearful of death," Qin Chuan observed, casting a glance at the group of guards wielding long spears. At this moment, a significant disparity in momentum had already emerged between the two sides. The inmates on Qin Chuan's side fought with a resolve to die. They harbored no hope, and even if they were to perish in this conflict, they would not lament their fate. In stark contrast, the guards were not so willing to embrace death. Furthermore, with the defeat of high-ranking combatants such as Saluti Eyes and Little Suddy, these mere foot soldiers stood little chance against the overwhelming force of Qin Chuan's army. Hannibal, aware of the dire situation for the prison guards, was reluctant to prolong the confrontation as he grasped his trident and charged at Qin Chuan. With a slight smile, Qin Chuan suddenly vanished, reappearing beside Hannibal in an instant. Yet, as the deputy warden, Hannibal was no weakling. Even as Qin Chuan closed in, he swiftly detected his opponent's presence that he lifted his trident high, and with a clang, Qin Chuan's fist collided with it. Despite his extraordinary physical prowess and defensive capabilities, Qin Chuan felt a numbing sensation in his arm. Before he could mount another attack, an exceedingly inappropriate voice suddenly echoed. "Ding, the usage time for the Might Guy character card has expired, restoring the host to their original state. Please take note." As the system's voice faded, it felt as though Qin Chuan's very soul had been siphoned away, leaving him utterly weakened. Observing his momentary vulnerability, Hannibal seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to Qin Chuan's abdomen. Boom! Qin Chuan, caught off guard, was sent flying, crashing into the crowd of inmates behind him. The sight startled the prisoners, who quickly extended their arms to catch him. After being supported by the inmates, Qin Chuan could not suppress a cough, blood spilling from his lips. The moment Hannibal's kick struck him, it felt as though an internal tempest had erupted within him. Hannibal, surprised that his casual kick had injured Qin Chuan, began to smile faintly. A glimmer of triumph appearing on his face, he then slyly signaled to the surveillance bug nearby, clearly intending for Magellan, who was overseeing the fourth level, to witness his victory at Hannibal's fighting spirit sword. Initially, he had hoped that this uprising would lead to Magellan bearing full responsibility and resigning in disgrace, thus allowing Hannibal, as deputy warden, to ascend as the master of this deep-sea prison. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. If he could defeat Qin Chuan and quell the rebellion, he could present himself to the world government as a candidate for warden based on his merits. With this thought, an enigmatic smile crept across Hannibal's face. Following this exchange, the momentum on both sides underwent a significant transformation. The previously demoralized guards erupted into cheers upon witnessing Qin Chuan's apparent defeat. Conversely, the prisoners aligned with Qin Chuan fell into a somber silence. After all, if even Qin Chuan could not withstand Hannibal, what hope did they possess? "Kid, it seems you're truly useless. With such meager skills, you dare to dream of escaping? Once I bind you, I shall make you taste the essence of suffering." Hannibal mocked from his position in response. Qin Chuan let out a cold laugh and immediately activated the Might Guy character card once more. Ding! Host successfully used the Might Guy character card. Usage count -1. As the system's notification rang out, Qin Chuan's body was reinvigorated with energy. In the next instant, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and surged towards Hannibal with incredible speed. Chapter 8. Toxic. The 8 Gates of Duanjia. Third gate, open. With a silent declaration, Qin Chuan's body flushed crimson, enhancing both his speed and attack power. As he surged forward, Hannibal gulped, gripping his trident tightly, prepared for a fierce battle. "The game is over. Lilian Hua," Qin Chuan bellowed. In the blink of an eye, Hannibal felt a mysterious force flash past him, and before he could react, Qin Chuan's fist ascended, striking his chin with tremendous force. Subsequently, Hannibal shot upward as if propelled by a rocket, his expression contorting in shock. But that was not the end. As he soared into the air, Qin Chuan sprang into action. launching himself after Hannibal. Upon reaching his side, Qin Chuan raised his right foot and delivered a devastating kick downward. Boom! Hannibal was sent crashing into the ground, the impact causing the floor to fracture dramatically around him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the enemy. You have earned 15,000 prestige points. With the system's voice echoing, Qin Chuan understood that Hannibal would no longer rise, observing the spectacle on the surveillance feed. Magellan sighed, straightened his black suit, and exited his office. After Hannibal's defeat, the guards on the third level fell into disarray, many being mercilessly beaten to death by the frenzied inmates. The passageway was strewn with the bodies of the fallen. The prisoners, invigorated as if under the influence of a stimulant, charged toward the fourth level of the prison. The fourth level was the most crucial layer of the deep-sea prison, housing not only Magellan's office, but also the kitchen and granary. With an exceedingly high temperature throughout, at the center of the fourth layer lay a massive blood pool, resembling a gigantic cauldron, filled with boiling flames. However, upon reaching the entrance of the fourth level, Qin Chuan was taken aback to find countless prisoners sprawled on the ground, motionless. Simultaneously, the air in the fourth hell was thick with a noxious, deep purple gas. Recognizing the peril, Qin Chuan quickly retreated to the third level. Clearly, this was a manifestation of Magellan's superhuman poison fruit abilities. Magellan's powers allowed him to generate deep purple toxins from any part of his body, including sweat, saliva, breath, and even sighs, all of which released toxic gas. This potent poison could paralyze nerves, induce pain or hallucinations, and even lead to death. Its strength was sufficient to dissolve stone upon contact. Those poisoned required an antidote for Magellan to survive. However, frequent use of his powers left him in a state of perpetual diarrhea. Thus, this was one of the key reasons Magellan could maintain control over the deep-sea prison and suppress the numerous legendary pirates within. Haha, young man, no matter how powerful your attacks, it is impossible to counter my toxic assaults. Magellan roared with laughter upon spotting the panicked Qin Chuan fleeing. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan on the third level was not idle. He immediately opened the system store, searching for a solution to, in truth, the formidable strength Magellan wielded stemmed largely from his unrelenting toxins. Therefore, to defeat him, Qin Chuan needed to select a character capable of resisting poison attacks, and it was evident that Might Guy no longer sufficed. The first figure that came to Qin Chuan's mind was the half-god, known as the pufferfish Hans. Hanzo possesses the remarkable ability to release toxic gas that paralyzes his opponents merely through his breath. To prevent others from succumbing to this poison, he dons a breathing apparatus. However, the thought that Magellan's toxin can infiltrate a person's body through mere contact renders even Hanzo, the formidable pufferfish, vulnerable to his adversary's poisonous assault. At that precise moment, Qin Chuan heard the sound of footsteps ascending from the fourth circle of hell to the third. Clearly, only one individual could return safely to the third circle. At this juncture, Qin Chuan felt a twinge of anxiety, but in the next instant his eyes sparkled with excitement. He had discovered a new character in his system shop, Scorpion, a member of the Akatsuki. Renowned for his puppet mastery, while virtually all characters risk being affected by the toxic gas, puppets remain impervious to such threats. Yet upon seeing the exchange requirement of 50,000 reputation points, Qin Chuan couldn't help but curse under his breath, scoundrel. Nevertheless, despite his inability to successfully acquire Scorpion, this sparked an inspiration within him. For in the world of Naruto, there exist numerous ninjas skilled in puppet creation. Just then, another puppet master came into Qin Chuan's view. Chiyo, character card. With an exchange requirement of only 30,000 reputation points. Perhaps due to her advanced age, Chiyo's exchange cost was significantly lower than that of Scorpion. After checking his system panel, Qin Chuan realized he had just over 30,000 reputation points after defeating high-level foes such as Saradais and Hannibal. Thus, without hesitation, he chose to exchange for Chiyo, character card. Ding! Successfully exchanged for Chiyo, character card. The system automatically deducted 30,000 reputation points from the host. After the successful exchange, Magellan finally arrived at the third circle of hell. Kid, do you still wish to resist? You may find your end to be quite gruesome. Magellan slowly approached Qin Chuan, his form enveloped in a deep purple toxic mist. Magellan, you overestimate your own power. If your poison proves ineffective, you are but a worthless fool. Unfortunately for you, my toxin remains, and thus your demise is inevitable. Poison path. In an instant, the toxins emanating from Magellan surged toward Qin Chuan like a torrent. At that moment, Qin Chuan activated the Chiyo character card. Ding! Host successfully used Chiyo character card. Usage count -1 as the system notification echoed. Qin Chuan propelled himself backward, evading Magellan's toxic onslaught by over 10 meters. However, even though the toxins failed to strike him, they swiftly permeated the air, forming an invisible wall of poison. Let us see how long you can dodge this. Poison pufferfish. Upon uttering these words, Magellan opened his mouth wide and unleashed a barrage of toxic orbs. These orbs surged through the thick miasma, hurtling toward Qin Chuan. Aware that he could not afford to delay, Qin Chuan executed his countermeasure. White's secret technique. Jin Song 10 men group. With a soft grunt, he launched 10 fine threads from his 10 fingers. At the end of each thread stood a figure clad in a white robe, each wielding a distinct weapon. The 10 threads controlled these puppets. Masterpieces of the legendary puppet master, Monzaman, known as the Jin Song 10 men group. In the next instant, Qin Chuan deftly maneuvered his fingers, directing the 10 puppets to intercept the incoming toxic orbs in a flash. The toxic projectiles were sliced apart by the puppets, and the toxins quickly diffused into the surrounding air. Observing his attack thwarted once more, Magellan's expression darkened. Humph, I did not anticipate you possessed some skill. But let's see how you escape from my next move. Poison Dragon Summoning. With these words, 3 colossal, dragon-like forms of toxic gas emanated from his body, roaring toward Qin Chuan like true dragons. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Qin Chuan knew it was time to unleash his ultimate technique. Let us see whose dragon reigns supreme, yours or my puppet's puppet technique. 3 treasures collapse. In an instant, 3 of his puppets gathered closely together. One swiftly leapt onto the shoulders of the other 2, just as the dragon-shaped toxins were about to reach them. The 3 puppets extended their arms, generating a fierce tornado around them. This whirlwind drew everything in its vicinity toward its center, compressing the absorbed matter instantaneously before propelling it forward. The violent cyclone swiftly condensed the 3 dragon-shaped toxic gases into a singular mass of poison, which then surged back toward Magellan. Naturally, Magellan was unafraid of his own toxin, as it originated from him. However, the return of the very poison he had unleashed struck terror into his heart. Realizing that he could not afford to linger, Qin Chuan commanded his 10 puppets, weapons in hand, to charge toward Magellan. Meanwhile, in the 6th layer of the prison, the most terrifying infinite hell, Domino stood before a dimly lit prison door. Her heart raced, and the keys in her hand were drenched in sweat. The atmosphere here was palpably different from the layers above. The corridor was eerily silent, with cells on either side housing the most notorious inmates, those condemned to death or serving life sentences. For anyone imprisoned here, the only fate awaiting them was to languish until death. Given the heinous acts committed by the prisoners in this layer, which the government had concealed, even a high-ranking member like Domino felt immense pressure standing in this desolate place. Domino, has something truly dreadful surfaced above? A familiar voice echoed from deep within the cell. You know, Shiryu, we need you now. After a moment of hesitation, Domino spoke gravely. Her tone reflected the intensity of the battle above. Yet she was more curious about the identity of the individual capable of threatening their esteemed warden, Magellan. An ordinary inmate from the Crimson Lotus Hell has somehow defeated Saradize, the warden, Sphinx, the chief guard, Hannibal, the deputy warden, and is currently confronting Warden Magellan in the 4th circle. How intriguing. I never imagined I would witness someone escape from here in my lifetime. Just then, a sharp female voice emerged from the adjacent cell. If Qin Chuan were present, he would see a heavily made-up woman dressed in eccentric attire with a prominent nose. Catarine, you will never escape alive. Domino retorted immediately, oh please, worry about yourself. They're coming for you. Catarine replied languidly, no need to wait. They've already arrived. Open the door. With that, Shiryu stepped out of the shadows and approached the prison door, startling Domino. Chapter 10. Battle. Shiryu that moment. The sound of powerful footsteps resonated from the staircase. Hearing this, Domino gulped nervously, steeling herself as she inserted the key into the lock of Shiryu's cell. With a click, the door swung open. A man clad in impelled-down attire, complete with a pilot's cap, emerged from the cell. Upon regaining his freedom, Shiryu couldn't suppress a wicked grin. That guy is quite formidable. You must, before Domino could finish her warning. Shiryu swiftly grasped her throat with his right hand in the blink of an eye. Yu. Let go. Domino had never anticipated an attack from Shiryu, and she struggled to speak as he tightened his grip. Enough chatter. Hand over my thunderstorm. Shiryu let out a cold snort and swiftly seized the saber from Domino's hand. This saber, known as Thunderstorm, had accompanied him throughout his journey. Hey, why the infighting? Just then, Qin Chuan appeared within their line of sight. Upon seeing Qin Chuan approach, Shiryu exerted a forceful shove, sending Domino sprawling backward. Kid, I've heard you're quite formidable, managing to defeat Magellan. Just average, Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. I'm primarily here to take you all down before I leave this place. Haha. Although Magellan is powerful, once you neutralize his toxins, he becomes utterly helpless. But I am different. My blade is not to be trifled with. A moment's inattention, and you might find yourself in pieces. Indeed, that presents a dilemma. Yet it matters not, for my fists are harder than your blade. After uttering these words, Qin Chuan immediately exchanged for the Might Guy character card through the system. Ding! Host successfully uses Might Guy character card. Usage count -1. Once he donned the Might Guy persona over Granny Chiyo, vitality surged through Qin Chuan's body. Shiryu's prowess was not something an ordinary puppet could contend with. Even with 10 puppets at his disposal, Qin Chuan believed that neither they nor their weapons could withstand the merciless Shiryu. Thus, he resolved to revert to Might Guy and confront Shiryu's swordsmanship with his own physical prowess. Come, let me witness the extent of your strength, Shiryu declared, brandishing Thunderstorm as he lunged toward Qin Chuan. 8 gates. Opening gate, Qin Chuan shouted, that moment. A green energy radiated from Might Guy, enveloping his body in an instant. This transformation rendered Qin Chuan remarkably light on his feet. By this time, Shiryu had already closed the distance. Die. Shiryu sneered, then swiftly brought Thunderstorm crashing down toward Qin Chuan. The blade, infused with a formidable killing intent, seemed poised to cleave the very air in two. That instant, Qin Chuan moved. He dodged with a sharp flick, narrowly evading the blade's arc as it sliced through the air beside him. The slash illuminated the dungeon with a blinding flash, casting an ethereal glow that brightened the abyss. Mere centimeters from contact, Thunderstorm cleaved downwards. Simultaneously, the floor beneath them fractured, the tiles on either side exploding outward from the force of the blade. Seeing the deep gash in the ground, Qin Chuan broke into a cold sweat. Even with the 6th gate of the 8 gates opened, his speed barely matched that of Shiryu's swordplay. Meanwhile, Shiryu was equally astonished. In a distant exchange, it would not be surprising for one to evade an attack. However, to dodge unscathed at such close range, right beside his opponent, was a first in his experience. Before he could contemplate further, Qin Chuan's assault arrived. Morning Peacock, this technique, unleashed after opening the 6th gate, harnessed the body's heightened capabilities to unleash a flurry of punches upon the enemy. In the next moment, countless fists surged from all directions toward the unsuspecting Shiryu. The sheer speed of Qin Chuan's punches caused friction with the air, igniting flames that rendered the blows as radiant as the dawn, cascading like the iridescent feathers of a peacock. This was the origin of the technique's name. On Shiryu's end, before he could comprehend the just moments ago, he had triumphed over Magellan, earning himself a staggering 50,000 points of prestige. Now, with an additional 70,000 points awarded in one fell swoop, Qin Chuan had transformed into a figure of immense wealth, boasting 100,000 in prestige. Yet, according to the system's classifications of strength, it was evident that Domino's prowess could not possibly rival that of Hannibal. Thus, the system notification must have no connection to Domino. However, as Qin Chuan pondered this mystery, a pool of fresh blood suddenly seeped out from a nearby cell. A glance revealed that the unfortunate owner of this crimson pool was none other than Busker Jote, who had just lost an arm to Shiryu. Busker Jote lay crumpled within his confinement, his wide-open eyes betraying his profound unwillingness to accept his fate. He had never anticipated that a life of such grandeur would culminate in such a tragic demise. Following the severing of his arm by Chiyo, his condition had rapidly deteriorated. Ultimately, when a shockwave unleashed by Qin Chuan's daytime tiger struck him, it shattered his internal organs, leading to an instantaneous and untimely death. It appeared that even those imprisoned had the potential to earn prestige points. With so many renowned pirates confined on this 6th level, Qin Chuan's heart swelled with delight at the prospect of a bountiful harvest today. Yet he was acutely aware that the 8 gates of Duanjia inflicted tremendous damage. Theoretically, once the 8th gate was opened, survival was impossible unless one possessed the halo of a protagonist. Therefore, he only dared to unlock the 7th gate. Even so, upon reverting to his normal state, the slightest touch would inflict excruciating pain, thus presenting a significant danger to his life. Seizing the moment before the shock gate closed, Qin Chuan approached Domino. The surrounding pirates, having felt the impact of Qin Chuan's shockwave, began to shout in fervor. They had witnessed his formidable strength and recognized that he was the sole man capable of leading them out of Impel Down. Years prior, the Golden Lion Shiki had managed to escape. Surely, they could do the same. Thus, the famous pirates surrounding him clamored to Qin Chuan, with Abaro Pizarro leading the charge. "I am Abaro Pizarro. Save me, and I shall become your strongest crewmate." A man clad in a long, white and deep brown fur coat, adorned with a light purple necklace, and possessing feline-like eyes, fervently beat against the cell door. Chapter 12. The Devil's Heir. Qin Chuan recognized him, for he was the very individual whom Blackbeard had rescued and subsequently recruited as a crew member, his strength comparable to the recently deceased busker Jote. Qin Chuan then approached Domino, who appeared tense, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Clearly, she could not withstand Qin Chuan now. "Bring me the keys," he commanded. "You shall not," she retorted. A sharp slap rang out as Qin Chuan struck Domino's face, causing her to collide violently with the wall, rendering her unconscious. "What nonsense! Your strength is no match for mine, so why bother?" Qin Chuan scoffed, then crouched down to unfasten the keyring from her waist. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully defeated your enemy, earning a total of 15,000 prestige points." This system notification was indeed related to Domino. With the keyring in hand, the clamoring around him intensified. Qin Chuan then approached Abaro Pizarro's cell, which had been filled with flattery. With a click, the door swung open. Abaro Pizarro gazed at Qin Chuan as if he were a savior, his eyes ablaze with eagerness. "Brother, free me, and I will assist you in obtaining the legendary treasure." "Apologies, my friend, but rather than having you accompany me, I am more interested in the prestige points you possess." "What prestige points? I have nothing but dirt on me. Feel free to search," Abaro Pizarro exclaimed. Bewildered. "You had none before, but now you do." As Qin Chuan's words fell, agonizing groans erupted from Abaro Pizarro's cell. Moments later, Qin Chuan exited the cell. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully defeated your enemy, earning a total of 30,000 prestige points." The prisoners of the 6th level, initially filled with jealousy and excitement, fell into a profound silence following Qin Chuan's sudden actions. The prison corridor was so quiet that one could hear every breath of those present. The next moment, Qin Chuan approached the previously boisterous Catherine, known as the Crescent Moon Hunter. Upon seeing Qin Chuan approach with a smile, a sense of foreboding washed over her. "What do you want?" Catherine could not help but inquire as Qin Chuan unlocked her cell. "Did I not make myself clear? I seek prestige points." "Prestige points? Tell me how to provide them, and I will comply immediately." "Then I thank you." With that, Qin Chuan delivered a powerful kick to Catherine, who was shackled and chained. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed as Catherine fell unconscious without uttering a sound. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully defeated your enemy, earning a total of 30,000 prestige points." As Qin Chuan rendered Catherine unconscious once more, the prisoners of the 6th level erupted into chaos. "Good heavens! Someone please tell me what that fellow desires. Why is he attacking people? What are prestige points? I have nothing but grime on me. Damn it! Why is he even more ruthless than the Navy? He strikes without hesitation, Though the inmates complained, Qin Chuan remained unfazed, continuing to unlock cell after cell, meting out lessons to each prisoner. The sixth level of Impel Down had transformed into a veritable hell on earth as Qin Chuan reached the final cell in the corridor. A deep voice emanated from within. "Oh, not open the door, or you shall die." Startled by the voice, Qin Chuan paused momentarily, having not anticipated such a defiant individual still residing in the sixth level. Throughout his journey, he had encountered many infamous pirates, especially those who had once served under Blackbeard, all of whom had fallen before him. Yet this pirate's identity piqued Qin Chuan's curiosity. Could it be that the sixth level of Impel Down still housed a formidable foe? Driven by intrigue, Qin Chuan slowly pushed open the cell door. However, as the door creaked ajar, a burly middle-aged man suddenly lunged out of the darkness. The man, tall and robust with golden hair, donned an old military uniform and charged at Qin Chuan with ferocity. In the next moment, as he neared Qin Chuan, he raised the sea prism stone handcuffs above his head, preparing to strike. "Overestimating yourself," Qin Chuan scoffed, effortlessly lifting his foot. Bang! Pain surged through the man's body, forcing him to collapse to his knees. "Still defiant? Get away from me," Qin Chuan retorted, and the man, in a fit of rage, attempted to rise for a second assault. Bang! Qin Chuan delivered another kick, this one far more powerful than the last. The man crashed to the ground, spitting blood and struggling to breathe amidst violent coughs that "Go ahead, kill me." Even in such dire straits, he glared defiantly at Qin Chuan, exuding a spirit of defiance. Qin Chuan, intrigued by this show of resilience, surveyed the man. Imprisoned in the sixth level of Impel Down, adorned in military attire, and possessing golden hair, could it be that he was teaching strength is extraordinarily formidable? So much so that even the companions of the Roger pirates refer to him as a monster. He was once known as the man who succeeded the demon of grinding, overwhelming others with his overwhelming power. He possesses strength that rivals that of the Dark King Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, thus far surpassing other pirates at this level. However, all their abilities are rendered ineffective due to the unique sea stone handcuffs that imprison them in Impel Down. Moreover, Qin Chuan had employed the seventh gate of the 8 gates of Duenjia, a technique that could lead to mutual destruction against the group, which is why they appear so feeble before him. "Douglas Barrett, I am well acquainted with you, and I must say I admire you that I present you with 2 paths. 1, follow me, and I shall lead you out of this dark abyss. The second path, you are defeated by me and shall remain imprisoned here eternally, never to rise again. The choice is yours." After much contemplation, Qin Chuan decided to extend an olive branch. Douglas Barrett's prowess is already significantly greater than that of others. Even the Dark King Rayleigh could not defeat him. Therefore, having such a powerful crew member would undoubtedly bolster Qin Chuan's strength. Now that he stands opposed to the world government, he will face numerous dangers in the future. And having such a formidable ally to assist him would allow Qin Chuan to avoid tackling every challenge personally. How laughable. You little brats think you are worthy of my allegiance. Have you lost your wits? Douglas Barrett had no intention of expressing gratitude toward Qin Chuan. Instead, he openly derided him. After all, he is a relic of the ancient era, possessing terrifying strength. Although Qin Chuan had bested him, he is currently in a state of incapacitation and thus refuses to submit. Among these great pirates, strength is held in the highest esteem. Those who possess power hold sway. So even if Qin Chuan wishes to rescue him, Barrett remains unconvinced that "I know you only trust in your own strength. And you, more than anyone, yearn to become the Pirate King. However, unlike others, most seek the title for the sake of treasure, but not you. You aspire to earn the title of Pirate King through battle. Even if I were to reveal to you Roger's treasure, the eternal log pose to Raftel, you would still refuse to tread in Roger's footsteps. Your true desire is to surpass Roger, to become the strongest in the world, to slay the mightiest of the seas, including all 4 emperors and admirals. Am I correct?" Qin Chuan's words struck Douglas Barrett like a thunderclap, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Indeed, Qin Chuan's insight was profoundly accurate, akin to an intestinal worm residing within him. Were it not for the fact that Qin Chuan had emerged from the prison's depths, Barrett might have believed that Qin Chuan was merely echoing his own dreams. Observing Barrett's prolonged silence, Qin Chuan recognized that he had hit the nail on the head, that if you wish to become the pirate king and defeat the strongest in the world, you must follow me. My ambition is to vanquish the strongest and ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Together, we can conquer the battlefield, and when we stand atop the world, we shall engage in our ultimate duel. What say you? Seizing the moment while Barrett's heart still wrestled with indecision, Qin Chuan pressed on. Meanwhile, Douglas Barrett was acutely aware of his current predicament. He was not the Golden Lion Shiki, and he lacked the ability to escape from his place. Furthermore, if he failed to flee now, once the Navy arrived for reinforcements, the defensive measures would be significantly heightened. To that point, even Shiki would find escape impossible. After careful consideration, he ultimately arrived at a pivotal decision. What is your name? Qin Chuan. If you lead me out of here, I will temporarily follow you and ensure your safety. However, should we truly stand at the pinnacle of the world, as you say, then you shall find me your greatest adversary. Douglas Barrett declared solemnly, no problem. It's a deal. Qin Chuan replied, extending his hand. Soon, Barrett's hand reached out in kind. Thus, within the confines of Impelled Down, they executed a momentous handshake and forged an alliance. Just then, a voice echoed in Qin Chuan's mind. Ding! The usage period for the Might Guy character card has expired, restoring host to original state. Please take note. As the voice faded, Qin Chuan swiftly returned to his initial state. Although the Might Guy character had vanished, he was still compelled to endure the injuries inflicted by the Eighth Gate's release. After all, Might Guy fought using his own body, meaning Qin Chuan's physical form suffered all tangible harm. Once the 8 gates were closed, Qin Chuan collapsed in exhaustion. His natural physical condition was inferior to that of Might Guy, and upon reverting, he was assailed by excruciating pain. Chapter 14. Escape from Impelled Down. The pain surged through Qin Chuan's mind, compelling him to clutch his head and sink to the ground. At that moment, Douglas Barrett, sitting opposite him, was equally astonished. How could Qin Chuan, who had previously exhibited such formidable combat prowess, suddenly appear so feeble? Qin Chuan, are you all right? I'm fine, merely experiencing some aftereffect from an intense battle. A brief rest will suffice. Qin Chuan replied through gritted teeth, enduring the agony as he tossed the keyring to Douglas Barrett. In reality, Qin Chuan was remarkably vulnerable at this moment. Even an ordinary pirate could easily take his life. Yet he placed immense trust in Douglas Barrett, primarily because the latter was a pirate allied with Roger. Such individuals possess a sense of conviction. Once they commit, they do not renege, allowing Qin Chuan to feel relatively secure against betrayal. Indeed, after receiving the key, Douglas Barrett wasted no time in unshackling his handcuffs and leg chains, then unleashed a thunderous roar of frustration to the heavens. Subsequently, he strode to Qin Chuan's side, hoisting him onto his back with a firm grip on his arm. Rest easy. I will ensure your safe passage out of Impelled Down. Barrett assured him calmly. Perhaps it was the immense sense of security Barrett provided, or perhaps it was sheer exhaustion. But before Qin Chuan could respond, he succumbed to unconsciousness. After an indeterminate period, Qin Chuan gradually opened his eyes. Finding himself reclined on a soft bed within a cramped room, he immediately sat up. That moment, fatigue washed over him, prompting a deep sigh of relief. Goodness, the aftereffects of the 8 gates are overwhelming. Though this technique was undeniably powerful, having unleashed the 7th gate, he had vanquished the 2 major trump cards within Impelled Down, yet it had nearly cost him his life. Had he not conquered Douglas Barrett at the last moment, he would likely have perished amidst the chaos. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan rose and pushed open the door. As the door swung wide, a brilliant ray of sunlight streamed into his face, revealing an endless expanse of ocean beyond. Am I on a ship? Qin Chuan muttered softly to You've awakened, Captain Qin Chuan. At that moment, Douglas Barrett himself stood at the ship's railing. True to his word, he not only rescued Qin Chuan, but also began to refer to him as Captain. The title of Captain is not given lightly. For pirates, to call someone their captain signifies recognition of their strength and leadership. Where are we? Qin Chuan inquired, dragging his weary body closer to Barrett. Somewhere in the east blue. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain of the exact location, as I'm not familiar with such a weak area. Had I not encountered the Navy's reinforcements upon escaping? I would have aimed to take you directly to the New World, Douglas Barrett explained. The Navy's reinforcements? Who arrived? Upon hearing Barrett's mention of the Navy, Qin Chuan's interest peaked. He was eager to learn how the Navy had responded to the chaos he had caused. Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Kazan. Upon hearing those two voices, Qin Chuan was taken aback. Garp, renowned as the highest-ranking figure in the Navy, bore the esteemed title of Navy Hero and was a contemporary of Roger and Douglas Barrett. Despite holding the ordinary rank of Rear Admiral, his prowess and influence within the Navy headquarters were unparalleled. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku had to consider his sentiments in matters. Kazan, known by his naval codename Akiji, possessed the formidable powers of the ice fruit, making him an immensely powerful individual, a student of the former Admiral Zephyr, and one of the Navy's top 3 combatants. The ability to summon both a Navy hero and the highest combat strength for action underscores the significance the adversary placed on Qin Chuan. This also elucidates why Douglas Barrett resolutely chose to flee when confronted by the Navy. After all, having just escaped from Impel Down, his strength was not yet fully restored, and given the formidable lineup of the Navy, he stood no chance against Garp and Kazan, even at full capacity. Thus, to avert danger, he made a hasty retreat to the East Sea. Fortunately, Garp and his comrades were preoccupied with concerns over potential chaos at Impel Down. Pursuing Qin Chuan at that juncture would have been counterproductive. Consequently, Garp issued the critical order to refrain from chasing Qin Chuan and instead directed all naval vessels to proceed to the depths of the Great Prison. In the warden's office on the 4th level of the Great Prison, Garp sat gravely in Magellan's seat, while Kazan stood quietly to one side. Magellan and the other high-ranking officials in the prison stood lined up before him. All adorned with numerous bandages and displaying various bruises, their appearance decidedly disheveled. Magellan's position was such that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with individuals of the rank of Rear Admiral or even Admiral. Given that Impel Down, along with Judicial Island and the Navy, were all branches of the world government. Thus, as the highest commander of Impel Down, Magellan held considerable authority. However, after the significant blunder he had committed, he found himself at a loss for words when faced with the rescue forces dispatched by the Navy. Moreover, Garp's strength and reputation were highly regarded within the world government, prompting Magellan, as a junior, to offer the necessary respect. "Have all the prisoners in the 6th level been successfully incarcerated?" Pooh inquired solemnly. "All have been apprehended, and casualties are still being tallied. Aside from a few minor figures. Baskerville Jot has already been killed in the infinite hell of the 6th level, and the other notorious pirates have sustained severe injuries," reported Domino, the chief guard. "And what else?" Garp's brow furrowed slightly. "Douglas Barrett fled alongside the inmate, known as Qin Chuan." "What?" "Douglas Barrett escaped." Upon hearing this news, Garp's reaction was akin to a thunderclap. His palms struck the table with force. The tension in the room escalated immediately, particularly for Hannibal, known for his lethal prowess, who began to tremble, fearing accountability to that fellow truly formidable. Kazan inquired curiously, intrigued to witness Garp's uncharacteristic display of agitation. He began his journey at sea at the tender age of 15 and has remained undefeated in countless battles. It was only upon encountering Roger that he faced his first defeat, after which he followed Roger across the world. He continued to wreak havoc until Roger's demise, at which point he ventured out on his own, stirring the seas into chaos that time. The Navy found it impossible to contend with him. When he turned 22, we obtained critical intelligence about him, prompting a full-scale mobilization of the Navy, with Sengoku and myself leading a highly publicized confrontation against him. Eventually, due to fatigue and the overwhelming strength of the Navy, we succeeded in defeating him and imprisoning him here. Although years have passed and our strength has grown formidable, bolstered by the emergence of you few admirals, we must remain vigilant. Garp reminisced. Despite the passage of time, the vivid memories of his battle with Douglas Barrett remained etched in his mind, and he knew Barrett was one of the few pirates who compelled him to exert his full strength. Upon hearing Garp's account, many present gasped in astonishment. Most were quite young. When Douglas Barrett rose to fame, they may have still been in their infancy, rendering them unfamiliar with his legacy. Now, hearing Garp, a Rear Admiral of the era, speak of Barrett's prowess, they collectively recognized the gravity of his escape, compounded by the unknown factor of Qin Chuan accompanying him, causing considerable concern. Very well, I will personally report this matter to the higher-ups. You all should focus on recovering here, and I will dispatch several heavily armed warships to remain on standby for any unforeseen developments. Understood, Magellan nodded earnestly. Soon, the news of Qin Chuan's breakout sent shockwaves throughout the world. In the highest-level meeting at Navy headquarters, admirals and above convened under the aegis of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Can anyone elucidate the identity of this Qin Chuan? How is it that a prisoner confined in the first level of hell could turn Impel Down upside down? Sengoku initiated the inquiry. Those questions seemed rhetorical, as none present were privy to Qin Chuan's background or origins. Regardless of his identity or history, any pirate posing a threat to the world deserves to be eradicated. I am prepared to personally lead a naval force to apprehend them, declared a man adorned with numerous tattoos, his right arm bearing a sword and his left arm decorated with roses and cherry blossoms. Clad in a dark red suit and a naval cap, with black leather gloves and a Navy admiral's coat draped over his shoulders, he calmly puffed on a cigar. Sakazuki, that young man possesses considerable strength. Even Magellan and Chiyo of the Rain are no match for him, remarked another man sitting across from him. He had short, slightly curly black hair, donned sunglasses, and sported stubble. Tall and slender, he wore a yellow and white striped suit, a purple tie, and a dark green shirt. These two were none other than the Navy's three great powers, Akainu Sakazuki and Kizaru Borsalino. The situation is far from straightforward. They also have Douglas Bear with them. Even after 20 years of imprisonment, he remains a formidable adversary. Interjected an elderly woman with graying hair, tied simply into a shoulder-length ponytail, her hair neatly swept back to reveal her forehead, adorned with emerald earrings and 2 gold bangles on her right wrist. She donned a vice admiral's coat. This woman was none other than Vice Admiral Tsuru, a legendary figure of her time, who had stood alongside Sengoku and Carp and had faced Douglas Barrett in battle. Vice Admiral Tsuru, times have changed. This is the Navy's most prosperous era. Even the ruffians of the New World are not to be feared, Sakazuki retorted dismissively, unfazed by the objections from his peers. All right, Sakazuki, since you have such confidence, lead a naval force immediately to the East Sea to locate their whereabouts. This not only serves to intimidate them, but also sends a clear message to the world regarding our Navy's stance. Although the responsibility for the Impel Down incident does not rest on us, the higher authorities are displeased with our conduct, especially after our support forces allowed 2 major suspects to escape upon their arrival. Therefore, we must promptly rectify this situation to reassure the populace, Sengoku concluded, casting a glance at Carp, who appeared unconcerned as he picked his nose. It was evident that Sengoku was irked with Carp, who had unilaterally decided against pursuing Qin Chuan, resulting in their current predicament. Yet he found himself powerless against his old friend, leaving him to stew in his frustration. I shall see what this outdated fellow can stir up. Go Spider, Weasel, Doberman, prepare yourselves, and lead a warship to await my arrival at the Marineford harbor. Sakazuki addressed the individuals beside him, prompting the 3 he singled out to immediately rise and exit the conference room. These 3 were all vice admirals within the Navy headquarters, possessing formidable strength, thus representing the most potent force beneath the admirals. Hence, Sakazuki's decision to embark on this expedition, accompanied by 3 vice admirals, was indicative of his unwavering resolve to succeed. Meanwhile, across the globe, people were engrossed in discussions about the recent prison escape of Qin Chuan. The commotion caused by the events at Impel Down had naturally drawn the attention of Morgans, a prominent figure in the underworld. Morgans, an adept of the bird fruit in its albatross form and the president of the World Economic News, specialized in uncovering various news stories for publication. Renowned for being exceptionally well-informed, he swiftly bribed the surviving guards at Impel Down following the escape incident, acquiring first-hand footage of Qin Chuan's battle. Upon viewing the footage, Morgans felt as if he had stumbled upon a new world and subsequently proclaimed in his newspaper, "The rise of a new emperor, a shift in the era." This sensational headline was accompanied by an exaggerated account of how Qin Chuan single-handedly conquered the entirety of Impel Down within a mere half-day, ultimately escaping with Douglas Barrett before the watchful eyes of the Navy support forces. The The contents of the newspaper rapidly spread across the world, inciting a wave of panic and debate. Everyone was abuzz about the sudden emergence of this enigmatic figure, all while Qin Chuan remained blissfully unaware. Upon docking a small military vessel at a port in the East Sea, the two men ventured into a town named Verge. As they entered the town, Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He noticed a peculiar flag hanging in the streets. Two intertwined skulls with a sharp-nosed red shark emblazoned between them. The flag exuded an eerie aura, far from the emblem of a respectable establishment. Wasn't this territory under the Navy's jurisdiction? Qin Chuan mused. Even in the East Sea, numerous islands were under the control of pirate crews, and this flag appeared to signify a particular pirate crew's domain. Their audacity in displaying such a flag suggested that they had, indeed, seized control of this area. Douglas Barrett analyzed the situation. It appears the Navy is utterly inept, unable to maintain control even over a small region of the East Sea. With their capabilities, conquering the New World seems an impossibility. It was difficult to fault them. However, one could trace the surge of piracy back to the words spoken by the captain before the execution, which had drawn countless individuals into the oceans to become pirates. The Navy, with its limited manpower, could not possibly station soldiers on every island across the globe. Thus, whenever the Navy departed, the pirate crews would seize the opportunity to infiltrate. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement, recognizing the emblem as somewhat familiar, yet he could not place it at that moment. Given that the East Sea harbored no notable pirate crews, his ignorance was hardly surprising. "Let us find a tavern for a drink." After a brief stroll, Douglas Barrett spotted the only tavern in the town and suggested, given that individuals in the pirate world had a penchant for alcohol, especially notable pirates like themselves, Barrett, having been imprisoned for 20 years, was eager to indulge. Qin Chuan, too, was curious to sample the local pirate brew. The two then entered the tavern. Upon entering, they immediately sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. A considerable number of patrons had gathered, and to their astonishment, every single one was a member of the Fishman race. Fishmen possess a unique appearance that combines human and fish traits, breathing through lungs on land and gills underwater. Most fishmen reside in the underwater paradise of Fishman Island, making their presence in other areas quite rare, as they often face discrimination from humans due to their appearance. The sight of so many fishmen in this unfamiliar town puzzled both men. As Qin Chuan and Barrett entered, every fisherman turned their gaze towards them in unison. "This place is rather peculiar, with so many fishmen around," Qin Chuan remarked casually. "Don't worry, they're merely insignificant characters. If you wish, I could eliminate them all in an instant," Barrett offered. "No need for that. Our aim is not to slay mere pawns." Qin Chuan gestured for Douglas Barrett to refrain from unnecessary violence, as he had no desire to engage in indiscriminate killing. The two then took their seats at the bar. "What can I get for you two?" the tavern owner inquired with a broad smile. "2 glasses of rum," Douglas Barrett replied after surveying the liquor cabinet. Qin Chuan, unfamiliar with the local spirits, had no objections to Barrett's choice, just as the tavern owner went to retrieve their drinks. A sharp-nosed fishman at a nearby table stood up and approached them. Chapter 17. The Evil Dragon Pirates? What is that? You two must be from outside, huh? The sharp-nosed fishman draped an arm over Qin Chuan's shoulder and the other over Douglas Barrett's. Speaking languidly, "What's the matter? Is there an issue?" Qin Chuan turned, puzzled by the fishman's demeanor. "Huh. Do you know whose territory this is?" The sharp-nosed fishman laughed boisterously. "Whose territory? Have you heard of the Evil Dragon Pirates?" "This is the territory of the Evil Dragon Pirates," the sharp-nosed fishman proclaimed with pride. "Oh, so it's the Evil Dragon Pirates. No wonder that flag outside the town looked so familiar. It belongs to that useless crew." Qin Chuan suddenly understood. The leader of the Evil Dragon Pirates, known as the Evil Dragon, was indeed a fishman and a former officer of the Sun Pirates. After departing from the Sun Pirates, he established his own crew. Upon returning from the Grand Line, the Evil Dragon initiated his campaign for dominance in the East Sea, swiftly attacking various villages and conquering over 20, including Nami's hometown, Kokoyashi Village, where he established his own Evil Dragon Empire. Meanwhile, Douglas Barrett, having been imprisoned for 20 years, was oblivious to the developments in the outside world. Are the Evil Dragon Pirates strong? They're touted as the strongest pirate crew in the East Sea. Yet their captain has a bounty of only 20 million berries. What do you think? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's explanation, Douglas Barrett nearly exclaimed in disbelief, "20 million berries. That's less than the price of my pinky finger. And that's supposed to be the highest bounty in the East Sea. That speaks volumes about the weakness of the pirates here. Hey kid, what did you just say? Are you calling our evil dragon's captain useless? It seems you're itching for a fight." The sharp-nosed fisherman's expression darkened upon hearing the seemingly ordinary young man's audacious words at that moment. The other fishermen in the tavern also rose in response to Qin Chuan's comment. "Douglas Barrett, I've yet to see you in action. I've always heard you were formidable. If you don't mind, why not show off a bit?" Qin Chuan suggested suddenly. While he could gain prestige by personally defeating these minor characters, it would undoubtedly consume one of his possession uses. The requirement to exchange for a possession use was 1,000 points of prestige, and it would be unwise to waste an opportunity on these lowly foes. Especially when, even if he defeated them all, he might not earn the necessary prestige. Although he had amassed over 400,000 points of prestige at Impel Down, it was still insufficient to exchange for a character card of Hashirama Senju. Thus, he was disinclined to engage in such thankless endeavors. Additionally, he was curious to see the true strength of Douglas Barrett, rumored to rival the legendary Rayleigh. After hearing Qin Chuan's words, Douglas Barrett let out a cold laugh. "You are insulting me." After Douglas Barrett finished speaking, without waiting for Qin Chuan to respond, he abruptly charged forward, directly stepping up to the beak-nosed fisherman. In the next moment, before the fisherman could react, Douglas Barrett's hands had transformed into a glossy black hue. Immediately thereafter, his seemingly unyielding fist struck the fisherman's face in an instant. Boom! With a muffled thud, the fisherman was catapulted out of the tavern. "Kill him!" shouted the other fishermen around, but before they could act, Douglas Barrett had already dashed into their midst. Moments later, all the fishermen inside the tavern lay sprawled on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. This scene left the tavern owner, who had just emerged with 2 glasses of rum, frozen in shock. As Douglas Barrett slowly returned, he accepted the beer from the tavern owner's hand and handed it to Qin Chuan. "Hey, isn't that a bit excessive, using hockey against a few minor characters?" Qin Chuan remarked with a smile as he received the beer. Hockey, one of the 3 types of power, enhances both defensive and offensive capabilities and can affect the intangible bodies of those with Logia-type devil fruits. In essence, possessing hockey is a terrifying thing, as it allows one to harm those with natural elemental powers. The moment Douglas Barrett's skin turned a glossy black, Qin Chuan understood he was using hockey, as its most prominent feature is the ability to render the user's body as tough as steel. "Humph, it seems you are aware of hockey. You requested a display of my strength, so I offered a glimpse. Just to illustrate how formidable individuals from our era can be," Douglas Barrett said casually after taking a hearty sip of his drink. "Humph, I know much more, such as the fact that it won't be long before that guy called the Evil Dragon brings his gang of scoundrels here to trouble us." After finishing his remark, Qin Chuan took a sip of rum, only to nearly choke on its potency. "Whoa, is this stuff so strong? Ha, it appears you're still a bit green. Rum is one of the strongest drinks in this world. Yet, I was able to down several large cups of it at the age of 15. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan's reaction, Douglas Barrett couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Tch, boring." Qin Chuan took another couple of sips, finding that the real Mao Tai was far more enjoyable, and promptly set the glass down on the table. At that moment, the tavern owner, regaining his composure, hurriedly spoke. "Gentlemen, you should leave quickly if the evil dragon pirates officers arrive. You won't be able to escape." Chapter 18. "Just bow to me 3 times, it's too late. They've already arrived." With a slight smile, he stood up and stretched. Douglas Barrett, on the other hand, downed the rum in his wooden cup in one gulp. Following this, the 2 of them walked straight out of the tavern. Upon exiting, they found the entire street deserted, and at the end of the road stood several armed fishermen. It was evident that they had sealed off the town. A lockdown? This pirate crew certainly has a grand display. Douglas Barrett couldn't help but mock. "Let's go." Qin Chuan patted his shoulder, and the 2 began making their way towards the port. "Halt! If you come any closer, don't blame us for being rude," shouted a spear-wielding, beak-nosed fisherman at them. However, in the next moment, Douglas Barrett was already in motion. Without any suspense, the scene was soon littered with more corpses. Meanwhile, the townsfolk peering from the windows of the houses on either side of the street gasped in disbelief. The evil dragon was regarded as a demon in their eyes, But the man before them seemed even more terrifying than any demon. As the two approached the port, a ship adorned with a flag featuring interlocking skulls and a red shark insignia with a beak appeared at the water's edge. Quick on a draw, aren't they? Qin Chuan remarked with a playful smile that, let's consider this a good deed for the Navy. Perhaps one day we might even receive a commendation for being good pirates. Douglas Barrett replied nonchalantly. Just then, when the pirate ship docked, more than 10 pirates jumped off. Among them was a fisherman with a sharply pointed, serrated nose, wearing an open casual shirt on his bare chest. The emblem of the Sun Pirates was engraved on the left, while the mark of the Evil Dragon Pirates adorned his left forearm. Clearly, this individual was the captain of the Evil Dragon Pirates. The Evil Dragon himself. Flanking him were 2 others, one with trumpet-like mouths and 6 arms, appearing quite amiable yet somewhat simple-minded, with multiple strands of silver-gray hair. This was the fisherman known as Little 8, who was later rescued by Monkey D. Luffy and now served as an officer of the Evil Dragon Pirates. The other, sporting 2 spiky pigtails and the Sun Pirates emblem on his right chest, was Kruby, another officer of the Evil Dragon Pirates. Behind them trailed a throng of underlings. What are you 2 supposed to be? Daring to cause a ruckus in my territory. It seems you're tired of living. The Evil Dragon reprimanded as he disembarked. I am Douglas Barrett. Do you recognize the name? Douglas Barrett spoke calmly to B. Barrett. The Evil Dragon stammered upon hearing the name, his demeanor shifting as he recalled the morning's World Journal, which detailed the escape of the notorious pirate Douglas Barrett along with a young accomplice from the heavily guarded Impelled Down. Realizing that the man before him claimed to be Douglas Barrett and that the young man beside him was indeed the escapee featured on the front page, the Evil Dragon gulped nervously. Although he had thrived in this area, the absence of formidable opponents had allowed him to flourish. Now, however, he was faced with 2 individuals of undeniable strength, making him feel apprehensive. Boss, should we kill them? Kruby, ever the hothead, suggested coldly when he noticed the Evil Dragon's hesitance. Unaware of the significance of Douglas Barrett, he failed to grasp the danger they posed. Hearing Kruby's words caused the Evil Dragon's face to turn pale. Yet, with so many subordinates around, he couldn't show weakness, so he forced himself to ask, "What brings you 2 here?" "Nothing much, just passing through for a drink." Then, one of your fishmen called the Evil Dragon came over to provoke us. And well, things escalated from there. Qin Chuan replied, arms crossed, with an air of nonchalance that, it seems this was all a misunderstanding. You should leave. I don't wish to engage in conflict today. The Evil Dragon spoke tentatively, desperately hoping that Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett would simply depart, allowing him to maintain some semblance of face. However, he was clearly overestimating his hopes. Leave? Not a chance. You will kneel and bow 3 times before I consider it. Qin Chuan retorted angrily, unable to tolerate the Evil Dragon's brazen behavior in his vicinity. The audacity of such a demand was nothing short of an affront to both Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett. The moment the Evil Dragon was ordered to bow, his expression fell drastically. Meanwhile, Kruby, unable to contain himself any longer, charged toward Qin Chuan. In an instant, he extended his right fist as he lunged towards Qin Chuan. Yet, Qin Chuan stood still, a smile on his face. Just as Kruby's fist was about to connect with Qin Chuan, it abruptly halted mere centimeters from his face. This distance became an insurmountable chasm for Kruby. In the next second, he involuntarily spat out blue. Even the leading Evil Dragon has contemplated retreating. Enough of this time wasting. Let us eliminate them all, Qin Chuan commanded with a calm demeanor. These ruffians have been wreaking havoc in this vicinity. Thus, deep down, Qin Chuan harbored a desire to rid the area of these pirate scourges. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's order, Douglas Barrett's expression turned cold, and a fierce, killing intent erupted from his gaze. At this moment, the Evil Dragon realized that his chances of survival were grim, and escaping unscathed was no longer an option. Immediately, he extracted his regularable teeth from his mouth and bellowed at the mermen behind him, "Kill them for me." However, just as they charged forward, Douglas Barrett let out a thunderous shout, and an overwhelming aura was instantaneously unleashed from his body. In the next moment, a blue gas erupted violently from him, sending the Evil Dragon and his cohorts flying upon contact. Conqueror's Haki, Qin Chuan was inwardly astonished upon witnessing this. He knew that Douglas Barrett possessed all three types of hockey, yet he had never seen anyone wield Conqueror's hockey with such finesse. Conqueror's hockey is a trait of a true ruler. Those who possess it can intimidate and terrify their foes without lifting a finger, even causing significantly weaker opponents to faint. Unlike observation hockey and armament hockey, Conqueror's hockey is innate, neither learned nor inherited, but determined solely by one's destiny. It was evident that Douglas Barrett had completely mastered his Conqueror's hockey. At this moment, the evil dragon struggled to rise from the ground. Bearing several scars inflicted by Douglas Barrett, as for the others, it was needless to say, the majority of the mermen had succumbed to the overwhelming force of the Conqueror's hockey, bleeding from all orifices and perishing on the spot. Even the subordinate, little 8, lay half dead on the ground. At this juncture, only the evil dragon, whose strength was barely adequate, remained standing. However, he had lost all semblance of his former glory, blood flowing incessantly from the corner of his mouth. Appearing utterly disheveled, "Gentlemen, could you spare me a life?" the evil dragon managed to utter with great difficulty. "Kneel!" Qin Chuan stepped forward and commanded with a detached tone. Upon hearing this order, the evil dragon hesitated not for a moment, immediately dropping to his knees. "Now, I be released?" With his dignity stripped away, the evil dragon looked up at Qin Chuan with pleading eyes. "Did you ever consider sparing those villagers while you were indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent in these villages?" I did not indiscriminately kill. I merely sought to protect them from those marauding pirates." The evil dragon hastily defended himself upon hearing Qin Chuan's accusation. "Your character is greedy and brutal, obsessed with wealth. Not only have you preyed upon the nearby villages, but you have also colluded with high-ranking Navy officials. That Captain Mouse is merely your lackey. Am I mistaken?" When Qin Chuan mentioned Captain Mouse, the evil dragon's pupils dilated in disbelief, staring at Qin Chuan with incredulity. It was evident he was astonished that this unfamiliar young man knew so much about him. Out of words, "Are we?" "Be a good fellow and close your eyes. It won't hurt," Qin Chuan said before casting a glance at Douglas Barrett. "No." The evil dragon quickly begged for mercy upon seeing the situation unfold. Yet it was too late. After successfully slaying the evil dragon, Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett boarded the naval ship they had arrived on. As they stepped onto the deck, a throng of townsfolk suddenly surged to the shore. What do these people want? Qin Chuan wondered in confusion. But in the next moment, the villagers erupted into cheers, waving fervently at them. Witnessing this scene, Qin Chuan glanced once more at the naval ship. And suddenly everything clicked into place. It turned out these residents had been observing everything from the shadows, and upon seeing Qin Chuan and his companions slay the evil dragon and board the ship, they assumed they were naval soldiers come to eliminate the evil dragon's pirate crew. Thus, when they had killed the evil dragon and prepared to depart, the townsfolk spontaneously came forth to bid them farewell. Who would have thought they had done a good deed? It seems the Navy truly needs to consider my induction into the 7 warlords of the sea, Qin Chuan mused wryly. We're the 7 warlords of the sea. Douglas Barrett, who had been isolated from the world for quite some time, queried skeptically. The 7 Warlords of the Sea is a temporary organization consisting of 7 members. Each of these members is recognized by the world government as one of the 7 great pirates. These pirates possess catastrophic destructive power and combat strength rivaling that of nations. Thus, the world government grants these 7 pirates special privileges and qualifications, allowing them to engage in all manner of illicit activities. Yet they must also heed the Navy's commands during certain periods. Qin Chuan elucidated. It's absurd. The 7 great pirates acknowledged by the world government are willing to act as their lapdogs, tarnishing our pirate name. But do you know any of these 7? You might be surprised. One of them is indeed someone you know, and you even had a previous encounter with him. Furthermore, he's doing quite well now. Who? Chapter 20. Onward to Alabasta. Could it be him? Douglas Barrett pondered thoughtfully after hearing this. However, the next moment his eyes widened as he gazed at Qin Chuan. Startled by Barrett's intense stare, Qin Chuan exclaimed, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Captain Qin Chuan, it is true that I fought against Sir Crocodile, but that was over 20 years ago. That it's not strange that I became known as a member of Captain Roger's crew." Considering Roger's immense fame and the notoriety of his crew, but how do you know about my subsequent adventures after I set sail alone? Upon hearing Douglas Barrett's inquiry, Chuan realized he had inadvertently let slip too much information. Logically, he should have no way of knowing about Barrett's previous encounter with Sir Crocodile. The secrets of destiny are not for me to disclose. You will come to know in due time. Chuan thought it unwise to reveal that he had gleaned this information from watching an animated series, as that would be utterly foolish and likely met with disbelief. Thus, he chose to feign mystery instead. Indeed, Douglas Barrett was immediately captivated by Chuan's words. Prior to witnessing Chuan's formidable prowess, he might have dismissed him as a charlatan. However, after witnessing the terrifying strength Chuan exhibited in Impel Down, he began to believe that Chuan might truly possess some extraordinary power. Such power could potentially unveil all secrets. If that were the case, it would indeed be utterly terrifying at this moment. Douglas Barrett felt a newfound reverence for Chuan, a reverence rooted in fear of Chuan's unknown identity. Captain Chuan, where are we headed next? To the kingdom of Alabasta, to confront Sir Crocodile. Chuan declared that he's in Alabasta. And what do you intend to do with him? Defeat him, then ask if he wishes to join us. If he declines, I wouldn't mind creating an opening in the 7 warlords of the sea. Chuan replied nonchalantly. You intend to usurp his position as the world government's lackey? Douglas Barrett retorted warily upon hearing Chuan's statement. Although he recognized Chuan as captain, it did not imply he would bow to the world government. Haha, you think too highly of that title. The mere title of a warlord of the sea is insignificant. The new world is filled with pirate crews numbering in the dozens. If it were just the 2 of us, we would be utterly exhausted in a real fight. Therefore, I plan to recruit more crew members and form our own pirate crew. Does that fellow possess the strength to collaborate with us? Douglas Barrett questioned dismissively if he still harbored reservations about Sir Crocodile, given their inconclusive past encounter. Now, with Chuan suddenly suggesting an alliance with him, he was somewhat reluctant. His strength is passable. After all, he is a warlord of the sea and wields a Logia-type devil fruit. Surely you understand the formidable nature of Logia-type devil fruits, right? In the world of pirates, devil fruits are categorized into 3 major classes: the Logia-type, the Paramecia-type, and the Zoan-type. Consuming these fruits grants one certain superhuman abilities. Among them, the Logia-type is widely recognized as the most formidable, with its defining feature being the ability to elementalize one's body, rendering physical attacks ineffective, apart from specific countermeasures that can affect certain Logia entities. Only Haki, particularly armament Haki, and the powers of the dark fruit can interact with Logia users. If the user's armament Haki is insufficiently potent, they remain impervious to harm. Consequently, a user of a Logia devil fruit inherently possesses considerable strength. Even the formidable Douglas Barrett wields merely a Paramecia-type combined devil fruit. This Paramecia fruit allows for the arrangement and combination of all objects, enabling him to merge inorganic materials with his own body, as well as to recombine them into new weapons. Thus, although Douglas Barrett lacks a Logia devil fruit, he does not fall short in comparison to those who possess such powers. Logia devil fruits are of little concern. I shall personally defeat him in our next encounter. Douglas Barrett proclaimed coldly that in the ensuing moments, guided by Chuan's memories, the warship set sail towards the Alabasta kingdom. After drifting upon the vast ocean for a full 2 days, Chuan suddenly spotted a massive ship looming not far ahead. It appeared to be a pirate vessel. Should we intercept it? Douglas Barrett inquired upon noticing it. Chuan glanced over and observed that the prow of this ship was adorned with a red dragon, while a skull symbol hung from the dual masts of the ship's hull, crossed by 2 gleaming swords. Could it be? What a coincidence to encounter an acquaintance of yours here. Chuan chuckled helplessly. An acquaintance of mine, a former shipmate of yours, though they were likely still trainees back then. I wonder if you still remember red-haired Shanks, who is currently one of the most prominent pirates in the New World. And it is likely that he will soon dominate that realm, making him one of our targets as well. Chuan elucidated. The pirate ship before them bore a striking resemblance in both scale and appearance to Shanks' flagship, the Red Force. Moreover, according to the timeline, Shanks must have just lost an arm in Fusha village. If all goes as expected, they are currently heading towards the New World. Chapter 21. Shanks, may I steer your ship? Shanks? I recall such a character aboard back then, though his strength seemed rather limited at that time. It appears time has indeed changed. Captain Roger may be deceased, but his crew members have begun to flourish. Douglas Barrett mused. Let us approach this fellow. I wish to commandeer his ship, for this warship is far too small. Chin Chuan remarked with a smile, ha. I share your sentiment, since that fellow sailed with Roger. I am eager to see if he still recognizes me. Douglas Barrett laughed heartily at Chin Chuan's suggestion. They then piloted the miniature warship swiftly towards the Red Force. Captain Shanks, a small military vessel, is rapidly approaching us. What should we do? Should we evade them? A rotund man, clad in sunglasses, a green and white striped hat, a green and white striped shirt, a yellow coat, blue belt, beige pants, and red sneakers, while clutching a piece of fresh meat, voiced his concern from the deck. He was one of the combatants of the red-haired pirates, named Lucky Roo. Let us ascertain their identity. If they are a marine admiral or the like, we shall reconsider. A red-haired man, draped in a black cloak and wearing patterned brown shorts with flip-flops, adorned with the renowned sword griffin at his hip, spoke in a low tone. His left arm was conspicuously absent. In this world, there is only one man who can be a captain despite losing an arm, and that is red-haired Shanks. There are merely 2 men aboard that warship, yet their identities remain unclear, as they do not wear navy coats. They appear not to be Marines, Lucky Roo replied. Captain, it seems those 2 fellows are akin to us, albeit they have commandeered this warship. A gray-haired man with a long face, prominent nose, robust physique, and scars on his arms, clad in a black 3/4 sleeve shirt and a belt securing a rifle at his waist, analyzed the situation. He was Ben Beckman, the strongest intellect of the red-haired pirates and the first mate. How intriguing. 2 small pirates have set their sights on us. Let us meet them, Shanks remarked with a smile as he observed the swiftly approaching warship. Soon, the 2 vessels drew alongside one another, and Chin Chuan along with Douglas Barrett promptly leaped onto the deck of the Red Force. Upon landing, they were met by a throng of dozens, with the renowned red-haired Shanks at the forefront. What brings you here? Ben Beckman inquired coldly after exhaling a plume of smoke. Nothing much. As you can see, our vessel is rather cramped, and we find your ship quite spacious. We simply wish to discuss the possibility of exchanging vessels. Upon hearing Chin Chuan's bold proposal, the crowd erupted in laughter. Do you even realize who we are? Or rather, which pirate crew we belong to? A man clad in a cloth collar shirt and long pants, wielding an iron rod and carrying a spear on his back, could not restrain his mockery. Jesus Burgess, it seems your son Usopp is just as foolish as you. Chin Chuan retorted, catching the man off guard. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as his words landed like a bombshell. Several pirates stealthily reached for their weapons, and even Ben Beckman extinguished his cigarette. It was evident that Chin Chuan's statement had struck a nerve. So, you know my son? Indeed, but he is too foolish to serve as my crew member. Chin Chuan replied calmly. Hey kid, it seems you are quite familiar with us, since you know our reputation and still dare to approach us. It indicates your considerable confidence, Shanks stated, gripping his famed sword griffin ominously. Your arm is lost, so you should enjoy retirement. Why bother venturing into the New World? Surrender the ship, and you may remain in the East Blue. As soon as Chin Chuan finished speaking, before Shanks could react, Ben Beckman had already made his move. In an instant, he drew the rifle from his waist and fired. Bang! Without any warning, a bullet erupted from the barrel. However, just as the bullet sped towards Chin Chuan, a powerful hand intervened, deflecting the projectile with remarkable ease. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the unexpected turn of events, and even Ben Beckman furrowed his brow in disbelief. Sir, have we met before? Shanks inquired, realizing that the individual beside Chin Chuan was no ordinary person. The man had enveloped himself in armament hockey in an instant and demonstrated the ability to swiftly intercept Ben Beckman's bullet, indicating his formidable strength. In contrast, the brash young man beside him appeared rather unimpressive, prompting Shanks to direct his attention towards Douglas Barrett. How time flies. The young lad who used to mop the deck no longer recognizes me. It seems I have truly aged, Douglas Barrett lamented upon hearing Shanks' words. Times have changed, my friend. Hence, I suggested taking you out to broaden your horizons. Otherwise, people might think you perished in impel down. Qin Xuan jested from the sidelines. Chapter 22. Is your reputation that great? Although the two individuals were engaged in light-hearted banter, the demeanor of those opposite them was far from relaxed. Upon hearing the words spoken by the other party, his mind began to race. That it was evident that what had been conveyed was unmistakably clear. He must have known him in the past. Just then, a name suddenly emerged in his mind. Douglas Barrett? Shanks tentatively inquired. Haha, you still remember me. That makes things much simpler. You can leave this ship behind. Since you are members of the Roger Pirates, I shall let you go today. Upon hearing such arrogant word from Douglas Barrett, Shanks's expression instantly darkened. The others around him also displayed looks of indignation. Unlike Shanks, the name Douglas Barrett was still rather unfamiliar to them. Douglas Barrett, who once roamed alongside Roger. At this moment, Ben Beckman, standing nearby, couldn't help but express his astonishment. Given his age, he certainly recalled some event from those years, and upon hearing the exchange between the two, fragments of the past began to resurface in his memory. It seems you all are indeed out of the loop. Didn't today's newspaper reach your hands? Qin Xuan couldn't help but mock. In the world of pirates, there exists a method of delivering newspapers via seagulls, ensuring that news reaches people across the globe. After all, many individuals spend years adrift at sea, and if they had to wait until they docked to acquire the latest news, it would be far too late. Thus, Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency, trained a breed of seagulls capable of carrying the latest newspapers from the land to the sea, delivering freshly printed editions directly to various pirate ships. As soon as Qin Xuan's words fell, a seagull appeared in the sky. The delivery seagull gracefully landed on the deck and dropped the newspaper onto the ground. At that moment, Lakiru approached and tossed some berries into the small basket hanging from the seagull's chest. Only then did the seagull take flight once more, leaving the scene. Immediately thereafter, Lakiru picked up the newspaper and handed it to Shanks. Although Qin Xuan and his companions had escaped imprisonment several days ago, their exploits were only publicly revealed yesterday. Why that day? Townspeople had already received the latest intelligence, while those adrift at sea could only await the day's freshly printed newspapers. Upon receiving the newspaper, Shanks glanced at it and was taken aback to find the images of the two individuals prominently displayed on the front page. After scrutinizing the content, he involuntarily gasped. Douglas Barrett, I never imagined you would manage to escape from the 6th level of the deep-sea prison and defeat all the guards of Impel Down. Shanks's voice was loud enough for everyone aboard the ship to hear clearly. Yes, they learned that these two unknown individuals had escaped from the seemingly impenetrable deep-sea prison. Many began to feel a twinge of fear. Mr. Douglas Barrett, while I hold you in great esteem, it is rather unrealistic to expect me to surrender this ship, for it carries not just my own aspirations, but the dreams of the entire red-haired pirates. Therefore, you cannot take this vessel, Shanks solemnly explained. Although Douglas Barrett was considered a senior figure and had some prior connection with him, it did not imply that Shanks would fear him. His own strength had reached a level where relinquishing the Red Force was simply out of the question. Your aspirations? Do you wish me to openly discuss the dealings with the Gorosei in front of your crew? If it were to come to that, perhaps the pirate world would no longer have space for you. Qin Xuan interjected with a tone of amusement. If the previous remarks had shocked everyone, this statement rendered the scene utterly silent. For Qin Xuan not only mentioned Shanks, but also referred to the Gorosei. The Gorosei are 5 elderly gentlemen who stand at the pinnacle of world power, comprising the highest leadership of the world government, far surpassing the overall commander of the world government's military. Accounted as Qin Xuan linked Shanks with the Gorosei, it set the minds of all present into a whirl of speculation. Meanwhile, beads of sweat the size of peas began to form on Shanks's forehead. Qin Xuan was the second man in his life to instill a sense of fear within him, the first having been publicly executed by the Navy due to a terminal illness. Mr. Qin Xuan, who exactly are you? With your skills and prowess, why are you fixated on me? Or rather, what do you truly desire? Shanks did not directly respond to Qin Xuan's remarks, but attempted to divert the conversation with a question of his own. I told you, leave the ship behind. As for why I have my sights set on you, I apologize. It is purely coincidental. Qin Xuan shrugged. Grant me a favor, and we shall consider today's matter settled. I can agree to help you find a brand new warship. At this moment, Shanks unexpectedly made a startling proposal. Even his crew members stared at their captain in disbelief, after years of navigating the seas. They had never witnessed Shanks plead for someone to afford him a favor. Yet here he was, requesting such a relatively unknown young man. Do you think you have consumed the fruit of favor? Do not expect me to grant you such indulgence. If you desire favor, you must earn it yourself. Qin Chuan scoffed. In this era of the survival of the fittest, discussing favors was utterly absurd, prompting Qin Chuan to outright reject Shanks's request. Chapter 23. The contest of strength and truth, defeating the opponent outright is the best tribute one could offer to a heroic figure. In that case, I wish to test how much capability a man, imprisoned for 20 years and impelled down, still possesses, Shanks declared as he unsheathed his sword. In the next moment, a brilliant flash of light emanated from the sword across the ship's deck. Simultaneously, the sky darkened ominously. Your opponent is me, Shanks. At that moment, Douglas Barrett, witnessing this phenomenon, could hardly contain his eagerness. He yearned to gauge the true strength of this individual who had once merely been an intern. Enveloping himself entirely in armament hockey in an instant, Douglas Barrett charged forth. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between himself and Shanks. Upon seeing his approach, Shanks's expression changed, prompting him to lift Griffin high. The next moment, a streak of crimson light burst forth from his sword. Seeing this arc of light, Douglas Barrett displayed no intention of evading. Instead, he positioned his hands in front of him, attempting to withstand strike. However, he dramatically underestimated Shanks's prowess. One of the four emperors, Shanks boasted a bounty exceeding several billion berries, making his attack incredibly formidable. Boom! The blade of energy collided forcefully with Douglas Barrett's arms, which were already enveloped in armament hockey. Yet, in the next instant, Douglas Barrett was sent reeling several steps back, nearly teetering off the edge of the ship before managing to stop himself. This moment, the armament hockey on his arms had entirely dissipated, revealing skin stained with a copious amount of blood. In this battle, Shanks emerged victorious. Whoa, big brother, these are not the weaklings from the evil dragons. Do not foolishly offer your face to their fists. Qin Chuan shouted from a distance. He had never anticipated that Douglas Barrett would be so careless. Even the most resilient armament hockey would struggle to withstand the onslaught of absolute power. I merely wished to test this fellow. I did not expect the former intern of the Roger Pirates to have grown so powerful. I like it. Douglas Barrett laughed heartily. He was not overly obsessed with treasures. His aspiration was to stand at the pinnacle of the world. To reach that height, he must defeat all formidable foes, and Shanks was one of them. Meanwhile, the crowd around them was left agape in astonishment upon witnessing Douglas Barrett withstand Shanks's attack with bare hands. They were all too aware of Shanks's prowess. Even the admirals of the Navy would never dare to take a sword strike barehanded. Hence, it was clear that Douglas Barrett possessed considerable strength. All right, I am about to transform. Kid, pay close attention, Douglas Barrett spoke calmly. And in an instant, a violet aura began to envelop his body. This ethereal violet mist swiftly wrapped around his form, which was already shrouded in the armor of hockey. Upon their union, a dazzling purple radiance emanated from him. Goodness, the devil form! Qin Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing the term devil form, Shanks was momentarily taken aback, then immediately shouted to those around him. Everyone disperse, stay away from me. The devil form is a unique combat style of Douglas Barrett, wherein he merges his own demonic energy with hockey, resulting in a significant enhancement of both speed and strength. Akin to a demon from the depths of hell, this is also one of the reasons he is referred to as the Devil's Descendant. Under the guise of the devil form, Douglas Barrett is nearly invincible, underscoring the gravity with which he regards this battle. In the next moment, Douglas Barrett sprang into action. Devil form, the strongest fist, he surged toward Shanks with the velocity of a launched rocket. Nevertheless, Shanks, being one of the four emperors, managed to maintain his composure even in such a critical moment. He raised his saber once more. This time, bolts of lightning began to manifest in the sky. In the following instant, a lightning strike unexpectedly struck Shanks' saber. Consequently, a lightning bolt shaped like a true dragon erupted from his weapon. This dragon-shaped lightning roared as it lunged toward the charging Douglas Barrett. In a heartbeat. The dragon-shaped lightning opened its gaping maw while Douglas Barrett unleashed his most powerful punch. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated throughout the heavens, and the entire sea surface was stirred into colossal waves, with massive splashes crashing against the deck. Simultaneously, the collision between the two unleashed a tremendous shockwave. This shockwave sent several nearby individuals tumbling off the deck and plunging into the sea. As the shockwave dissipated, two figures remained standing at the center of the battlefield. Clang, 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 after a punch dispersed the dragon-shaped lightning. Douglas Barrett instantaneously flashed to Shanks' side. The two began to exchange blows, one punch and one sword. Suddenly, Douglas Barrett threw a powerful punch toward Shanks' face. Shanks, however, raised his saber to block the blow. With a crack, when the saber met the fist once more, the entire deck could no longer withstand the pressure and emitted a crisp sound. In the next moment, the deck began to crack rapidly. Goodness, this won't do. If this continues, even if we win, the ship will sink. Qin Xuan cursed inwardly and hurriedly opened the system's store. I could see this moment. He needed to find a character that could assist him in turning the tide of battle. Chapter 24. Uchiha Itachi makes his appearance after swiftly browsing. The character card for Uchiha Itachi appeared before him. Uchiha Itachi is a prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan, having awakened the Mangeki Sharingan at an early age and mastered formidable Jinjutsu abilities. Whether these Jinjutsu would prove effective against Shanks remained untested. Fortunately, the exchange requirement for Uchiha Itachi's character card was merely 100,000 points of reputation, which was a trivial sum for someone like him, who had amassed a considerable amount of reputation in Impel Down. With this thought in mind, Qin Xuan immediately exchanged for Uchiha Itachi's character card. Ding! Uchiha Itachi's character card exchanged successfully, automatically deducting 100,000 points of reputation from the host. 8T that moment. Qin Xuan's system panel updated in an instant. Host. Qin Xuan available characters. Might Guy. Uchiha Itachi, Chiyo grandma usage count for possession. 4 reputation points. 315,000. Even after spending 100,000 reputation points, Qin Xuan still retained a substantial 300,000 points. Upon completing the exchange, Qin Xuan promptly chose to possess Uchiha Itachi. Ding! Host successfully used Uchiha Itachi's character card. Reducing the usage count by 1.8s, the system's voice faded. Qin Xuan felt a surge of power envelop him. Simultaneously, his pupils underwent a sudden transformation. Hey, had enough yet? Your opponent is me, Shanks, Qin Xuan shouted towards the two combatants ahead. In the next moment, he transformed into countless black crows. At that instant, both fighters, engaged in battle, glanced over in surprise upon hearing Qin Xuan shout, when they realized that Qin Xuan's form had morphed into crows. They were taken aback. Before Shanks could react, Qin Xuan suddenly appeared beside him. Boom! Qin Xuan's fist struck directly into Shanks' abdomen. In the next moment, Shanks was sent crashing into a nearby railing. Ben Beckman, observing from a distance, could no longer contain himself and immediately drew his flintlock, aiming it towards Qin Xuan's direction and unleashing a barrage of bullets. However, just as the bullets were about to hit Qin Xuan, he transformed once again into a multitude of crows, evading the onslaught. Meanwhile, Shanks, quickly regaining his footing, shouted to those around him, "Leave this guy to me. You all go and surround Douglas Barrett." The moment he finished speaking, a massive surge of dark red energy erupted from him. The crows that had been soaring through the air transformed back into human form upon contact with this dark red energy. The transformed Qin Xuan's expression darkened immediately. His instantaneous movement had been disrupted by Shanks's Conqueror's Haki. Both Shanks and Douglas Barrett possessed the ability to wield Conqueror's Haki, and they could easily unleash it at will. Douglas Barrett, upon witnessing Shanks wield the same formidable Haki, was momentarily startled. However, in the next moment, Ben Beckman and the other crew members surged forward, launching a new wave of attacks against him. 8T this time. Douglas Barrett was infinitely focused on the situation surrounding Qin Xuan. The battle raged fiercely over there, while he and Shanks stood a short distance apart, locked in a standoff that the ability of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Shanks, seeing Qin Chuan transform into crows, instinctively assumed he must have consumed a zoan-type devil fruit. Haha, I haven't eaten any devil fruit. How could I possibly consume such a thing? Only a weakling would resort to that. Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Douglas Barrett, engaged in combat against multiple opponents, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing Qin Chuan's words. After fending off another wave of attacks, he bellowed towards Qin Chuan. My devil fruit hasn't even been used yet. Not a devil fruit. To possess such strength at such a young age, it seems the East Blue truly harbors exceptional talent. Indeed. How do I compare to that fellow who severed your arm? Is it truly worth putting all your hopes on him? Upon hearing this, Shanks was once again taken aback. He was astonished that Qin Chuan even knew about Luffy. Did this fellow have been tailing him all along? After all, in the vastness of the ocean, how could such a coincidental encounter occur without deliberate stalking? Buddy, this game is truly over. Prepare to witness fear. Tsukuyami. In the next moment, 3 Tomo suddenly appeared in the depths of Qin Chuan's pupils, connecting from different directions and forming a blade-like shape. Just as Shanks was puzzled, the scene before him abruptly darkened. When he regained consciousness, he found himself bound to a wooden post, with thick chains forged from sea stone wrapped around him. As he surveyed his surroundings, Shanks discovered he was adrift in a vast expanse of ocean. However, the color of the water was not the cerulean hue he expected, but an eerie crimson, resembling blood. Moments later, dozens of crows flew to his side, and they seamlessly transformed into Qin Chuan's figure. Where is this? Shanks forced himself to remain calm. You may perceive this as a new world I have constructed, and you are now trapped within it. Ah! Shanks attempted to break free from the thick chains, but he found himself utterly powerless. It was abundantly clear he was ensnared. In my world, even if you possess boundless abilities, you cannot escape not engage in futile struggles. Qin Chuan spoke once more. Utterly ridiculous. If I'm not mistaken, this must be a virtual space you've fabricated. While I may not be able to escape from here, you cannot harm me in the slightest. Once the battle outside concludes, my crew will promptly eliminate you. And at that point, this virtual space will collapse without a fight. Chapter 25. The World of Illusion. Shanks, a man truly worthy of being one of the 4 emperors, demonstrated his remarkable ability to conduct rational analysis even in perilous circumstances. However, regardless of his intellect, he was not contending with mere pirates this time, rendering his theoretical frameworks utterly ineffective. The technique, known as Tsukuyami, activated by the kaleidoscope Sharingan, ensnares the minds of any adversaries who dare to gaze directly at Qin Chuan, pulling them into a realm of illusion. The moment one beholds the kaleidoscope Sharingan that Qin Chuan wields, they are instantly ensnared. Within the confines of Tsukuyami, all elements, including time, location, and quality, are under the complete dominion of the caster, subjecting the enemy to immense psychological and physical torment. This is heralded as the most formidable mental assault. Typically, Tsukuyami cannot be dispelled unless the opponent possesses a Sharingan of superior potency or an exceptionally powerful mental fortitude. It is evident that Shanks could not possibly possess the requisite Sharingan prowess. Simultaneously, in a bid to diminish Shanks' mental strength, Qin Chuan swiftly conjured an illusion of an ocean entwined with chains of sea prism stone. His intention was to ensure that Shanks would genuinely perceive this as a tangible world. Yet, despite Qin Chuan's meticulous execution, Shanks recognized at first glance that he was ensnared in an illusion. Aware that mere words would not suffice to utterly vanquish Shanks, Qin Chuan resolved to escalate his efforts. In the next moment, a long sword materialized in his hand. Upon seeing this blade, Shanks gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Griffin!" The sword in Qin Chuan's grasp was indeed the famed weapon that Shanks had previously wielded, a manifestation conjured by Qin Chuan's will, though only he comprehended its illusory nature. Go ahead, kill me if you can, Shanks bellowed. At this juncture, despair began to creep into his heart, an emotion he had not experienced in many years. Not even the formidable Roger had instilled such fear and helplessness within him. Well, I've never encountered anyone making such a request in my lifetime. However, for your sake, I shall oblige. What? This is for my benefit. Shanks was utterly bewildered by Qin Chuan's statement. Earlier, he had refused to grant Qin Chuan any favors, yet now he took his words at face value. Just as Shanks was lost in thought, the longsword in Qin Chuan's hand plunged into his chest. Despite possessing extraordinary physical prowess and formidable hockey, Shanks was instantly engulfed in a wave of pain coursing through his entire being. His sole sensation was one of agony. "You're bleeding," Qin Chuan feigned astonishment, pointing at Shanks' abdomen. When Shanks looked down, he was horrified to see fresh blood oozing from the wound inflicted by the sword. Although everything around him was a fabrication, the pain he felt was achingly real. Gazing at the crimson liquid flowing from his body, Shanks began to doubt his own judgment. Damn it, what on earth is happening? He cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan felt beads of sweat forming in his palms. While the kaleidoscope Sharingan allowed him to unleash the formidable Tsukuyomi, it also imposed a significant toll on the caster. According to the lore of Naruto, excessive use of the kaleidoscope Sharingan could lead to blindness. After activating the 8 gates, Qin Chuan was acutely aware that although he was currently possessed by Uchiha Itachi, the physical functions of this body remained his own. This meant that frequent usage could result in his vision deteriorating. Should he go blind, no matter which ninja character he possessed, his sight could never be restored. Thus, this body was akin to a vessel. Once shattered, there would be no usable container left. Consequently, Qin Chuan began to feel the repercussions of prolonged use of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. I must subdue him quickly, he thought to himself. With a sudden jerk, he withdrew the longsword. Simultaneously, Shanks instinctively let out a cry of anguish. Nevertheless, Shanks showed no inclination to capitulate. Recognizing this, Qin Chuan understood he must resort to a more potent tactic. The opponent's extraordinary strength necessitated a greater exertion of his mental prowess to compel compliance. With this in mind, Qin Chuan focused his will. In the next instant, 5 elders appeared beside Shanks. 5 elder stars. Shanks exclaimed in stunned disbelief as he beheld the aged figures surrounding him. One of the elders, clad in a black suit, with white curls and a voluminous beard, wearing a flat cap and bearing a scar on his left cheek, spoke slowly. "Shanks, you have disappointed us gravely by sacrificing your arm for a mere child. Indeed, you have rendered yourself a worthless husk. A man who has lost an arm possesses no significance whatsoever." As his words hung in the air, another elder, donned in a deep blue suit with long, straight white hair and an equally long beard, interjected. "Enough of this chatter. Let us act. Send him to his end. Our time is far too precious to squander here." Finally, a bald elder in a deep green suit, sporting a pair of curled mustaches and a birthmark on his forehead, added his voice to the chorus of agreement. Upon witnessing this, Shanks felt on the verge of collapse. Until now, he had suspected that all he had seen was an illusion crafted by Qin Chuan, yet the dialogue with the 5 elder stars felt so profoundly real that he began to doubt whether he was truly ensnared in a dream. Chapter 26. Shanks defeated. In the next moment, the 5 elder stars encircled Shanks, thrusting their swords forcefully into his body. Shanks could no longer contain himself. He raised his head and let out a furious roar, only to succumb to unconsciousness in an instant. The torment inflicted by the illusion had rendered him utterly incapacitated, signifying that in reality he had completely crumbled and lost consciousness. Subsequently, Qin Chuan abruptly severed the illusionary world created by Tsukuyomi. As the scene shifted back to reality, the longsword griffin slipped from Shanks' grasp, clattering to the ground with a resonant sound that captured the attention of the surrounding pirates. The combat ceased as all eyes turned toward the fallen figure of Shanks. Yet as they looked on, a shadow fell over Shanks, and he collapsed before the assembled crowd. That moment, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. It was then that the system finally chimed in with a long-awaited notification. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated your enemy. You have earned a reward of 150,000 points of reputation." With Shanks' defeat, Qin Chuan received a substantial influx of reputation points, a veritable fortune that not only covered the previous expenditure for the Uchiha Itachi character card, but also left him with an additional 50,000 points. However, amidst his elation, a sharp pain pierced through his eyes. Qin Chuan quietly groaned, tears streaming from his eyes. This was the consequence of prolonged activation of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was aware of the side effects associated with the Sharingan. But for an ordinary person like him, the burden was even heavier. After a considerable time, he finally managed to open his eyes once more. But they were now bloodshot and appeared quite alarming. As the battle around them concluded, the skirmish on the opposite side also ground to a halt. Ben Beckman and Jesus Burgess rushed to Shanks' side, assisting him to his feet. Meanwhile, Douglas Bullet quickly positioned himself protectively beside Qin Chuan. "Captain Qin Chuan, are you all right?" Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively, gradually approaching the group. I could see that moment. The others had also helped Shanks regain his footing. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that Shanks had merely fainted, prompting AC Qin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at Jisusbu, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's mocking tone, Jisusbu's expression shifted, and he gradually lowered his sniper rifle. Clearly, he understood that Qin Chuan's words were not mere bluster. Although they had not been paying close attention to the unfolding events, it was evident that even the formidable Shanks had fallen before Qin Chuan. How, then, could he inflict harm on the man who had defeated Shanks? In truth, I hold a deep respect for Shanks. However, this world is a pirate realm governed by the law of the jungle. Today, I merely seek your ship. Speak candidly. Given your current strength, it is impossible for you to defeat me and Douglas Barrett. So I suggest you relinquish the ship, that I can offer you a path to survival. Moreover, Shanks is merely unconscious. He should awaken in a few days. Qin Chuan's words reverberated across the deck of the Red Force. After a prolonged silence, Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the red-haired pirates, finally spoke. "Abandon the ship and take Captain Shanks to that mini-warship." Upon hearing Ben Beckman's command, the gathered crew members bowed their heads. That it was unmistakable that this was the most humiliating day for the red-haired pirates. The transfer proceeded smoothly, under Ben Beckman's orders. The members of the red-haired pirates took some provisions and boarded the small warship that Qin Chuan and his companion had arrived on. Once their adversaries had departed, Qin Chuan turned and slumped onto the deck. "Captain Qin Chuan, are you all right?" Douglas Barrett hurried to assist him. "The battle with Shanks drained me of too much energy. Please help me inside to rest." Meanwhile, shortly after the red-haired pirates set sail on the mini-warship, a larger pirate ship suddenly appeared in the vicinity. Upon spotting the mini-warship, the pirates aboard the larger vessel erupted in joyous shouts. "Ha ha! Brothers, today we shall seize this naval warship and show them our true strength." An eye-patch-wearing man on the deck rallied his fellow pirates. As the two vessels collided, a cacophony of wails erupted from aboard the larger ship. In an instant, the deck was awash with sorrow, blood flowing like a river. By the next morning, Qin Chuan awoke and stretched luxuriously. True to its reputation, the red-haired pirates provided a soft bed, a stark contrast to the wooden planks of the previous warship. At the time, Douglas Barrett had insisted that 2 members of the red-haired pirates remain behind to navigate for them. Initially terrified, the 2 pirates were relieved that Douglas Barrett had little interest in their presence. Chapter 27. The Rise of a New Emperor. Just then, Douglas Barrett entered holding a newspaper. That "You've made headlines again, and the world government has issued a bounty on you. You are now a wanted criminal." Qin Chuan had anticipated becoming an enemy of the world government, so he did not take the bounty seriously. Upon receiving the newspaper, he was taken aback. Morgan's was truly terrifying. In just one day, he had uncovered so many details. First was the news concerning the world government. 3 days after Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett's escape, the world government finally released the arrest warrant for the two. Beneath Qin Chuan's photograph was a staggering bounty of $1 billion. While Douglas Barrett's bounty soared to $18 billion, the disparity in their bounties stemmed mainly from Douglas Barrett's established notoriety, whereas Qin Chuan was merely an emerging figure. Ultimately, he had only escaped from Impel Down and had not yet committed any acts deemed a threat to society. Hence his bounty had not escalated. Additionally, the Navy headquarters had issued a global warrant for the Qin Chuan pirates, with Admiral Akainu leading the Justice Fleet as it departed from Marineford towards the East Blue. It was clear that this luxurious fleet, led by the Admiral, was targeting Qin Chuan himself. The following page of a newspaper reported on the encounter between Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett's warship and Shanks' red-haired pirates in the East Blue. It detailed their fierce battle on the deck of the Red Force, which raged like a storm. Ultimately, the outcome was a resounding defeat for the red-haired pirates, who were compelled to abandon ship and retreat. After their retreat, they encountered another large pirate vessel, seizing it before landing on an island in the East Blue to recuperate. The newspaper further revealed that, according to reliable sources, during the fierce battle, Qin Chuan single-handedly defeated Shanks. Clearly, word had leaked out immediately after the red-haired pirates had landed on the island. This news shook the world, just as the world government had issued a global bounty. Qin Chuan had vanquished the notorious pirate Shanks. Though Shanks had yet to be officially recognized as one of the four emperors, his strength was already acknowledged by various factions. Now, suddenly, an unknown individual had emerged, first escaping from Impel Down and then decisively defeating the powerful red-haired pirates. All factions across the globe were compelled to take Qin Chuan seriously. At Navy headquarters Marineford, in the office of the fleet admiral, Sengoku sat gravely at his desk. The day's newspaper lay prominently before him. This guy again. After escaping, he remained so audacious, clearly disregarding our navy. At that moment, Kazan reclined casually on the sofa, crossing his legs. This has become interesting. This fellow not only confronted the guards of Impel Down, but has now taken down a renowned pirate. This certainly saves us a great deal of trouble. I hope he continues to excel, taking down more New World figures, allowing us some respite. Carp, arms crossed, interjected seriously. Carp, why does it seem like you admire him? Sengoku questioned, puzzled. Is it strange for me to admire him? In my view, if we could recruit him into the 7 warlords of the sea, it would be most fitting. What? You want to recruit him into the 7 warlords of the sea? Upon hearing Carp's proposal, Sengoku's brow furrowed in concern. The world government and navy had just jointly announced a bounty on Qin Chuan. Now Carp suggested recruiting him, which would undoubtedly slap the world government and navy in the face as the highest commander of the navy. He was naturally opposed to such an idea. The 7 warlords of the sea was an inherently flawed system. It was unclear whether the higher-ups had lost their minds when they instituted such a useless system. Just look at those who have joined the 7 warlords. How many abide by the rules? These individuals exploit the identities granted to them by the world government to wreak havoc, while the righteous navy can only watch helplessly as they commit crimes, which is the most ridiculous scenario in the world. Now, with someone capable of defeating New World pirates, why shouldn't we grant him a title, allowing him to work for us? Carp asserted firmly. Your point holds some validity, but the 7 warlords of the sea require that candidates possess certain influence and strength. Qin Chuan may have power now, but he lacks influence. With just 1 ship and 2 people, it would be unreasonable for him to join the 7 warlords. Furthermore, there are only 7 slots in the 7 warlords. And now all positions are filled. Unless he could defeat one of the pirates here and seize their territory, only then would he qualify for the 7 warlords. Borsellino stroked his chin thoughtfully as he analyzed. It is still too early to discuss his inclusion in the 7 warlords. Perhaps Akainu will be able to capture him this time. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Justice Fleet, adrift on the vast ocean, Akainu, after perusing the latest newspaper, tossed it into the sea. Send my orders. Have the remaining warships line up and expand the search radius. Not a single small boat is to be allowed through. Chapter 28. The reactions of the Sea Emperors. Yes. Behind him, Admiral Gaizhong saluted and swiftly turned to leave. Aside from the world government and the Navy headquarters, a multitude of formidable pirates familiar with the red-haired pirates were also discussing the matter. On a remote island, a middle-aged man, rugged in appearance with a few missing teeth, a robust physique, and dense body hair, sat under a tree, laughing heartily while reading a newspaper. The man, with a dark complexion, black, fluffy hair tied with a headscarf, adorned with 2 necklaces around his neck and various rings on his fingers, especially stood out with 3 flintlock pistols tucked at his left waist. This fellow is quite amusing. He seems to possess a formidable devil fruit that I hope I don't cross paths with him. At that moment, a pirate rushed up to him respectfully and said, Captain Marshal D. Teach, we have spotted a merchant ship ahead, accompanied by a warship for protection. Shall we raid it? Hearing this news, Blackbeard's eyes narrowed, and he responded slowly, Capture the merchant ship for me, and as for that warship, sink it. on an island composed entirely of towering cakes and cream. A tall, corpulent middle-aged woman, her lips painted with thick red lipstick and eyes adorned with light purple eyeshadow, was devouring a delicious cake. She was none other than Charlotte Linlin, one of the emperors of the sea. Mama, a dreadful fellow has appeared in the East Blue, and he actually defeated Shanks and his red-haired pirates. At this moment, Charlotte Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family and one of the 34 ministers, wearing a top hat adorned with lollipops, a slender figure, and a long nose, held a candy cane and spoke respectfully. Mama, when did Shanks become so weak? It's utterly disgraceful for our new world. When that brat dares to come to the new world, if given the chance, I will teach him a lesson. Moreover, these cakes are far too few. Send me more cakes quickly, Charlotte Linlin exclaimed with increasing excitement. Yes, Mama, I will go prepare new cakes for you right away. Charlotte Perispero, sensing her impending fury, swiftly turned and hurriedly fled, but on an island shaped like a monstrous horn, a towering man with shoulder-length black hair. Resembling a dragon with long horns, a lengthy beard akin to dragon whiskers, and a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm, was drinking beer in a large cave, bare-chested, with an X-shaped scar on his right abdomen. Wearing a purple top and baggy dark green trousers, he appeared as a demon incarnate. Humph, did he defeat Shanks? It seems the new world will soon have another fearless contender, but it's of no concern. Once my army of artificial devil fruit users is established, the whole world will be beneath my feet. The speaker was none other than Kaido, the king of beasts and one of the emperors of the sea. After downing his beer, he tossed the cup to the ground and let out a series of dragon roars, causing the inhabitants of the island to tremble in fear on the deck of an enormous pirate ship shaped like a whale's head. A formidable man with a crescent-shaped white beard, donned in a white pirate hat, sat with an air of authority. However, his health was visibly deteriorating, with numerous drips attached to his body and an oxygen tube in his nose. Behind him stood a dozen young women in pink nurse uniforms. These women were not his crew, but his medical team. He was Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, one of the emperors of the sea. Widely regarded as the man closest to becoming the Pirate King, he possessed the strongest paramecia-type devil fruit, the Tremor fruit, which the Marine Admiral Sengoku described as a force capable of destroying the world. Even his weapon, the supreme Great Blade, was renowned, known as the Tsong Yun Chia. Despite his advanced age and the toll of countless battles, Whitebeard's crew remained the most feared and the most dreaded by the world government in the New World. Old man, there's an interesting kid. Should I go meet him? At this moment, a man with deep brown skin, hair styled like the leaves of a pineapple, and a relaxed demeanor, sporting a white-gray jacket that hung loosely over his chest, stood before him. This man was Marco, the first division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Known as the Phoenix, he possessed the rare mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the Phoenix fruit, making him the second strongest individual in the Whitebeard Pirates. Don T. Rush, if this kid's goal is the treasures of the New World, we will inevitably cross paths. However, I find it strange. What is Shanks up to? Losing an arm in such a weak East Blue and then being defeated by an unknown. Whitebeard said solemnly that he may not be famous, but I believe your crew is quite familiar with him. Captain, Chapter 29, a gamble. Upon hearing Marco's words, Edward Newgate's expression darkened. It must be noted that he had always been an absolute nemesis of Douglas Bullet. Before the rise of the Roger Pirates, there was a fearsome pirate crew known as the Rocks Pirates, to which Edward Newgate belonged. The captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rox D. Zebek, had dominated the seas over 40 years ago. His crew members were equally formidable, including Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Edward Newgate himself. Furthermore, aside from Qin Chuan, the only other person to have breached Impel Down was the legendary Shiki, who was also one of his crew members. With such a powerful crew, the Rocks Pirates once ruled the seas without opposition. However, their overwhelming strength led to their downfall when Marine Hero Garp allied with the Roger Pirates to defeat them. This resulted in the complete annihilation of the crew, scattering its members across the globe, where they grew to become formidable warlords. Hence, when considering the past, Edward Newgate should harbor a deep-seated hatred for Douglas Bullet. Haha, over 20 years have passed, and we have all become old men. Now that you mention it, I suddenly look forward to meeting him. Old man, do you mean we should personally seek them out? No need to search. I believe these two fellows will not wish to remain in that small East Blue. If they dare to set foot in the New World, I won't hesitate to crush them. After declaring this, Edward Newgate picked up the Song Yun Xia, a symbol of absolute power, and slammed it down onto the deck. Instantly, the entire deck vibrated, causing many weaker pirates to topple to the ground. In contrast to the expectations of the world that Qin Chuan was bound for Fishman Island, he found himself in the waters of the Alabasta kingdom. According to Sakazuki's judgment, it was presumed that Qin Chuan's vessel would surely navigate from the East China Sea to Fishman Island. In the realm of pirates, the entire Red Line divides the Grand Line into two segments, the latter of which is commonly known as the New World. To reach the New World, one has two paths. One may petition the world government for permission to traverse Mary Geos, the Holy Land perched atop the Red Line, requiring the abandonment of their ship, a costly and time-consuming endeavor, yet undeniably safe. The alternative involves encasing the ship in the resin of the Archimera tree and diving 10,000 meters through a colossal cavern beneath the Red Line, navigating the underwater route to Fishman Island, albeit fraught with peril. Given that Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett had recently been issued bounties by the world government, it was evident they could not possibly travel from Mary Geos to the New World. Thus, they had but one path before them, the underwater tunnels leading to Fishman Island. However, when Sakazuki's Justice Fleet intercepted the obligatory route to Fishman Island across the East China Sea, they detected no suspicious vessels passing through. Meanwhile, after drifting for several days, Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett finally set foot on the rain base of the Alabasta Kingdom. Alabasta boasts several major cities, yet Rain Base is renowned as the City of Dreams. It is also the headquarters of Crocodile, making it their immediate destination upon landing. Once ashore, Qin Chuan instructed his two crew members to remain on the ship while he and Douglas Barrett ventured to the city's heart. Alabasta, a superpower in the first half of the Grand Line, should theoretically possess formidable strength. Yet the current state of Alabasta has begun to deteriorate. Apart from its capital, Alyabarna, other major cities have not seen rain for years. Furthermore, under the deliberate manipulation of the Baroque works, the populace has been misled into believing that the drought results from the king's clandestine use of rain-inducing powder for dance, ultimately inciting a civil war that has wrought significant casualties and severe economic losses across the nation. In stark contrast to the plight of other cities, Rain Base remains a bastion of tranquility. Its inhabitants enjoy a far better quality of life, and it is home to the largest casino in Alabasta, the Rain Banquet, one of the many treasures controlled by Sir Crocodile. Thus, upon arriving in Rain Base, Qin Chuan's attention was immediately drawn to the illustrious casino. Given the casino's fame, Qin Chuan effortlessly gleaned its location. As he and Douglas Barrett approached the outer perimeter of the Rain Banquet, Douglas Barrett looked at him in confusion. "What are you planning to do here? What can one do here?" "Of course. It is to gamble. Let us go." Qin Chuan stretched lazily and led the way into the Grand Casino. Upon entering, they were greeted by two alluring women dressed as bunny girls. "Ladies, would you like to come in and play?" "Haha, since we are in Rain Base, we must try our luck," Qin Chuan replied with a smile. "Very well, please follow us." The bunny girls led them to a gaming table featuring a large roulette wheel adorned with various numbers and a significant directional pointer. The rules were straightforward. Gamblers could place bets on any number or wager on whether the outcome would be odd or even. At that moment, a female dealer, one hand resting on the wheel, announced, "You may begin placing your bets now." Once placed, bets cannot be changed. After her words, the patrons eagerly placed their wagers. However, Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett remained still, for they had no money. After robbing Shanks, they discovered he was also a pauper. They never robbed others and instead indulged in daily intoxication, accruing substantial debts, thus leaving Qin Chuan with nothing to gain. Having escaped from impelled down, their pockets were even emptier. Observing their inaction, the bunny girl who had escorted them raised an eyebrow in concern. "Gentlemen, is something the matter?" "Nothing much. I just realized I forgot to bring money today." "But not to worry. It seems we will have some funds now," Qin Chuan declared, extending his hands to gather the bets from the other players at the table, placing them all on the designated odd number. Everyone was taken aback by Qin Chuan's audacious move, their attention drawn to him. "Hey, I placed my bet. Let us get this wheel spinning," Qin Chuan said with a slight grin. Simultaneously, to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, he activated the Might Guy character card. Ding! Host has successfully used the Might Guy character card. Usage count -1 in an instant. He felt an influx of energy surging through him. With the Might Guy's physique and martial prowess at his disposal, Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Kid, what do you think you're doing? That is clearly our money. A portly middle-aged man protested indignantly, prompting others around them to voice their objections. This guy is clearly here to cause trouble. Will you not stop him? Letting him take our money like this? Yes, get rid of these two unknowns. At that moment, the bunny girl recognized that Qin Chuan and his companion likely intended to stir up trouble, and she swiftly signaled to a nearby security guard. In the next instant, several guards advanced toward Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett. Not spinning. Huh. Then let us see if anyone else wants to play. Qin Chuan declared, slamming his right hand down on the gaming table with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the table shattered in two, collapsing entirely. His actions immediately attracted the attention of all patrons in the casino. The guards rushed over without delay. Hey kid, are you looking for trouble? One guard, wearing sunglasses, shouted as he prepared to seize Qin Chuan. But before he could reach him, a sudden blur of movement caught his attention. In the next moment, he felt a fierce impact to his face and collapsed, bleeding profusely. With chaos erupting in the casino, many patrons began fleeing the gaming hall. Meanwhile, the establishment braced for a potential crisis, with some rushing to report the incident from the second floor. Eliminate them all, Qin Chuan stated calmly, not glancing back. Following his command, at that moment, all present instinctively turned their gazes towards the source of the disturbance. In the next instant, a man with slicked back hair, draped in a black fur coat, bearing a prominent scar across his face, an earring on his right ear, a golden hook dangling from his left hand, and a cigar clutched between his fingers, leisurely descended. Initially, upon receiving news of a disturbance in his territory, he had been taken aback. After all, no one dared to cause chaos on his grounds in this day and age. Thus, he had promptly made his way down. However, upon recognizing the arrivals, his expression suddenly darkened, and his brows knitted in concern. It was evident he had identified Qin Chuan and his former adversary, Douglas Barrett. Long time no see, Sir Crocodile, Douglas Barrett remarked, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing his name called, he boldly approached the two men. At this juncture, the distance between both parties had narrowed significantly. Should either side make a move first, they would gain a considerable advantage. Consequently, everyone around held their breath in anticipation. You two truly possess remarkable audacity. Are you unaware that I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea appointed by the world government? I hold both the power and the obligation to apprehend the pirates that the world government has placed on its wanted list, Sir Crocodile said coldly, exhaling a puff of smoke. Come on, the 7 warlords of the sea? How impressive. What should we do, Douglas Barrett? Should we kneel and beg for mercy from your old nemesis right now? Qin Chuan retorted with a tone of playful mockery. Chapter 31. Wager your life. Upon hearing this, a palpable aura of menace emanated from Sir Crocodile. What do you intend by coming here to seek me out? Being a shrewd individual, he was acutely aware that Qin Chuan and his companion had traversed great distances not merely for a trivial sum of berries. Based on his deductions, it was clear that Qin Chuan was aware this was his domain, making their motives rather suspicious. Nothing much, to be honest. I find you quite intriguing. So, I specifically came to Alabasta to challenge you to a gamble. What do you think? Haha, if you wish to gamble with me, that's fine, but what do you intend to take from me? Sir Crocodile replied with a chilling laugh. Nothing at all, that I am currently in need of a henchman. And since you possess a nature-type devil fruit, why not join me? Qin Chuan declared earnestly. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's proposition, Sir Crocodile was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Is it amusing? Qin Chuan retorted immediately. Qin Chuan, why would I become your henchman? Is it merely because you defeated that so-called Shanks and his crew? Sir Crocodile scoffed. As a nature-type devil fruit user, he did not believe he would lose to anyone from the New World. Even after hearing that Qin Chuan had defeated the captain of the red-haired pirates, Shanks, and seized his flagship, Sir Crocodile displayed no signs of fear. Surely, you wouldn't want me to recount the vile deeds you've committed in Alabasta. Would you? Once I defeat you and expose your schemes alongside your Baroque works to the king here, your hopes of obtaining information on the ancient weapon Pluton will come to naught, and your status as a warlord of the sea will be swiftly revoked by the world government. Take it to that point. You may find that the only place to meet you will be in the depths of Impel Down. Qin Xuan spoke each word with precision. Upon concluding his statement, beads of sweat began to form on Sir Crocodile's forehead. Not only that, but even Douglas Barrett, standing beside Qin Xuan, looked on in astonishment. Their surprise stemmed from the fact that Qin Xuan had mentioned the ancient weapon, Pluton. Pluton is one of the three ancient weapons revered as divine in the pirate world. It is not a weapon in the conventional sense, but rather a ship recognized as the most fearsome in shipbuilding history. Constructed in Water 7, its power is formidable enough to obliterate an island with a single shot. Presently, it lies dormant somewhere in the world, its location only decipherable to those who understand the true history. Interesting. Are you also after Pluton? Sir Crocodile inquired seriously, his right hand beginning to caress the poisonous golden hook on his left. It was clear that, given Qin Xuan's reference to the ancient weapon, a conflict today was becoming increasingly inevitable. I have no interest in Pluton. In this day and age, relying on a ship for survival is rather laughable. Don't you think? Besides, I've stated my purpose for coming here is solely you. So will you gamble with me or not? Then I suppose I shall indulge you in this wager. However, to be honest, I haven't encountered someone as intriguing as you in quite some time. Moreover, from the looks of it, you possess some skill. Otherwise, Douglas Barrett would not be so willing to take a back seat to you. Sir Crocodile's words were clearly a taunt aimed at Douglas Barrett, intending to provoke him and incite discord. Yet at that moment, Douglas Barrett remained unfazed by the jibe. Ever since Qin Xuan had defeated Shanks before his eyes, he had developed a genuine admiration for Qin Xuan. After all, he had previously clashed with Shanks himself, so he understood better than anyone the extent of Shanks' strength. Had Qin Xuan not intervened, dealing with the entire red-haired pirates alone would have likely resulted in his defeat. All right, this wager is rather simple. I will spin the wheel, and you will guess the number, Qin Xuan said nonchalantly. What are the stakes? If you lose, you will come with me. If you win, I shall personally defeat you and expose your little schemes to the world. How does that sound? Upon hearing Qin Xuan's terms, Sir Crocodile's intent to kill intensified. He could not fathom how Qin Xuan had come to learn his secrets, a master strategy. Sir Crocodile had constructed Baroque works meticulously, ensuring that none within the organization had real names, all referring to one another by code names. Thus, it was exceedingly difficult for anyone to conspire or uncover the truth about one another. How could this man, freshly escaped from Impel Down, know of his affairs? This surely left him perplexed. Moreover, the more pressing concern was that Qin Xuan seemed exceptionally prepared. Initially, Sir Crocodile had harbored some worry about facing Douglas Barrett, given their past encounters, though they had never determined a victor. However, now it appeared Qin Xuan was even stronger than Douglas Barrett, and his subordinates were scattered across various locations, leaving him to contend with two opponents. Are you in or out? This opportunity is fleeting, Qin Xuan urged as he observed Sir Crocodile's indecision. Fine, I shall play along. I bet 7. Spin the wheel, Sir Crocodile declared earnestly. Very well, once you place your bet. It is final and cannot be changed. That is the rule here. Let the spinning commence. With Qin Xuan's command, he forcefully spun the wheel, sending it whirling as everyone's attention was drawn to the spinning wheel. Sir Crocodile suddenly lunged forward, charging at Qin Xuan with alarming speed. Chapter 32. Attack ineffective. The power of elementalization. Everyone present was aware that, as adults, the spinning wheel held no real significance. In this world, only strength mattered. Thus, when Sir Crocodile charged, Qin Xuan effortlessly sidestepped with a swift technique. In the next moment, Sir Crocodile's poisonous hook slashed through the air, tearing the wheel apart. Hey, that's not right. The wager hasn't been settled yet, Qin Xuan remarked, evading the attack. Humph, it's already settled. You are guaranteed to lose today, Sir Crocodile scoffed, extending his hand. Instantly, a sandstorm began to swirl around him. Humph, mere parlor tricks, daring to show off in my domain. 8 gates of Duanjia, 3rd gate, open. As Qin Chuan emanated green energy from his body, Sir Crocodile's sandstorm spun into a frenzy. Die for me! Sandstorm! SHK Liu KDR did not await Qin Chuan's advance. Instead, he swiftly unleashed the already formed desert storm from his hands. This rapidly rotating tempest hurtled towards Qin Chuan with a furious howl. That moment. Everything around him was scattered by the force of the storm. Many bystanders struggled to even keep their eyes open against the onslaught. SHK Liu KDR not only had control over its trajectory, but the storm also intensified as it progressed. In close quarters, it had the capacity to shatter rocks and topple buildings, making it lethally potent. Yet, even in the face of such danger, as the desert storm surged towards Qin Chuan, he let out a mighty roar and charged directly into its heart. Witnessing Qin Chuan's audacity, everyone present was taken aback, especially Douglas Barrett, who had once clashed with SHK Liu KDR and was acutely aware of his formidable abilities. Seeing Qin Chuan recklessly plunge into the trap of his foe's attack made him break out in a cold sweat for Qin Chuan's safety. When SHK Liu KDR observed Qin Chuan's reckless advance into the storm without any defensive measures, a strange smile finally crept across his lips. However, in the next instant, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Qin Chuan emerged forcefully from the swirling storm, his green aura shining even brighter. At this sight, SHK Liu KDR furrowed his brow, extending his right arm in an attempt to seize Qin Chuan by the throat. But Qin Chuan, now in full sprint, was far from an easy target to grasp. Upon reaching SHK Liu KDR's side, he suddenly planted one hand on the ground and launched a kick aimed squarely at his opponent's chin. The speed was so astonishing that SHK Liu KDR had no time to mount any defense. Yet, just as Qin Chuan believed he had struck a decisive blow, his foot met what felt like mere air upon connecting with SHK Liu KDR. In the next moment, SHK Liu KDR's entire visage transformed into a mass of fine sand. Elementalization. At that moment, not far away, Douglas Barrett's brow knitted in concerned eye in the world of pirates. Only a sufficiently strong armament hockey could genuinely harm someone capable of elementalization. While his own hockey was potent, he was unaware if Qin Chuan possessed such abilities. After all, from the very beginning, Qin Chuan appeared devoid of any devil fruit powers. Much less hockey. Qin Chuan himself hadn't anticipated that his attack would be so effortlessly evaded. Although his opponent could elementalize, he had thought that with sufficient speed, he could land a blow before his foe could react. Yet now, it seemed that his strike had not borne fruit. Before Qin Chuan could even contemplate retreating, the mound of sand returned to SHK Liu KDR's neck, reforming an identical head. Kid, it seems you lack armament hockey. That spells your doom. Crescent-shaped sand dune. SHK Liu KDR remarked coldly, instantly enlarging his arm to fashion a crescent blade of sand. Upon witnessing this, Qin Chuan was taken aback. This technique, upon contact with an enemy's body, would drain all moisture, rendering them powerless and ultimately transforming them into desiccated mummies as the sand blade surged toward him. Qin Chuan realized he could no longer employ his swift movement technique, forcing him to instinctively bend down in a desperate attempt to evade the attack. Although he managed to dodge this strike thanks to the speed granted by the third gate of the 8 gates, he inadvertently opened himself to a counterattack. In the next moment, SHK Liu KDR delivered a powerful kick directly to Qin Chuan's waist. Bang! Qin Chuan was sent hurtling out of the casino hall, landing on the sand outside. The onlookers, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their composure, erupting into cheers. Simultaneously, Douglas Barrett rushed to Qin Chuan's side. Captain Qin Chuan, are you all right? Allow me to handle this. My armament hockey is more than sufficient to deal with him. Douglas Barrett spoke earnestly. Just then, SHK Liu KDR appeared before them. Kid, don't think that after causing a ruckus and impelled down, you are unaware of your own limitations. Even Douglas Barrett cannot save you today. Yet at that moment, Qin Chuan did not defer to Douglas Barrett. Instead, he pushed him aside, wiped the trickle of blood from his mouth, and smiled. Qin Chuan's peculiar behavior left everyone bewildered. Captain, Douglas Barrett attempted to speak further, but Qin Chuan gestured for silence. Chapter 33. Come forth, Terumi Mei. Your physical attacks are ineffective against me. Do you understand? No matter how swift or powerful your strikes may be, they hold no significance. Thus, even if you can vanquish the red-haired pirates, you cannot defeat me. So, prepare to meet your end. Sand Desert Blade. SHK Liu KDR declared solemnly. He then transformed his arm into a sand blade and unleashed it. In the next moment, a bolt of purple lightning shot forth in a straight line, cleaving the ground in two, as if unstoppable. The game was far from over. In fact, it was only just beginning. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. In the next instant, two system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Successfully exchanged for Terumi Mei, character card. The system automatically deducted 300,000 reputation point from the host. Ding! Host successfully utilized Terumi Mei character card. Usage count -1. Just as Qin Chuan was sent flying and others engaged in conversation, he had promptly accessed the system shop to browse. To counter SHK, Liu K DRS elementalization was relatively simple. Since his elemental form was composed of sand, any contact with water or other liquids would prevent him from elementalizing. To that point, ordinary physical attacks could harm him. Thus, Qin Chuan had chosen to summon the Mizukage from the land of water. Terumi Mei. Although the character card required 300,000 reputation points, Qin Chuan was in a position to afford it. Upon feeling Terumi Mei's presence fully manifest, Qin Chuan immediately invoked her exclusive ninjutsu through sheer will. Water Release. Water Pillar. In the next moment, as the purple lightning was about to strike him, Qin Chuan opened his mouth and unleashed a water sphere resembling a meteor upon contact with the purple lightning. The water sphere detonated explosively. Boom! The collision of these two formidable attacks generated a massive shockwave. The windows of nearby buildings shattered instantaneously. The powerful shockwave forced both combatants to stagger back several paces. What technique is this? SHK Liu K DRS expression darkened instantly. Just when he was on the verge of triumphantly eliminating his opponent, Qin Chuan had expelled a water sphere from his mouth. No one understood better than him where his strengths and weaknesses lay, and the realization that Qin Chuan could unleash water attacks made him uneasy. Douglas Barrett was equally perplexed. Qin Chuan's techniques appeared chaotic, devoid of any discernible pattern. Despite having lived for decades and witnessed many renowned figures in this world, none had ever employed such unexpected attacks. You prefer elementalization to evade my strikes, do you? Then allow me to let you elementalize to your heart's content. Water Release. Hidden Mist Technique, Qin Chuan declared, opening his mouth once more to expel a vast cloud of dense mist. This mist obscured the surrounding environment, rendering it a hazy blur. Moreover, as it was infused with considerable moisture, SHK Liu KDR could clearly feel discomfort upon touching the mist. It indicated that his body had come into contact with water, making his elementalization significantly more challenging. However, the worst part was that he was now engulfed in the fog, with visibility severely compromised. In the next moment, he gathered a powerful desert storm in his right hand. This storm was broader in scope, faster, and considerably more lethal than before. It was a heavyweight sandstorm, an enhanced version of a sandstorm. He could only rely on this rapidly swirling desert storm to completely disperse the surrounding thick fog. However, before he could unleash the desert storm he held in his hands, an attack suddenly shot towards him from ahead. As this attack broke through the dense mist, the countenance of Sand Crocodile changed drastically. To his astonishment, it was a liquid attack in the shape of a true dragon. This attack was none other than the Water Release basic ninjutsu, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, unleashed by Qin Chuan. In an instant, the water dragon pierced through the sandstorm composed of sand and wind, directly striking Sand Crocodile squarely in the chest. With a resounding bang, Sand Crocodile was sent flying backward. Simultaneously, the desert storm in his hands abruptly ceased. The moment the mist dissipated, the once seemingly victorious Sand Crocodile lay on the ground. In stark contrast, Qin Chuan stood not far away, wearing a relaxed expression as he observed him. At that instant, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Moments ago, everyone had been engulfed in the fog, unable to discern what had transpired. Yet now, the situation had shifted dramatically. Soon after, Sand Crocodile could not restrain himself from spitting out a mouthful of blood. It was evident that Qin Xuan's water release attack had successfully hit him, inflicting a degree of damage. Nevertheless, he understood that such a commonplace water dragon bullet would not suffice to defeat him. Thus, he prepared to launch another wave of assault against Sand Crocodile. However, just then, a tremendous noise erupted from behind him. Everyone turned to see a tall, muscular figure clad in a Shaolin monk-like attire. With serpent patterns on either side of the chest and a tattoo of the character one on his bald head, rushing towards the direction where Qin Xuan stood. Qin Xuan instantly recognized him at first glance. He was Daz Bones, an elite agent of Baroque Works, codenamed Mr. One. Within Baroque Works, the smaller the codename number, the more formidable the strength. Chapter 34. Follow me or perish. Undoubtedly, Daz Bones, bearing the codename Mr. One, was the most potent force apart from Sand Crocodile. Mastering the power of cutting, as Daz Bones charged forward, he instantaneously transformed his fingers into sharp blades, adopting a claw-like grip to engage Qin Xuan in close-quarters combat. Close combat with me? How naive. Boiling release. Missed technique. Upon witnessing Daz Bones barreling towards him, Qin Xuan felt no fear. Rather, he grew even more exhilarated. It was clear that he relished the thought of his opponents charging at him without forethought. In the next moment, Qin Xuan exhaled a mist once more. But this was no ordinary mist. It was a boiling vapor, capable of freely adjusting its acidity. This high-temperature vapor could gradually evaporate objects, its intensity surpassing that of dissolution, and its acidic form could even melt all materials. Upon seeing Qin Xuan unleash this attack, Daz Bones was momentarily taken aback. He had no choice but to halt in his tracks. Then let out a low grunt. Cut! In an instant, he assumed a posture that endowed his body with the hardness of steel. Daz Bones possessed the powers of a paramecia-type devil fruit, known as the cutting fruit. This ability allowed him to turn his entire body into a blade as hard as iron, providing formidable defense against ordinary attacks, even the slashing wave of Mihawk. The world's strongest swordsman could be withstood, and anything he touched would be severed. Yet this time, he faced Qin Xuan, and against Qin Xuan's assault, even the most resilient of bodies would prove futile. Thus, the moment the vapor enveloped him, he let out a blood-curdling scream. The vapor immediately infiltrated his iron-like skin. The intense heat rendered him speechless. Within mere seconds, Daz Bones collapsed onto the sandy ground, his entire body flushed crimson, as if he had just plunged into boiling water. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the enemy. You have earned a reward of 15,000 points of reputation. As the system's voice resonated, Qin Xuan knew instantaneously that his opponent would not be rising anytime soon. This attack had thoroughly stunned those nearby who had been contemplating launching a sneak attack on Qin Xuan amidst the chaos. Even Sand Crocodile, watching, began to sweat profusely from his forehead, spitting out so much. This fellow is truly terrifying. Douglas Barrett, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine, that he was well aware of Daz Bones's formidable defensive capabilities. Thus, even under the enhancement of his armament hockey, it will be challenging for him to withstand Qin Xuan's assault. Your subordinate seems to be on the verge of collapse. What will you do? He is a key asset of Baroque Works. At that moment, Qin Xuan turned back to address the already standing Sand Crocodile, speaking slowly. Sand Crocodile merely cast a cold glance at the fallen Daz Bones nearby. Then, with a faint smile, he remarked, "Since he has been defeated, he is but a waste in my eyes. I have no regard for his life." Yet, despite his words, he secretly wished to tear Qin Xuan to shreds. Isn't this fellow the chief commander of Baroque Works, who has remained loyal to you all along? Aren't you supposed to trust him the most? Qin Xuan countered on the spot. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's retort, a look of terror finally crossed Sand Crocodile's face. Clearly, he was genuinely taken aback. Until now, everything Qin Xuan had said had not particularly shocked him. Even the possibility of learning Daz Bones' true identity and the schemes of Baroque Works. After all, with so many people in Baroque Works, it was not unusual for 1 or 2 spies to be hidden within. However, Qin Xuan had unveiled that Daz Bones was his most trusted ally. It was crucial to note that he had never shown any inclination to trust anyone. Moreover, he had always been a rather self-centered individual, openly declaring to all that he required no subordinates, that he was sufficient on his own. Thus, when Qin Chuan peered into the depths of his heart, he began to panic completely. Who was this unremarkable person before him? And how could he know everything about him? Qin Chuan, what on earth do you intend to do? At this point, Sand Crocodile could only roar at Qin Chuan in a fit of rage. This time, his inquiry differed markedly from their previous encounters. His questioning appeared to carry a certain gravitas, yet it was utterly feeble. Come with me, or you shall perish here. Choose your path. Qin Chuan spoke in a nonchalant tone, standing firmly in place. It was as though Sand Crocodile's life was entirely in his grasp. At this juncture, no one would doubt the authenticity of Qin Chuan's threat. The scales of victory had undoubtedly tipped in his favor. Not to mention that Qin Chuan himself was already at a disadvantage. Even if he managed to defeat the opponent, he would have no strength left to contend with Douglas Barrett, who had yet to engage in combat. You know, I've never liked being subordinate to others. Sand Crocodile replied coldly. Even now, he still attempted to resist Qin Chuan. After all, he was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. How could he easily submit to another? Chapter 35. Don't move. It could be fatal. The old geezers ruling Moria have dominated this world for far too long. I shall surpass them in the future and stand atop the world. You are a clever man. You should know how to choose, so I will grant you 1 minute to reflect thoroughly. Qin Chuan said in a calm tone. If this statement were spread, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. A recently escaped convict wanted worldwide, audaciously proclaiming his intent to destroy the world government would certainly complicate his situation. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Sand Crocodile appeared somewhat swayed. Sand Crocodile, I hope you can join him on this ship. For this lad possesses a power that will gradually bind us, compelling us to willingly remain by his side. At that moment, Douglas Barrett, standing not far away, approached Qin Chuan with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Crocodile finally spoke up. Can you make me concede with full conviction? Otherwise, I shall not be easily satisfied. At this point, he still hoped for a direct confrontation with Qin Chuan. Humph. Overestimating oneself. Water release. Hidden mist technique. Observing Crocodile's unwillingness to relent, Qin Chuan once again exhaled a vast amount of thick mist. Such a tactic cannot possibly work on me a second time. Sandstorm. Without further ado, Crocodile swiftly conjured a small desert storm with his hands and flung it forward in the next instant. The storm, gaining strength as it spun at high speed, immediately dispersed the thick mist surrounding it. Just then, Qin Chuan appeared, charging directly toward Crocodile. Let us see what other tricks you have. Desert Greatsword. Finally unleashing his most powerful strike in the face of Qin Chuan, Crocodile transformed his arm into a blade of sand and swiftly thrust it toward the oncoming Qin Chuan. Yet, Qin Chuan seemed utterly unconcerned. Continuing his charge toward the sand blade, that instant, Crocodile's sand blade arm pierced through Qin Chuan's body. This scene left everyone utterly stunned. However, Crocodile's brow furrowed in sudden concern. Clearly, Qin Chuan was not foolish enough to throw himself directly onto his weapon. That would be tantamount to suicide, as expected. In the next moment, Qin Chuan's body abruptly transformed into a cloud of mist and vanished. Here I am. A familiar voice rang out from behind Crocodile. How is this possible? Crocodile's heart raced in shock as he quickly turned around. But just as he did, a powerful, water-soaked arm shot toward his throat. In the next moment, Qin Chuan's right hand had seized Crocodile's neck. As Qin Chuan's hand was drenched, it instantly coated Crocodile's neck with liquid upon contact. Thus, Crocodile could no longer elementalize his neck. Why patience is limited. If you move again, you may truly find yourself in peril. Qin Chuan admonished coldly. He had no desire to waste more time on Crocodile, especially as the effect of his possession was nearing its end. Moreover, he had already expended 300,000 points of reputation for this, and he was unwilling to squander another opportunity for possession. At this moment, Crocodile finally grasped the disparity between himself and Qin Chuan. With a sigh, he slowly conceded, I admit defeat. As soon as he uttered those words, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated your enemy. You have earned a reward of 50,000 points of reputation. Damn, only 50,000 points? I've lost 250,000 in an instant. Had I known, I should have let Douglas Barrett handle this instead. Qin Chuan's heart began to bleed. He had anticipated at least 100,000 or 80,000 points of reputation, yet it was merely 50,000. However, upon reflection, this was perhaps understandable, as Crocodile was not particularly formidable at this time, despite possessing a Logia-type devil fruit. His weaknesses were also evident. If others truly aimed to target him, he could be easily restrained. Following Crocodile's concession, an uproar erupted among the crowd. Everyone in the casino stared in disbelief at their boss. Meanwhile, Des Bones, lying nearby and barely clinging to life, could only watch helplessly. Not only that, but this was the superpower of Alabasta. Thus, the news of Crocodile's defeat spread rapidly across the globe. What are you all standing around for? Go check on that guy lying on the ground, but be careful. He might be a bit hot. Having dealt with Crocodile, he addressed the onlookers in the casino. Now that their boss had been defeated, they naturally dared not resist. What do you intend to do next? I have been defeated by you. And according to the regulations of the 7 warlords of the sea established by the world government, I am now completely disqualified. You shall become my successor, but this depends on whether you and the world government are willing to negotiate. Crocodile asked solemnly. Since he had decided to temporarily follow Qin Chuan, he naturally needed to know Qin Chuan's plans. Chapter 36. The Orphan of O'Hara. Oh, the 7 warlords of the sea. I am rather looking forward to visiting Mary Geos. But first, summon your Baroque Works Vice President and Miss Wednesday for me. Qin Chuan squinted his eyes. Upon hearing that he specifically requested these 2 individuals, Crocodile felt somewhat perplexed. Oh, you not require anyone else? Not a single one of your subordinates shall accompany me. With their level of strength, following me to the new world would be tantamount to seeking death. They are better off living their own lives. Qin Chuan disdainfully replied. After hearing Qin Chuan's words, Crocodile ceased to argue and promptly called for the 2 individuals, instructing them to contact those Qin Chuan desired using the signals he provided. The next morning, indeed, Qin Chuan's name once again graced the headlines of the World Economic News Daily. Marineford, Marshal's office. Haha, I told you that guy wouldn't be idle. I never expected he would defeat another warlord of the sea in such a short span of days. Cap, the marine hero, remarked leisurely as he read the day's newspaper headlines. Does he think he can become a warlord of the sea? His crimes are considerable. Merely causing chaos and impel down is enough to condemn him. Sengoku replied, his brow furrowed. Those old geezers only pledge loyalty to the celestial dragons, and their sole purpose now is to stabilize the world. Therefore, anything that contributes to world stability is within their realm of possibility. Have you forgotten the Buster Call? Upon hearing the term Buster Call, Carp finally ceased his mirth. The Buster Call was a military operation characterized by its ruthless and indiscriminate destruction. It involved 5 Marine vice admirals, 10 Marine rear admirals, thousands of elite Marines, and 10 top-tier warships. Years ago, it was Sengoku, then a Marine admiral, who initiated the Buster Call on O'Hara. Yet the true orchestrators of the O'Hara Buster Call were the world government. O'Hara was a renowned archaeological sanctuary in the West Blue and the birthplace of Nico Robin. Considering the dangers of allowing the historical text to be interpreted, in truth, they were unwilling to have the truth of 800 years ago exposed. The world government launched the Buster Call when Nico Robin was merely 8 years old, annihilating O'Hara. Only Nico Robin survived on the entire island. Thus, Sengoku, as an admiral, had no choice but to take the fall. It was precisely for this reason that when the time came for the selection of a new admiral, Sengoku triumphed over all competitors and rose from the position of admiral to the rank of fleet admiral. Let bygones be bygones. Since we are part of the Marines, we can only steadfastly pursue our own sense of justice. Carp said solemnly, folding the newspaper. Your understanding of justice differs from mine, and you are well aware of this. It matters not. We are both old bones now. Perhaps you are right. Next, let us observe how those old geezers in the world government intend to respond. Meanwhile, Nico Robin, the sole survivor of the Buster Call on O'Hara, stood in the VIP box of the Rain Banquet Casino. Seated on the sofa in front of her was none other than Qin Chuan himself. The entire box was occupied solely by the 2 of them. Even Douglas Barrett and Crocodile were not permitted entry. I heard you were looking for me. There's something you wish to discuss. At this moment, Nico Robin had come to understand the origins of the individual before her. Qin Chuan. She harbored no feelings for Sir Crocodile. In fact, she felt a profound disdain towards him. Thus, when Qin Chuan triumphed over Sir Crocodile, rather than feeling sorrow, she was filled with elation. You are both fortunate and unfortunate. Unfortunate in that your homeland was utterly destroyed, yet fortunate to have narrowly escaped, Qin Chuan casually remarked while holding a glass of champagne. Upon hearing his words, a look of astonishment suddenly crossed Nico Robin's previously serene face. Simultaneously, her heart began to race. Do not be alarmed. I do not intend to silence you, on the contrary. I seek your assistance in investigating the so-called historical texts. You are aware of the historical texts? Who exactly are you? Nico Robin could no longer remain seated after Qin Chuan mentioned such a sensitive matter. You need not know my identity, but I can assure you unequivocally that I mean you no harm. Furthermore, there exists a historical text regarding the ancient weapon, Pluton, in the underground mausoleum of Alabasta. You may go and see for yourself, but I implore you to keep this secret forever, at least until you confide in me. Do not disclose it to anyone else, Qin Chuan calmly stated after sipping a glass of red wine. Upon hearing Qin Chuan mention the ancient weapon Pluton, Nico Robin could not help but tremble. After all, she was one of the few who truly understood the significance of the historical texts, being one of the last surviving members of O'Hara. How can you be so certain that I will find Pluton and not inform others? After a moment of hesitation, Nico Robin finally spoke, for no particular reason, except that you understand all too well that should such knowledge fall into the wrong hands, it would bring catastrophic consequences to this world. You, more than anyone, know the taste of despair, so I trust you are not foolish enough to commit such an error, Qin Chuan retorted. Since you comprehend my thoughts, how can you be assured that I will share the secrets I uncover regarding the historical text with you? Nico Robin pressed further. Once again, for no particular reason, because I am destined to be the one who changes this world. The old geezers of the world government cannot accomplish this, nor can the upper echelons of the Marines or the pirates of the New World. When I stand at the pinnacle of this world, you will see everything clearly and make the most prudent choice at that moment, Qin Chuan declared with unwavering confidence. After listening to Qin Chuan's seemingly nonsensical words, Nico Robin fell into deep contemplation. While his remarks appeared absurd, they bore profound implications. His extensive knowledge of her background suggested that his identity was far from ordinary. It is all right if you cannot comprehend many things now. Take your time to ponder them later. Additionally, do not court disaster. Had I not arrived, it would not be long before Sir Crocodile would have killed you. Therefore, your foremost task for the future is to preserve your life. Do you understand? Qin Chuan reiterated. Nico Robin had once been safeguarded by the protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, which was why she had remained unharmed. Now, that very Luffy was still frolicking in Windmill Village, while she had just defeated Sir Crocodile. Consequently, the entire narrative arc of the pirates had been thoroughly disrupted, leaving Qin Chuan uncertain of the fates of all individuals within this world. Undoubtedly, Nico Robin's identity and knowledge were of paramount importance to Qin Chuan, as there were many matters he had yet to clarify. However, he could not bring her aboard his ship, for he would soon face the onslaught of various powerful factions. Keeping such a fragile individual by his side would not only jeopardize her safety, but could also draw calamity upon her. Thus, Qin Chuan ultimately decided against allowing her on board, as it served as a form of protection for her. After hearing Qin Chuan's words, Nico Robin nodded in a daze. Subsequently, Qin Chuan instructed her to leave the private room and summon Miss Wednesday. After a brief moment, a young woman with large, watery eyes and waist-length aquamarine hair cautiously entered the room. "Did you call for me?" "Nefertari Vivi, do not be anxious. I am here to assist you." Qin Chuan spoke with remarkable calmness. Upon hearing Qin Chuan utter her name, Nefertari Vivi gasped in fright and instinctively took a couple of steps back. "Let us be brief. You are aware that this nation has come to such a state due to the fool outside. However, now that he has boarded my ship, I am duty-bound to protect him. Therefore, let us strike a deal. I will help your father quell the civil unrest in Alabasta, and in return, you shall keep this secret forever." "What say you?" Qin Chuan proposed directly. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's proposal, a flicker of struggle crossed Nefertari Vivi's face. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. "What if I refuse? If you refuse, then I regret to inform you that this nation will vanish from the world map. Remember, I am not seeking your approval. You have two choices. Either accept my proposal and remain a princess of Alabasta, or become a deposed princess. At this point, Qin Chuan's expression turned cold, his gaze sharp as he looked at Nefertari Vivi. Witnessing Qin Chuan's demeanor, Nefertari Vivi's expression darkened. After a moment, she lifted her head, tears in her eyes, and said, "On behalf of the Alabasta royal family, I accept your proposal." Upon hearing her words, Qin Chuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. In truth, he was not the type to revel in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. If he had simply taken Sir Crocodile with him, the rebels would undoubtedly have been unable to establish a foothold in the kingdom without the support of Baroque works. Thus, in that scenario, the Nefertari royal family would reclaim power, and the truth would eventually come to light at that time. Sir Crocodile would be left utterly disgraced as a result. Having Sir Crocodile as a crew member would mean that Qin Chuan would also bear a certain degree of infamy and responsibility, something he wished to avoid. Hence, he feigned threatening Nefertari Vivi into submission. Fortunately, this young lady was rather gullible, and based on Qin Chuan's knowledge from the animated series, she seemed to be quite trustworthy, alleviating his concerns about her potentially going back on her word. After concluding the discussions with the two, Qin Chuan proceeded with a series of actions. Firstly, he ordered Sir Crocodile to formally disband Baroque works. Furthermore, with his influence no longer a hindrance, heavy rain finally began to fall upon the parched land of Alabasta. As the torrential downpour drenched the desert, the people of the kingdom finally glimpsed hope. Simultaneously, the rebels swiftly announced their surrender. After all, they had been fighting under the pretense that the royal family was orchestrating everything behind the scenes, which had led to years of drought. With Baroque works dismantled and rain now falling, they had no justification left to continue their battle. Before long, King Nefertari Cobra of Alabasta regained control of the kingdom. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan and Sir Crocodile, along with the others, boarded the Red Force and departed from Alabasta. After drifting at sea for 2 days, Qin Chuan had yet to receive any news regarding Alabasta or Sir Crocodile from the newspapers. This indirectly confirmed that the Nefertari royal family had upheld their end of the bargain, allowing Qin Chuan to finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Captain Qin Chuan, where shall we head next?" Douglas Barrett and the others inquired while gazing at the receding silhouette of Alabasta from the ship's deck. "Let us make a trip to Logtown. I wish to find someone," Qin Chuan replied after a moment of silence. Logtown? Upon hearing the name of this town, Douglas Barrett couldn't help but furrow his brow. After all, he was more familiar with Logtown than anyone else. The reason being, Logtown was known as the town of beginnings and endings. It was situated in the East Blue, near the entrance to the Grand Line. Moreover, the previous pirate king, Joel D. Roger, was born there and met his demise in that very place. Thus, Logtown held extraordinary significance for him. "Ah, seeking someone there, it seems rather insufficient for just the two of you to venture to marry Gios," Qin Chuan remarked with a disdainful snort as he turned to face the pair. "You intend to go to the Holy Land of Mary Gios? It appears you truly fear not for your life. Bear in mind your combined bounties exceed 2 billion." Upon hearing Qin Chuan's intention to journey to the Holy Land, Sir Crocodile exclaimed with boldness, "Haven't you been there before? Why the sudden trepidation? I was invited to attend a ceremony last time I went. What purpose do you have for your visit?" Qin Chuan retorted. "How do you know I'm not going to attend the ceremony as an invited guest? Perhaps they're already discussing my affairs there." With that, Qin Chuan squinted towards the direction of Mary Gios. At that very moment in Mary Gios, as Qin Chuan had predicted, the 5 elders had summoned Admiral Sengoku immediately following Sir Crocodile's defeat. Sengoku, the world has been rather tumultuous of late. The last prison break has sparked global discourse regarding our world government. That scoundrel remains at large and is now wreaking havoc across the seas, even defeating the warlords of the sea we appointed. Surely you bear some responsibility for this, one of the 5 elders. A balding elder clad in a deep green suit with a distinctive birthmark on his forehead could not refrain from reprimanding. Such statements are unwarranted. The impel-down prison does not fall under our Navy's jurisdiction. If you insist on associating it with the Navy, then we shall dispatch formidable forces to oversee impel-down," Sengoku replied coldly. His words, albeit somewhat reasonable, reflected the truth that while the Navy served as the bastion of justice, It operated independently from Impel Down, with both entities merely cooperating on various matters. The Navy had not dispatched anyone to Impel Down, thus they were two distinct systems. The five elders' remarks, therefore, were merely an attempt to shift responsibility. Having served in his position for many years, Sengoku understood the ulterior motives of these five aged men, which prompted him to retort, "The matters of Impel Down do not concern you. But surely Sir Crocodile's predicament is of relevance to you?" Another elder, clad in a white robe, bald and bespectacled, and the sole member of the five elders not adorned in a suit, expressed his displeasure. "This does not pertain to me. The system of the warlords of the sea was not established by me. And these individuals are notorious pirates. Allowing them to eliminate each other would be more advantageous for us, would it not?" Sengoku clarified once more. Despite his assertions, the intelligence we have indicates that he has now become a crew member of Qin Chuan. This development only amplifies Qin Chuan's strength. Can this truly be of no concern to your navy? With pirates on the loose, we will issue bounties, and I have already dispatched Admiral Akainu to the East Blue. However, that individual's ship has been drifting aimlessly, and without a base, it is challenging to pinpoint his hiding place. Sengoku elaborated that, "I see no need for that. He is capable of commandeering Shanks' ship. Sending Akainu would serve no purpose. And should he also be defeated, how shall we save face as a world government?" Upon hearing these remarks, Sengoku's expression darkened, for he began to grasp the implications. Indeed, the next moment, another of the five elders spoke. "We have resolved to appoint him as the successor to Sir Crocodile's position among the warlords of the sea, establishing him as a new generation member. Furthermore, we will extend invitations in the name of the Navy to the other warlords, summoning them to participate in a conference at this gathering. You must demand that they assume a certain responsibility for the protection of their surrounding waters and warn them that should anyone be easily defeated again, they shall be permanently expelled from the world government. You must understand, the Navy's authority derives from the world government. Even your position as admiral was granted with our consent, thus you possess no authority to bargain with us. Simply follow our directives." Following Sengoku's objections, another elder chastised him further. "Then why summon me? You could simply issue an announcement." Although Sengoku's temperament was not as volatile as Garp's, he was nonetheless displeased by the public reprimand and turned to leave. "We caution you to advise your subordinates against provoking that individual. Should an admiral fall to a pirate, not only will the Navy be shamed, but the world government shall share in that disgrace. At that point, you shall no longer hold your position as admiral." After hearing this, Sengoku halted his steps, but after a moment's reflection, he chose silence and proceeded to depart from Mary Geos. Meanwhile, as the world government made fervent efforts to establish contact with Qin Chuan for negotiations regarding his induction into the warlords of the sea, Qin Chuan's vessel had silently arrived at logtown. Given that logtown was historically the site of the pirate king's execution, it had long been under the Navy's control. Thus, when Qin Chuan's striking ship, the Red Force, docked at the harbor, news swiftly reached the station troops in logtown. Coincidentally, the Navy's branch commander in logtown was Smoker, who was also a user of the smoke smock fruit. However, in Qin Chuan's estimation, Smoker's abilities were rather mediocre, having only achieved notable victories against a fledgling pirate named Luffy. Yet, Qin Chuan was not there to seek him out. Upon receiving the soldier's report, Smoker furrowed his brow and promptly relayed the information to Admiral Akainu. Urging him to arrive quickly, he also ordered all Navy personnel to assemble in the plaza. "Yes, sir," the soldier saluted before hastening away. As Qin Chuan and his companions set foot in logtown, they found the atmosphere bustling with activity. Various shops lined the streets, each adorned with porches. The trio proceeded along the porch toward the heart of the town. Simultaneously, the plaza in logtown had already gathered a multitude of Navy soldiers. Smoker's assembly of troops bore significant weight. This was the site where the infamous pirate king, Roger, had once met his end. Hence, before every major battle, he would return here, as if the location would bestow him with good fortune. In his eyes, this was the place where the most ruthless of pirates had been slain, ensuring that no pirate could ever triumph here. The townsfolk, witnessing the Navy's formidable display, were filled with curiosity. Unaware that a fierce battle loomed on the horizon for Logtown, in a swift turn of events, hundreds of naval soldiers gathered in the square. Shortly thereafter, an amphibious tricycle, propelled by a billowing cloud of smoke, sped towards them from a distance. Just as the vehicle was about to collide with the crowd, Smoker abruptly applied the brakes. Meanwhile, the naval soldiers standing before the tricycle were drenched in cold sweat. How could one be so timid yet serve in the Navy? Upon witnessing their expressions, Smoker could not help but reprimand them. The soldiers, chastised by Smoker, promptly lowered their heads, aware that their superior was notorious for his stern demeanor. Even towards higher-ranking officers that it was this very defiance against orders that made his ascent in rank fraught with difficulties. Despite possessing a Logia-type devil fruit, he remained merely a branch colonel, in contrast. Others with similar devil fruit powers had already ascended to the ranks of admiral, underscoring his rebellious nature. That moment, Qin Chuan and his companions arrived at the square. Revisiting this place stirred a heavy sentiment in Douglas Barrett, as he had been present during Roger's execution years prior. Thus, returning now evoked profound reflections. Upon seeing the cluster of naval soldiers ahead, the group paused momentarily. "Captain, might you enlighten us on the purpose of our visit here? From my understanding, there is no one here who surpasses my prowess." Sha Clockter interjected, visibly displeased. He had long felt slighted by Qin Chuan's subtle jabs at his abilities, and with news of Qin Chuan recruiting crew members, he could not resist mocking him further. "Humph, do you see that silver-haired individual wearing a coat emblazoned with the word justice on the back, sporting goggles around his neck? That is Smoker, a branch colonel of the Navy and a Logia-type devil fruit wielder. If you could take him down, I might just acknowledge your capabilities," Qin Chuan declared, gesturing towards Smoker. Simultaneously, Smoker noticed their presence. Upon catching sight of Qin Chuan's gesture, his expression turned grave. How could a Logia-type devil fruit user be reduced to the rank of a mere branch colonel? Had the value of such powers diminished so drastically? Intrigued by Qin Chuan's assertion, Douglas Barrett pondered aloud, for devil fruits were exceedingly rare, and Logia types were considered the most coveted. He himself had never acquired one. Chapter 40. Arrival at Logtown. Upon encountering a mere branch colonel wielding a Logia-type devil fruit, Barrett felt a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. Does a branch colonel even warrant my attention? Clockter scoffed. The disparity in strength and rank between a branch colonel at the Navy headquarters and one from the Four Seas was significant. A branch colonel returning to the headquarters would equivalently hold the rank of lieutenant, indicating several ranks of difference. However, if it were a branch in the Grand Line, the situation would be different, as those branches were directly under the headquarters, with the highest rank being vice admiral, maintaining an equivalent rank system. Coincidentally, Smoker would later ascend to the rank of vice admiral in the G5 branch of the Navy. Yet for now, he was merely an inconspicuous branch colonel. It was no wonder Clockter held him in disdain. He was already a notorious pirate whose reputation had even compelled the world government to recruit him as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's interference, Clockter would still be living comfortably in the kingdom of Alabasta. Will not underestimate this man. His strength is likely on par with that of a rear admiral or even a vice admiral at the headquarters. Qin Chuan warned. A vice admiral from the Navy headquarters is hardly formidable, Clockter retorted, dismissively flicking his coat before lighting a cigar and striding forward. Smoker, himself a heavy smoker, pulled out a cigar and lit it as well. The surrounding naval soldiers, though of lower rank, had heard of the title 7 warlords of the sea, and thus recognized Clockter. Upon seeing him in the square, the soldiers froze in place, wide-eyed. "Sha Clockter, are you now a lapdog for that man?" Smoker approached the group and pointed at Qin Chuan, questioning him. "Humph, do you presume to question me? A mere branch colonel, and even the marshal of your Navy headquarters must tread carefully when addressing me. Do you understand?" Clockter fired back, fully aware that Smoker was attempting to provoke him. "It seems your master has summoned you to deal with us, does it not? How amusing it is that a dignified warlord has been reduced to a mere henchman. At this rate, you are beneath even my status as a branch colonel, for in this domain, no one can command me to act." Smoker scoffed coldly. "Enough chatter. You ought to realize that I, too, am a wielder of a Logia-type devil fruit. Unleash your hockey and show me what a branch colonel is truly capable of." Clockter declared, unleashing a crimson haze that enveloped his form. A manifestation of haki. Various techniques exist for utilizing haki, categorized as hardening, wrapping, external release, and internal destruction. Hardening is the most common and fundamental technique, reinforcing the body like steel, enhancing both defense and attack. Wrapping allows the haki to envelop external objects or weapons, imparting offensive capabilities. External release involves gathering haki in the hands or weapons, transforming it into tangible offensive or defensive power. Internal destruction enables the user to penetrate an object's surface and inflict damage from within, complementing the other techniques. While the proficiency in haki can vary, it does not inherently reflect the strength of the user. Thus, it is possible for two individuals to be in a hardened state. Yet one possesses greater haki intensity and inherent power, rendering the other unable to compete. Clockter's immediate display of crimson haki indicated he was prepared for confrontation. Smoker, as a wielder of a Logia-type devil fruit, understood both the advantages and disadvantages of such powers. Thus, he refrained from further banter and swiftly infused his large 10-fingered weapon, embedded with sea stone, with a faint red hue of haki. Observers noted that the color of haki could serve as an indicator of strength. Hence, Smoker's lighter shade suggested a lesser intensity than Clockter's. Consequently, upon witnessing Smoker's haki, Clockter smirked disdainfully and charged at him. Remain in place. No one is permitted to act without my command, Smoker bellowed, brandishing his weapon as he charged forward as well. In truth, the ordinary soldiers behind him were already trembling in fear, too intimidated to assist. In the next instant, Clockter's poison hook clashed violently with Smoker's 10-fingered weapon, unleashing a torrent of haki in the process. The force of their collision propelled both combatants backward, with Smoker retreating further than Clockter. Chapter 41. A duel of Logia users. This detail indicated that in their initial confrontation, Clockter had clearly gained the upper hand. Your abilities as a branch colonel are indeed a disservice to your potential. At that moment, SHK Luke Dr retracted his earlier disdain, realizing through their clash that Smoker was not so easily vanquished. White Fist, Smoker suddenly acknowledged the disparity in their haki, exclaiming loudly, in the next instant, his hands and legs transformed into smoke. Once his limbs had completely vaporized, he extended his smoke-like appendages, launching a fierce barrage of punches and kicks towards SHK Luke Dr. In an instant, 4 smoke-infused attacks hurtled toward him. Sandwall. Unfazed, SHK Luke Dr swiftly placed his right palm on the ground. The moment the 4 smoke attacks were about to strike him, a small wall of sand rapidly erected itself before him. The 4 smoke attacks collided with the sandy barrier, which crumbled instantaneously, while simultaneously the attacks rebounded back towards Smoker. Once again, the two combatants found themselves at an impasse. Observing from a distance, Chuin could no longer remain silent and shouted towards SHK Luke Dr. Hey, his Logia fruit allows him to turn to smoke, and your sand can disperse it. While Smoker possessed a Logia fruit, it also bore significant weaknesses, particularly to wind and fire. Chuin could easily assume the guise of a ninja to defeat him. However, with his newfound subordinates, he preferred not to intervene personally, as defeating Smoker would yield little in terms of reputation. Upon hearing Chuin's words, both fighters paused momentarily, particularly Smoker, whose expression now bore a hint of concern. It was evident that Chuin had discerned his vulnerability. Conversely, upon hearing Chuin's remarks, SHK Luke Dr instinctively extended his right hand. In the next moment, a miniature desert storm coalesced upon his palm. I hear you fear the wind. Prepare to meet your demise. Desert storm. SHK Luke Dr scoffed, hurling the rapidly rotating storm towards Smoker as the desert storm surged forth. Its winds intensified, expanding in scope. Realizing the futility of evading the attack through his elemental transformation, Smoker understood that attempting to become smoke would result in his immediate disintegration by the raging winds. Thus, he sidestepped to evade. However, in doing so, the naval soldiers behind him were left exposed to the oncoming storm. Taken aback by their commander's sudden maneuver, they hesitated to flee as Smoker darted aside. Panic ensued among the troops. In an instant, the desert storm collided with the retreating naval soldiers, sending dozens of them flying in all directions. Moreover, as the storm barreled towards the naval forces, SHK Luke DRS silhouette emerged behind it. After launching the desert storm, he seized the opportunity to position himself stealthily, ready to strike. Noticing Smoker's focus diverted towards his troops, he capitalized on a moment, lunging forward with his poison hook. Reacting swiftly, Smoker re-engaged, enveloping his cross-shaped weapon in haki and clashing once more with his adversary. Yet, after their weapons collided again, a smirk crept across SHK Luke DRS lips. The next instant, he transformed his arm into a crescent-shaped sandblade, aimed directly at Smoker. This sandblade was no ordinary attack. It was infused with a substantial amount of haki, owing to the fact that his arm was itself enveloped in haki, thus bestowing his enlarged arm with the same. Just as Smoker sought to retreat, he found his cross-shaped weapon ensnared by SHK Luke DRS poison hook, causing him to miss a prime opportunity to escape. Realizing he could not evade the attack, Smoker raised his left hand to block the incoming strike. The sand blade made contact with his body, yet did not inflict any immediate damage. Observing this, Smoker furrowed his brow in confusion, but he understood that the sand blade had genuinely struck him. Yet he felt no repercussions. However, in the subsequent moments, a sense of unease washed over him. Within seconds of the sand blade's impact, he felt the energy within him rapidly dissipating. Simultaneously, his throat grew parched. Acknowledging his predicament, Smoker was taken aback, and without a second thought, he delivered a kick aimed at SHK Luke DRS abdomen. In response, SHK Luke DR effortlessly released his grip on Smoker's weapon, evading the attack with a casual step back. Feeling parched, are we? SHK Luke DR taunted with a cold chuckle. Chapter 42, The Defiance of Akainu. What kind of technique is this? Smoker pondered. Feeling his body's moisture evaporate at an alarming rate, a most unwelcome circumstance for him. As his body relied on vaporization for combat, a lack of moisture rendered him incapable of transforming. At this point, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Enough wasting time. The game ends here. SHK Luke DR sneered, advancing with his poison hook once more. Meanwhile, aboard a large warship several leagues from Logtown, Sakazuki clenched his fiery fist. Upon receiving Smoker's report, he felt he had been outmaneuvered by a mere child. He had wasted days guarding the route to the Grand Line, even if he now raced towards them. It would take a full day to arrive. He was all too familiar with Smoker's capabilities, having suppressed him previously due to his insubordination. Alone against Chu-In's pirate crew, it was inconceivable for Smoker to withstand for even a single day. Thus, he could only hope that Chu-In and his crew would linger in Logtown long enough for them to deal with Smoker. Just then, Rear Admiral Weasel hurriedly approached. Admiral Sakazuki, urgent telegram from Navy headquarters. Upon delivering the telegram, he handed it over to Sakazuki. After glancing at the message, Sakazuki's expression darkened instantly. Observing his demeanor, several nearby vice admirals exchanged puzzled glances. What is it? Has something happened at headquarters? Vice Admiral Ghost Spider inquired. The headquarters has sent a telegram indicating that the world government has issued orders to appoint Chu-In and his pirate crew as the new warlords of the sea. Sakazuki replied coldly. But we have already publicly denounced Chu-In's crew. To halt that now is nothing short of absurd. How will the Navy maintain its dignity? Vice Admiral Dalberman interjected, unable to contain his frustration. However, considering SHK Luke DRS defeat, a position has opened among the warlords of the Seed if Chu-In is genuinely willing to accept that title and withdraw. It might not be such a bad outcome for us, Ghost Spider analyzed. Humph, now that I have embarked on this path, I cannot simply abandon it halfway. They may afford to lose face, but I cannot. Sakazuki retorted icily, clearly disagreeing with Ghost Spider's perspective. Admiral Sakazuki, does that mean? Upon encountering Sakazuki, who held differing views, Ghost Spider cautiously spoke. However, Sakazuki did not respond immediately. Instead, he clenched his right hand in the next moment. A crimson flame ignited upon his palm. Subsequently, the urgent telegram in his hand was instantaneously reduced to ashes. Admiral Sakazuki, the telegram cannot be destroyed. We still needed to reply to headquarters. The sight of Sakazuki incinerating the telegram sent shockwaves through Ghost Spider, as communication via telegram was paramount among the Navy's various branches. When a telegram arrived from headquarters or other divisions, the recipient was required to sign their name on the transmitted document to confirm receipt. This practice was essential to inform the sender that the telegram had been received. Moreover, the telegram from headquarters bore the personal signature and exclusive seal of the fleet admiral. With Sakazuki having obliterated this document, they were left with nothing to reply, and no need to respond. Simply state that our telegraph machine is malfunctioning, and also shut down the den mushi. Sakazuki's gaze was fiercely fixed on the direction of logtown. As long as the Chinchuan pirates have not departed from logtown by dawn, all will come to an end. Ghost Spider voiced his concerns. Admiral Sakazuki, such actions would constitute defiance of a superior order. Sakazuki, as a Marine admiral, held a rank just below that of Sengoku, which meant that even if he disobeyed orders, Sengoku would not take any punitive action against him. However, their group was different. There were dozens of Marine vice admirals within the Navy. And should they choose to rebel, it could incite anger from Sengoku and the higher echelons of the world government. This would inevitably have severe repercussions for their futures if they were to be reassigned to a branch in the new world as heads. Their lives would become considerably more challenging. Thus, Ghost Spider was understandably reluctant to follow Sakazuki in disobedience. You are all under my command. Any issues that arise will be my responsibility. In other words, if they succeeded in locating and defeating Chinchuan and his crew, would the world government still seek to hold them accountable? They would likely extend their gratitude instead. Sakazuki dismissed the notion with disdain. What if we fail to find Chinchuan? After all, relying solely on Smoker cannot sustain us for an entire day. If they manage to escape again, it matters not. I will personally contact Sengoku via Den Mushi upon my arrival in Logtown to explain the situation. I will simply state that the telegram was inadvertently misplaced. Does Sengoku really intend to reprimand me over a lost telegram? Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, the others exchanged glances before falling into a profound silence. Clearly, defying Sakazuki's orders at that moment was out of the question, for opposing him within the Navy headquarters could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 43. Sengoku's decision. Meanwhile, in the Admiral's office at Marineford, Sengoku sat in his chair, anxiously awaiting Sakazuki's response, which was delayed, causing him unease. After all, he understood Sakazuki's character better than anyone else. Sakazuki was known for his unwavering integrity and ruthless methods, showing no mercy towards any semblance of evil. In pursuit of his objectives, he would not hesitate to treat colleagues and innocent civilians as targets to be eliminated. He adhered to a philosophy of absolute justice and held the warlord system in contempt. Thus, it was entirely plausible that he might choose to ignore the telegram if it meant eliminating Chinchuan. The vice admirals accompanying him were seasoned veterans, adept at navigating situations, and would certainly refrain from antagonizing Sakazuki. Contemplating this, Sengoku's expression darkened. It takes merely a day to reach Logtown. Perhaps I should go personally. If I arrive before Sakazuki, everything will be manageable. At this moment, the Marine hero Garp spoke up. Why not let me handle it? This minor task shouldn't trouble you older folks. Upon hearing Garp's words, Borsellino, with his hands casually in his pockets, chimed in. Humph, don't underestimate us older gentlemen. We still have plenty of fuel left in our tanks. The discontent from Vice Admiral Tsu, who sat alongside Garp, was evident as she retorted to Borsellino's implication that Garp was past his prime. Though both were vice admirals, they were heroes of the Navy who fought alongside Sengoku during the glorious era of Roger. Thus, Tsuru's stature and prestige were on par with those of the later ascendant admirals. Indeed, after Tsuru's unrelenting rebuttal, Borsellino quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Vice Admiral Tsuru, that is not what I meant. I was merely concerned about you making a fruitless trip. There is no need for concern. Sakazuki is not someone just anyone can subdue, so Garp's presence would be the most prudent choice. Sengoku interjected before Garp could respond. His words effectively sealed the decision. Seeing the fleet admiral so resolute, Borsellino promptly lost interest in interjecting further and leaned against the wall, returning to silence. The reason Sengoku opted to send Garp to Logtown to seek out Qin Chuan rather than another admiral of equal rank was primarily due to his lack of trust in the other admirals. Given Sakazuki's assertive nature, the presence of another admiral would make it improbable for Qin Chuan to escape. Furthermore, if a violent incident were to erupt while attempting to apprehend Qin Chuan, and it were to reach the higher echelons of the world government, the fallout would be dire for all involved. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku had to prioritize the overall stability of the Navy. In recent years, the world government had sought to undermine the authority of the Navy headquarters by bolstering the CP-9 secret intelligence agency guarding Judicial Island. This CP-9 agency was reputed to have significant clout, serving the world government and engaging in various covert operations, including assassinating Revolutionary Army officers. Even Sengoku, as fleet admiral, had limited insight into the internal composition of the CP-9 agency. Thus, if the situation with Qin Chuan were to provoke the ire of the world government's upper echelons, the Navy headquarters standing would surely plummet. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided it would be safest to dispatch the relatively composed Garp, who could effectively reign in Sakazuki. I will accompany you. I too wish to witness what makes this young man so formidable that he commands the respect of the greatest powers of our era. Vice Admiral Tsuru declared, equally intrigued by Qin Chuan, not only for his audacious escape from Impel Down, but also for his association with Douglas Bullet, a notorious pirate with whom she had clashed numerous times. There is no time to waste. You must set off immediately and ensure that no unnecessary conflicts arise. Given that the world government has made their decision, we shall do our utmost to persuade Qin Chuan and his crew to join us. Sengoku concluded with a reminder. Shortly thereafter, Garp and Tsuru departed the office, heading towards a large warship docked at Marineford. Approximately half an hour later, a warship carrying the two vice admirals slowly sailed out of the Marineford harbor. Meanwhile, in the storm-lashed Logtown, a monumental upheaval was underway. Smoker, the commanding officer of the Logtown Marine branch and the strongest in the town, was now barely clinging to life on the ground. Before him stood Qin Chuan and his companions. "What are you planning?" Smoker spat blood, gritting his teeth against the overwhelming weakness that coursed through him. His fear of death was not his primary concern. Rather, his anger stemmed from the humiliation of being bested by a few pirates. However, just as he finished speaking, Qin Chuan had already delivered a swift kick to his chest. "You really talk too much, lacking any real strength, yet you seem to have a penchant for chattering. Moreover, I must inform you candidly. This is the East Blue, the weakest sea in the world. Your sense of accomplishment here is not due to your prowess, but rather the feebleness of those around you. If you truly wish to broaden your horizons, venture into the New World. There, you shall discover what it truly means to be strong." Chapter 44. The impetuous Bartolomeo, after Qin Chuan uttered these words. Smoker finally succumbed to his extreme exhaustion and fainted. Lord Smoker. The surrounding Navy soldiers gasped in shock upon witnessing their superior's defeat, but they were too intimidated by the strength of Qin Chuan and his companions to approach, leaving them to anxiously shout from a distance that, "Is he not going to kill him?" At that moment, Sir Crocodile inquired, lifting his poisonous hook. What purpose would there be in killing such a minor character? If word reaches the New World, they might think we enjoy bullying the weak. Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly, in truth, had it not been for necessity, he would have preferred not to let Smoker die. After all, Smoker was relatively honorable. He simply could not grasp his own strength, which often led him to be grievously injured. Furthermore, the Navy's influence in the East Blue was already considerably weak. If he were to eliminate their leader, the region would undoubtedly become a haven for pirates, a scenario Qin Chuan wished to avoid. Additionally, as he was likely to negotiate with the world government and Navy headquarters, killing an opposing general at this juncture would surely sour any potential negotiations. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolved to spare Smoker. If you're not going to kill him, then what about these lackeys? Sir Crocodile expressed his disappointment upon hearing Qin Chuan's decision. His reputation had already been tarnished, being a former warlord of the sea now relegated to a nameless pirate crew. At this moment, he imagined the other warlords mocking him behind his back. He had gone to great lengths to confront a Navy officer possessing a Logia-type devil fruit, albeit a mere lieutenant commander. Yet he believed that even the smallest victory could restore a modicum of his lost prestige, though not harm them. They may still prove useful, Qin Chuan warned coldly. Then stepped forward to address the group of Navy soldiers. Upon seeing him approach, the soldiers instantly tensed, many trembling nervously. Assist me with a task. If completed, your Lord Smoker will face no repercussions, should you fail. The entire navy of Logtown shall accompany Roger in eternal burial. Qin Chuan articulated with deliberate seriousness. As his words lingered in the air, a profound silence enveloped the scene, and no one dared doubt the veracity or feasibility of his declaration. At that moment, a middle-aged man, seemingly the temporary leader of the Navy soldiers, mustered his courage and asked, "What do you require of us? If it involves illegal activities, we would rather die than comply." Though he was terrified of Qin Chuan and his companions, he wore the Navy uniform, and they would never allow themselves to be subjugated by pirates for the sake of survival. "Damn it!" Sir Crocodile exclaimed, attempting to teach the defiant man a lesson. But Qin Chuan restrained him. "I won't make things too difficult for you. After all, your capabilities are limited. I simply need you to locate someone in Logtown." "Locate someone? Who?" The man's tone softened upon realizing Qin Chuan was merely seeking an individual. "His name is Bartolomeo. He has a green, rooster-like crest, a tattoo under his right eye, wears a nose ring, has a fierce appearance, sports a black wing-like tattoo on his chest, and dons a purple coat adorned with a skull and checkered pants. With a short dagger at his waist, he speaks with a dialect and often adds beat to his sentences. His distinctive laugh is a ha-ha. If you encounter someone resembling this description, it is undoubtedly him." Upon hearing that Qin Chuan sought someone named Bartolomeo, the two men beside the middle-aged leader exchanged glances, their brows furrowing involuntarily. Clearly, they were unfamiliar with this individual. The fact that even Sir Crocodile did not recognize him suggested he was not particularly noteworthy. This left them puzzled as to why Qin Chuan would go to such lengths to find him. "Are you asking us to capture him and bring him here?" "Ha! It's impossible for you to capture him. To be frank, even if Lord Smoker himself intervened, he would likely struggle to harm him. All you need to do is relay a message. I will be at the tavern nearby all day. If he does not come to find me by midnight, he and his underlings shall not see the light of day tomorrow," Qin Chuan declared, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. His tone was calm, yet his gaze conveyed an undercurrent of menace. After hearing Qin Chuan's words, the middle-aged man swallowed hard before turning to the Navy soldiers. "Commanding, from this moment on, search the entirety of Logtown. We must locate that individual." "Yes," the remaining Navy soldiers who had not fled responded in unison, dispersing in all directions. Meanwhile, the Navy officer rushed to Smoker's side to assist him. Qin Chuan observed the scene without further comment and promptly led the way into the nearby tavern. The tavern owner, having witnessed the entire ordeal, was paralyzed with fear as Qin Chuan approached. "What are you panicking for? Quickly prepare some fine food and drinks for us." Qin Chuan shot a glance at the tavern owner and spoke nonchalantly. Upon receiving Qin Chuan's orders, the tavern owner, not daring to slack off, hurriedly returned to the establishment to organize the provisions. Chapter 45. Tavern Turmoil. Once inside the tavern and indulging in drinks, Sir Crocodile could no longer hold his tongue. "Captain Qin Chuan, what manner of individual is this Bartolomeo that warrants such commotion to find him?" After all, their presence in Logtown had already attracted considerable attention. Even a fool would know that news of their activities had reached the ears of the world government and the Navy. At this moment, Admiral Sakazuki's fleet was also scouring the East Blue for their whereabouts. If they happened to be in the vicinity, a direct encounter with an admiral was highly probable, not a mere small-time pirate, whose devil fruit is rather intriguing. Although his strength is average, if he can be recruited, his loyalty would likely surpass yours by a considerable margin. Thus, I find it worthwhile to pursue him, Qin Chuan remarked thoughtfully. Upon hearing Qin Chuan openly question his loyalty, Sir Crocodile merely snorted in response that it was impossible for him to willingly become a subordinate of Qin Chuan. At least for now, he was reluctant to serve under another. Particularly since Smoker's earlier words had somewhat provoked him, he felt a burgeoning desire to defect, but he also understood the evident disparity in strength between himself and Qin Chuan, compelling him to bide his time and plot his next move. What abilities does this fellow possess with his devil fruit? Douglas Bullet inquired, curiosity piqued by Qin Chuan's high regard for Bartolomeo. He wields the barrier fruit, belonging to the paramecia category. Do not underestimate its capabilities. It grants him absolute defensive barriers that cannot be breached by any means, and he can use these barriers offensively as well. In essence, even the mightiest opponent would find it challenging to break through his defenses. In the context of a team battle, his abilities would prove exceptionally advantageous. Thus, securing him would give us a considerable edge in future confrontations with the New World or the Navy, Qin Chuan elucidated. An impenetrable barrier fruit. Upon hearing this, SHK Liu Kdr exhaled a ring of smoke and scoffed derisively. He had encountered numerous individuals in his lifetime and had yet to discover an impenetrable defense. Thus he found Qin Chuan's words unconvincing. That you'll find out when the time comes. Qin Chuan refrained from arguing, merely lifting his whiskey for as twilight descended, just after Qin Chuan and his companions finished their dinner at the tavern. The door swung open with a resounding bang, kicked open by none other than the man Qin Chuan had described earlier. Bartolomeo. Following closely behind him were several menacing figures. At that moment, Bartolomeo's appearance was strikingly identical to Qin Chuan's prior description, almost as if Qin Chuan had seen him before. This revelation startled SHK Liu Kdr and Douglas Barrett. After all, they had been by Qin Chuan's side throughout the day, and how could he possibly know what Bartolomeo would look like today? Bartolomeo, you've arrived later than I anticipated, Qin Chuan remarked nonchalantly, swirling the whiskey in his glass. I heard from those fools that someone was looking for me, claiming they wanted me to see no more sunrises. I fear nothing but death itself, so I came to discover who possesses such audacity, Bartolomeo retorted scornfully. Meanwhile, his companions brandished their weapons threateningly. Really? Are your gang members here to collect your corpse? Qin Chuan inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity upon glancing at the man behind Bartolomeo. So you're aware of my true identity. Bartolomeo's brow furrowed slightly at Qin Chuan's words. Hailing from Logtown, currently ruling its underworld, and a user of the barrier fruit, I presume I am correct. Now that you know my devil fruit ability, dare you still come to meet your demise? I will grant you another chance to rephrase your words. For before you stands a man who has just successfully escaped the world's most secure prison, vanquished formidable pirate crews of the New World, and captured a warlord of the sea along with a legendary pirate of the Roger era. I came here to invite you to join my crew, but should you continue to act so arrogantly, I would not hesitate to ensure you never leave this place. Qin Chuan's previously jovial demeanor darkened, his expression growing stern. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's declaration, Bartolomeo visibly trembled. He recognized at once that the three individuals before him were the notorious pirates causing a stir worldwide, despite possessing the ability for absolute defense. He knew he might still not stand a chance against them. However, true to his arrogant and reckless nature, he could not back down from Qin Chuan's threat that I'll walk out now, if you dare. Try to stop me, Bartolomeo declared defiantly, turning to leave the tavern that moment. Before Qin Chuan could speak, SHK Liu Kdr could no longer contain himself. The mere thought of seeking out a seemingly inconsequential individual had already irked him. And now the audacity of Bartolomeo to disregard their presence incited a murderous intent within him. In a flash, SHK Liu Kdr brandished his poison hook and lunged at Bartolomeo, intent on swiftly ending his life. Chapter 46. Absolute defense. Beware of his devil fruit attack. Qin Chuan shouted in urgency upon witnessing SHK Liu Kdr's rash action. He was acutely aware of the potency of Bartolomeo's abilities. Though he had called out a warning, it was too late, for Bartolomeo was already prepared. With a swift motion, Bartolomeo turned, positioning his hands into a classic gesture. "Barrier ball," he exclaimed in the next moment, just as SHK Liu Kdr's poison hook was about to strike his face. It collided with an invisible force. Bang! With a resounding clatter, SHK Liu Kdr staggered back. Yet as he retreated, he found himself slammed against a solid object. When he regained his bearings, he discovered he was trapped within a transparent, spherical barrier, a manifestation of Bartolomeo's devil fruit powers. That I shall see just how strong your barrier is. SHK Luke DR proclaimed, coating his poison hook with a layer of red hockey before delivering a forceful strike against the barrier. Another loud clang resonated as his hook impacted the shield, yet failed to inflict any damage. How is this possible? SHK Luke DR's expression darkened. Even hockey cannot penetrate it. Is it truly invincible? Douglas Barrett could no longer contain his curiosity. Surely it can't be that extraordinary, he remarked. While it may seem invulnerable, did you notice? His hands remain in that position, but he must maintain that gesture to sustain the barrier. In other words, if you were to charge at him, the barrier would dissipate. And even if you hold back, he will eventually be unable to maintain it and will have to dispel it. Qin Xuan elaborated, his voice resonating for both Douglas and Bartolomeo to hear. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, Bartolomeo's expression changed, and he promptly lowered his hands. Instantly, the barrier encasing SHK Luke DR vanished. Seeing the barrier dissipate, SHK Luke DR was eager to reclaim his pride. Hey, SHK Luke DR, that's enough. Come back. He may not be able to defeat you, but if a fight ensues, you won't be able to harm him, Qin Xuan reiterated firmly, his tone commanding. Though reluctant, SHK Luke DR returned to Qin Xuan's side, his expression one of displeasure, his gaze fixed intently on Bartolomeo. You seem to know quite a bit about me. I even suspect you have been lurking around me all this time. I came to find you today, not only to confront Rear Admiral Smoker, but also, if all goes as planned, the Navy's fleet should now be nearing the waters surrounding Logtown. For you, I have openly defied the entire Navy, so you should feel honored. Do you understand? Haha, that fool Smoker really thinks I cannot handle him? I merely wish to utilize him. After all, having such a waste in Logtown makes my operations much easier. If I were to defeat him, who knows if the Navy headquarters would send someone else, bringing me unnecessary trouble, Bartolomeo replied dismissively. Indeed, he possessed the strength to eliminate Smoker, yet his reluctance stemmed from a desire to avoid drawing attention from the Navy at this juncture. His underworld dealings were progressing in secrecy, not yet fully exposed, as Logtown held significant meaning for the Navy. Thus, any major incidents occurring here would not go unnoticed. Your barrier fruit has its uses, but its weaknesses are equally fatal. You should already be aware of this. Should you truly wish to engage me, you stand no chance of victory. Do you comprehend? Qin Xuan continued. Enough with the idle chatter. Until you defeat me, I shall never willingly follow you, Bartolomeo retorted boldly. Then allow me to witness how you will beg for mercy, Qin Xuan declared, activating the system through sheer will. Ding! The host has successfully utilized the character card of Uchiha Itachi, reducing the number of uses by 1. Upon encountering Qin Xuan's declaration, Bartolomeo immediately adopted a posture of caution. In the next instant, Qin Xuan launched an assault within the confines of the cramped tavern. The technique of the dragon fire surged forth. With a disdainful snort, Qin Xuan opened his mouth wide, unleashing a colossal fire dragon that surged toward Bartolomeo. In this limited space, the fire dragon threatened to rupture the entire room as it traversed its path. Every object it touched was instantly incinerated. Upon witnessing the approaching fire dragon, Bartolomeo exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, he promptly extended his hands, forming the common's fingers gesture, in the blink of an eye. A transparent square barrier unfurled before him. Boom! The flaming dragon collided with the transparent square barrier, without yielding any damage, precisely as Qin Xuan had anticipated. Meanwhile, a faint smile crept upon Bartolomeo's lips within the safety of his transparent shield. Chapter 47. Recruiting crew members. Knowing my barrier fruit abilities, you still attempt to defeat me with such tactics. Do you not find that amusing? Humph, what you witnessed was merely an appetizer. Now, it is time for the main course. Clone technique of birds. In the next moment, Qin Xuan's form transformed into dozens of black crows. The previous use of the dragonfire technique was merely to test whether the ninjutsu of this world could breach the powers of the devil fruits from the pirate realm. However, it proved ineffective, compelling Qin Xuan to exploit the weaknesses of the barrier fruit. Seeing Qin Xuan morph into a flock of crows astounded Bartolomeo. The crows then encircled his absolute barrier from all directions. Lunging towards him, This maneuver rendered his absolute defense utterly ineffective. Faced with this development, Bartolomeo had no choice but to swiftly dismantle the shield. Yet as he did, the flock of crows reconvened behind him. "You're done for. Superhuman strike," Qin Chuan sneered, delivering a powerful punch directly to Bartolomeo's back. With a thunderous crash, Bartolomeo was propelled forward, crashing into the bar and shattering it to smithereens. The superhuman strike, a martial technique created by Hashirama Senju, was a precise manipulation of chakra, concentrating it into a single point of the body before releasing it for devastating physical impact. In that moment, the chakra within Qin Chuan, inherited from Uchiha Itachi, was amassed in his fist, unleashed in a potent blow. However, Qin Chuan intentionally moderated the force at the last moment. At such close range, even a body of iron would sustain grievous injury. His aim was to recruit Bartolomeo, and inflicting serious harm would serve no beneficial purpose. After Bartolomeo's defeat, the surrounding gang members were taken aback, exchanging glances before fleeing in a panic. "Humph, your subordinates have abandoned you. It seems your leadership is rather pitiful. Furthermore, is it truly enjoyable to dwell in such a minuscule locale? If you are amenable, I shall escort you to the grand stage of the new world, where, with your unique devil fruit abilities, I believe you will shine brilliantly." At that moment, Qin Chuan urged Bartolomeo once more. Bartolomeo was distinctly different from Crocodile. While both were headstrong, Crocodile was cunning and shrewd, capable of exercising restraint. Bartolomeo, on the other hand, was impulsive and, if provoked, would recklessly engage in a confrontation. Thus, Qin Chuan's strategy was to shatter his confidence head-on and then extend a hand of support. Indeed, as Bartolomeo rose and brushed off the dust from his attire, a flicker of internal conflict emerged upon his face. Like Crocodile, both were self-important individuals, and the prospect of being subservient was not something he relished. "Letting you in was a privilege. Our reputation and strength far surpass yours." Observing Bartolomeo's hesitation, Crocodile could not resist chastising him. Bartolomeo shot a sidelong glance at Crocodile, retorting, "Had it not been for the captain's intervention, you might still be trapped in my barrier, begging for mercy." "Are you courting death?" Seeing Bartolomeo's defiance, Crocodile prepared to strike again. "Enough. Cease the bickering. We shall be comrades from now on. Rest early tonight. We must face some formidable foes come morning," Qin Chuan interjected decisively. In truth, when Bartolomeo uttered the word captain, Qin Chuan recognized that the latter had fully capitulated. The reluctance to voice his submission directly led to a more subtle expression of his intentions. Simultaneously, as Bartolomeo conceded, a notification reverberated within Qin Chuan's system. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the enemy. You have earned a reward of 30,000 prestige points." It was evident that Bartolomeo's prestige points were not exceedingly high. Yet they were better than none, now that Bartolomeo had consented to join his crew. Further conflict was unnecessary, especially since the waters outside would certainly not remain tranquil. Based on Qin Chuan's assessment, the Navy would arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. Since the Navy is on their way, shall we not make our escape tonight? I possess several inconspicuous vessels that would facilitate our departure. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's suggestion, Bartolomeo immediately proposed, "Feel free to flee. I wouldn't mind taking out a couple of Navy commanders." Crocodile seized the opportunity to mock. "There is no need for escape. I intend to visit Marineford and ascertain the strength of those old geezers." Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly, "What? You truly intend to go to Marineford? With our current strength, it would likely be a one-way trip. Perhaps we should wait?" Douglas Barrett interjected, unable to contain his concern, fresh from his escape from Impel Down. The prospect of confronting the Navy's combined forces was daunting for him. "It's not that I wish to go. It's that they're begging us to come. Do you understand? Goodness, your bravado surpasses even mine." "But I admire it." Qin Chuan's audacious declaration thoroughly captivated Bartolomeo, who, as an admirer of strength, felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of venturing to Marineford instead of fear. Chapter 48. The Navy Admiral appears, seeing Bartolomeo so undaunted. Crocodile, a former warlord of the sea who frequented Marineford, could hardly consider retreating at this juncture. With the collective resolve of the group to disregard the perils of Marineford, Douglas Barrett could only hope that the Navy's hero would not make an appearance. The next morning, after breakfast, the quartet ventured onto the streets of Logtown. Upon reaching the square where they had caused a stir the previous day, they discerned an unsettling atmosphere. "Have you noticed anything unusual?" Douglas Barrett inquired first. "It is eerily quiet. This square is the liveliest part of Logtown. Even after yesterday's commotion, it is inconceivable for the streets to be devoid of passers-by," Bartolomeo remarked, gazing warily at the desolate thoroughfare. Clearly, something was amiss in Logtown. "They're coming." Qin Chuan's countenance darkened as he glanced toward the distant street. Upon hearing his words, the other three immediately prepared for combat. Even Bartolomeo positioned himself protectively in front of the group, seemingly poised to activate his barrier at any moment. In the next instant, a large contingent of individuals clad in white coats emerged not far ahead. It was evident that these white coats signified the uniforms of the Navy. This is getting interesting. That fellow has also arrived." As the opposing party drew closer, a cold smirk crept upon the lips of Sir Crocodile. Among those present, aside from Qin Chuan, he possessed the deepest understanding of the Navy's internal personnel configuration. Douglas Barrett had languished in prison for over 2 decades, rendering him quite unfamiliar with the outside world, while Bartolomeo, having rooted himself in such a minuscule domain, had similarly become oblivious to certain affairs of the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing Sir Crocodile's remark, both of them grew curious. "Who is it?" Bartolomeo inquired casually. "It is the Navy admiral, known as Akainu Sakazuki." Before Sir Crocodile could utter a word, Qin Chuan stepped forward, his demeanor icy as he spoke. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Bartolomeo could not help but gasp. Although he had never encountered an admiral of the Navy, he had certainly witnessed the prowess of such figures and had never doubted their strength. Admirals at Navy headquarters represented the pinnacle of naval power, rendering them virtually invincible within its ranks. The thought of coming face to face with an admiral made him somewhat anxious, and he instinctively formed a defensive gesture with his hands, poised for action. Moments later, the naval forces led by Sakazuki arrived before them and came to a halt. Behind him stood 3 vice admirals, creating a standoff of 4 against 4 at this juncture. Sakazuki, cigar in mouth, surveyed Qin Chuan before fixing his gaze upon Sir Crocodile. "Sir Crocodile, you're truly a waste. The title of Warlord of the Sea was bestowed upon you out of respect. Yet here you are, reduced to being someone's lapdog." Sakazuki exhaled a puff of smoke and immediately began his derision. Upon hearing this, Sir Crocodile felt a surge of blood rising in his throat. This was the second time he had been mocked in a mere 24 hours. However, facing an admiral, who was of an entirely different caliber than Smoker, he could only muster a verbal retort. "What I do in partnership with whom is of no concern to you, since the world government has disavowed me. I have no ties to you anymore." Haha, how utterly ridiculous. Do you truly believe that allying with another inept individual will enable you to confront the world government and our Navy? "Today, I shall eradicate you rabble right here in Logtown," Sakazuki coldly reprimanded. "Hey, little red dog, did the world government not send you any word for me?" As the two exchanged barbs, Qin Chuan unexpectedly made a startling remark. The individuals behind him were taken aback, and the 4 adversaries, including Sakazuki, momentarily froze, though they soon regained their composure. Nevertheless, their brief lapse did not escape Qin Chuan as keen observation that in truth, after defeating Sir Crocodile, he had anticipated that the world government would consider recruiting him. After all, he had not only taken control of the former warlord of the sea, but was also adrift with a notorious pirate. Thus, should Qin Chuan indeed ascend to the position of warlord of the sea, it would be exceedingly advantageous for the world government. One position ensnaring 3 formidable pirates, a veritable trifecta. Indeed, the world government has dispatched a formal communique. At this, Sakazuki spoke once more. Upon his utterance, the expressions of the 3 behind him shifted dramatically, as they all turned to gaze at him, for this matter had been agreed to be kept secret amongst them. "Oh, what did it say? The world government demands that we, the Navy, must severely punish the 2 criminals who escaped from Impel Down, and we must utterly annihilate that disgraceful former warlord of the sea." Sakazuki articulated each word with precision. "Ha! Misrepresenting the world government's orders is no trivial matter. Are you three vice admirals not concerned about incurring their wrath? Qin Chuan could hardly believe Sakazuki's words. He was all too familiar with the nature of the world government. Firstly, the warlord of the sea system was devised by them with a straightforward objective: to reduce global chaos. Yet in reality, the disorderly state of the world was largely of their own making. In essence, they preferred a world rife with turmoil, willingly granting certain renowned pirates a veneer of legitimacy. For although the world may currently be under the control of the celestial dragons, they have persistently challenged the limits of the global populace for many years. Thus, the higher-ups, in a bid to divert attention, would naturally target pirates across the globe. That if pirates were to vanish, what significance would there be for the Navy, Judicial Island, or impel down? Moreover, at that juncture, the populace would be preoccupied with seeking stability in their lives. Would the celestial dragons dare to treat them as slaves? Should the people unite in their frustration, they might indeed rise against the tyranny of the celestial dragons. Therefore, for both the celestial dragons and the world government, the existence of pirates was imperative, and if Qin Chuan were to become a warlord of the sea, it would align perfectly with their greatest interests. Sakazuki, they may have received word ahead of time. Perhaps we should withdraw? At this moment, sensing that Qin Chuan had foreknowledge of certain matters, the spider demon could no longer contain himself. Having always been at odds with Sakazuki, he disregarded the presence of others and openly opposed him. What did you say? Upon hearing his subordinate defy him in front of Qin Chuan and the others, Sakazuki's countenance darkened, and he turned to glare at the spider demon, fists clenched. The spider demon, confronted by Sakazuki's seething anger, was taken aback, cold sweat appearing on his brow, though they were only a rank apart. Their strength was worlds apart. The spider demon's words only served to further solidify Qin Chuan's convictions. To my knowledge, the Navy headquarters is set to establish an additional admiral position. You three have been vice admirals for quite some time. If today's events provoke the world government's ire, you will surely be forever barred from the rank of admiral. Once this explosive revelation was made, it sent ripples of commotion through the ranks of the Navy. Whispers erupted among the officers, debating the implications of Qin Chuan's statement. Fool! I have heard no such news regarding the Navy's plans to expand the Admiralty. Do not sow discord among us. Sakazuki, sensing the situation was spiraling out of control, had initially intended to incite infighting among Sir Crocodile's ranks. However, it appeared that the discord was now manifesting within his own forces. Thus, he was left with no choice but to assert his authority. With Sakazuki's words delivered with such finality, the three vice admirals, despite their reluctance, dared not openly defy an admiral's command. Once they fell silent, Sakazuki turned his attention back to the group. Who is that green-haired individual? Why is he mingling among you? Get him away, lest he be caught in the crossfire. He then shifted his gaze to Bartolomeo. What business is it of yours? Provoked by Sakazuki's condescension, Bartolomeo's anger flared. Enough with the talk. If we cannot reach an agreement, then let us engage in combat. As the situation escalated beyond redemption, Douglas Barrett began to emanate a significant amount of red energy, signaling his transformation into his unique demonic form. Simultaneously, Qin Chuan summoned Might Guy once more. Ding! Host has successfully utilized the Might Guy character card. Usage count -1. The last time he faced Shanks, he had employed the Moon Reader, leaving him utterly drained for days, with his eyes suffering considerable damage. Thus, without the means to acquire the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he resolved not to forcefully employ the Moon Reader again, lest he risk blinding himself. With this in mind, Qin Chuan decided to summon Might Guy first. Very well, you may perish now. Go forth and kill. Hellhound! In the next moment, Sakazuki launched a full-scale assault. As he finished speaking, his arms swiftly elongated and instantly transformed into molten lava. Following this, his entirely lava-formed arm shot towards Qin Chuan and the others with incredible speed. Witnessing the billowing smoke emitted by the surging lava, Qin Chuan and his companions couldn't help but furrow their brows. However, at that very moment, Bartolomeo, who had been restless, sprang into action. He swiftly formed his signature common's fingers gesture. Just as the torrent of lava approached, a transparent square barrier suddenly unfolded before him. Boom! Sakazuki's lava attack crashed violently against this protective shield. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion resonated throughout the skies of Rogue Town. That moment. Even Smoker, lying in his hospital bed, was jolted awake by the sound. As reinforcements arrived, Smoker weakly inquired after opening his eyes and seeing the Navy soldiers beside him. Yes, Lord Smoker, Admiral Sakazuki is leading everyone in an intense battle against the Qin Chuan pirate crew. That's good to hear. With them here, victory should be within reach. After hearing this, Smoker sighed and slowly closed his eyes once more to rest. Chapter 50. Fierce Battle. Trapping Sakazuki. Meanwhile, on the square, Sakazuki's attack appeared immensely powerful, with the shockwave from the explosion instantly collapsing the buildings on both sides. Yet even so, Bartolomeo's protective barrier remained completely intact, without a single crack. "Haha, Admiral of the Navy, is that all you can do?" Bartolomeo couldn't help but smile when he saw his barrier successfully withstand Sakazuki's full-force strike. This astonished his companions, Sir Crocodile and Douglas Bullet. They had distinctly felt the might of Sakazuki's attack, yet his absolute defense remained unbroken. Witnessing this, they began to feel that Qin Chuan's presence here was indeed worthwhile. Qin Chuan, however, remained calm as he observed everything. After all, his barrier was capable of completely defending against the King of War, Elizabeth II's King's Punch. Elizabeth II was the king of the Proton's kingdom, and with his naturally formidable physique, a single strike from him could pierce through enemy fortresses in an instant. It was said that even the mighty four emperors would perish on the spot if struck, earning him the title of a natural weapon of destruction. Thus, Sakazuki's attack was simply incomparable to the King's Punch, and naturally, it could not breach this shield. However, as Qin Chuan had indicated, the effectiveness of this barrier was somewhat limited. It could only defend a small area in front, leaving the other three sides completely vulnerable. If Bartolomeo were to let go, the protective barrier would vanish entirely, revealing a significant flaw. "Make your move, Bartolomeo. Seize the opportunity to trap Sakazuki with the barrier sphere, while the rest of us swiftly take down the three Navy vice admirals." Qin Chuan commanded his companions that, in the next moment, Qin Chuan paused slightly, then propelled himself forward with an explosive leap, utilizing the reaction force from the ground. Seeing Qin Chuan spring into action, the three behind him followed suit, and Bartolomeo retracted his protective barrier. As the opposing forces surged forward, the three Navy vice admirals brandished their weapons and charged, and a chaotic battle erupted at the center of the square. The surrounding buildings were instantly devastated by the might of these formidable individuals. Shuinpa, just as Qin Chuan was about to reach Sakazuki, he suddenly vanished, reappearing like a phantom behind him. 8 gates of Duenjia. "Open the first gate, release the lotus," Qin Chuan shouted, and in that instant, a tremendous surge of green energy erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. However, just as Qin Chuan prepared to kick Sakazuki, the latter also elementalized in an instant. Thus, when Qin Chuan's kick struck, it connected only with empty air. Damn, the speed and explosive power of the third gate of Duenjia can't even catch him off guard. Upon realizing this, Qin Chuan's expression darkened, as he discovered that even the explosively powerful 8 gates of Duenjia struggled to evade Sakazuki's gaze. In the next moment, Sakazuki reappeared beside Qin Chuan with a cold grunt and transformed his arm into lava once more. The next instant, his molten arm morphed into the shape of a dog's head and lunged towards Qin Chuan. 8 gates of Duenjia. Open the 5th gate. Release the door. At this moment, Qin Chuan hastily opened the 5th gate. After reaching the 5th gate, his speed became sufficient to stir the air and to stir the ground as he moved. Should he attempt to open the 6th gate, his body would endure tremendous strain. Therefore, after opening the 5th gate, he quickly retreated at high speed. Yet, even with his utmost speed, the molten arm in the shape of a dog's head lightly grazed his chest in an instant. Qin Chuan's clothing was reduced to ashes, and his chest became charred black. After stabilizing himself from his rapid retreat, Qin Chuan broke into a cold sweat. Had his speed been even slightly slower, his entire body might have been pierced through. The might of this admiral is indeed terrifying. However, just as Sakazuki was fully engaged with Qin Chuan, Bartolomeo, who was battling the spider, seized the opportunity to evade the spider sword strike. He then dashed to Sakazuki's side and formed his iconic gesture once more that in the next instant, a transparent barrier sphere completely enveloped Sakazuki. "Hey, protect me. Don't let anyone hit me." Upon seeing Sakazuki successfully trapped, Bartolomeo felt no joy. Instead, he urgently called out to Sir Crocodile beside him. For now, he needed to maintain the barrier sphere's effect, rendering him unable to move or defend himself. Thus, if he were attacked at that moment, it would spell his doom. The spider, possessing 8 limbs, each wielding a long sword, was taken aback to see Bartolomeo had managed to trap Sakazuki. He quickly brandished his 8 swords and lunged at Bartolomeo. However, at that moment, a wave of violet lightning-like gas surged towards him. This sudden attack forced him to halt momentarily and raise his sword to defend against the onslaught. Clang, clang, clang. The attack collided with the spider's swords, producing a series of crisp sounds. Suddenly, the spider spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back several steps before barely regaining his footing. Clearly, despite being of vice admiral caliber, he was still at a disadvantage against a pirate of the warlord level. Chapter 51. The strongest punch. Otherwise, the world government would not have so easily chosen Sir Crocodile to become one of the 7 warlords, at this moment, trapped within the transparent barrier sphere. Sakazuki was seething with rage. In the next moment, he slammed his completely molten fist against the barrier sphere. Boom! A tremendous sound emanated from within the transparent sphere. Yet despite unleashing a full-force strike, the barrier showed no signs of cracking. Meanwhile, Bartolomeo outside wore a peculiar smile. How infuriating! An admiral of a navy is nothing more than this. Within the transparent barrier, Sakazuki was furious. But for the 3 navy vice admirals outside, their emotions ran deeper than mere anger. At this moment, Qin Xuan, along with Douglas Bullet and Sir Crocodile, swiftly positioned themselves against them. Despite the prowess of the weasel, the spider, and others, they appeared painfully inadequate in the face of Qin Xuan and his companions. Bang! With a resounding crash, Vice Admiral Spider was sent crashing through the wall of a nearby building by a punch from Douglas Bullet. Simultaneously, even the formidable Vice Admiral Weasel was repelled by Qin Xuan's 5th gate enhanced 8 gates of Duanjia. Ultimately, only the most powerful Vice Admiral Doberman remained on the battlefield, struggling to hold his ground. Just as the Navy was on the brink of collapse, a figure sprinted in from a distance. At that moment, all eyes turned to the approaching figure. Upon encountering the person sprinting towards them, everyone present, with the exception of Qin Xuan, was left utterly astonished, particularly Douglas Barrett, who at that moment finally displayed a hint of trepidation upon his face. The one charging headlong into the crowd was none other than the naval hero, Carp. Clad in the cloak of justice, Carp barreled towards the throng without a hint of hesitation. "Everyone, clear the way," he bellowed as he rushed towards Qin Xuan and the others. Prompted by Carp's command, the crowd instinctively parted to the sides. Thus, the center of the battlefield was left solely to Bartolomeo, who remained steadfast in controlling a canoe. "Hey, don't leave me behind," Bartolomeo called out as he noticed everyone dispersing, leaving him completely exposed before Carp. At such a critical juncture, he dared not relinquish the transparent barrier. For within it, Akainu's eyes blazed with fury. The original tactical plan was for him to hold Akainu at bay while the others dealt with the remaining Navy forces in the blink of an eye. Carp had closed the distance to stand before him, raising his right hand to deliver a thunderous blow against the transparent barrier. Boom! His colossal fist struck directly against the barrier, producing a terrifying roar that echoed across the sky. Then, with a crack, the once formidable, transparent sphere began to splinter. This spectacle left all onlookers, including Qin Xuan, utterly dumbfounded. For until now, he had firmly believed that Bartolomeo's absolute defense was impervious to destruction. Yet here was Carp, having cleaved a fissure with a single punch. Although the barrier had not completely shattered and Akainu remained confined, it was evident that its efficacy had waned considerably in the presence of Carp. Shortly thereafter, Vice Admiral Tsuru arrived at the scene, accompanied by a throng of naval soldiers. This shift in the battlefield dynamics transformed the previously assured advantage of the Qin Xuan pirates into a precarious disadvantage. Both Sir Crocodile and Douglas Barrett hastily joined Qin Chuan's side, and even the typically arrogant Sir Crocodile fell silent. Bartolomeo, release Akainu, Qin Chuan commanded coldly. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's order, Bartolomeo swallowed hard and immediately retracted his gesture. Consequently, the transparent barrier surrounding Akainu, now fissured, vanished. As the barrier dissipated, Bartolomeo retreated towards Qin Chuan. Carp surveyed the surroundings before fixing his gaze upon the infuriated Akainu, who was poised to strike once more. Akainu, are you contemplating treachery? Just as everyone expected Carp to issue an attack command, he unexpectedly uttered those words. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three other naval vice admirals shifted dramatically. Clearly, their petty schemes could not evade the scrutiny of the two elder officials at naval headquarters. Vice Admiral Carp, I am unaware of what you speak. Akainu, despite the tension, responded with remarkable composure. Admiral Sengoku issued orders yesterday to cease the pursuit and capture of the Qin Chuan pirates. Yet you and your cohorts have blatantly disregarded naval headquarters commands. How do you explain this? I have received no such absurd orders. I only know that the Navy must uphold absolute justice. If we were to bow to every moderately powerful pirate, what purpose would our naval forces serve? We might as well hand over naval headquarters to those fellows in the New World. Akainu retorted vehemently. Although Carp was renowned and possessed considerable strength, Akainu, as an admiral, held a superior rank and status, and thus faced Carp's inquiries without flinching. Akainu, naval headquarters has now decided to suspend your admiral position and requires you to cease all ongoing operations and return to naval headquarters for a detailed report to Admiral Sengoku. This is a suspension order. Take a look for yourself. Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, tossing a sheet of white paper towards Akainu. Upon grasping the paper, Akainu refrained from incinerating it once more. Instead, he crumpled it in his hand, casting a cold glance at Qin Chuan and the others. You lot wait for me. I will ensure you pay for this one day. With that ominous remark, Akainu strode away from the square. Concurrently, the remaining three naval vice admirals gathered around. You three should accompany Akainu back for a thorough reflection. Tsuru understood their reluctance. However, as they had defied orders, she had no choice but to send them back. Thank you. The Weasel and his companions, showing respect for the two naval elders, expressed their gratitude before departing the scene. Once everyone had vacated, Carp slowly approached Qin Chuan and the others to tea that moment. The effects of Qin Chuan's might guy transformation had dissipated, leaving him vulnerable to Carp's potential assault, which could have left him gravely injured. However, Carp displayed no inclination to engage in combat with Qin Chuan and his companions, thus refraining from expending another instance of his transformation. Meanwhile, the three individuals by his side remained on high alert, particularly Bartolomeo, who readied his classic gesture, poised for defense. The world government has recently issued an appointment concerning you and your crew. From now on, you shall be recognized as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Congratulations, Carp stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing Carp's proclamation, the attendees, save for Qin Chuan, stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had long regarded Qin Chuan's ambition to venture to marry Gios as mere jest. Yet now, the situation was entirely different. If Qin Chuan were to accept this appointment, he would indeed gain legitimate access to marry Gios. Do those old geezers in the world government truly believe I would accept their appointment? The position of warlord of the sea holds no allure for me, just as everyone assumed Qin Chuan would unhesitatingly accept the position. He unexpectedly made a shocking declaration. What? Are you unwilling to accept this appointment? Carp's brow furrowed upon hearing Qin Chuan's desire to reject the title of warlord of the sea. Tsuru and the others behind him regarded him warily. The previously relaxed atmosphere now became tense and charged. Have they grown senile? Or are you simply foolish? You expect me, a person who shattered Impel Down and seized the red-haired pirate ship, to accept such a trivial title? Qin Chuan rebuked without reservation. His words held merit. While the warlords of the sea were of notable stature and strength, he had already allied himself with Shanks. He who genuinely become a warlord of the sea would only invite ridicule from those in the New World. After all, if the world government were to appoint any of those Yonka-level figures as warlords, they might well retaliate with a punch. Clearly, the world government intended to dismiss him nonchalantly, which was why Qin Chuan's ire ignited. Humph, what do you wish to propose? Carp clenched his fists at this juncture. You must offer me a higher appointment, and I demand authority over the other warlords of the sea, with no obligations to anyone. Qin Chuan slowly articulated his terms. Upon hearing this, Carp momentarily froze before bursting into hearty laughter. Kid, you truly are audacious. Setting the other warlords under your command is not within our purview, in other words. That is an impossible request. So can I assume you are jesting with us? Kapu bluntly rejected Qin Chuan's demands, stating, You are merely a rear admiral. This matter is not for you to decide. The higher-ups sent you on this long journey, not to negotiate with me, but to convey a message and to test my limits. Surely, you are aware of this. Following this sharp retort, Kapu's expression darkened instantly. Meanwhile, Douglas Barrett stood by, his fists slowly enveloped in a dark crimson aura. At this critical juncture, it seemed a fierce battle was on the brink of erupting. Yet at that moment, Kapu let out a slight huff before continuing. If you desire a higher position, mere words will not suffice. To gain personal benefits from the world government and the Navy headquarters, you must be prepared to make commensurate sacrifices. It is quite simple. I can help you eliminate those notorious warlords of the sea, which would be immensely advantageous for your Navy. Moreover, I have resolved numerous issues along the way for you. You should be aware of this even without me stating it. Qin Chuan's stance was equally clear. Throughout this journey, he had vanquished numerous pirates, including the likes of Sir Crocodile and Douglas Barrett, which had indirectly assisted the world government and the Navy significantly. Furthermore, he had vowed to completely dismantle the other warlords of the sea and bring them under his command. However, this posed a considerable risk, for such power could elevate Qin Chuan to an alarming level. Even the Navy might find it challenging to confront him directly. You just stated that I am merely a rear admiral. I cannot take charge of this matter at present. Therefore, relay the message. I shall grant you half a day. After declaring this, Qin Chuan turned on his heel and strode into the nearby tavern without a backward glance. Douglas Barrett and the others exchanged glances before hastily following him inside. Once everyone had entered, Kapu finally turned to Admiral Tsuru. What shall we do? Should we report this to the higher-ups? At this moment, Tsuru appeared uncertain and promptly inquired of Kapu. Inform Sengoku. If it comes to blows, we shall have to confront them head-on. Kapu sighed and shook his head. He had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Had he known earlier that Qin Chuan was not so easily subdued, he would have aligned himself with Sakazuki and the others in defiance. With just himself, Sakazuki, and several other rear admirals, it would have been impossible for Qin Chuan to escape. But now, having driven Sakazuki and the others away, summoning them back was no longer feasible. Thus, if the higher-ups truly opposed Qin Chuan's demands, he would have to join Tsuru in facing those four individuals. Moreover, the mere thought of how his previous powerful strike had merely cracked the transparent barrier left him quite astonished. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to instigate a large-scale conflict with Qin Chuan and his companions. Tsuru promptly reported the situation, and upon receiving the news, Sengoku wasted no time in contacting the highest decision-making body of the world government, the Gorsa. Meanwhile, inside the tavern, the atmosphere was quite buoyant. They had just successfully defeated the forces led by an admiral, while compelling the legendary Kapu to hesitate. Bartolomeo, who previously harbored grievances and resentment towards Qin Chuan, was now actively offering him a shoulder to lean on. Qin Chuan himself had anticipated this outcome, though he felt somewhat disgruntled that he had gained no prestige from the recent battle. The primary reason for this was the absence of any substantial casualties on either side. Glancing at his dwindling prestige, now reduced to just over 100,000, Qin Chuan resolved to take matters into his own hands whenever possible. Relying on others had yielded him nothing. After half an hour of discussions with the Gorosei, Sengoku finally reached a conclusion. With the latest directives from the higher-ups in hand, Kapu and Tsuru entered the tavern. Upon their arrival, Qin Chuan and his companions, who were sipping rum, set down their glasses. Kapu approached them slowly. The higher-ups have responded. They believe your demands are somewhat excessive, yet there is room for negotiation. Oh, so you mean to say you are conceding to our demands? Bartolomeo interjected, unable to contain himself. Not so easily, Kapu replied. The individuals from the world government stated that unless you can eliminate the other warlords of the sea, there will be no possibility of negotiating with them. You are a clever man. I trust you understand what that entails. Upon hearing Kapu's words, Qin Chuan merely smiled faintly. He was well aware of the Gorosei's intentions. Clearly, to secure unprecedented privileges, he would need to demonstrate his true capabilities. Although he had already subdued Sir Crocodile, there remained 6 other warlords of the sea scattered across the globe. Only by showcasing absolute strength would the world government agree to negotiate with him. How can one hope to eliminate all the other warlords of the sea in such a short time? By the time that happens, it may be too late. Sir Crocodile expressed his dissatisfaction at the proposal. Weren't you just defeated a few days ago? Tsuru retorted mercilessly, mocking Sir Crocodile. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he had been defeated by Qin Chuan in a mere day. However, Qin Chuan interjected, if you wish to face me, with your laundry-themed devil fruit abilities, I guarantee I will bring you down within 3 rounds at D. Oh, you believe that? Seeing Sir Crocodile being ridiculed, Qin Chuan felt compelled to defend his crew. After all, he was the unequivocal leader of this team. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Tsuru paused for a moment, then turned to him with a serious expression. She understood that Qin Chuan's strength undoubtedly surpassed her own, as she could not guarantee defeating the monsters within the deep-sea prison alone. Thus, after being challenged by Qin Chuan, she found herself in an equally awkward position as Sir Crocodile, feeling a warmth in his heart at Qin Chuan's defense. Sir Crocodile began to harbor a newfound respect for him. Enough with the idle chatter. Eliminate 3 more warlords of the sea, and we will personally escort you to Marie Joy's that point. How you negotiate with the world government will depend on your abilities. As the banter resumed, Kapu laid down the cards. This content had indeed been prearranged between the world government and Sengoku, though he had not intended to reveal it all at once, from his perspective. He genuinely wished for Qin Chuan to defeat the remaining 6 warlords of the sea in one fell swoop. However, Qin Chuan and his companions were not fools. Faced with such an unreasonable demand, they would naturally be unwilling to acquiesce. Had you stated this earlier, none of this would have transpired. Your comrades would not have faced my mockery. Qin Chuan scoffed, draining his rum in one gulp. Chapter 54. The target warlords of the sea. He then swaggered out past Kapu and Tsuru. Sir Crocodile and the others shot a glare at Kapu before following suit. You could have made a move just now. Once Qin Chuan and his party had exited, Tsuru suddenly asked, her tone not one of inquiry, but rather of skepticism, that I did contemplate taking action. After all, no one in this world has dared to act so arrogantly before me. Yet, I ultimately refrained, for he is Qin Chuan, a person I know nothing about. Moreover, the crucial point is that we remain unaware of the secrets he harbors. Should I act rashly and fail to subdue him, it would irrevocably sour our relations. Kapu murmured softly as he watched Qin Chuan and the others depart. Once they stepped outside the tavern, Qin Chuan suddenly took a deep breath. The atmosphere inside the tavern had been stifling. Despite possessing a system, it still required considerable courage to confront the formidable Kapu at such close range. Fortunately, Kapu had been relatively straightforward, showing no inclination to strike, or else Qin Chuan would not have left so easily. Wow, Captain Qin Chuan, you were incredibly imposing just now, reprimanding him to his face, and he didn't dare retaliate, Bartolomeo exclaimed excitedly after exiting. Simultaneously, even Douglas Barrett and Sir Crocodile regarded Qin Chuan with admiration. After all, both of them had already achieved considerable success and had encountered figures like Kapu before. Yet, even individuals of their stature would never dare to act brazenly in front of Kapu. Otherwise, if he caught them off guard, the consequences would be dire. Captain, if it had come to blows, did you have confidence in your victory? Douglas Barrett inquired. Having previously sparred with Kapu and collaborated with him, he was more aware of Kapu's strength. However, he was uncertain about the upper limits of Qin Chuan's capabilities, especially since he had nearly been injured by Sakazuki during the battle earlier. It's hard to say. But in reality, the most formidable person at the naval headquarters is not him. Qin Chuan replied. Are you referring to Sengoku? Sir Crocodile interjected into the conversation. No, I mean Sakazuki, the one we just faced. What? Sakazuki? That guy couldn't even break my transparent barrier ball. How can he be compared to that old man in the tavern? Humph, you underestimate him too much. Doubt if he truly unleashed his power, it would be terrifying. Moreover, while you have temporarily trapped him, if I'm not mistaken, maintaining that protective barrier requires a continuous supply of energy from your body, even if he doesn't attack you. You can indefinitely keep him confined. Can you? What will you do when your barrier automatically dissipates? Chuan remarked. Indeed, Bartolomeo's barrier was quite overpowered, but could be easily countered. Anyone familiar with his abilities would choose to sit down and wait for it to dissolve. Thus, when facing such superhuman adversaries, the barrier could only serve to delay their movements. Furthermore, Sakazuki was the only individual in the pirate world to have directly defeated another admiral, including the legendary figures of the ancient era like Roger, Rox, and the current Yonko. None had managed to break an admiral's leg in direct confrontation, which illustrates the potential devastation Sakazuki could unleash if he went all out. It seems the Navy's strength is not what it once was. What should our next course of action be? Should we proactively seek out the remaining warlords of the sea? Douglas Barrett probed further. Old Crocodile, you should be able to get in touch with Morgans. Right? Chuan suddenly turned to Sir Crocodile and asked what do you have in mind? I do know that fellow, but he's a giant in the dark world and has no connection to the warlords of the sea. I'm aware of that. I merely want you to spread the word that I intend to challenge the warlords of the sea and negotiate with the world government. What? You want to leak this information? That won't benefit us at all. If the warlords of the sea catch wind of our intentions, won't they just hide or band together against us? If they choose to unite, that would actually be ideal, saving me the trouble of tracking them down individually. Chuan replied nonchalantly. All right, but won't this provoke the world government? Sir Crocodile expressed his concern. What does it matter? They're the ones seeking to offer us positions. Besides, if they dare to establish these so-called warlords of the sea, what face do they have left? Chuan's audacity stemmed from his understanding that the world government would not care about such matters. A crucial point was that their negotiation demand was for Chuan to eliminate the other warlords of the sea, which would be seen as a positive development for the people of the world. Thus, even if the information leaked, it would merely provoke complaints from those warlords, and they could only grumble. After all, if they truly wished to escape, the world government would promptly turn their weapons against them. Fine, I'll contact Morgans, but who should we target next? Douglas Barrett finally managed to interject, having been confined and impelled down for too long and completely unaware of the current warlords of the sea and the pirates present. There are 6 others as formidable as I am. The first is widely regarded as the world's strongest swordsman, named Dracul Mihawk. Though he resides alone in a castle on Corrigan Island, no one has ever dared to set foot on his territory, making him a mysterious and powerful figure who may prove challenging to deal with. The second is Bartholomew Kuma, the former king of the Sorbet Kingdom. Known as the Tyrant, he was once a ruthless pirate, but he has since been entirely transformed by the Navy scientist Vegapunk and has lost his self-awareness, making him now a pawn of the Navy. The third is Jinbei, captain of the Sun Pirates and protector of Fishman Island. However, it is said that he has recently allied himself with Whitebeard, so targeting him may attract Whitebeard's attention. The fourth is Gecko Moria, captain of the Thriller Bark Pirates. He has a penchant for summoning thousands of corpses to fight, making him quite a grotesque individual. The fifth is the only female warlord of the sea, Boa Hancock. She is the empress of Amazon Lily and captain of the Kuja Pirates, often referred to as the Pirate Empress. However, Amazon Lily is located in the calm belt adjacent to the Grand Line, making it incredibly difficult for ships to navigate through, not to mention the enormous sea kings lurking in the waters, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary vessels to approach the island. Lastly, the most notorious of them all, Don Quixote da Flamingo. He is the king of Dressrosa and has always been quite flamboyant, so if we aim to eliminate him, we would have to venture into the New World and confront the entire nation of Dressrosa. At this point, Sir Crocodile, a former warlord of the sea, began to elaborate on these individuals to the group. Based on what you've said, we certainly cannot choose Bartholomew Kuma, as he has already reformed. That if we were to attack him, it would be a significant affront to the Navy and the world government. Among the remaining candidates, we need to select 3, but ultimately, it will be up to the captain to decide, Douglas Barrett added. Once he finished speaking, everyone present turned their gaze toward Qin Chuan in unison. It doesn't matter. Let's just pick someone relatively close to deal with first. Besides, our ship is filled with big men. It's rather dull, don't you think? Qin Chuan remarked with a sudden smile, narrowing his eyes. That evening, Kapu and Tsuru took residence at the naval branch base in Logtown, while also checking in on Smoker. Although Smoker had not been able to defeat Qin Chuan's pirate crew, it was hardly his fault. After all, even the Justice Fleet led by Admiral Sakazuki had failed to vanquish them, let alone a mere branch commander. Clearly, once Smoker recovered, he would likely be promoted. The next morning, a newspaper swiftly landed in their hands. However, upon glancing at the headline, Kapu was so infuriated that he slammed the paper to the ground. What happened? Tsuru, who had been savoring her coffee nearby, couldn't help but ask upon witnessing her old friend's outburst. We've been played. They've leaked the information, Kapu replied with a cold glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Tsuru instantly snatched the newspaper to see for herself. The newspaper prominently displayed the news of the Qin Chuan pirate crew's fierce battle against the Navy admiral and several vice admirals in Logtown. It further divulged that the world government and the Navy, in a bid to win over the Qin Chuan pirate crew, intended to engage in clandestine negotiations. However, the precondition for these discussions was that Qin Chuan must eliminate the 6 remaining warlords of the sea currently in existence. As this news spread, it immediately sent shockwaves across the globe. The 5 elders in Moria swiftly confronted Fleet Admiral Sengoku through a transponder snail. Yet, Sengoku could not vent his frustration on Carp. Instead, he found himself bearing the brunt of the situation on the battleship returning to Marineford. Sakazuki, upon seeing this news, felt not anger, but rather a sense of delight. These fools, they tried to prevent me from annihilating them. Now they shall await the scorn and derision of the world. While the reactions within the world government and navy were somewhat expected, the other warlords of the sea scattered across the globe were in complete uproar. Jinbei, captain of the Sun Pirates, directly contacted Fleet Admiral Sengoku via transponder snail, demanding to know the situation, but on a ship surrounded by a terrifying mist. One of the warlords, Gecko Moria, sneered coldly at the newspaper. A mere brat. Speaking so arrogantly, is courting death. If you dare to come to the West Blue, I assure you, you shall not return. In a lavish chair sat a man with short black hair, hawk-like yellow eyes, a short beard, and a black hat adorned with white fur. After glancing at the newspaper, he calmly set it aside, subsequently sipping his coffee. The only one capable of remaining so composed in such circumstances was the man hailed as the world's strongest swordsman, Dracul my Hawk. Meanwhile, in a grand palace, countless women gathered around a tall figure with long black hair and deep blue eyes, adorned with serpentine golden earrings. Your Majesty, the world government and navy are utterly despicable. They dare to attempt our annihilation through others. Haughty and composed, Boa Hancock, the pirate empress, declared, "Humph, they wish to capture me on Amazon Lily. Relay my orders to intensify patrols in the waters around Amazon Lily. Any suspicious vessels approaching must be reported immediately." Chapter 56. Set sail, Amazon Lily. A man with golden hair, wearing sunglasses and a pink feather coat, sat on an iron throne with a wicked grin, perusing the newspaper. How intriguing. I didn't expect this fellow to compel the world government to compromise. He must be quite clever. Mr. Doflamingo, what shall we do now? Should we negotiate with the world government? A man draped in a circular quilt-like cloak, wearing small sunglasses and appearing disheveled, asked as he wiped his nose. No need, Doflamingo replied. Given the current situation, Logtown is the farthest from us, so he likely won't seek us out anytime soon. Let him deal with the other warlords first. Year after year, countless individuals attempt to rise to prominence, yet inevitably, they all vanish before they can even bloom. Are you suggesting this fellow will meet a swift demise as well? I find that unlikely. He already has several powerful allies. Furthermore, the newspaper indicated that even Admiral Sakazuki and Carp could not contend with them. Are the admirals truly formidable? How do they compare to that individual in Wano? Doflamingo mused that if he's indeed as fearsome as rumored, I could lure that individual out to confront them. Should they engage in mutual destruction, we could reap the benefits. Upon uttering this, a sly smile crept across Don Quixote Doflamingo's face. Back with Qin Chuan and his crew, they too were quick to notice the newspaper's content. What in the world? Why am I not mentioned at all? I was the one who directly trapped Sakazuki. Bartolomeo exclaimed, feeling a twinge of injustice upon seeing only Douglas Bullet and Crocodile credited. You're not even the captain in Logtown, yet you still wish to feature on the front page. Crocodile taunted from the side. In truth, among all, only his expression remained the most favorable. This was entirely due to the fact that he no longer felt isolated or ashamed. Initially, he had been troubled by the taunts of others. But now everything had changed. Qin Chuan not only defeated him, but also triumphed over two formidable Navy officers. Even the world government felt compelled to negotiate with him. Furthermore, Qin Chuan was poised to vanquish the remaining warlords of the sea. By then, the fact of his previous defeat would surely fade from discussion, as all would have lost, rendering any shame moot. After an extended voyage, the crew finally arrived at a region devoid of wind, commonly referred to as the doldrums that in this area. The most notable feature was the complete absence of wind, making it nearly impossible for ordinary pirate ships to navigate, as most relied on wind to propel their sails. Thus, upon reaching this location, the Red Force naturally came to a halt. Gazing at the endless expanse of sea, silence enveloped the crew. How do we get across? Bartolomeo was the first to break the silence. Qin Chuan calmly responded, Crocodile, can your sand maintain its shape? I wish to utilize it as a sturdy rope. It can, but it won't hold up if it comes into contact with water, Crocodile replied earnestly. No need for it to touch water. Your sand merely needs to ensnare the heads of any sea kings that surface. The heads that surface? What do you mean? Upon hearing this, everyone was left bewildered. Isn't this area teeming with sea kings? Why not capture a few and have them carry us forward? Qin Chuan stated with conviction. Wow, Captain, you're brilliant. You actually consider the fearsome sea kings as pets. Bartolomeo couldn't help but admire. The sea kings are the most formidable species in the pirate world. Not a single species, but a collective term for many similar creatures inhabiting oceans worldwide. Revered as kings of the sea, they are colossal, diverse, numerous, and exceptionally ferocious, possessing intelligence akin to humans, making them the most dreaded beings for sailors. I could see this moment. Qin Chuan's intent to treat them as playthings surprised even Crocodile. But how do we lure them out? I'm a devil fruit user. You can't possibly want me to go into the water, right? Crocodile inquired warily. After all, Qin Chuan was a man known for his unpredictable ideas and capabilities. So if he suggested that he dive in, it wouldn't be entirely out of character. However, all devil fruit users share a common trait. They cannot swim. Thus, should he enter the water, not only would his powers be rendered useless, but he would also risk drowning. Moreover, everyone present, aside from Qin Chuan, was also a devil fruit user. No worries, just stand back and watch me perform. Once I lure out the Sea Kings, Crocodile, you must act swiftly. Qin Chuan declared, and inwardly, he let out a cold snort. The next moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Chapter 57. Capturing a Sea King for fun. Ding. Host successfully used the character card for Trumi Mei. Usage count reduced by 1 to the S. Trumi Mei is a water shadow. Qin Chuan promptly summoned her. He then stepped on the deck and bellowed, water release. Turbulent waves and steam. In the next moment, the sky suddenly erupted with a deafening clap of thunder, followed swiftly by a torrential cascade of water plummeting from above with ferocity. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the other 3 individuals on the deck were utterly astounded. What sort of devil fruit power is this? It is truly terrifying that Captain Qin Chuan can summon the forces of nature. What other secrets does this fellow conceal? Just as the trio was engaged in fervent discussion, the waterfalls crashed down upon the surface of the water. In an instant, the previously calm and windless sea transformed into a roiling tempest. Subsequently, indeed, a ferocious sea monster, approximately 1/3 the size of the vessel, leapt from the depths of the ocean. Attack! Qin Chuan shouted urgently to the formidable SHK Liu KD behind him. That moment, SHK Liu KD was already prepared as the Sea King surfaced. He sprang to the edge of the deck, raising his right hand high. Sands of binding. In the following instant, a barrage of fine sand erupted from SHK Liu KD's hand, striking directly at the creature's head. Where it adhered tenaciously, simultaneously, the sand coalesced into a rope-like form, with SHK Lu KD firmly grasping one end. Thus, he could exert control over the Sea King. Initially, the creature attempted to struggle against its confinement, but the sandy tether held it fast. Thus, it could not approach SHK Lu KD. The only thought remaining for the Sea King was to flee. Quick, subdue it and direct it towards that distant island shaded by lush trees. Qin Xuan urged. SHK Lu KD nodded and began to exert his influence over the creature. Fortunately, due to his considerable strength, the Sea King soon relinquished its struggle. IT then surged forward rapidly under SHK Lu KD's guidance toward the island known as Daughter Island. As they neared their destination, a large vessel suddenly appeared nearby. "They've spotted us." Bartolomeo immediately alerted the group. "IT must be a patrol ship from Amazon Lily." "Are we going to engage?" Douglas Barrett inquired. "Leave no survivors. Let them take us to their queen." Qin Xuan narrowed his eyes. "Understood," Douglas Barrett responded and leapt to the edge of the deck, using the force of the ship to propel himself into the air. Meanwhile, the female soldiers aboard the ship, armed with spears, had yet to call out to Qin Xuan and his crew when they suddenly noticed a figure hurtling towards them. "All hands, prepare for battle. We have intruders," a golden-haired woman shouted emphatically. However, the moment Douglas Barrett landed heavily on the deck, it shuddered violently. In the next instant, the wooden planks around him cracked and splintered. "Kill him," commanded Marguerite, one of the National Defense warriors. Yet at that moment, Douglas Barrett was already enveloped in a layer of red hockey. He did not underestimate these foes. Rather, he was simply unaware of their true capabilities. Just then, two female soldiers, brandishing their spears, lunged at Douglas Barrett. He stood his ground, allowing them to strike. Clang, clang. The sharp sounds echoed as the iron spears collided with Douglas Barrett's body, completely failing to penetrate his defenses. Witnessing this, Marguerite was taken aback. Is he a devil fruit user? Panic began to set in as she realized they were not on the same level, and her immediate priority became reporting to Empress Boa Hancock. However, as she contemplated her escape, she was horrified to find that Douglas Barrett had already dispatched the remaining soldiers on the deck. The entire skirmish had lasted a mere 10 seconds. Marguerite trembled in fear. Who are you?" "This is Daughter Island of Amazon Lily, home to our queen, and appointed as one of the 7 warlords of the sea by the world government. You would do well to leave at once, or we shall ensure you meet a grim fate." "We came seeking your empress," Douglas Barrett mocked with a sneer before charging forward. Marguerite prepared to draw her bow and fire an arrow at him. Douglas Barrett's fist struck her squarely in the face. Instinctively, she raised her arm to block the blow, but as her arm made contact with his fist, a sharp crack resonated through the air. The next moment, she was sent flying backward, writhing in pain like a kite severed from its string. Thud! Marguerite crashed onto the deck, blood spilling from her lips. Chapter 58. Who dares to block me? The dire situation worsened as her left arm, which she had raised, was now completely broken, rendering her immobile. As Douglas Barrett approached her step by step, a glimmer of despair crossed Marguerite's face, and she shouted desperately, "The great Amazon Lily shall never wither. Even if I perish, you shall never conquer our queen." Slap! Douglas Barrett, upon hearing Marguerite's defiance, swiftly delivered a resounding slap to her face. "Spare me the chatter. Take us to your queen now." Immediately, he seized Marguerite and leaped back onto the deck of the Red Force. "I've brought her back," Douglas Barrett announced as he unceremoniously tossed her beside Qin Xuan and the others. "You are the Qin Xuan pirates?" Marguerite recognized Qin Xuan immediately, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Humph, at least you have some sense that you know who I am." Before Qin Xuan could respond, Bartolomeo interjected, eager to assert himself. "And you are?" Marguerite glanced at Bartolomeo. Confusion etched on her face. "I'm Bartolomeo, the notorious underworld boss of Logtown. You truly have no idea who you're dealing with. I only know Qin Xuan, and this is SHK Lu KD, who, like our empress, is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, along with Douglas Barrett, who escaped from Impel Down. Bartolomeo's ire surged as he spoke. Meanwhile, two crew members exchanged glances, relishing the unfolding drama. "Captain, how about we toss her to the Sea King?" one suggested. Chinchuan shot him a glance, replying coolly, "How about you personally deliver her to that Sea King instead?" Captain, perhaps we should refrain from antagonizing these women, that we ought to focus on locating Empress Boa Hancock. Bartolomeo deflated at the prospect of such a task. "Enough idle chatter. Look at what awaits us on the shore." Douglas Barrett, who had been gazing intently toward Daughter Island, spoke in a deep tone. Upon hearing his words, everyone turned their attention forward. There at the harbor of Daughter Island, a throng of female soldiers armed with spears and bows had gathered. This really Daughter Island? Not a single man in sight? Bartolomeo marveled at the sight of an all-female populace. There weren't before, but now there are 4. Onward! Chinchuan huffed, leaping from the vessel as it neared the shore, landing squarely on the beach. Yes, he set foot on the sand. Several female soldiers armed with spears converged on him. "Who are you? Leave this place immediately, or we will not hesitate to act." A strikingly beautiful woman, adorned with a high, sleek black ponytail and elongated phoenix eyes, coldly reprimanded Chinchuan. The captain of the Guardian Warriors, Kaiki, if I recall correctly. Upon recognizing her identity, Chinchuan's eyes widened. "You know me?" Kaiki was taken aback, her expression turning to one of suspicion as she regarded Chinchuan. "I am well acquainted with the members of your Daughter Island. Therefore, if you wish to avoid death, kindly lead the way. Otherwise, today, Daughter Island shall be bathed in blood." In the next instant, however, Chinchuan spoke in a tone as calm as a gentle breeze. The commanding aura of his words instantly thickened the tension in the air. Meanwhile, Margaret was also being escorted off the ship. Margaret, upon witnessing Margaret's capture, Kaiki's expression darkened considerably. "Captain Kaiki, I'm so sorry. I was useless." Margaret cried out, her eyes filled with tears as she explained herself to her captain. "Take my advice. Don't make a fool of yourself. Your empress is no match for me, let alone you lowly subordinates." Kaiki's gaze turned icy as she felt a surge of crimson energy envelop her spear. Chinchuan, already aware of her mastery of hockey, swiftly activated Might Guy's abilities. Ding! Host has successfully used Might Guy character card. Usage count -1 in the blink of an eye. As Kaiki charged at him, before Douglas Barrett and the others could react, Chinchuan was already a step ahead. This time, he would not waste words. He directly opened the third gate of 8 gates. Open, a vibrant green energy aura rapidly enveloped him. Just as Kaiki's spear was about to pierce his body, Chinchuan vanished from his original spot. "What?" He disappeared. Kaiki exclaimed, bringing herself to an abrupt halt in shock. In that fleeting moment of her astonishment, Chinchuan had already teleported behind her. Game over. Kaiki, with a disdainful smile, he unleashed a powerful kick towards her back. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Chinchuan's foot, infused with faint green energy, struck Kaiki's back. Although Kaiki was shielded by hockey, her defenses were insufficient. Thus, she was sent sprawling onto the ground. Chapter 59, Battle. The 9 snake pirates, Kaiki, initially aimed to rise and continue fighting after being struck down, but just as she prepared to get up, a sharp crack resonated from her ribs. "Stop struggling. For the sake of your empress, I shall spare your lives today. However, should you insist on resisting, I will not hesitate to kill women," Chinchuan coldly declared, turning away as he strode towards the grand palace at the center of Daughter Island. At that moment, a familiar system notification chimed in. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the enemy. You have earned a reward of 10,000 reputation points. As anticipated, such a foe would yield only this modest reward. After deducting the 5,000 reputation points required for transformation, he had merely gained 5,000 points. Nonetheless, this marked his first earnings in several days. Seizing the remaining hour of Might Guy's effect, Chinchuan hastened towards the palace to meet Boa Hancock. Due to his decisive defeat of Kaiki, the surrounding soldiers dared not act recklessly. Thus, the 4 of them made their way to the city center. Is this the legendary man? Terrifying. We actually saw a man. The residents of Daughter Island began to whisper amongst themselves. Why didn't Captain Kaiki and the others stop these filthy men? Amidst the murmurs, an odd image surfaced in Qin Chuan's mind. The scene from the journey to the west when the monk traveled to the kingdom of women. Coincidentally, there were 4 of them, missing only a white dragon steed. However, as Qin Chuan pondered, 2 towering women with serpentine bodies blocked their path. What are these monsters? Bartolomeo frowned at the sight of the grotesque figures, their long tongues flicking out. These are Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, both sisters of Boa Hancock and vital members of the 9 Snake Pirates, explained Crocodile, well versed with the other warlords of the sea. Are you the Qin Chuan pirates? I've heard you seek to capture our king. Boa Sandersonia, her green hair cascading, questioned with a serious expression. You lack the authority to question me. Get out of my way. Qin Chuan understood that there was no time for banter with these 2 foes. Harnessing the power of Might Guy, he surged forward. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan's audacious advance, Boa Sandersonia opened her massive mouth, ready to bite. Yet, Qin Chuan merely smiled, leaping straight into her gaping maw. What? Captain Qin Chuan was just swallowed. Bartolomeo was utterly dumbfounded by the turn of events. Damn it. What is happening? Even Crocodile was taken aback. Unsure of how to proceed. Don't fret. Captain Qin Chuan cannot be so easily defeated. Let us watch the spectacle. Douglas Barrett, seasoned by numerous trials, remained calm and spoke nonchalantly, if on cue. Boa Sandersonia's expression twisted in pain. Sister, what's wrong? Boa Marigold exclaimed, alarmed by her sister's sudden distress. Just then, Boa Sandersonia opened her mouth again, revealing a familiar figure bracing himself against her teeth. Incredible. Bartolomeo was left in awe as Qin Chuan emerged unscathed from the belly of the beast. Not finished yet. Qin Chuan leapt back to join his companions. Upon landing, before Boa Marigold could utter another word, her sister collapsed to the ground, racked with agony. This scene left the residents of Daughter Island utterly speechless. Initially, they believed victory was assured when Qin Chuan was swallowed. Yet in an instant, the tide had turned. The seemingly vanquished Boa Sandersonia lay defeated. Simultaneously, Qin Chuan's system chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the enemy. You have earned a reward of 15,000 reputation points. Damn it, I'll fight you. With her sister down, Boa Marigold prepared to strike at Qin Chuan and his companions. However, a thunderous female voice echoed from the palace. Everyone, stand down. Captain Qin Chuan, I await you inside the palace. At the sound of her commanding voice, all the residents of Daughter Island turned their gazes toward the Grand Palace. Boa Marigold shot a venomous glare at Qin Chuan and his group. But with her sister's command ringing in her ears, she had no choice but to comply. Chapter 60. A beauty like no other thus, the surrounding guardian soldiers parted to create a pathway for Qin Chuan and his companions. At least you know your place. Let us proceed. Qin Chuan let out a slight hum, then strode purposefully towards the grand palace ahead. After a while, Qin Chuan and his companions finally entered a magnificent palace. At the same time, seated upon a high platform in the center of the grand hall, was a woman of unparalleled beauty, resembling a celestial being, a tall figure with flowing black hair, adorned with serpent-shaped golden earrings, and draped in a giant red python, regarded them with a serious expression. Initially, Qin Chuan had not found Boa Hancock particularly stunning in the anime, but upon witnessing her in person, he was undeniably captivated. Are you here to see me? Boa Hancock flicked her dark tresses and spoke in a sweet, melodious tone. In that moment, not only did Qin Chuan and his companions feel a flutter of emotions, but even the surrounding soldiers of Amazon Lily were momentarily spellbound. After all, Boa Hancock was irresistibly alluring. Her long, fair legs were bare, and her innate charm made it nearly impossible not to attract the gaze of the opposite sex. You are far more beautiful than on television, Qin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. Television? Upon hearing such peculiar words from this unfamiliar man, Boa Hancock was momentarily taken aback. It's nothing, just a compliment, Qin Chuan quickly clarified. Meanwhile, aside from Sir Crocodile, who had already exchanged glances with her, Bartolomeo and Douglas Bullet were meeting her for the first time. Particularly for Bartolomeo, a spirited young man, encountering such a captivating female pirate was thrilling. Douglas Bullet, despite acknowledging Boa Hancock's extraordinary beauty, maintained a stoic expression befitting his age. "Hello, I am Bartolomeo, a key member of Qin Chuan's pirate crew. Would you care to get acquainted?" Just as Qin Chuan was about to speak again, Bartolomeo unexpectedly interjected. Hearing this, everyone from Amazon Lily turned their gazes towards Bartolomeo, a flicker of anger evident on their faces. "What is with that expression? Did I say something wrong?" Bartolomeo, noticing their strange looks, was momentarily stunned that to stand before our queen without kneeling is already a crime, and you dare to insult her with your words. Boa Sandersonia couldn't help but reprimand him again. Earlier, she had felt intimidated by these individuals. But with her elder sister present, her confidence surged. "Is this what you call an insult? Truly a bunch of Navi women." Bartolomeo scoffed, displeased by the rebuke. "Dare to speak again, and I shall slay you." "Enough, sister, let them be." Just as Boa Sandersonia was about to act, Boa Hancock intervened. Clearly, she understood better than anyone the formidable nature of these individuals. After all, even Sir Crocodile, who stood on her level, had chosen to endure, indicating that Qin Chuan would not be easily trifled with. Observing her allies, it was evident that none could withstand the opponent. Thus, if a confrontation ensued, even with her utmost effort, victory would be elusive. After hearing her sister's words, Boa Sandersonia reluctantly huffed and retreated. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Bartolomeo. "Have you caused enough commotion? I do not welcome any males here, so what exactly do you intend to accomplish?" Boa Hancock paused before coldly questioning Qin Chuan. "Are you truly oblivious to the purpose of my visit, or are you merely pretending?" Realizing that Boa Hancock was feigning ignorance, Qin Chuan decided to expose her deception without hesitation. Indeed, upon this pointed inquiry, Boa Hancock's countenance darkened, an aura of icy disdain emanating from her. "You think you can defeat me, the Queen of Amazon Lily? My kingdom is one of the United Nations under the world government, protected by them and the Navy. Please, have you not grasped the situation? The world government only cares about who wields the mightiest fist, and the weak are never in their considerations. Let me share a secret. The plan to eliminate the warlords of the sea was proposed by them. This means they are no longer interested in playing with you today as for whether my kingdom will perish. Does it truly matter to the world government? I say this with all due respect. Your location is in a windless zone surrounded by numerous sea kings, making it utterly unsuitable for trade and commerce. Thus, your existence holds no significance to them that I trust you understand." Qin Chuan relentlessly mocked Boa Hancock before the gathered assembly. In truth, he spoke facts. Amazon Lily had always sought to be an isolated nation. Severing ties with others, Boa Hancock had accepted the position of warlord of the sea to shield her country from external threats. However, the current situation was clear, with the formidable Qin Chuan pirates emerging. Eager to supplant these powers, the world government had taken on the role of arbiter. Chapter 61. Palace Showdown. Whoever prevails in this contest shall earn the favor of the world government's upper echelons, leading to an invitation to marry Geos for negotiations, ultimately bestowed with legal status. This was a common tactic of the world government, a fact that Boa Hancock understood well. "Even if your assertions are correct, I still have a chance for a comeback. If I can eliminate you, your entire plan will crumble, and I shall be the one negotiating with the world government. Haha, shall we put that to the test? But let me make this clear. I am quite the lecherous one, and should you decide to engage me in combat, should I capture you, I cannot predict what might transpire." Qin Chuan spoke with a flippant tone. His words instantly startled everyone present. Douglas Bullitt, who had always been by Qin Chuan's side, wore a look of skepticism, clearly doubting that Qin Chuan was such a person. Bartolomeo, even more astonished, had initially thought that once Boa Hancock boarded the ship, he could draw closer to her. Yet now, with Captain Qin Chuan's remarks, it seemed she had already caught his attention, leaving him with no chance. "Captain Qin Chuan, be cautious. Her devil fruit is specifically designed to deal with lecherous men." Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Sir Crocodile felt a twinge of alarm and quickly cautioned. He had witnessed Boa Hancock's prowess firsthand. Her devil fruit ability could petrify individuals in an instant, leading him to believe they could not afford to be complacent. "What do you mean by a devil fruit specifically for lecherous men?" Bartolomeo inquired with curiosity. The paramecia-type sweet fruit can turn those infatuated with her to stone and can also be used directly to petrify her opponents. Before Shockloctor could utter a word, Qin Xuan, standing beside him, wore a broad smile. It was evident that he was well aware of the formidable powers possessed by this unparalleled beauty and her devil fruit ability. To counter Boa Hancock, there were but two scenarios that could avert her petrifying touch. The first was to be devoid of any lustful intentions towards her. However, unlike the blockhead Monkey D. Luffy, Qin Xuan was a man of normal desires, making it difficult for him to claim he harbored no such thoughts. Coupled with his earlier flippant remarks, it was likely that if he were to fall prey to her devil fruit powers, he would be turned to stone in an instant. The second scenario involved individuals whose attention was not directed at her, as demonstrated in the anime, when Vice Admiral Smoker inflicted pain upon himself to divert his focus, thus evading petrification. Yet, Qin Xuan had no inclination towards self-harm, so he dismissed this method entirely. Thus, what lay before him was the necessity to employ ninjutsu to shield himself from Boa Hancock's impending attacks. Just then, an hour had elapsed, and the effects of Terumi Mei's possession had completely faded. Qin Xuan promptly activated the Uchiha Itachi character card once more. Ding! The host has successfully used the Uchiha Itachi character card. Possession usage count reduced by 1. Coincidentally, at the moment he re-entered the fray, Boa Hancock could no longer contain her impatience. Initially, she intended to wait for the opportune moment to utilize her unique devil fruit abilities to ambush the group, as they all appeared to be nothing more than lecherous men. Given that her powers were specifically designed to counter such individuals, she never anticipated that her abilities might fail her. However, not only had Shockloctor discerned her devil fruit powers, but it seemed Qin Xuan was also quite knowledgeable about them, rendering her strategy of patience futile. Thus, she resolved to launch a surprise attack while her adversaries were still caught off guard. At that moment, Boa Hancock suddenly let out a soft hum, raising her hands to form a heart-shaped "Be careful, she's about to strike," Qin Xuan shouted instinctively. Yet it was too late. Sweet wind, in the next instant, a dazzling pink beam erupted from the heart shape formed by Boa Hancock's hands, racing toward Qin Xuan and his companions. Just as the beam was about to make contact, Qin Xuan transformed into a multitude of crows, swiftly taking flight in all directions. Meanwhile, Douglas Bullet, who had little understanding of this devil fruit ability, instinctively attempted to defend against the beam with his armament haki. However, upon striking his crimson haki, the beam petrified him in an instant. Clearly, the attack from this devil fruit could not be thwarted by haki. Conversely, Shockloctor, who had some familiarity with Boa Hancock, immediately transformed his body into sand, rendering himself a mere pile of grains. Since the attack had no effect on inanimate objects, he evaded it effortlessly. Simultaneously, Bartolomeo formed his signature common's fingers gesture, summoning a transparent barrier before him. As the beam collided with this barrier, it too proved ineffective. Thus, Boa Hancock's sudden assault only succeeded in petrifying Douglas Bullet. Damn it, Shockloctor, having reformed from his elemental state, wore a scowl of fury upon his face that he was not one to show mercy. Promptly grasping his hook in preparation to retaliate, at the same time, Qin Xuan reverted from his crow form. However, in the next moment, Boa Hancock struck again. Chapter 62. Ambiguous actions. It was evident that she understood relying solely on her initial surprise attack would not suffice to petrify these individuals. That first strike was merely a smokescreen. Following this, she lightly touched her lips with her fingertips, conjuring a massive pink heart-shaped projectile, which she drew back like a bow. In the next instant, a barrage of pink arrows shot forth, aimed indiscriminately at everyone in front of her. Fearing to miss any target, her assault covered a vast area. Even within the Grand Palace, the air was thick with a flurry of pink arrows. This time, Shockloctor and Bartolomeo attempted to employ their usual tactics. However, as Shockloctor transformed his body into sand, the pink arrows, upon contact with his grains, instantly petrified them mid-air. Simultaneously, when the arrows struck Bartolomeo's transparent barrier, it too was swiftly turned to stone. Once the barrier failed, the remaining arrows shot directly toward him. Caught off guard, Bartolomeo had no time to evade, leaving him no escape in the blink of an eye. He too was completely petrified. In stark contrast, Qin Chuan made no attempt to evade, standing rooted in place as the arrows struck him, resulting in his petrification. With powerful figures like Qin Chuan turned to stone, the fate of the other soldiers from Amazon Lily was sealed in an instant. Only Boa Hancock remained amidst the chaos. Upon witnessing her adversaries petrified, she let out a sigh of relief, raising an eyebrow. A triumphant smile graced her lips as she prepared to approach the petrified Qin Chuan and the others. This time, she intended to eliminate them while they were in their stone state. If she could single-handedly annihilate the Qin Chuan pirates, it was conceivable that she could negotiate with the world government. Such a victory could elevate the status of her Amazon Lily Kingdom to unprecedented heights. With this thought in mind, a smile of satisfaction crept across Boa Hancock's face. Yet as she descended from her elevated platform, her advanced observation, Haki, sensed a disturbance in her surroundings. This form of Haki heightened one's senses, enabling the user to perceive the presence and emotional fluctuations of nearby beings, as well as to anticipate and evade danger. Thus, when she detected the anomaly, Boa Hancock swiftly recognized the looming threat. However, just as she sought to comprehend the situation, a powerful arm shot from behind, seizing her neck with unyielding strength. In that instant, a figure pressed against her back. Taken aback, Boa Hancock's heart raced. If being choked from behind was one thing, the intimate proximity of the assailant was decidedly inappropriate. Anger surged within her. Who dares to ambush me? Let go, or I swear I'll kill you. With all present petrified, she naturally assumed an intruder had stealthily infiltrated and seized the opportunity to attack her. Hey, I warned you. If you wish to engage in combat, I assure you I won't show any mercy. Came Qin Chuan's voice from behind. In truth, Qin Chuan was playing with fire. His intentions were not to take advantage of Boa Hancock. Rather, he sought to dismantle her psychological defenses, preparing to seize a fleeting opportunity. Upon realizing that Qin Chuan had suddenly appeared behind her, Boa Hancock's complexion turned ashen. You were pet at this moment. Qin Chuan not only revealed the truth of the matter to her, but also bluntly shared the solution. When Boa Hancock realized that Qin Chuan was aware of her devil fruit ability, she was momentarily taken aback, and then her expression shifted as she instinctively touched her lips with her finger. And in the next instant, a small, peach-colored heart-shaped substance materialized at her fingertip. Immediately thereafter, Boa Hancock aimed her finger, resembling a gun's muzzle, at the petrified Qin Chuan and released the heart-shaped projectile, as expected. The peach-colored bullet struck the petrified Qin Chuan, instantly dispelling his stone-like state, yet a gaping hole appeared in his chest. Strangely, no liquid oozed from the wound, and Qin Chuan merely regarded her with an impassive expression. Subsequently, the living Qin Chuan abruptly transformed into a piece of wood suspended in mid-air, which then fell to the palace floor. This was akin to the well-known substitution technique in the world of Naruto. In truth, when Qin Chuan had transformed into a crow, he had immediately restored his original form. However, as he had hidden in the shadows and everyone else was focused on the other individuals, he was momentarily overlooked. To that point, he had already created a substitute and reappeared before the group. Chapter 63. Amazon Lily, I've got you covered. Meanwhile, he remained concealed, awaiting the moment when Boa Hancock would reveal her true intentions. Who exactly are you? Clearly, everything, including the transformation into a crow, was utterly foreign to her, and she had begun to feel a flicker of fear towards Qin Chuan. I am the one here to take you aboard. Qin Chuan replied, maintaining a teasing tone. Simultaneously, he pressed his body closer to Boa Hancock. At this moment, she was so mortified that she wished to vanish into the ground. Fortunately, everyone around them had been petrified, or else she might have succumbed to her shame. There is absolutely no way I will board your ship. You might as well kill me. Unlike Crocodile, who was indifferent to the lives of others, Boa Hancock bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the entire Amazon Lily Kingdom, making it impossible for her to board Qin Chuan's vessel or become his crew member. Do you not wish for revenge? Do you not wish to avenge those who once saved you? At that moment, Qin Chuan unexpectedly posed this question. Upon hearing his words, Boa Hancock was momentarily stunned. What are you talking about? Who saved me? After a brief hesitation, She countered with a question, though her body had begun to tremble slightly. When you were 12, you and your two sisters, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, were abducted by human traffickers from the ship of the Kuja pirates and sold to the celestial dragons. They imprisoned you in a cell and branded you with the mark of a slave, the hoof of the dragon. During your enslavement, you were coerced into consuming the sweet devil fruit, thus acquiring your abilities. However, little did those celestial dragons anticipate that you would be rescued by a fishman named Fisher Tiger. He scaled a red line to reach the celestial dragon's residence, Moria, liberating the suffering slaves, including the three of you. Ultimately, you returned to the Kuja pirates with the help of others. Am I correct? Upon finishing his explanation, the trembling Boa Hancock was left utterly speechless. The grip she had on Qin Chuan's arm slackened, rendering her momentarily dazed. Observing this, Qin Chuan gradually released his hold on her arm. In the next instant, Boa Hancock abruptly turned around, her gaze sharp as she fixed it upon Qin Chuan. Are you a celestial dragon? Or a fishman? Her eyes brimmed with fury, particularly as Qin Chuan had brought up her painful past. This was a matter known to very few. Only the celestial dragons and those who had aided her return to the Kuja pirates were fully aware of it. Neither. However, I can assure you, I stand in opposition to the celestial dragons and the world government. In other words, we share a common goal, to eradicate the celestial dragons from this world. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's declaration of intent to destroy the celestial dragons, Boa Hancock was once again taken aback that in her life, she had encountered only two individuals who dared to oppose the celestial dragons. The one who had saved her from suffering, Fisher Tiger, and the seemingly young and mysterious Qin Chuan before her. That moment, she caught a glimpse of Fisher Tiger's essence in Qin Chuan. Fisher Tiger had always been her unwavering hero and idol. After his tragic demise due to a naval ambush, she never had the opportunity to follow him or repay his kindness. Yet now, Qin Chuan stood before her, sharing the same ultimate goal. This realization stirred a tumultuous wave of emotion within Boa Hancock. It was evident that she was intrigued. What do you say? Having come this far, I cannot leave empty-handed. Either you are defeated by me, and the world government will strip you of your title, leaving your kingdom unprotected from the Navy, or you join me on my ship, and I shall ensure the protection of your Amazon Lily kingdom. Qin Chuan boldly laid out his proposition. You have yet to reveal how you know about my past. Some secrets cannot be divulged, but I promise you, at an appropriate time, I shall disclose the entire truth. Furthermore, I assure you that I mean you no harm, nor will I jeopardize your kingdom if I intended to do so. I would have struck down your soldiers upon our first encounter. After all, I am someone who dares to confront even the admirals of the Navy. Qin Chuan boasted, seizing the opportunity to impress her. Upon hearing his words, Boa Hancock found herself engulfed in inner turmoil. Clearly, the only path before her was to follow Qin Chuan. If I were to announce my allegiance to you, do you have any idea the repercussions my Amazon Lily Kingdom would face? It would not only attract the attention of pirates, but also the world government would not easily overlook the daughter island. At this moment, Boa Hancock was primarily concerned about the fate of her entire nation. As the sovereign, if she were to board Qin Chuan's ship, it would be tantamount to relinquishing her status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. This would undoubtedly provoke the world government and the Navy. Haha, you worry too much. As I mentioned earlier, I will protect your country, Qin Chuan declared with confidence. Chapter 64. Taking advantage of the empress? But what? The world government would be delighted for me to eliminate the other warlords of the sea and then negotiate with them at Moria. So, at least for the time being, they won't be inclined to interfere with your kingdom. By the time they truly consider it, I might have already stormed Moria. Although Qin Chuan's words were somewhat exaggerated, they contained a kernel of truth that if he were to publicly announce the recruitment of Boa Hancock into his crew, the world government and the Navy would likely refrain from seeking confrontation, as that would be tantamount to opposing Qin Chuan outright. Moreover, Daughter Island was situated in a windless zone, and ordinary pirates would not dare to approach it. The more capable pirates were either in the New World or among the other warlords of the sea. With Qin Chuan's intent to confront them, they would hardly dare to roam freely. Thus, in reality, Daughter Island would not face significant troubles, at least until the confrontation between Qin Xuan and the world government unfolded. This was one of the reasons for Qin Xuan's audacity. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, Boa Hancock was thoroughly swayed. I am willing to follow you, but this matter concerns the fate of our entire Amazon Lily Kingdom, and thus I cannot make this decision alone. Very well, summon duel, thought Roger. After Boa Hancock voiced her concerns, Qin Xuan suddenly made this statement. Duel, Roger. Upon encountering Qin Xuan, Boa Hancock was utterly astonished to find that he recognized the name of Joel D. Roger. The rarity of knowledge regarding Joel D. Roger in this world made her incredulous that Qin Xuan could even utter the name. Joel D. Roger was a former emperor of Amazon Lily, and it was she who had accompanied Rayleigh and the others to rescue Boa Hancock and her sisters. This revelation strongly suggested that Qin Xuan might indeed be linked to the very individuals who had once saved her. With this thought, Boa Hancock's animosity towards Qin Xuan dissipated entirely. After all, if he were connected to those who had rescued her, he would naturally harbor no intentions of causing her harm. Very well. Boa Hancock conceded with a nod. Let us release these individuals. They've likely been petrified for far too long. At that moment, Qin Xuan cast a glance at the others present before speaking again. In the next instant, Boa Hancock promptly lifted the petrification from everyone. Once the petrification was lifted, they realized that Qin Xuan was standing alongside Boa Hancock in front of them. This sight left everyone utterly bewildered. Captain Qin Xuan, what on earth is happening here? Douglas Barrett immediately inquired after regaining his freedom. Come, let us celebrate Boa Hancock's induction into our team, Qin Xuan replied with a gentle smile, placing a hand on Boa Hancock's shoulder. Upon feeling his touch, Boa Hancock trembled slightly, contemplating whether to shrug off his hand when she heard a soft voice from Qin Xuan. Show a little grace. Let me enjoy this moment. With a broad smile still adorning his face, Qin Xuan gazed at the assembly. Upon hearing his words, and considering he might be a descendant of her saviors, Boa Hancock surprisingly refrained from resisting. The sight of Qin Xuan casually resting his hand on her shoulder astonished not only Douglas Barrett and the others, but also left the inhabitants of Daughter's Island in shock. Particularly, her two younger sisters stood there, agape at their sister's transformation in such a short span of time. Someone thought Roger. Boa Hancock spoke coolly, though a subtle blush crept on her face. Yes, one of the soldiers nodded and promptly departed. Captain, what is going on? At that moment, Bartolomeo could no longer contain his curiosity, and he found it hard to believe what was unfolding before his eyes, especially considering that Boa Hancock had previously been so ruthless towards them. How could she, after just a brief petrification, allow Qin Xuan to drape his arm around her? This is the charm of personality. Do you understand? After all, she is a sovereign. Initially, she was somewhat obstinate, but following your petrification, I engaged in a profound dialogue with Boa Hancock. Consequently, she was swayed by my charisma and willingly chose to join our family. Although Qin Xuan had withdrawn his hand from Boa Hancock's shoulder, he continued to boast. In response, Boa Hancock shot him an exasperated glance. Goodness, Captain, I am increasingly impressed by you. You've managed to win her over. Remarkable. I bow to your prowess. Bartolomeo couldn't help but laud Qin Xuan. Meanwhile, Douglas Barrett and Crocodile were equally perplexed. They were not surprised that Boa Hancock agreed to join, but were astonished by how effortlessly she was persuaded. They understood the weight of Boa Hancock's identity and status. Even if Qin Xuan had indeed bested her, she would not so readily acquiesce. Moreover, considering their current states, it was evident they had not clashed. This implied that Qin Xuan had swayed her solely through his words, leaving both men astonished. After a considerable interval, an elderly woman, shorter than most, with white wavy hair adorned with a flower on the left side, accompanied by a serpent coiled like a staff, slowly entered. Chapter 65. The Empress boards the ship upon her arrival. Everyone bowed respectfully in her presence. Defeated? Chiyo, Roger uttered upon entering, suggesting she was well aware of the situation. Indeed, I may need to depart from the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Boa Hancock responded gravely that in truth, she was not particularly surprised by Roger's statement. Given that Daughter's Island was situated in a windless zone, acquiring news from the outside world was exceedingly difficult. She was the sole individual on the island who tirelessly sought to gather information from beyond their shores. It was she who had learned that Qin Chuan and his companions were targeting them, leading her to warn Boa Hancock to exercise utmost caution. However, Boa Hancock had initially dismissed Qin Chuan as a threat, never imagining they would arrive at Daughter's Island so swiftly. Thus, it allowed Qin Chuan and his group to land with relative ease. Upon hearing that Boa Hancock intended to leave Daughter's Island, the soldiers around her gasped in shock. "Are you Qin Chuan?" Roger inquired, her expression serious as she fixed her gaze on him. "Indeed," Qin Chuan replied casually. In fact, he had summoned her because he recognized her wisdom. While Boa Hancock possessed unmatched strength on Daughter's Island, the elderly woman before him was undoubtedly the wisest. "I believe this individual may lead to the revitalization of our Amazon Lily Kingdom," Roger stated solemnly after nodding at Qin Chuan and then turning to Boa Hancock. "Thus, I believe your decision is sound. Additionally, I will promptly select a new emperor for the Amazon Lily Kingdom, so do not concern yourself with that." Her words sent shockwaves through the assembly, as no one expected Roger to make such a grave proclamation, especially one concerning the revival of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. The kingdom had been in a prolonged state of dormancy, particularly as a nation composed solely of women, unable to even join the world government's United Nations, let alone participate in global conferences. This was why Boa Hancock endeavored to become a warlord of the sea, to safeguard her nation under that guise. However, now, the prospect of someone capable of leading their entire nation to resurgence ignited a flicker of hope within the hearts of all present. Not only the others, but even Boa Hancock gazed at Qin Chuan in bewilderment. Roger had always been her strategist, and her predictions had proven accurate time and again. Yet her unequivocal affirmation of Qin Chuan left her questioning his true identity. "Sister, are you truly leaving us?" The youngest sister, Boa Marigold, asked, her voice quivering with emotion. "Did you not hear what the elder said? Qin Chuan can lead us to glory. If that is the case, I must follow in his footsteps." Boa Hancock replied resolutely, having made her decision to follow Qin Chuan. "Mr. Qin Chuan, aside from bringing our empress aboard, is there anything else we can do for you?" Roger asked once again. "Indeed, there is. Our journey across the seas has consumed considerable time, and we have yet to enjoy a proper meal. Please prepare us a lavish feast. Additionally, it shall serve as a farewell for your empress." Qin Chuan stated after careful contemplation. "Very well, you too. Heed my command. Go arrange a national banquet and announce it to the entire populace, inviting everyone to partake in this grand celebration." The moment Giurlio turned to address the two sisters of Boa Hancock. They hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement, subsequently leading the crowd outside. Shortly thereafter, the news of Boa Hancock's abdication and departure from the Amazon Lily Kingdom landed like a heavy bomb on Daughter Island. Initially, the revelation incited a wave of anger among the populace, as they felt abandoned by Boa Hancock. However, once it became clear that her decision was aimed at the revival of the nation, their ire dissipated. As night fell, the palace hall was ablaze with light, with the high-ranking officials of Amazon Lily gathered in unison. Among them were also Chiyo and others, who had been injured earlier by Qin Chuan and his companions. Yet, by this time, they had become comrades and past grievances were forgiven. During the grand banquet, everyone indulged in merriment and revelry, with Giurlio even orchestrating an array of splendid dances. Yes, he watched the women of Daughter Island performing their graceful dances on stage. Bartolomeo found himself utterly captivated in that moment. If asked to remain there forever, he might have willingly consented. As the festivities drew to a close and the guests began to feel slightly inebriated, Giurlio seized the opportunity to announce some significant matters on behalf of Boa Hancock. Firstly, she accepted Boa Hancock's request to relinquish the throne, representing the entirety of Amazon Lily. Additionally, she appointed Boa Hancock's two sisters as the left and right protectors of the kingdom. Simultaneously, she declared herself the temporary protector and sorceress, overseeing national affairs, with the promise that upon Boa Hancock's return, she would willingly restore the throne to her. The following morning, Qin Chuan and his companions set forth on a new journey. This time, they did not rely on the Sea Kings for guidance, as they had acquired superior pets. The serpents, these serpents, native to Daughter Island, were enormous, with fully grown specimens capable of hauling a ship. In a bold move, Boa Hancock had captured 8 serpents to tow the massive Red Force. Meanwhile, before her departure, she personally sent a letter to the world government, declaring her complete abdication and stating that she was now merely an ordinary citizen of Amazon Lily. Her message was unequivocal. She was no longer a queen, nor a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. Henceforth, her actions would bear no relation to Amazon Lily. Upon receiving this news, Morgan swiftly learned of the developments, thanks to his extensive network of informants, even within Mariewa. Before the higher-ups of the world government could react, the announcement of Boa Hancock's abdication and her joining the Chinchuan pirate crew sent shockwaves around the globe. This marked yet another major headline generated by the Chinchuan pirate crew within a mere month. If the earlier allegiance of Sir Crocodile to Chinchuan was not explosive enough, then Boa Hancock's willingness to abdicate in order to join his crew certainly caused a seismic shift. People from all corners of the world buzzed about this rapidly ascending pirate crew. While countless individuals grew curious about Chinchuan's identity, it was evident that Chinchuan possessed considerable abilities, having even managed to win over Boa Hancock. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Kazoo leisurely perused a newspaper in his office, muttering to himself. However, his words seemed laden with deeper implications. Meanwhile, the entire Marine headquarters was abuzz with discussions. They lamented that the world government should never have interfered. They could have captured this group of pirates in Logtown. But now, the pirates had begun to rapidly bolster their strength. Admiral Akinu stormed into Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, slamming the newspaper onto his desk, exclaiming in outrage. The sudden commotion startled the sheep beside Sengoku. Your duty is to obey higher orders. I only reinstated you to the rank of Admiral yesterday. You cannot expect me to penalize you today, can you? Sengoku, equally incensed, was aware that the order to spare Chinchuan had not originated from him. Despite his esteemed position as Fleet Admiral, defying orders would invite intervention from the Commander-in-Chief, complicating matters further. Thus, he found himself unable to contravene the decision of the Gorsi. We are cloaked in the mantle of justice. We must not hesitate when taking action. In the eyes of the Marines, pirates deserve death, not negotiations. With that, Akainu stormed out infuriated. In truth, even facing Garp, he harbored no fear. However, his relentless ambition included usurping Sengoku's position. His motivations were not rooted in a lust for power, but rather a desire to showcase his talents on a grander stage. Thus, he often treaded carefully to avoid overstepping, knowing that even if Sengoku were to abdicate, it would be challenging for him to ascend. Compared to the other 2 admirals, he had a tendency to rebel against superiors. Meanwhile, Smoker, known for his defiance and exceptional strength, had fully recovered, despite his crushing defeat against the Chinchuan pirate crew. The Marines, mindful of maintaining their reputation, decided to elevate him to the forefront. They contacted Morgans to compose a report featuring Smoker leading the Marines in a 3-to-1 battle, ultimately succumbing to overwhelming odds. While few would believe that a Marine lieutenant colonel could withstand the Chinchuan pirate crew, given that even Admiral Akainu had struggled, the Marine headquarters nonetheless promoted Smoker to Rear Admiral and assigned him to the G5 branch. The G5 branch, located in the New World, was one of the few Marine outposts in that perilous region and served as a frontline stronghold. Its geographical significance was paramount, and due to its precarious position, the soldiers stationed there often resembled pirates more than they did Marines. Frequently, they disregarded orders from Marine headquarters, brutally executing captured pirates. Thus, the G5 branch was notorious for reports of cruelty towards pirates. Nonetheless, the Marine headquarters refrained from imposing sanctions, as survival in the G5 branch necessitated a certain ruthlessness to avoid being devoured by the far more brutal pirates of the New World. Despite the Marine headquarters not intending to send Smoker to the G5 branch, the words of Chinchuan, urging him to venture into the New World, ignited a spark within him. Upon learning of his promotion to Rear Admiral, he promptly expressed his desire to be assigned to G5, given his new rank and his status as one of the few Marines possessing a Logia-type devil fruit ability. The higher-ups consented to his request. Consequently, he set sail for the New World aboard a formidable marine vessel. Accompanied by a contingent of soldiers that on the ship, Smoker also caught sight of the newspaper headlines. Qin Chuan, I await you in the New World. Compared to the internal affairs of the Navy, the various factions within the world of pirates have begun to pay genuine attention to Qin Chuan. This is particularly true for the remaining members of the Shichibukai, especially those stationed in the Fishman Island and the West Sea during the first half of the Grand Line .2 pirate cruise, namely the Sun Pirates and the Thriller Bar Pirates, have already commenced full-scale vigilance. The captains of these crews are none other than Jinbei, one of the current Shichibukai, and Gecko Moria. Among the 7 Shichibukai, excluding the 2 already defeated, 3 of the remaining 5 are undoubtedly formidable adversaries. First and foremost, in terms of geographical positioning, Dracula Mihawk and Don Quixote da Flamingo are both based in the New World. The journey from the Grand Line to the New World is lengthy, thus it is unlikely that Qin Chuan can focus his attention on them for the time being. Additionally, another Shichibukai, Bartholomew Kuma, has been assimilated by the world government and is currently located in Moria. Consequently, it is improbable for Qin Chuan and his crew to cause a disturbance there. Therefore, the 2 remaining Shichibukai in the early New World naturally become the prime targets for the Qin Chuan pirates. Moreover, on paper, these 2 pirate crews possess relatively weaker strength. Thus, within the Sun Pirates, stationed at Fishman Island, Jinbei wears a grave expression. Upon learning of Boa Hancock's defeat, he senses that he has been marked by the Qin Chuan pirates. The unique geographical location of Fishman Island, situated 10,000 meters beneath Moria, makes it a crucial waypoint to the New World. Generally, pirates must coat their ships at Sabeti Archipelago and navigate through the currents to safely reach this location, subsequently proceeding through the underwater tunnel to access the New World. Therefore, if the Qin Chuan pirates wish to venture into the New World, they must either petition the world government or arrive here directly. If they choose to petition the world government, they must first become one of their own. According to previous communication from the outside world, the world government demands that Qin Chuan subdue more than half of the Shichibukai before he is eligible to negotiate with them. Thus, if the Qin Chuan pirates intend to engage in negotiations, they must conquer him. Even if Qin Chuan does not wish to negotiate with the world government, he must still pass through this location to reach the New World. Hence, regardless of the circumstances, he must confront the Qin Chuan crew. Captain Jinbei, I have contacted the Whitebeard pirates. They have decided to send a crew to assist us. At this moment, a long-bearded man with fierce teeth, a towering ponytail, and a tattoo reading 1TC on his left arm approached Jinbei. He is Aladdin. A key member of the Sun Pirates .1 crew is hardly sufficient. Their opponent has already defeated the red-haired pirates. Father is being excessively complacent. Moreover, which captain is leading the charge to support us? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Jinbei's expression darkened further, prompting him to inquire urgently. Long ago, after the death of Fisher Tiger, the founder and first captain of the Sun Pirates, Jinbei took up the banner of the Sun Pirates and began to shoulder the responsibility of defending Fishman Island. However, given the historical enmity between the Fishmen and the Celestial Dragons, the death of the formidable Fisher Tiger led the rulers of the world, the Celestial Dragons, to demand that the Navy eradicate the Fishmen. Following the onset of the Great Pirate Era, numerous Navy and pirate crews passing through this area began to engage in large-scale abductions and plundering of the fishmen and merfolk. Young female mermaids could fetch high prices in the human trafficking markets, making them particularly coveted. In an effort to protect the entirety of the fishmen, Jinbei, whose strength paled in comparison to Fisher Tigers, ultimately chose to bow to the immensely powerful Whitebeard pirates, who had dominated the New World for years. Consequently, Fishman Island became an affiliated territory of the Whitebeard pirates, who formally began to provide protection. Upon learning of this development, the world government ultimately decided to abandon their plans to suppress Fishman Island, weighing the pros and cons after all. At that time, the Whitebeard pirates were renowned as the most powerful pirate crew in the world, and their captain, Edward Newgate, was universally recognized as the strongest man in the world following Joel D. Rogers' death. Thus, the world government was unwilling to engage in an all-out war with the Whitebeard pirates over Amir Island. Now that the Sun Pirates faced tremendous threats, they must once again send out a distress signal to Edward Newgate. This time, However, he intends to send only a single division commander to their aid. Among the 16 divisions of the Whitebeard pirates, each led by a division commander, the strongest is the 1st Division Commander, the renowned Marco the Phoenix, that if he were to come in person, there might still be a chance for a fierce battle. What? Bista, the captain of the 5th Division? Upon hearing this moniker, Jinbei immediately envisioned a man with a twisted mustache. Indeed, having fought alongside Edward Newgate for many years, Bista's strength is unlikely to be lacking. Coupled with the might of Fishman Island, the Qin pirates will surely not stand a chance against us, Aladdin elaborated. Regardless, we must remain vigilant. Relay my orders. All personnel must be fully prepared for battle at all times. This battle can only result in victory, not defeat, Jinbei declared solemnly at the same time. In the West Sea, also situated in the first half of the Grand Line, on the deck of a massive ship adorned with a flag featuring Gecko Moria's distinctive hairstyle and flame-tinged bat wings. Moria gazed out over the vast, endless sea. Reporting to you, Master, all preparations are complete. Should they dare to venture into the misty sea, we shall undoubtedly crush them. At this moment, a long-haired man clad in opulent attire, bearing a frightening visage with spherical earrings and a lion-shaped nose, stood beside him, relaying the information with utmost seriousness. He is Absalom, one of the 3 freaks of the Thriller Bark Pirates, and second only to Captain Gecko Moria in strength. The entire world perceives us as soft targets. Even Doflamingo looks down upon me. But matters not. Should they dare to set foot in the West Sea, I will ensure their demise here. At that time, I shall stand atop the heads of the other Shichibukai. Gecko Moria concluded with a sinister grin, his eerie laughter echoing through the thick fog in a tavern at Sabeti Archipelago. Members of the red-haired pirates were seated, enjoying their drinks. Captain Shanks, will this matter simply end here? Our ship has yet to be reclaimed, and if we proceed to the New World now, the reputation of the red-haired pirates will be irreparably tarnished. Furthermore, according to rumors, the world government intends to rank you alongside Edward Newgate of the Whitebeard Pirates, Kaido of the Beast Pirates, and Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates as one of the Yonko. Yet, having been defeated by an obscure newcomer, that title will surely be lost. At that moment, Lachi Lu, while consuming the meat in his hand, expressed his dissatisfaction. During this period, the atmosphere within the red-haired pirates, save for Shanks, had become exceedingly oppressive. Prior to this, they had thoroughly established their reputation and swiftly risen to prominence across the globe. However, an inexplicable turn of events transpired when their captain, Shanks, inexplicably lost an arm in Windmill Town in the East Sea, which ignited a considerable uproar. Concurrently, doubts regarding Shanks' strength began to circulate among the public. Shortly thereafter, an unknown young man emerged, first demolishing the underwater prison and subsequently seizing their flagship, the Red Force, as a result. The esteem of the red-haired pirates plummeted to an unprecedented low. Rumors began to spread that Shanks had suffered a significant decline in power, prompting many pirates in the New World harboring grudges against them to declare that should they dare to set foot in the New World again, they would be utterly doomed to the depths of the sea. Despite this, Shanks, as captain, showed no inclination to reclaim their honor. Instead, he brought the crew to Sabeti Archipelago. Clearly, their intent was to undergo a transformation here before returning to the New World through the underwater tunnel to Fishman Island. However, this signified that the red-haired pirates had been decisively defeated by the Qin pirates, forcing them to retreat back to the New World, a reality intolerable for the crew. Yet, while Lachi Lu continued to grumble, Shanks remained composed, sipping his rum. His calm demeanor and lack of desire to confront Qin stemmed from his profound understanding of Qin's capabilities, although he had discerned the opponent's tricks during their encounter in the illusion. His mental defenses ultimately crumbled as he realized that to truly contend with Qin, he first needed to dismantle that particular technique. However, lacking knowledge in this area, he could only seek the legendary man here at Sabeti Archipelago. Just then, a man with long curly hair, a uniquely shaped white beard on his chin, silver facial hair, glasses, and a straight scar running down his right eye slowly entered the tavern. Upon seeing this individual, Shanks immediately stood up. The other crew members around were taken aback by this unexpected display. "What's wrong, Shanks?" Seeing Shanks' sudden movement, The first mate, Ben Beckman, extinguished his cigar and looked at him in confusion. Meanwhile, the man who entered the room had already noticed Shanks and his crew at first glance. "What brings you here?" The man instinctively adjusted his glasses and spoke with a calm demeanor. "Mr. Rayleigh, there is something I wish to consult you about." As soon as Shanks uttered this name, the atmosphere erupted with astonishment. All members of the red-haired pirates turned their gazes toward the man. Chapter 69. The Art of Peering into One's Heart. Clearly, the name Rayleigh held tremendous weight. After all, in the entire pirate world, there was only one man named Rayleigh who could elicit such a response for Shanks. He was Silver's Rayleigh, the former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. Known as the Dark King, Shanks had once been an intern in the Roger Pirates, so he was naturally acquainted with Rayleigh. Furthermore, in recent years, as one of the most prominent figures in the post-Roger era, he had undoubtedly captured Rayleigh's attention. Shanks had specifically come to Sabati Archipelago not merely to use the underwater tunnel to enter the New World, but rather to pay a personal visit to Rayleigh, a man of vast knowledge and experience, one who had even outlasted Douglas Bullet. "Rayleigh, these folks have been waiting for you for quite some time." At that moment, the barmaid with short black hair and an alluring figure exhaled a puff of smoke and slowly addressed Rayleigh at the door. She was Shacky, the owner of the tavern. After the death of Roger, she had lived with Rayleigh and opened this tavern in Sabati Archipelago. However, her primary occupation was not running a tavern, but engaging in clandestine information trading, earning her the title of an intelligence broker in the industry. Rayleigh nodded, then turned to close the tavern door before walking over to Shanks and the others. At this moment, all members of the red-haired pirates, except Shanks, grew increasingly tense. Even the seasoned Ben Beckman instinctively placed a hand on his firearm at his waist. "Calm down. We're not here to cause trouble. I merely wish to have a private conversation with Mr. Rayleigh." Seeing his crew's heightened anxiety, Shanks felt compelled to clarify. Upon hearing their captain's words, the crew members finally began to relax, though they remained cautious in the presence of such a legendary figure akin to Roger. "I heard you lost an arm, and it was to save a child. Is that the reason the ship was taken?" Rayleigh inquired, glancing at Shanks' empty left sleeve with a grave tone. It's just an arm. I wagered it for the sake of the new era." Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, demonstrated remarkable confidence even in the absence of a limb. "But what is it you wish to discuss with me today? May I have a moment of your time?" Shanks sought a private conversation with Rayleigh, primarily not out of concern for losing face in front of his crew, but to prevent unnecessary panic among them. "Come with me inside. Shacky, prepare a fine feast tonight. I intend to properly entertain this former intern from the ship." After instructing Shacky, Rayleigh led Shanks into a small room at the back of the tavern. Once inside, Shanks laid his cards on the table. "Mr. Rayleigh, are you familiar with illusions?" "Illusions?" Upon hearing this term, Rayleigh furrowed his brow. "Indeed, that fellow possesses the ability to wield illusions. When I faced him, he created an incredibly realistic virtual world. In that realm, I had no capacity for resistance. Even my hockey was rendered useless. He could inflict torment upon me at will within that world. Even after many days since the battle, the memory still sent shivers down Shanks' spine when revisiting that ordeal. So powerful. But if it's merely an illusion, shouldn't you treat it as a mere fade? I initially believed so as well, but the realism of that illusion was overwhelming. I could genuinely feel the pain. Moreover, he was capable of manifesting people and events from the depths of my own psyche. Shanks refrained from explicitly detailing the terrifying circumstances he encountered, as he held a secret pact with the Gorosei. Even in the presence of Rayleigh, he could not divulge such matters. Furthermore, what had shattered Shanks' mental defenses was the illusion of the Gorosei conjured by Qin Chuan. He did not believe that the Gorosei were real, but he was astounded by the fact that even his crew remained oblivious to this connection. The very notion that a previously unknown and inconspicuous individual could uncover his ties to the Gorosei was what led to his complete breakdown in an instant, rendering him powerless upon returning to reality. "Are you suggesting he conjured figures and events known only to you or a select few, utilizing them against you, leading to your mental collapse?" Upon hearing this, a look of intrigue crossed Rayleigh's face. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Qin Chuan possessed such extraordinary capabilities. More importantly, the sheer youth of this individual coupled with his remarkable prowess hinted that, should he continue to develop, he might become one of the most formidable figures of the pirate era. Precisely, this is why I sought you out, to inquire about any devil fruit abilities that might grant such power. Or if there are individuals specializing in this form of illusion, it may not be as simple as a devil fruit. In my opinion, he might not have truly penetrated your innermost thoughts. Rayleigh suddenly interjected after a brief silence. What? He didn't penetrate my innermost thoughts, so how did he know everything about me? Shanks questioned in confusion. Perhaps all of this is merely a scene you conjured in your imagination, and he merely guided you slightly, allowing you to manifest all these elements through your own thoughts. It is inconceivable. He is undeniably within this illusion, and he explicitly spoke those words to me. Shanks vehemently denied. Clearly, he does not concur with Rayleigh's perspective. Chapter 70. Trouble aboard the ship. I believe that even he is merely a figment of your own imagination, implying that the entire illusion has been crafted by you from the very beginning. Rayleigh deduced once more. After hearing Rayleigh's explanation, Shanks began to waver. If what you say is indeed true, do you possess any means to dispel his technique? Shanks pressed further. I do not have a solution at the moment. However, based on my past experiences, this illusion cannot be casually invoked. Otherwise, would he not be invincible? Moreover, there is a crucial point. If he is casting an illusion upon you, he must be entirely focused on you. At that moment, if someone were to launch an attack from the side, it is quite possible that the illusion would be shattered without a fight. Rayleigh, the legendary Dark King, though he had never encountered Chuan nor experienced the prowess of Tsukuyomi, discerned the crux of the issue solely from Shanks' account. Although his earlier conjectures were not entirely accurate, it did not hinder him from identifying the flaw in Tsukuyomi. At that moment, Shanks suddenly had a moment of clarity, only for his expression to darken once more. Mr. Rayleigh, I am grateful. However, I still have one query. Why do you willingly remain within this dilapidated tavern? Given your strength and experiences, surely you would have a place for yourself in the New World seas. Shanks inquired again to I am old. This is your era now, and more importantly, there is nothing and no one that piques my interest. Therefore, I would rather enjoy my twilight years here. Rayleigh chuckled. Is it not Chuan who captures your interest? That fellow has already subdued another warlord of the sea today. His momentum is even more formidable than those 3 individuals in the New World. I shall meet him. Then I can personally assess his depth. At that moment, Rayleigh suddenly squinted, revealing a signature smile. Hearing this, Shanks was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Rayleigh could predict his impending encounter with Chuan. Meanwhile, aboard the Red Force, Bartolomeo was incessantly pestering Boa Hancock. Hancock, what do you think of me? Go away. In response to Bartolomeo's persistence, Boa Hancock merely gazed serenely into the distance, uttering a single word. Oh, you have character. I like that. How about we go out? Seeing Boa Hancock's demeanor, Bartolomeo, far from feeling anger, became even more exhilarated. That fool inclined towards masochism. Captain, do you truly believe this person will be of significant assistance to our pirate crew? Douglas Barrett inquired from short distance away. Although he had witnessed Bartolomeo's strength, he had also learned from Chuan about Bartolomeo's devil fruit abilities and their weaknesses. Since discovering the latter, he had not regarded Bartolomeo with such esteem. Haha. Do you know why I have gathered all of you here? Chuan did not directly answer the question, but instead posed a counterquery. Because we are exceptional and can assist you. Douglas Barrett replied without hesitation. Incorrect. It is because your backgrounds are clean, which assures me in recruiting you in this world, there are many powerful pirates, yet they often have other forces lurking behind them. I not only wish to establish a pirate crew, but also to create one that is entirely my own. That fellow, though his strength is average and he is quite youthful and impetuous, is relatively loyal. Thus I can trust him more readily. As for strength, I am not particularly concerned, for in a true battle, your roles will merely serve to divert some of the firepower, nothing more. Chuan unreservedly stated the truth. After he revealed that they would only serve to divert firepower, even Crocodile, who stood nearby, could not help but furrow his brow. Clearly, even now, Chuan had not genuinely acknowledged their strength, much to their displeasure. However, at that moment, a commotion erupted nearby. Bartolomeo continued to incessantly nag Boa Hancock. Yet in the next moment, Boa Hancock suddenly smiled faintly at him. This smile led Bartolomeo to believe that she was finally willing to converse with him, causing him to let down his guard entirely. After all, the two were currently on the same ship, and it was inconceivable that she would turn hostile against him. Yet he had miscalculated. Perfumed kick. Suddenly, Boa Hancock lifted her right leg and kicked Bartolomeo fiercely. Bartolomeo, caught off guard by her sudden aggression, was taken aback. However, as he attempted to evade, Hancock's foot struck his abdomen with tremendous force, and in the next instant, his body was instantly petrified. Subsequently, he was hurled overboard, plummeting into the vast ocean with a splash. Witnessing this, Qin Xuan and the others were utterly astonished. After all, Bartolomeo was a devil fruit user, and such individuals were inherently incapable of swimming. Douglas Barrett immediately shouted, "Have you lost your mind? He is a devil fruit user. I am aware. What of it?" Even in the face of the renowned Douglas Barrett, Boa Hancock remained unfazed, replying with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 71. Diving to rescue. Damn it. Everyone aboard this ship is a devil fruit user. How can we save him now? Meanwhile, Crocodile's face darkened that on this ship, everyone possessed devil fruit powers, meaning that at this critical juncture, no one could dive into the sea to rescue Bartolomeo. Furthermore, Bartolomeo had already sunk. At this moment, the only option was to jump in after him. Seeing that Boa Hancock had genuinely turned murderous, Qin Xuan's expression grew cold. Clearly, while it was one thing for her to wish to torment Bartolomeo, contemplating his death crossed a line for Qin Xuan. However, he had no time to waste on her now. Bartolomeo was someone he had personally selected and brought along at the risk of being besieged by the Navy, so he could not allow Bartolomeo to perish. With this thought in mind, Qin Xuan suddenly dashed toward the spot where Bartolomeo had fallen, leaping directly into the sea. Witnessing this, the other three on the deck were utterly taken aback. Damn it, if Captain Qin Xuan encounters misfortune, you won't survive this ship either. Douglas Barrett glared at Boa Hancock with fury. Clearly, at this moment, he had completely regarded Qin Xuan as his captain. Moreover, he was still unaware of whether Qin Xuan was a devil fruit user. If he were, this leap could not only fail to save anyone, but could also cost Qin Xuan his life. More importantly, despite his formidable strength, he found himself utterly powerless in this situation. After being scolded, Boa Hancock too bore a trace of concern upon her face. Just moments ago, she had indeed contemplated killing Bartolomeo, yet she had no desire to see Qin Xuan perish. Now that she had formally abdicated her position and joined Qin Xuan's pirate crew, should Qin Xuan meet his end, her chances of regaining the trust and appointment of the world government would vanish entirely. Thus, she too felt a rush of panic. However, just as the three were at a loss, a massive splash erupted from the water's surface. In the next instant, Qin Xuan emerged, dragging the petrified Bartolomeo with him. Damn it, old croc, throw down a sand rope quickly, after laboriously surfacing from the depths. Qin Xuan immediately shouted upwards at Sand Crocodile. In response, Sand Crocodile swiftly cast down a sand rope, akin to the one that had previously ensnared the sea creature. As the sand rope reached Qin Xuan, he seized it with determination. Following this, with a powerful tug from above, both Qin Xuan and the stone-like Bartolomeo surged out of the water and returned to the deck of the ship. Once aboard, Qin Xuan could not help but gasp for breath. The act of diving into the sea to rescue someone was physically demanding, and the added challenge of saving a completely petrified individual was monumental. At one point, he nearly succumbed and considered giving up, but fortunately, he persevered until the end. This moment, Boa Hancock hurried over, her expression filled with remorse, and said, "Captain, I apologize. My actions were impulsive," aware that she had caused a significant mishap. She quickly bowed her head in contrition. "Once I have freed him, if anyone dares to harm a comrade again, I shall not grant a second chance. Furthermore, this ship will dock at the port of Alugia in the West Sea tomorrow. Anyone unwilling to remain may leave without consequence. However, should we cross paths again in the future, do not expect me to show any mercy," Qin Xuan stated coldly, casting a frosty gaze at the others. The rest of the group felt a shiver run down their spines upon hearing Qin Chuan's ominous warning. They were acutely aware of his capabilities and his potential to act on such threats. After delivering his chilling words, Qin Chuan rose and retreated to his cabin to change his clothes. Meanwhile, Boa Hancock promptly lifted Bartolomeo's petrified state. As the spell was broken, Bartolomeo suddenly felt a searing pain in his abdomen. He had been petrified the moment Boa Hancock had kicked him, rendering him oblivious to any sensations of pain. Now that the petrification had lifted, the agony surged through his nerves back to his brain. "Ah, this hurts," Bartolomeo could not help but complain, casting a resentful glare at Boa Hancock. "You both better behave yourself from now on. If you stir up trouble again, I won't hesitate to eliminate you before the captain has a chance to throw you overboard." Douglas Barrett, unable to contain his irritation, reprimanded the two among them. Even if they joined forces, his strength rendered him unmatched, so in Qin Chuan's absence, he had effectively assumed leadership of the group. Witnessing Douglas Barrett's fury, coupled with the recent events, the two directly involved fell silent. However, at that moment, Sand Crocodile, who had been quiet until now, suddenly spoke up. "Setting that aside, I never expected Captain Qin Chuan to be without a devil fruit ability. This truly astonishes me. From where, then, does his strength derive? Can a human genuinely attain powers that surpass those of the devil fruits through sheer effort?" Upon hearing Sand Crocodile's words, the others recalled that it was indeed Qin Chuan who had leaped into the water to rescue Bartolomeo, which implied that he had not consumed a devil fruit. In this world, only fishmen or merfolk could dive into the sea after eating a devil fruit, and Qin Chuan bore none of their characteristics. Making this conclusion all the more apparent, Chapter 72. The early arrival of the supernovas. With this revelation, the group lost interest in arguing, redirecting their focus towards speculating about Qin Chuan's background. However, despite their lengthy discussions on the deck, they ultimately arrived at no conclusive answers. Although this world is vast, if any faction were genuinely powerful, there would be some trace of information, no matter how well hidden. As individuals of notable repute, they possessed a modicum of knowledge about events in the world. Thus, if Qin Chuan belonged to any faction, they would surely be aware of it. Let us not speculate excessively. Captain Qin Chuan has mentioned that he will reveal the truth when the time is right. Over the following days, indeed, no further incidents arose. Recognizing their mistakes, Bartolomeo became considerably more docile, while Boa Hancock occasionally sought to engage Qin Chuan in conversation. Discussing the paths ahead, time passed swiftly, and the five finally arrived at the largest port in the West Sea, the Lugia port. Here lay the most expansive and bustling city in the West Sea. Lugia town, as is often the case with thriving locales, danger lurked in abundance. Though Lugia town also had a naval presence, akin to Logtown in the East Sea, this naval institution was merely a branch. With its highest-ranking officer being a mere captain, that a branch captain could manage to contend with pirates worth millions or tens of millions. However, when faced with notorious pirates like Sand Crocodile, whose bounties reached thousands or even hundreds of millions, they appeared as insignificant as ants. Fortunately, being the most prosperous city in the West Sea, Lugia was under the careful watch of the world government and the Navy, which generally dissuaded any foolish pirates from causing trouble there. Once the ship docked, the crew eagerly disembarked from the Red Force. Having sailed for several days, they were weary and headed straight to the most opulent restaurant in the town. One could not help but marvel at the grandeur of the West Sea, which was unmatched by the East Sea, and it was no wonder that the pirates of the West Sea boasted greater strength. The restaurant's interior alone showcased its lavishness. Upon entering, they were greeted by a soaring ceiling, expansive space, and opulent chandeliers suspended from above. The seating area was adorned with antique clocks, complemented by leather chairs and dark wooden elements, creating a splendidly luxurious ambience. Qin Chuan surveyed the surroundings and noted that, although many patrons were present, they appeared to be ordinary individuals clad in formal attire. There were no obvious pirates in sight. Perhaps the exorbitant prices deterred pirates, or perhaps they felt too self-conscious to dine in such an establishment, resulting in an absence of any unusual characters. Just then, a restaurant server approached them. "Good sirs, would you like to dine here?" "Yes, a table for 5. Please lead the way," Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. Conveniently, we have one large table available. Please follow me, the server responded before guiding them towards a sizable round table. However, at that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the restaurant. Qin Xuan and the others turned to see a group of men clad in black suits and sunglasses entering the hall. Moments later, a short man wearing a hat and scarf, dressed in a pinstripe suit and holding a cigar, resembling a member of the mafia, slowly made his way into the dining area. Upon spotting this individual, Qin Xuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering this person here. Clearly, matters were becoming increasingly intriguing. The man was none other than Capone, the captain of the fire tank pirates, one of the 11 supernovas who had landed on Sabiti Archipelago prior to the significant events. Though his bounty had not yet reached a high figure, it had surpassed 100 million, indicating his formidable strength. This time, Capone was not particularly well known. However, given the entourage accompanying him, it was evident that he had established a solid reputation in this region. Indeed, as he entered the hall, the atmosphere grew tense. Many patrons began to lower their heads and murmur amongst themselves, indicating that Capone held a certain weight in their eyes. Soon after, a man who appeared to be the restaurant's manager rushed over to him, respectfully inquiring, "Mr. Capone, are you here to dine?" Upon hearing this question, Capone displayed no hint of a smile. Instead, he turned and glared at the manager. In the next moment, he raised his foot and kicked the manager squarely in the stomach. With a thud, the manager crashed onto the polished wooden floor. "Isn't that obvious? If I didn't come to eat, would I be here to conduct business? Hurry up and show me to a table." Capone spoke with a cold expression of disdain. Despite being kicked, the lobby manager gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and rose again, his face contorted in obsequiousness as he said, "I apologize. Please follow me." He quickly turned around, scanning for an empty seat. At that moment, he spotted an unoccupied table in front of Qin Xuan and his companions that he hastily made his way towards them. Witnessing this, the others furrowed their brows. Clearly, the manager intended to claim the seat they had just secured, as expected. Upon reaching them, the lobby manager immediately stated, "I apologize, but this table has been previously reserved. We are fully booked today. Please arrive earlier next time." Chapter 73. Wait, did I permit you to leave? At this juncture, Boa Hancock had already taken a seat, and upon hearing the manager's words, she shot him a cold glare. However, even with his words, she showed no intention of standing up. Similarly, Qin Xuan and the others remained motionless. "I have made it abundantly clear to you that this table is already occupied." The lobby manager's irritation grew as he observed the generally amiable group remaining still, and his tone became noticeably harsher. "When we arrived, the waiter did not inform us that this table was taken. Why is it that we have only just sat down, and you come to tell me that it is reserved for someone else?" In the bustling city of West Sea, Qin Xuan had no desire to create a scene. After all, he had an agreement with the world government. He could stir trouble on Amazon Lily or defeat other warlords of the sea. However, should he choose to wreak havoc in an area governed by the world government, it would undoubtedly bring shame upon them and the Navy. Such actions would be a blatant disregard for their dignity, and in turn, they would not extend him any courtesy. Thus, Qin Xuan calmly spoke up. Observing him take the initiative, Douglas Bullet, who was moments away from acting, restrained himself. In truth, none of the individuals present were easily provoked. Had Qin Xuan not intervened, they might have already turned the restaurant upside down. It is simply that the waiter was mistaken. "You should leave immediately." Before the manager could finish, he suddenly lunged forward, crashing towards the opposite side. Capone was the one who had shoved him. "Stop being so verbose. It seems you wish for death." After kicking him, Capone remained unsatisfied and drew his gun, aiming it at the manager. Witnessing this, the lobby manager was so terrified that his legs gave way, and he immediately knelt down, begging for mercy. "Hey, do you wish to cause a scene?" At that moment, Qin Xuan turned his gaze towards Capone and asked calmly. It was only then that Capone noticed Qin Xuan's group. As he turned to face them, his previously stern expression froze. He then scanned the individuals around Qin Xuan. Douglas Bullet, Sir Crocodile, and Boa Hancock were all present. The only person capable of gathering such formidable pirates was Qin Xuan, whose reputation had recently soared. reportedly negotiating with the world government. Realizing he had provoked the Qin Chuan pirates, Capone Beej swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for how to defuse the situation. However, before he could speak, a man behind him couldn't contain himself. "Father, stop wasting time with these people. Let me take them out, so they know the power of our fire tank pirates." This young man, also clad in a suit, prepared to draw his gun and aim at Qin Chuan's group. Yet before he could raise his weapon, Capone Beej swiftly turned his gun towards the young man and fired. The gunshot echoed throughout the restaurant, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Even Qin Chuan and his companions were taken aback to see Capone Beej ruthlessly shoot what appeared to be his son. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Capone Beej, Qin Chuan, already aware of Capone Beej's ruthless nature, spoke again, this time explicitly calling him by name. "Are you the Qin Chuan pirates?" Capone Beej awkwardly replied, his face filled with embarrassment. Upon hearing him utter those words, the onlookers behind him were even more shocked, instinctively stepping back to distance themselves from Capone Beej. "Have you lost your mind after consuming a paramecia-type fruit?" Qin Chuan retorted, unimpressed by Capone Beej's stammering. Although Capone's strength was notable, he was utterly insignificant in Qin Chuan's eyes. "That I apologize. I was blind to your reputation. That I shall take my leave at once." Given Qin Chuan's resounding fame, as someone who aimed to confront the warlords of the sea, Capone Beej knew he could not afford to confront him directly at that moment. The individual referred to by Capone Beej is undoubtedly none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. However, at this juncture, anyone with a semblance of intelligence is aware that he is indeed Gecko Moria. Thus, whether or not to act stealthily holds little significance for him. Moreover, to contend with a mere Gecko Moria while resorting to tactical evasion would be utterly disgraceful. Additionally, he harbors no fondness for Capone Beej. Although both are pirates, there exists a fundamental disparity between them. Capone Beej takes pleasure in bullying innocent civilians, as evidenced by his previous intent to kill without a second thought, which Qin Chuan finds utterly contemptible. Consequently, Qin Chuan is inclined to rid the pirate world of such loathsome individuals. After being publicly slapped, Capone Beej's face instantly bore the imprints of 5 fingers. At that moment, despite his awareness of the evident disparity in strength, he could not swallow his pride. Furthermore, knowing that his adversary would not let him depart unscathed, he resolutely flung open his suit jacket. Observing this, Qin Chuan understood that his opponent was preparing to unleash his devil fruit powers. Qin Chuan was well aware of the nature of those powers and quickly murmured to himself, "Ding! The host has successfully utilized the character card of Kurizumi Semimuro, reducing the number of uses by 1 the next instant." Before anyone else could react, Capone Beej bellowed, "Castle, full-size captain." Immediately, darkness enveloped those present, and they found themselves atop a stone platform. Simultaneously, all of his subordinates appeared before Qin Chuan and the others. This sudden turn of events startled several members of Qin Chuan's pirate crew. "What is happening?" Bartolomeo was the first to inquire. "This is a castle. We are now trapped here," Qin Chuan remarked coolly as he gazed at the figures clad in black ahead. "What? How could we possibly have ended up in this castle?" Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Boa Hancock could not help but exclaim in surprise. Meanwhile, even the experienced Crocodile and Douglas Bullet furrowed their brows in concern as they looked at Qin Chuan. This brings us to his devil fruit. His devil fruit is the paramecia-type castle fruit, which allows him to anchor everything, including himself, within his body, akin to a castle. Moreover, objects entering his body shrink, and upon leaving his sphere of influence, they revert to their original size. "Humph, a mere wall thinks it can confine us. That is nothing short of a delusion," Crocodile scoffed dismissively after listening to Qin Chuan's explanation. At that moment, the figures in black seemed to receive a command from Capone Beej, who had not entered, and promptly drew their guns, aiming them at Qin Chuan and the others. Bang, 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 while they were still engaged in conversation. Dozens of bullets sped towards them. Yet, despite the imminent danger, Qin Chuan and his companions remained motionless, as if oblivious to the oncoming projectiles, just as the bullets were about to strike them. A transparent barrier appeared before them. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets collided with the transparent barrier, producing a metallic sound before falling swiftly to the ground. The black-clad individuals, witnessing the barrier, were taken aback and contemplated their next move. However, at that moment, Bartolomeo, already forming the common's fingers gesture, let out a soft hum. Barrier, charging bull. In the next instant, Bartolomeo propelled himself forward at high speed, utilizing the curved transparent barrier as a shield. The barrier surged forward like a bulldozer. Upon witnessing this, the black-clad individuals had no choice but to flee. They were merely gangsters without any devil fruit abilities and stood no chance against powerful pirates. As the barrier charged toward them, they began to scatter in all directions. However, the barrier's velocity was astonishingly swift, akin to a raging bull, and it soon reached them. With a thunderous crash, the barrier sent all the black-clad individuals standing before Qin Chuan and the others flying. They subsequently fell to the ground like rain. There was no need for speculation. These individuals had undoubtedly met their demise. Chapter 75. The Return of the Water Shadow. Just when everyone thought they could effortlessly escape the castle, the structure within it suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. In the next moment, the previously solid floor began to ooze a murky liquid. Simultaneously, Qin Chuan and the others found their feet ensnared in the goo, rendering them immobile. What is happening? Bartolomeo exclaimed in astonishment. This is his special devil fruit technique. Castle. Swamp. He manipulates the castle structure within his body, transforming it into a swamp to torment all those trapped inside. At this moment, Qin Chuan coldly cautioned, "Damn it, even with my armed hockey, I cannot extricate my legs from this muddy ground." Douglas Bullet lamented after several futile attempts. Subsequently, Crocodile and Boa Hancock, among others, attempted their own techniques to escape. But all efforts proved fruitless. Furthermore, green, viscous liquid began seeping from the surrounding walls. Clearly, Capone Beej intended to entrap them completely. Observing this, Qin Chuan snorted disdainfully, a trivial skill. "You are not qualified to kill us." Boiling release. Missed technique. In the next moment, Qin Chuan exhaled scalding steam. The vapor immediately made contact with the green, viscous liquid seeping from the walls. Instantly, the liquid was devoured by the steam. Simultaneously, the mist surged toward the castle's impenetrable walls. When the high-temperature steam met the castle's walls, it began to evaporate and dissolve the sturdy structure. This spectacle left the others utterly astonished, except for Crocodile and Douglas Bullet, who had previously witnessed Qin Chuan's prowess in Alabasta. The other two had never encountered such terrifying power. They gazed at Qin Chuan in disbelief. After all, the ability to corrode the castle walls with mere vapor indicated that this was no ordinary mist. Considering that Qin Chuan possessed no devil fruit powers, it suggested that the mist emanating from his mouth could be stored within his body. This revelation piqued their curiosity about Qin Chuan even further. Not only were they astonished, but Capone Beej, who had been observing everything from outside, was equally taken aback. He was compelled to seal the castle and release Qin Chuan and the others. However, although they returned to reality, the luxurious dining room had been reduced to ruins due to Capone Beej's prior activation of the fortress mode. Moreover, a multitude of onlookers had gathered, including some soldiers clad in white naval uniforms. Yet at this critical juncture, these lowly subordinates dared not intervene in the unfolding conflict, likely having already alerted headquarters and now awaiting reinforcements. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Capone Beej's physical condition had significantly deteriorated. The castle had essentially been a part of his body, and after being corroded by Qin Chuan's steam, he had sustained severe injuries. Water release. Mist concealment technique. With that, Qin Chuan unleashed a torrent of dense mist. The fog obscured the surrounding environment, enveloping even his own teammates in its grasp. Crocodile initially contemplated dispersing the mist with a desert storm, but he suddenly recalled that this was a tactic devised by Qin Chuan to combat their foes. Dispersing the mist would only hinder his plans. Upon reaching this point, he had no choice but to summon his own armament hockey to guard against the imminent dangers. Simultaneously, Douglas Barrett and Boa Hancock, both possessing armament hockey, swiftly activated their powers that, in stark contrast, Bartolomeo, lacking such abilities, resorted to his classic gesture, promptly encasing himself within a transparent barrier. This maneuver was a spontaneous invention of his. In moments of peril, he believed that secluding himself would allow him to evade fatal attacks. Meanwhile, on the side of Capone Beach, anxiety began to creep in as the thick fog enveloped the area. He had always relied heavily on the powers granted by his devil fruit. And now, with his abilities rendered ineffective against the opponent, he pondered what means he had left to contend with them. At this juncture, thoughts of fleeing began to take root in Capone Beach's mind, prompting him to dash in a random direction amidst the fog. However, he had barely taken a few steps when Shadow darted past him. Startled, Capone Beach halted and drew his pistol, aiming into the obscurity. Just as he was about to fire a blind shot, a water column, shaped like a dragon, surged towards him with a deafening roar. Boom! With a dull thud, Capone Beach was sent hurtling backward. Concurrently, the fog finally dissipated. At that moment, everyone beheld Qin Chuan standing his ground, and Capone Beach sprawled on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Crocodile felt an eerie sense of déjà vu, even though Qin Chuan had employed the same technique against him for the second time. He remained at a loss for how to counter it. Capone Beach, at this point, felt as though his insides were in turmoil, the intense pain rendering him breathless. Just then, Qin Chuan finally received a long-awaited notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the enemy. You have earned a total of 15,000 prestige points this time. Chapter 76. Accepting an interview this time, Qin Chuan received 15,000 prestige points, which fell well within his expectations. After all, his opponent would only become a notorious figure in several years. For now, he was merely a gang leader endowed with the powers of a devil fruit. Moreover, his strength was significantly inferior to Bartolomeo's. Hence, the prestige points could not be exceedingly high. Upon hearing the system's voice, Qin Chuan understood that Capone Beach had undoubtedly lost all fighting capacity. Meanwhile, the local naval forces finally arrived, albeit belatedly. As the lead officer, a middle-aged man clad in a naval coat, caught sight of Qin Chuan and the incapacitated Capone Beach, he gasped in shock upon learning that Qin Chuan's pirate crew hailed from the West Sea. He fervently hoped he would not have to confront them. After all, his position represented the Navy, and should an altercation arise, he was uncertain whether he should intervene, that if he did, he would undoubtedly be easily overpowered, potentially facing grave danger himself. It was worth noting that Smoker, who possessed a Logia-type devil fruit, had been severely beaten by Qin Chuan and his allies before being saved by a timely arrival of a Navy admiral. Otherwise, Smoker might never have had the chance to be promoted to Rear Admiral. Currently, being in the West Sea, several days' journey from Marine headquarters at Marineford, if a confrontation were to occur today, his demise would be inevitable. Yet, if he chose not to act, the repercussions would tarnish both the Navy's and his own reputation. Given that reporters were already present, he had to be exceedingly cautious in his every move. Thus, at this critical juncture, he found himself at a loss. Qin Chuan now noticed the gathering Navy soldiers and calmly addressed them. This individual is a notorious local crime lord known as Capone Beach. Today, while he was preparing for senseless slaughter in a restaurant, I happened upon him. Acting in the spirit of justice, I decisively intervened and thoroughly defeated him, that I hope the Navy will take him into custody for proper confinement. Furthermore, I urge you to organize a comprehensive search throughout Elysia City to eliminate his remaining followers, thereby ensuring a happier and more peaceful life for the local populace. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's declaration, the crowd of onlookers fell into stunned silence. Capone Beach and his gang were already well known in the area, and now Qin Chuan claimed to have acted in defense of the people. This revelation sparked upon hearing this. Douglas Barrett, who stood behind, felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. Having never been interviewed before, he was oblivious to the incisive nature of the reporter's inquiries. However, a cursory glance at Qin Chuan revealed a lack of anger, prompting him to temper his impulses. This topic is indeed intriguing. In the eyes of the Navy and the world government, I am a pirate, while in the depths of the underwater prison, I am merely a prisoner. Yet, before the citizens of Elysia, I am a savior. This illustrates that I embody different roles in the hearts of various individuals. Despite these varying identities, it does not preclude us from undertaking righteous actions. Who says pirates cannot eradicate evil and uphold justice? Most pirates are merely in pursuit of legendary treasures, rather than engaging in wanton destruction and pillaging. Moreover, are the Navy and the world government devoid of transgressions? Under the guise of justice and serving the people, what nefarious deeds do they commit in secrecy? If we are to speak candidly, I am far superior to them. At this moment, Qin Chuan suddenly unleashed a bombshell. The naval officer present broke into a cold sweat upon hearing his words and hastily commanded his subordinates to escort Capone Beach away, thereby extricating themselves from the situation. Consequently, Qin Chuan was free to vociferously denounce the Navy and the world government without repercussions. Simultaneously, the reporter was taken aback by Qin Chuan's audacity. Although his statements were audaciously subversive, from the reporter's perspective, it constituted a sensational topic. Are you privy to any scandals concerning the world government or the Navy? Could you elucidate them briefly for us? The reporter then began to coax Qin Chuan into revealing more explosive details. Yet, Qin Chuan was not naive. He understood that he must tread carefully if he were to unveil the sordid affairs of the world government and the Navy in their entirety. It would incite chaos throughout the world. For instance, the demon slaughter order alone is sufficient to ignite public outrage. Thus, after a brief pause, Qin Chuan slowly began, "Everything I do now is to rectify their transgressions. The Shichibukai system is fundamentally flawed, and my journey to the West Sea is aimed at defeating the terror-inducing three-masted ship pirate crew, led by one of the Shichibukai, Gecko Moria." With this declaration, Qin Chuan boldly announced his intentions before the world. The moment the name Gecko Moria was uttered, the reporter's interest was piqued anew. How did you come to know that Gecko Moria is wreaking havoc in the West Sea? Were you not imprisoned for many years? It is well known that he possesses the powers of the shadow fruit, allowing him to forcibly extract other shadows, leading to the complete disappearance of the original owner if exposed to sunlight. Consequently, these individuals are condemned to exist in perpetual shadows. Gecko Moria uses these shadows to create his so-called zombie army. You can easily verify the truth of these claims with a little inquiry. Moreover, your newspaper's president should be well aware of this matter. If you possess the audacity, you may return and inquire with Morgans whether my assertions hold any validity. The mention of Morgans left George somewhat astonished. He understood that further probing into this matter could implicate his editor-in-chief. Morgans, which could spell disaster, he then inquired, "Now that you have revealed your target and whereabouts, do you not fear that Gecko Moria will be fully prepared to confront you?" "Ha! We are not individuals who resort to cowardice. We stand firm in our integrity and therefore have no reason to fear any challenges. My only concern is that upon learning of my intentions to seek him out, that scoundrel might scurry away with his crew. That would leave me a loss as to where to find him." Qin Chuan provocatively taunted Gecko Moria in front of the reporters. Given Moria's character, it was unlikely that he would flee upon hearing such words. After all, he had once clashed with Kaido, one of the four emperors, in Wano, and would not easily back down in the face of Qin Chuan and his associates. On behalf of everyone, I wish you victorious success in your endeavor. Lastly, do you have any final word for the camera? I would like to add that I will be staying here for a couple of days. The day after tomorrow, at dawn, I will set sail from Alugia port. Those who wish to lend their support to the Qin Chuan pirate crew may gather at the port, and together we shall strive to overthrow that nefarious three-masted ship pirate crew. As Qin Chuan spoke, his fervor became palpable. What had initially been mundane words transformed into a compelling rallying cry. Even the renowned pirates standing behind him were nearly swayed by his impassioned speech. After George departed, Bartolomeo stared blankly and asked, "Boss, have we become champions of justice?" Chapter 78. Commanding the world where in this world exists absolute black or absolute white. Everything is relative. Therefore, we cannot claim to be champions of justice. After all, I once stirred up chaos in the depths of the underwater prison and released such a malevolent demon. But that is of little consequence. History is written by the victors, and as long as our actions align with our conscience, we shall prevail. Qin Chuan concluded, casting a significant glance at the formidable demon, Douglas Barrett. Barrett, feigning ignorance, turned his gaze elsewhere. "I have another question. Given our current strength, we could easily vanquish Gecko Moria and his pirate crew. Why, then, do you choose to publicly recruit allies in front of the reporters? If word gets out, it may lead others to believe that we fear him." Crocodile interjected, unable to restrain himself, being one of the Shichibukai. He was well aware of Gecko Moria's background, that in fact, he had heard long ago that the world government was dissatisfied with Moria's capabilities and sought a replacement for his position among the Shichibukai. However, Moria had remained cautious, firmly rooted in his own territory in the West Sea, thereby avoiding giving others an opportunity. My intention is not to seek external assistance, but to raise our banner high through this endeavor. Should many individuals choose to support us, capturing Gecko Moria would undoubtedly enhance our influence with the world government. Simultaneously, it would reshape your public images, yielding a dual benefit, Qin Xuan elucidated. His rationale stemmed from the fact that the reputation of those aboard his ship, himself included, was far from stellar, that if he aimed to impact the world's dynamics in the upcoming period, he required not only strength but also the endorsement of the populace. Otherwise, he would be relegated to a life akin to that of the four emperors, confined to his own territory. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, the others finally grasped his intentions. After spending a night in Alugia town, the following morning saw a renewed wave of discussion sweeping across the globe. Once again, the protagonist is Qin Xuan along with his pirate crew. Unlike previous occasions, this time he not only made headlines, but also had his fierce battle against Capone meticulously documented and swiftly disseminated. As a result, the enigmatic veil surrounding Qin Xuan has been partially lifted. Moreover, while the defeat of the notorious mob boss Capone did not cause an overwhelming uproar, it was the subsequent audacious denunciation of the world government and the Navy in front of a global audience that truly shocked everyone. Additionally, he boldly called upon all capable individuals in the West Sea to join his cause in opposing Gecko Moria. By publicly criticizing the world government, Qin Xuan had already committed a grave transgression. And to further exacerbate the situation, he bypassed the Navy headquarters to recruit allies the high-ranking officials of the Navy. It was evident that Qin Xuan sought to bolster his forces through this endeavor. Nevertheless, the world government and the Navy headquarters exhibited no inclination to defend their actions, primarily because they found themselves in a position of silent embarrassment present. Qin Xuan is riding a wave of momentum, having vanquished Capone, which has cast doubt on the Navy's efficacy. Why has the Navy, stationed in Alugia for so many years, failed to eradicate the local gang? In stark contrast, Qin Xuan managed to defeat the gang leader within mere hours of his arrival. A direct slap in the face to the Navy headquarters. Furthermore, Qin Xuan's intent to recruit was aimed at launching a campaign against Gecko Moria, explicitly highlighting that the latter's long-standing reign of terror in the West Sea was a consequence of the Navy and world government's complacency. Should the Navy assert that they did not enable Moria, they would be compelled to justify their inaction in dispatching troops to confront him over the years, during which they even granted him a legitimate status. Thus, Sengoku, the fleet admiral, found himself seething with frustration. I have always said that this fellow must not be allowed to remain. Now, it seems the Navy's reputation is in tatters. At this moment, Sakazuki stood before Sengoku, visibly displeased. Lamenting the situation, he has always been a staunch advocate for decisive military action and yearns for another opportunity to confront Qin Xuan. After all, during their brief encounter, he discerned that Qin Xuan was not as formidable as the world believed. Had it not been for the peculiar abilities of his subordinate that ensnared him, he was confident he could have dispatched Qin Xuan swiftly. However, the tides have turned. Qin Xuan has emerged as a hero in the eyes of the populace. And in Alugia, skepticism towards the Navy is burgeoning. Consequently, requesting another operation to eliminate Qin Xuan's pirate crew has become increasingly daunting. Sakazuki, this is not the time for such discussions. That I propose we immediately instruct Colonel Ischias, stationed in Alugia, to gather his forces and join Qin Xuan's crew at dawn to launch an assault on Gecko Moria in the depths of the West Sea. At this juncture, Carp, who had been silently reclining with his legs crossed, interjected. What? You wish of the Navy to follow him? Are we not thereby conceding that Qin Xuan has risen above us? Carp's words left Sakazuki incredulous. I believe Admiral Carp's suggestion holds merit. We are currently under immense pressure, and if we remain passive, public outrage will only escalate. Since we can no longer rectify the situation, we might as well take decisive action, stripping Gecko Moria of his title as a warlord of the sea, and then send forces to confront him. This would allow us to salvage some semblance of our image in the West Sea. Pagliusolino chimed in. Indeed, that suggestion is sound. Kazan, as the West Sea falls under your jurisdiction, you shall issue the attack orders to the Navy contingent stationed in Alugia as an admiral. Furthermore, ensure that Ischius understands the importance of executing this mission flawlessly. Otherwise, he shall face dismissal. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku reached his final decision. Once again, Sakazuki found himself on the losing end. Humph, you will soon reap the consequences of your actions. With that, Sakazuki stormed out. Oh dear, Sakazuki's temper seems to be rising. It appears Qin Chuan has thoroughly provoked him. Observing Sakazuki's demeanor, Pagliusolino remarked with a sense of amusement. You all may take your leave. I must converse with the Gorosei regarding the removal of Gecko Moria. Sengoku issued his command. The immediate priority was to persuade the Gorosei to formally disassociate Gecko Moria from the warlords of the sea under the world government's authority. Otherwise, the Navy would be unable to publicly align with Qin Chuan in the impending confrontation in the depths of the West Sea. Meanwhile, aboard the thriller bark, upon seeing the newspaper's humiliating coverage of Qin Chuan, Gecko Moria seethed with rage. He has never been one to shy away from confrontation, and with the spotlight now shining brightly upon him, fleeing would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Qin Chuan, I shall ensure you remain my eternal shadow. Moria clenched the newspaper tightly, shouting into the dense fog ahead. His outburst startled the crew members, already burdened by the pressure of facing a formidable adversary. Early the next morning, Qin Chuan and his companions arrived at the port of Alugia, only to be rendered speechless by the scene before them. Numerous ships were docked along the elongated coastline, including several naval vessels alongside the Red Force. Additionally, the decks of the various ships were teeming with individuals. Upon spotting Qin Chuan and his crew, a thunderous cheer erupted. Down with Gecko Moria, justice will prevail. Down with Gecko Moria, justice will prevail. Clearly, these individuals had gathered in response to Qin Chuan's rallying cry. Witnessing this spectacle, not only were the others taken aback, but even Qin Chuan himself was astonished. He had anticipated that only a handful of fame-seeking pirate crews or grassroots organizations would join him. Yet it seemed as though entire towns from Alugia and its surroundings had sent forth their people. Moreover, the naval officer present the previous day now stood at the port with a battalion of soldiers clad in white Navy uniforms. As Qin Chuan approached, the officer stepped forward to greet him. Greetings, I am Colonel Ischius of the 25th Navy Division stationed in Alugia. What brings you here? Qin Chuan nodded and inquired curiously, I have received orders from my superiors regarding the pirate crew aboard the thriller bark, who have not only violated the agreements made with the world government, but have also posed a significant threat to the surrounding waters. Consequently, the world government issued an announcement this morning declaring that Gecko Moria has been officially removed from his status as a warlord of the sea. He is no longer a warlord, and thus, my division must, in the name of the Navy, embark on a mission to the depths of the West Sea to confront the thriller bark pirate crew. Ischius explained promptly. Upon hearing Ischius's explanation, Qin Chuan nodded thoughtfully. The others behind him were equally astonished. The rapid mobilization of so many supporters in a single day was already surprising enough. Even more remarkable was the fact that the world government had not publicly condemned or refuted Qin Chuan's earlier statements, but had instead chosen to align with his course of action. They swiftly stripped Gecko Moria of his title and openly dispatched the Navy to support Qin Chuan's efforts. This undeniably signified the world government's recognition of Qin Chuan, while the Navy began to amend its prior transgressions. As anticipated, a considerable number of journalists from various news media had already gathered around them. These individuals, without a doubt, had been summoned by ISIS to report on this expedition, with the Navy choosing to align itself with Qin Chuan. They naturally hoped for this event to be known to the world. Upon stepping onto the deck of the Red Force, Qin Chuan gazed at the nearly 100 ships surrounding him and was suddenly engulfed by a sensation of holding dominion over the world. This was also his first encounter with the allure of power due to Qin Chuan's presence. Colonel Isis of the Navy had essentially become a mere supporting character in this operation. The 3 fully armed Navy warships he commanded quietly awaited Qin Chuan's orders nearby. Meanwhile, countless cameras on the shore were focused on Qin Chuan standing on the deck of the Red Force. I could see this moment. It felt as though the world had come to a standstill. Then, Qin Chuan unleashed a thunderous roar directed at everyone present. Set sail. Let us denounce the pirate Moonlight Moria. Following this command, a cacophony of cheers erupted from the surrounding ships. In the next moment. The Red Force was the first to depart from a port, followed closely by the 3 warships. Chapter 80. The fury of the storm. This massive coalition army was a first in the history of the West Sea. Moreover, the leader of this united force was none other than a pirate who had recently escaped from prison. Soon, under Qin Chuan's leadership, the coalition swiftly reached the outskirts of the foggy sea. At this juncture, everyone was enveloped by thick fog. "Captain, this fog resembles the tactics you employed against me and that gang leader." At that moment, Sand Crocodile couldn't help but speak up, his intent being to probe Qin Chuan. It's different than why fog is self-generated, while this fog is purely natural, likely due to the local terrain. Oh, I thought it was created by Moonlight Moria. Upon hearing this, Boa Hancock grew curious that AT present. She felt somewhat envious. If her daughter's island could be shrouded in fog within the doldrums, it would significantly enhance her nation's defensive capabilities. Fog can indeed be considered a cloud close to the ground. It is influenced by the seasons and local temperatures, suggesting that the temperature difference between day and night in this area might be quite substantial, resulting in such dense fog. "Captain, what should we do now? We've only just arrived at the outskirts. Yet visibility is nearly zero. If we recklessly charge in, we may easily fall into the enemy's trap." After analyzing the surrounding conditions, Douglas Barrett turned to Qin Chuan and inquired. Qin Chuan glanced at the ships behind him. Everyone was looking at him, seemingly awaiting his command. Meanwhile, even though they had not fully entered the foggy region ahead, his vision had already begun to blur. Moonlight Moria was a master of deception, and coupled with the formidable size of his terrifying 3-masted ship, it would be all too easy to be swallowed whole if one were not careful. The Red Force itself could withstand the assault of his zombie army, but the other ships might not be so fortunate. As the leader of this coalition, if significant casualties were to occur, it would not only fail to enhance his reputation, but could also diminish it. Thus, after some contemplation, he decided to access his system stored. This moment, his accumulated prestige had reached 230,000 due to his long-term efforts. This time, he was specifically seeking a ninja with strong wind release abilities. After much deliberation, his gaze settled on the character card of Shimura Danzo. Clearly, in the world of Naruto, Shimura Danzo was renowned for his formidable wind release techniques. Furthermore, the exchange requirement for the Shimura Danzo character card was merely 100,000 prestige points. For Qin Chuan, who still had some wealth, this was hardly a concern. Without hesitation, he exchanged for the Shimura Danzo character card. Ding! Successfully exchanged for Shimura Danzo character card. The system has automatically deducted 100,000 prestige point from the host. At this point, Qin Chuan had exhausted his usage of the possession ability, so he had no choice but to exchange for additional uses. Ding! Successfully exchanged for possession uses X10. The system has automatically deducted 50,000 prestige points from the host. After this transaction, Qin Chuan's prestige points had dropped to 5 figures, but he was no longer concerned about that. Ding! Host has successfully used the Shimura Danzo character card. Possession uses -1. Upon using the character card, Qin Chuan immediately felt an unusual energy surging within him. The next moment, he positioned himself at the bow of the ship, spread his arms wide, and shouted, "Wind release! Tornado!" As he uttered these words, a fierce wind suddenly began to swirl around the Red Force. This powerful gust rapidly spiraled in place, and in an instant, it formed a violent hurricane. Witnessing this tempest, everyone on the decks of the various ships stared in wide-eyed astonishment. The atmosphere was palpably eerie. Eyes filled with shock and horror were all directed at Qin Chuan. Even the crew members who had accompanied him thus far were left dumbfounded. "Damn, how can this guy summon a storm too?" Sand Crocodile muttered inwardly at this sight. Moreover, the hurricane unleashed by Qin Chuan was on an entirely different scale compared to the desert storm he had previously created. Possessing a power that was leagues apart, clearly, the hurricane conjured by Qin Chuan had a broader range and an equally formidable force, can summon water, fire, and wind. Could this be the legendary power of nature? Even Captain Roger did not possess such extraordinary abilities. Did he? Is he truly a person of this world? Douglas Barrett, who prided himself on being well-informed, was utterly flabbergasted at this moment. He had never witnessed anyone able to summon the forces of nature at will. It was simply beyond his comprehension. Meanwhile, on another warship, Isis gazed at the rapidly expanding giant storm and couldn't help but swallow hard. Thankfully, he had refrained from acting against Qin Xuan and his companions in Alicia. Otherwise, he might have already perished in the line of duty by now. However, everything was different now. If his navy performed admirably in this battle, he could not only redeem himself, but also potentially earn a promotion. On a small ship adorned with a black flag, George, representing the World News Agency, opened his camera to capture this miraculous moment, astonished yet captivated. And the miracle continued to unfold. Chapter 81. The terrifying three-masted ship in the next instant. Qin Xuan thrust his hands forward. Whoosh! Instantly, the hurricane roared forth, plunging into the layers of thick fog ahead. The momentum swept across the area, rapidly expanding outwards. Subsequently, the once calm sea surface was abruptly upheaved by this hurricane, creating terrifying waves. The towering ocean water was lifted and then forcefully crashed down upon the decks of all the ships. Simultaneously, wherever the hurricane passed, even the densest fog was swiftly dispersed. In just a moment, the previously obscured sea became brilliantly illuminated. That moment, startled cries erupted from some of the ships. "Look, what is that?" Everyone turned their gaze forward. As the fog dissipated, a colossal ship loomed ahead, its front entrance resembling a gigantic mouth gaping wide, as if it could devour anything that dared to approach. At this time, the ship was encased in a thick wall, appearing from the outside like a fortress. This was the so-called largest ship in the world, the terrifying three-masted ship. Upon this fearsome vessel, a tall and striking figure immediately turned to gaze at Qin Xuan and his companions. This ship is enormous. It's almost the size of an island. Additionally, why is it so high? Could it be of giant lineage? Upon encountering the imposing figure of Moonlight Moria in the distance, Douglas Barrett could not help but express his astonishment. Typically, the stature of an average human is merely a little over 1 meter. Yet Moonlight Moria towers at an astounding 7 meters, rendering him akin to a giant in the eyes of ordinary folk. Moreover, upon the vast deck of this menacing three-masted ship, countless silhouettes stood ready. These figures were unmistakably the zombie army he commanded. The moment they beheld Moonlight Moria and his legion of undead, the once-spirited coalition forces fell into an immediate silence. Even Colonel Euseus of the naval branch felt his legs weaken at the sight. Nearly collapsing in despair, he was well aware of Moonlight Moria's reckless exploits in the West Sea, yet engaging him would be tantamount to throwing oneself against a boulder with an egg. Thus, he could merely await the command from Qin Xuan to provide some auxiliary support, hoping that the media would portray him as valiant in the aftermath. Should he perform admirably, he might even ascend to the rank of rear admiral. Much like Smoker, with this thought, Euseus regained a flicker of courage. Meanwhile, on the terrifying three-masted ship, several of Moonlight Moria's trusted subordinates were thoroughly taken aback by Qin Xuan's actions that a woman with pink pigtails, adorned with a crown and wielding a wine-red umbrella, widened her eyes and addressed Moonlight Moria. "Master Moria, what shall we do now?" I never anticipated our natural barrier would be breached so swiftly. It seems this fellow possesses some skill. However, fret not, Perona. As long as you can effectively command the zombie army, we shall not falter." Moonlight Moria replied, his face dark, yet internally he was tumultuous with anxiety. Indeed, he had little confidence in this battle. The Perona he mentioned was one of Moria's 3 subordinates, a user of the ghost fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit, and the commander of the zombie legion. "Allocate some of the zombies to me. I wish to confront the Qin Xuan pirate crew personally." At that moment, Hogback, one of the 3 subordinates, cast a glance at the rapidly approaching Red Force and swiftly commanded Perona, although they were all of equal status. Hogback was a brilliant surgeon who had miraculously saved numerous patients and personally created the zombie army. Thus, Moonlight Moria placed considerable trust in him, granting him the authority to command the undead. Seeing Hogback take the initiative, Perona, though reluctant, promptly dispatched a contingent of zombies for his USAT this juncture. The coalition forces, led by the Chuan pirate crew, sped towards the ominous three-masted ship. As the distance between the two parties diminished, all eyes fell upon the expressionless zombies on the ship. What on earth are those creatures? They appear utterly ghastly. Bartolomeo, who had never encountered such beings before, gulped nervously and exclaimed, "These zombies, known as nobody types, have been procured by hogback from graveyards across the world, reanimated and preserved, and infused with shadows to become true zombies. They possess the personality and combat abilities of their shadow masters, and if a contract severing the original owner's essence was established, they would lose all memories of their former selves. The longer the shadow and body fused, the more obedient the zombie would become. Moreover, the greater the combat prowess of the shadow master, the more formidable the zombie would be." In that moment, Chuan shouted to Bartolomeo and those aboard nearby vessels, "Listen up. Let me elucidate the nature of these so-called zombies. What should we do then?" Euseus, closest to Chuan, shouted from the warship, "There is nothing to be done. They are merely shells, with the core being the shadows within. The shadows are Moria's creations, so if we can defeat or kill him, the entire zombie legion will collapse." Chuan declared emphatically, "In truth, Chuan knew that these zombies were particularly vulnerable to salt. Those animated by the powers of the devil fruit would be purified if salt, imbued with the energy of the sea, were forced into their mouths. Additionally, should the shadow master perish, the shadow would vanish as well. However, both methods were ill-suited for large-scale combat, especially the latter. Killing those stripped of their shadows would surely invite public outrage. Thus, the crux of the matter lay in defeating Moonlight Moria head-on. Upon hearing Chuan's words, everyone realized that the success of this battle hinged upon the few members of the Chuan pirate crew. Chapter 82. Battle, Moonlight Moria. Yet even so, the coalition forces brandished their weapons, preparing for close combat. As the Red Force neared the deck of the ominous three-masted ship, Moonlight Moria finally opened his mouth. "You truly dare to come to your demise, bringing so many specimens for me to forge into new zombies? I must express my gratitude." Despite his overwhelming disadvantage, Moonlight Moria spoke with unwavering confidence. "Enough of your pretense. You know well your own capabilities. Surely you've received the world government's notification of your expulsion. Does it not feel dreadful to be cast aside?" Chuan replied nonchalantly, devoid of any anger. Yet his words ignited a flicker of ire in Moonlight Moria. Indeed, earlier that day, the world government had personally contacted him via a din mushi, announcing his permanent removal from the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. Subsequently, they issued a bounty on him, which had soared to 300 million berries. This sum was substantial, as even the former warlords Boa Hancock and Crocodile combined did not match his bounty. The world government's treachery left him feeling not only abandoned but also belittled. He could tolerate being forsaken, but being underestimated was intolerable. After suffering a crushing defeat at the hands of one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, he had relentlessly strived to grow stronger, seeking to reclaim his lost dignity. Now the opportunity had arrived. If he could vanquish the renowned Chuan pirate crew and the coalition forces, the world government would undoubtedly bow to him once more. The world would come to understand that he, Moonlight Moria, was not to be trifled with. Thus, this battle was imperative, and victory was non-negotiable. With this thought, a grin crept across Moonlight Moria's lips as he shouted to all conscious beings around him, "Leave these fools to you." In the next moment, Perona and Hogback sprang into action. The vast zombie army surged forth like a tide, charging at the coalition forces who had disembarked. Seizing the moment before Chuan could speak, Euseus shouted to those around him, "Charge! Let us slay Moonlight Moria." Instantaneously, countless members of the coalition raised their weapons and rushed towards the advancing zombie legion. The naval soldiers, too, raised their firearms. Fire! At Euseus's command, a barrage of bullets erupted from the rifles. Countless zombies were pierced by the gunfire, yet an eerie scene unfolded. Instead of collapsing, the zombies pressed forward with renewed fervor. Those present, save for a select few like Chuan who understood their true nature, felt a chill run down their spines. "You 6, Handle those 3 subordinates. I shall deal with the rest. Shimura Danzo. A ruthless character, charged ahead without the need for further instructions. Meanwhile, Shichibukai Crocodile and others swiftly enveloped themselves in the crimson aura of Haki and followed suit. In an instant, both sides plunged into the throes of close-quarters combat upon the expansive deck of the terrifying 3-masted ship. Moonlight Moria, your adversary is none other than I. Prepare yourself. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. As Qin Xuan surged forward, he bellowed mightily, and with a swift exhale, he unleashed the energy he had accumulated, propelling it forth like a bullet. Whoosh! A barrage of projectiles erupted towards Moonlight Moria. However, at that very moment, Moonlight Moria revealed a sinister grin. In the next instant, just as the bullets were about to strike his colossal form, his body unexpectedly became ethereal. The bullets seemed to pierce through nothingness, soaring into the distance before vanishing entirely. Meanwhile, Moonlight Moria materialized on the opposite side of where his shadow had been cast. Humph! A shadow warrior, to swap places with one's own shadow. What a cunning defensive technique. Witnessing this, Qin Xuan felt no astonishment. Instead, he launched another round of mockery. Upon hearing Qin Xuan articulate the name and effect of his technique, Moonlight Moria was taken aback yet maintained an air of calm. Now, it is my turn to strike. Bat swarm. In an instant, it was Moonlight Moria's turn to make a move that he swiftly fragmented the shadow that stood before Qin Xuan, morphing it into a multitude of bat-shaped shadows. These bat shadows then lunged furiously towards Qin Xuan, clamoring to devour everything in their path. Very well, if you can manipulate shadows, then take a guess as to which one is my true self. Shadow clone technique. With a resounding bang, a thick mist enveloped Qin Xuan, and as it dissipated, 3 identical versions of him suddenly emerged in place. This startling phenomenon astonished the onlookers who had been intently observing the battle. After delivering a decisive blow that punctured a zombie's skull, Douglas Barrett's eyes widened as he beheld the 3 Qin Xuans. Simultaneously, Boa Hancock and Crocodile displayed expressions of disbelief. What on earth, Lord Ischias? How can that fellow create 3 identical bodies? At that moment, among the Navy forces fiercely battling, others began to take note of the unfolding spectacle. Let us not dwell on that for now. We can only pray he swiftly eliminates Moonlight Moria, or else these undead will wear us down to nothing. Ischias was currently fending off the onslaught of 5 zombies with his greatsword. Just as he spoke, another zombie lunged at him, aiming for his face. Ischias, startled, attempted to dodge to the side. However, the opponent's speed was too swift, and he failed to evade in time. Chapter 83. Terrifying Hockey Swish. A deep gash appeared across Ischias's chest, blood oozing from the wound. "Damn it, come help me!" Ischias shouted to the surrounding Navy soldiers while clutching his injury. Yet at that moment, everyone was entangled with zombies, leaving them unable to assist Ischias. Suddenly, a translucent barrier surged towards him. Boom! In the blink of an eye, dozens of zombies were sent flying, some even plunging into the sea. Upon hitting the water, these zombies lost all ability to move and sank beneath the waves. Witnessing this, Ischias's face lit up with joy as he shouted to the others, "Push them into the sea." Hearing Ischias's call, the beleaguered Allied forces caught a glimmer of hope and began to drive the zombies towards the edge of the fearsome 3-masted vessel. Observing the undead tumble into the water, one of the 3 freaks, Absalom, the second strongest of the fearsome 3-masted pirate crew, could no longer remain idle and promptly raised his hands. Hand of the dead. The next moment, a barrage of powerful cannonballs erupted from his fully transparent rocket launcher. Boom! The ground ahead was filled with explosions, and countless individuals were flung in all directions by the blasts. The zombie horde was unfazed by the cannon fire, so Absalom had no concern about hitting his own men. This was one of the abilities granted by his transparent devil fruit. This particular fruit enabled him to become invisible while also rendering everything he touched transparent. However, transparency does not equate to non-existence. It merely refrains from reflecting or absorbing light, thereby appearing invisible to all observers. Just as he prepared to strike again, Absalom sensed a terrifying presence rapidly approaching. He turned sharply to see a shadow racing towards him that In that instant, Absalom's gaze hardened as he raised his fist to deliver a powerful blow to the approaching figure. Hand of the monster. This technique, another of his devil fruit abilities, allowed him to unleash a wild attack with a force equivalent to 300 kilograms. In close combat, this move was exceedingly formidable, serving as one of his trump cards. However, in the next moment, as the shadow drew near, it too extended its fist, cloaked in a torrent of red and black energy. The overwhelming aura seemed to engulf everything in its path. Upon recognizing the true identity of this figure, Absalom could not help but exclaim, "Douglas Barrett!" Boom! With a muffled thud, their fists collided. Instantly, the sound of bones fracturing echoed from Absalom's hand. Crack! Confronted with the devilish form of Douglas Barrett, Absalom's 300-kilogram punch proved utterly inadequate. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his right hand, Absalom hastily rendered himself invisible. This way, Douglas Barrett would be unable to pinpoint his location immediately. Indeed, once Absalom fully entered a state of transparency, Douglas Barrett lost sight of his target. He halted, frowning as he scrutinized his surroundings for any movement. Just then, he sensed a peculiar disturbance behind him. Spinning around, he unleashed another punch. Boom! Another dull thud echoed, and this time it struck Absalom's fist. However, this time, it was Absalom's left hand that sustained the injury. Consequently, both of his hands were rendered unusable by Douglas Barrett's onslaught. "Damn it, how could you know of my presence?" Absalom cursed, retreating several steps. Did you not know of the observation hockey?" After hearing Absalom's words, Douglas Barrett calmly brushed off the dust from his clothes and replied, "Damn it, he possesses observation hockey too. Observation hockey allows one to perceive their surroundings broadly, deemed an extraordinary ability to predict one's opponent's actions." What Absalom did not realize was that Douglas Barrett's mastery of observation hockey had reached a terrifying level. Realizing this, Absalom gulped, a hint of panic etched on his face. The current battle situation was dire. The zombie horde had suffered significant casualties, and Perona and the others were entangled with members of the Chuan pirate crew. Most critically, the disparity in strength between the two sides was overwhelming. Despite possessing considerable power, facing the legendary demon descendant Douglas Barrett, Absalom's arms had been incapacitated after just 2 exchanges. Continuing to fight seemed futile. With that, he disregarded Douglas Barrett, once again rendering himself fully transparent. Seeing Absalom become transparent once more, Douglas Barrett had no intention of letting him escape easily. He unleashed his observation hockey completely, attempting to sense Absalom's position through its immense power. Indeed, when Absalom sought to vanish from the scene, Douglas Barrett accurately tracked his escape route. In the next moment, Douglas Barrett charged forward like a specter. Boom! With a resounding crash, Absalom was once again forcefully slammed to the ground. This time, Absalom's transparency had completely vanished, for he was now drenched in a copious amount of blood. In an instant, crimson fluid enveloped his entire form. Under such circumstances, his transparent state was rendered utterly ineffective. Cough, cough, after a violent bout of coughing. Absalom struggled to rise to his feet. Yet he did not cast his gaze toward Douglas Barrett. Instead, he turned to his master, Moonlight Moria. "Master, flee at once." As he uttered these words, his expression suddenly froze in place. Chapter 84. Decapitation. Moonlight Moria. He then forced a pained smile at Moonlight Moria before collapsing heavily to the ground. That moment, Moonlight Moria, who was fiercely battling Chuan nearby, turned his attention toward the sound. Upon witnessing that his subordinate's abdomen had been pierced, his countenance changed drastically. "Absalom!" Moonlight Moria bellowed, preparing to rush over to save him. However, at that moment, Chuan let out a cold laugh. Trying to escape? "Let us descend into hell together." Would release. Violent gun tree. Before them, Chuan extended his right hand, and instantly, a colossal tree trunk sprouted rapidly from his arm. The trunk surged forward, approaching Moonlight Moria, and its branches ensnared him completely. Moonlight Moria, already anxious, found himself unable to evade the advancing tree. Yes, he was ensnared. A jolt of alarm coursed through him. Yet, being a seasoned warrior, even in his moment of immobility, he managed a soft grunt. Shadow Mage, swiftly, he conjured a gigantic shadow clone that charged toward Qin Chuan. With one arm firmly gripping Moonlight Moria, Qin Chuan was rendered unable to move quickly as the shadow raced toward him. Qin Chuan smiled slightly, exerting force with his right arm. Ah! The branches binding Moonlight Moria constricted instantly. At that moment, the shadow, nearly reaching Qin Chuan, abruptly halted. Its master was enduring the most horrific torment. The intertwining branches engulfed Moonlight Moria entirely. Master, witnessing this scene, Hogback and the others, who were desperately holding on, gasped in horror. The towering figure of Moonlight Moria had vanished completely. Blood began to seep profusely from the tree trunk that Qin Chuan had summoned. Even the shadow clone dispersed into nothingness. In that instant, the once tumultuous battleground fell silent. All eyes turned toward Qin Chuan. Clearly, the fate of Moonlight Moria was crucial to the outcome of this conflict. Master is not dead. As long as these zombies exist, it means he is still alive. Just then, Hogback could no longer contain his anxiety. The death of Absalom had already dealt a severe blow to their morale. Should their spiritual pillar, Moonlight Moria, fall, there would be no reason to continue this battle. However, no sooner had he spoken than the tree trunk began to shrink once more. In the next moment, a torrent of blood erupted. Subsequently, the zombie horde they relied upon began to collapse in droves. The decline of the zombie army could only indicate two possibilities. Either Moonlight Moria had actively relinquished control, or he had been forced to do so. If it were the latter, it meant that Moonlight Moria was either dead or severely injured. Everyone, cease your resistance. Anyone who dares defy me shall face merciless slaughter. At that moment, Qin Chuan roared imperiously at everyone around him. Hogback's inner world crumbled entirely. He fell to his knees, despairing tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Perona, pinned to the ground by Boa Hancock, closed her eyes in hopelessness upon witnessing Moonlight Moria's plight. Subsequently, Qin Chuan withdrew the great tree entirely. Once the constricting branches released their grip, a severely contorted Moonlight Moria appeared before the onlookers. His already ghastly visage now terrified everyone even more. Yet, at this moment, Moonlight Moria had succumbed to lifelessness. With a thundering crash, he collapsed before the crowd. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the enemy. You have earned a total of 30,000 reputation points. To Qin Chuan's surprise, he had unexpectedly acquired 30,000 reputation points, indicating that Moonlight Moria had indeed possessed considerable strength. Alas, he was simply unfortunate to have encountered a monster like Qin Chuan. With this, the battle had reached its definitive conclusion, without the presence of the zombie army and their absolute leader. The remaining living pirates aboard the fearsome, three-masted ship dared not resist any longer. One by one, they began to surrender their weapons to the Allied forces. The remaining two officers of the fearsome, three-masted ship, Hogback and Perona, were swiftly bound by the Navy with sea-stone chains. Sea-stone, akin to the crystallized form of the sea, serves as a solid state of the ocean, rendering those with devil fruit powers powerless when restrained by it. When the Navy initially crafted Seastone, it was explicitly designed to counter devil fruit users. Thus, for someone like Perona, whose abilities relied heavily on her devil fruit powers, being shackled in Seastone rendered her combat effectiveness nearly null. Although Seastone primarily restrains devil fruit users, its exceptional hardness also makes it suitable for binding formidable individuals devoid of devil fruit powers, such as Douglas Barrett, who could unleash astonishing combat prowess even without his abilities. What shall we do with this ship? Once the battlefield was cleared, Isis hurried over to inquire about Qin Chuan's decision. While this victory was substantial, he understood full well that it was entirely due to the efforts of Qin Chuan's pirate crew. Thus, he sought to defer to Qin Chuan's judgment regarding the spoils of war. Prior to this, he had come to terms with the fact that if Qin Chuan insisted on claiming the ship, he would acquiesce, as capturing 2 officers and the corpse of Moonlight Moria was sufficient for him to return and report success. You may take these items back to report, but there must undoubtedly be immense wealth aboard this ship. So please retain a portion to distribute among the other participants in this battle. Additionally, for any fallen comrades, provide an extra sum to their families as burial compensation. Chapter 85. The King Returns. Very well. That is agreeable. Upon hearing this, Isis was filled with immense joy. This time, the spoils of war were indeed considerable, and even after distributing a portion to others, he would still be able to report back successfully. However, I must state this clearly. The spoils must be distributed in our joint names. Furthermore, should I discover any instances of personal enrichment, even if you hide in Marinfander, I will not hesitate to bring you to justice. You should be well aware of my strength and resolve. At that moment, Qin Chuan's countenance darkened as he issued a warning that, of course, we stand for justice and would never engage in such pirate-like conduct. Isis replied without hesitation. What did you say? Hearing Isis's words, Boa Hancock shot him a disapproving glare. In nothing. Humph. Without us so-called pirates, you Navy would still be cowering in the city, Douglas Barrett interjected, unimpressed. Yes, you speak the truth. Issues was acutely aware of his earlier misstep in speech, and thus, when faced with the scorn of his opponent, he dared not retort. Thus, the grand battle that had captivated the world finally drew to a close. Merely a day had passed, yet the news of the joint army led by the Qin Chuan pirate crew successfully slaying Moonlight Moria had swiftly circulated across the globe. Once again, Qin Chuan's demonstration of dominion sent shockwaves throughout the world. Particularly when George, a reporter from the World Economic News Agency, unveiled footage aboard a naval vessel capturing Qin Chuan's decisive strike against Moonlight Moria, it incited a wave of global panic that a bounty hunter with a staggering 300 million berries, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, commanding a vast pirate crew, had been utterly annihilated without the slightest chance to retaliate. Moreover, the aftermath did not end there. Following the execution of Moonlight Moria, the Navy, under the banner of the Joint Army, distributed a significant portion of the spoils among the participating factions. Such actions ignited fervent discussions worldwide. Almost instantly, the World Economic News Daily saw a philosophical debate emerge. Was Qin Chuan an angel or a demon? Some argued that Qin Chuan, having vanquished pirates while simultaneously preserving local order, should not be labeled a pirate. Conversely, others contended that a day of darkness equated to a lifetime of darkness. Having escaped from prison, as long as the world government had not officially pardoned him, he would forever remain a fugitive. Not only was Qin Chuan scrutinized, but his entire crew also became the subject of public discourse. As a result, the reputation of the Qin Chuan pirate crew had far surpassed that of their contemporaries dominating various seas, be it in the Grand Line or the New World. Meanwhile, on Fishman Island, a formidable pirate crew had just docked at the harbor, where a throng of fishmen had gathered on land. Leading them was Jinbei, dressed in a patterned yukata and wooden sandals, as the crew disembarked from their ship. Jinbei promptly approached them. Captain Vista, you must be weary from your journey. This particular vessel belonged to the 5th Division of the White-Beard Pirates, under the command of Division Captain Flower Sword Vista. Indeed, old man sent me to assist you. Should those blind fools dare set foot on Fishman Island, I shall ensure they meet a watery grave, Vista declared, stroking his beard with an air of stern resolve. Captain Vista, you may not be aware, but we just received alarming news. The Qin Chuan pirate crew has successfully executed Moonlight Moria, leading to the complete annihilation of the notorious thriller bark pirates. Thus, this group is far from ordinary. Do we possess the strength to contend with them? Jinbei articulated, fully aware that such words might cast doubt upon Vista's prowess. However, given the gravity of the situation, he could not help but feel that his own strength paled in comparison to that of Moonlight Moria, and a standard division captain's strength would hardly be formidable. Upon hearing Jinbei's words, Vista's expression soured, though internally he felt a twinge of unease. Having traversed the ocean depths for 3 days to reach Fishman Island, devoid of any news from the outside world, the sudden influx of such explosive information left him apprehensive about his ability to withstand the Qin Chuan pirate crew. Let's not dwell on this for now. I will have old man spread the word. If Qin Chuan learns of my arrival and dares to challenge you, it would be tantamount to declaring war against the entire White-Beard pirate crew and old man himself. At that juncture, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, it would avail him nothing. Though Vista felt a flicker of doubt, as a division captain, he could not show weakness, and thus he steeled himself to offer Jinbei words of comfort. Jinbei felt a measure of reassurance at the prospect of old man personally intervening. After all, the mere mention of Edward Newgate's name was enough to instill dread in the hearts of the vast majority of people in this world. In Marineford, within the office of the fleet admiral, Sengoku was engaged in a special phone call. Sengoku, is it prudent to summon him to Moria at such a critical juncture? Isn't that a tad too risky? There is no risk involved. The Gorosei have made their decision. His strength has been thoroughly validated, and following this campaign, he has not only achieved resounding victory, but has also garnered the people's favor. The citizens across the West Sea are already chanting for the Qin Chuan pirate crew, so let us seize this opportunity to invite him. Came the grave response from Kong, the commander-in-chief. Very well. I shall endeavor to speak with him. With the High Command's decision made, Sengoku refrained from further comment. After ending the call, he promptly prepared to contact Aishu's that moment. The joint army had just returned to the port of Elysia. The citizens of Elysia were eagerly awaiting the hero's triumphant return, and a multitude of townsfolk lined the streets, ready to welcome Qin Chuan and his companions. Issues led the naval troops, along with the bound prisoner Perona. As they advanced, in an instant, enraged citizens began hurling their meals at the members of the thriller bark pirates. Meanwhile, Issues beamed with delight, waving to the throngs of onlookers, a scene he had never before experienced. However, despite his enthusiastic gestures, the crowd remained largely indifferent to him. Then, as Qin Chuan and his companions approached, raucous cheers erupted from both sides of the street. The crowd spontaneously began chanting the names of Qin Chuan, Douglas Barrett, Crocodile, and others. In that moment, not only did Qin Chuan feel an inexplicable sense of accomplishment, but even the notoriously cold-hearted Douglas Barrett and Crocodile were visibly moved, previously regarded as public enemies. They had now transformed into heroes in the eyes of the world. Even during the height of Joel D. Roger's reign, the Roger Pirates had not achieved such acclaim. Only Boa Hancock maintained a composed demeanor. After all, she was a sovereign in her own right, and her reputation and prestige in the Amazon Lily had once commanded the reverence of her subjects. Thus, she looked down upon the mere townsfolk with disdain. After receiving the adulation of the entire city, Qin Chuan and his companions made their way to the Navy's 25th branch base. Here, Qin Chuan received a call from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. "Hello, Admiral Sengoku. We finally have the chance to converse." Qin Chuan greeted with a teasing tone as soon as the call connected. "Qin Chuan, you have certainly exceeded everyone's expectations. Who would have thought you could accomplish so much in such a short span of time? I bear good news. The world government has reached a decision today, and we are formally inviting you to Moria to discuss a series of collaborative matters. What do you think?" Sengoku stated directly. "Oh, so the world government has acquiesced to my previous proposal?" Qin Chuan responded, not feigning surprise, as it was apparent to even the dim-witted that his strength was now formidable enough to challenge any of the 7 warlords of the sea. "I cannot guarantee that, but the invitation signifies our sincerity. If negotiations falter, will you allow us to let you depart? I do harbor concerns that you may turn against us." "Humph, are you truly worried about that?" Sengoku retorted. "Haha, it's hard to say that if the entire Navy mobilizes, with so many admirals and vice admirals charging in, how many could I possibly take down with all my might? Thus, you need not fret. At least the Navy has not received any orders to act against you. Furthermore, should you agree to proceed to Moria, I will dispatch an admiral to escort you personally," Sengoku added deliberately, rather than dispatching a formidable general to accompany them. "It would be more accurate to say they are being monitored." "Very well, but do ensure that Sakazuki is not sent. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I won't end up taking his life," Qin Chuan reminded with significant undertones. In truth, his words were deliberately intended to convey to Sengoku that if he were to send a general, Sakazuki should be the last consideration. Otherwise, a disagreement could escalate into a violent confrontation, complicating matters immensely. "Understood. In 3 days, I shall have Borsalino await you in the city of Orahatsu on the Red Soil Continent. There he will personally escort you to the pinnacle of the Red Soil Continent, the Holy Land of Moria," Sengoku stated solemnly. He was fully aware of Qin Chuan's implications and, without needing a reminder, would never consider sending Sakazuki. Thus, after careful deliberation, he resolved to send a relatively compliant general, one who bore no significant grudge against pirates, Upon hearing that Borsalino himself would be there to receive them, Qin Chuan could not help but chuckle. Among the three admirals, Borsalino's identity was the most questionable. Prior to his arrival, the anime's narrative had not revealed whether he was indeed an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, Qin Chuan was genuinely eager to meet him in person. After hanging up the call, Qin Chuan gathered everyone once more to tea this moment. Their faces were adorned with smiles, evidently still reveling in the cheers of the townsfolk. "What did Sengoku say?" SHKLUKDR inquired. "He mentioned that the world government wishes to discuss matters with us and has requested us to wait for Admiral Borsalino in Orohatsu City in 3 days. At that time, he will personally guide us to the holy land of Mariehua." Qin Chuan replied, "What? Are we truly going to negotiate there? Is that not a tad too perilous? In my view, it would be wiser to find a nearby island and have the world government send someone to speak with us first." Boa Hancock immediately opposed. She was all too familiar with the high-ranking officials of the world government. Regarding Qin Chuan's situation, the world government played a duplicitous role that on one hand, they acknowledged Boa Hancock's status. Yet on the other, they incited Qin Chuan to defeat her. Thus, if they were to venture to Mariehua as pirates, it would undoubtedly be an unwise choice. Indeed, even we, the officially recognized 7 warlords of the sea, would never personally approach Mariehua while still bearing the title of pirates. Initially, the world government publicly announced our appointments, granting us legitimate status to enter Mariehua. Currently, not only myself and Boa Hancock, but you two still bear the identities of escaped convicts. If we rashly proceed, we would have no ground to defend ourselves should a conflict arise at that point. Even if we were to encounter misfortune, no one would stand by us in sympathy. SHKLUKDR also chimed in. After all, the world government is not known for its adherence to promises. Haha, do you lack confidence in me or in yourselves? Is it merely a matter of reaching Mariehua? No one in this world will extend sympathy to the weak. Moreover, let us not forget that the holy land of Mariehua is home to the ruling celestial dragons, who truly have nothing to fear when we inevitably take action against them. Qin Chuan remarked dismissively. Chapter 87. A reunion with an old acquaintance. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's declaration, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. The celestial dragons are the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago. They are the unequivocal rulers of this world. Even the world government and navy headquarters must defer to them. Thus, if a conflict were to erupt in Mariehua, the celestial dragons residing there would undoubtedly be at risk. That makes sense. Then let us meet with those world government officials and ascertain their true capabilities, Douglas Barrett suggested. Following Qin Chuan's words, the others felt a slight easing of their apprehensions. 3 days later, Qin Chuan and his companions finally set foot on the fabled red soil continent. At the port of Orohatsu City, a contingent of naval soldiers have been awaiting their arrival. After disembarking, a man clad in a naval coat and a black suit approached them slowly. "Mr. Qin Chuan, I am Rear Admiral Gibeon stationed here. Greetings, where is Borsalino?" Qin Chuan glanced around, but did not spot the yellow-suited Admiral Borsalino, prompting his curiosity, due to a storm at sea near Marineford. "Admiral Borsalino's fleet will not arrive until tomorrow. I shall host you in the meantime," Gibeon explained. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan nodded. After all, in this era, storms significantly impact everyone. Even the most formidable pirate crews cannot withstand the devastation wrought by nature. Once inside the city, Gibeon promptly arranged for Qin Chuan and the others to stay in a luxurious hotel. Esteemed guests, while this may not be the holy land of Mariehua, it is the final stop before reaching it. Thus, celestial dragons may occasionally visit here. Should you encounter them, I kindly ask that you refrain from any conflict to avoid unnecessary complications. At that moment, Gibeon suddenly reminded everyone that it was clear that in this place, the Navy and ordinary citizens would never provoke these individuals, but the same could not be assured for the celestial dragons. Furthermore, until Borsalino's arrival, Qin Chuan and his party were entirely responsible for their conduct. Should any disturbances arise, he would have no way to explain himself to the higher-ups. "Very well. Understood." Qin Chuan nodded. As long as the celestial dragons do not seek trouble, he was not inclined to engage in an all-out war with the world government at this juncture. However, as soon as Gibeon finished speaking and turned to leave, Boa Hancock was already trembling uncontrollably. Qin Chuan could not discern whether her reaction stemmed from anger or fear, so he approached her side and gently patted her shoulder. Regardless of the situation, now is not the time for a full-scale confrontation. Our numbers are insufficient, thus you must endure a little longer. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Boa Hancock's trembling form gradually began to relax. Shall we venture out for a stroll? This place connects to the four seas and serves as a trade hub. It is said to possess treasures from all corners of the world. We might as well explore, as we have little else to occupy our time. At that moment, Bartolomeo, unable to contain his impatience, proposed. Naturally, being his first visit here, he was not one to stay idle in the hotel. As he spoke, the others showed no signs of dissent, though Gibeon had indirectly warned them. Apart from Bartolomeo, the rest were not easily intimidated, and thus they paid little heed to his words. Very well. Then let us disperse for some free time. After much contemplation, Qin Chuan finally spoke. Subsequently, the group departed from the hotel and made their way onto the bustling streets. Upon arriving at the main thoroughfare of Orha City, they were struck by its vibrant activity. The streets were alive with the constant flow of vehicles, and elegantly dressed women strolled arm in arm, while an array of exquisite shops lined both sides of the road. Such a splendid scene could scarcely be witnessed in either road town of the East Sea or Elugia town of the West Sea. Once on the main street, Qin Chuan expressed his desire to wander about, and the inherently feminine Boa Hancock, upon spotting some jewelry stores, immediately showed interest and decided to part ways with the group. Observing Boa Hancock's intent to shop, Bartolomeo eagerly volunteered to accompany her. Meanwhile, Douglas Barrett and Crocodile had no inclination to browse, so they opted to follow Qin Chuan instead. However, Qin Chuan, concerned about potential mishaps and the possibility that the two might not make the best decisions, hesitated for a moment before suggesting that Crocodile accompany them as well. Initially, Crocodile was thoroughly unwilling to be tasked with escorting the two, but he recognized that they were in the Red Earth continent. And given the trouble these two had caused aboard the ship, the lack of supervision here could lead to further complications. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced to Qin Chuan's request. With that, the two parties diverged on the street, and Qin Chuan headed in another direction with Douglas Barrett. As they walked, Qin Chuan inadvertently caught sight of a man standing at the entrance of a tavern. In the next instant, his pupils dilated, and he stood frozen in place. "What is the matter?" Douglas Barrett inquired, noticing Qin Chuan's unusual demeanor. "Let us go meet someone. We might just be able to challenge the world government," Qin Chuan exclaimed with delight. He then strode directly toward the man. "Sir, do you have a moment for a drink?" Qin Chuan proposed as he approached. As Douglas Barrett followed closely, he observed a man with short black hair, a circle of facial hair around his mouth, eyes closed, a distinctive X-shaped scar on the left side of his forehead, attired in a light purple kimono, secured with a black and purple belt, and wielding a cane. Instantly, suspicion arose within him. Clearly, this man, by his attire and the aura he exuded, did not appear to be a formidable opponent. "Do you know me?" the man inquired, still with his eyes shut, his tone remarkably calm. "Humph, if you agree to my request, then we shall consider ourselves acquainted," Qin Chuan replied with a smile. "Ha! Well, I too am in the mood for a drink after you." Chapter 88. A Major Incident. Upon hearing this, the man burst into laughter and gestured for them to enter. Once inside the tavern, the trio settled into a relatively secluded booth. Subsequently, they seemed to share an unspoken understanding, engaging in continuous toasts and drinking without uttering a single unnecessary word. Douglas Barrett found this particularly perplexing. After all, if Qin Chuan was inviting someone for drinks, why did he not ask a single question at the table? Moreover, the other party remained equally curious, as he did not even express a word of thanks for the invitation. After an hour of this bewildering drinking session, the table was completely filled with empty cups. "Well, I believe Vivi had enough. Shall we part ways?" the man finally suggested, unable to restrain himself any longer. "Mr. Yixiao, are you in such a hurry to leave?" At that moment, Qin Chuan unexpectedly interjected with this remark. The instant his words fell, the man's expression shifted, and he swiftly turned to face Qin Chuan. Though his eyes remained closed, the cane he had laid aside was now firmly grasped in his hand. Sensing the atmosphere turned strange, Douglas Barrett furrowed his brow, preparing for any sudden developments. However, Qin Chuan spoke again. Let us dispense with pleasantries. You must be aware of our identities and the purpose of our visit, correct? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Douglas Barrett was left even more bewildered. To him, the man before him appeared to be a blind man leaning on a cane. How could he possibly know their identities if he could not see them? Just then, the man referred to as Yi Xiao finally spoke. Mr. Qin Chuan, what do you mean by that? What does your intention have to do with me? A mere commoner? Hearing his name spoken from the man's lips left Douglas Barrett utterly astonished. Had he not been present throughout the encounter, anyone would assume they were old acquaintances based solely on their dialogue. Yet he alone knew they had only met an hour ago and had exchanged no words during that time. Do you not wish to change this corrupt world, particularly to abolish the so-called warlord system? At that moment, Qin Chuan reiterated his proposition. Though his voice was low, it sent a chill down Douglas Barrett's spine. In the Red Earth continent, beneath Mary Geos, to utter the desire to overturn this tainted world could incite considerable unrest if overheard. Fortunately, it was daytime, and the tavern had few patrons. The other customers were engrossed in their own drinks and paid no heed to the conversation at hand. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's statement, Yi Xiao finally opened his eyes. Even then, only the whites of his eyes were visible, confirming his blindness. What do you desire? For me to join your ranks? Precisely, what do you think? Qin Chuan responded, Daha. Do you truly think that because of the commotion you've caused, I would simply join your cause? You seem to underestimate me. Yi Xiao declared, clearly revealing his stance. His words implied that despite Qin Chuan's strength and the ruckus he had created, it was all trivial in his eyes and thus unimpressive. Upon hearing this, Douglas Barrett's face betrayed a flicker of anger. How could such an unassuming blind man look down upon them? This was quite irksome. Barrett, do not be hasty. This fellow possesses strength rivaling that of a marine admiral. While his words may seem arrogant, they are not entirely unfounded. At that moment, Qin Chuan spoke calmly in Yi Xiao's defense. Hearing Qin Chuan assert that this blind man possessed strength comparable to that of an admiral took Douglas Barrett by surprise. Indeed, throughout their battles thus far, aside from the two quasi-admirals and impelled down, they had not encountered any truly formidable opponents. Even in their clashes with Akainu, they had failed to gain a clear advantage. Therefore, if this man truly possessed the strength of an admiral, he might indeed be worth considering. However, Douglas Barrett was no fool. He certainly did not believe that his own strength was inferior to that of an admiral. Do not be so arrogant. To me, admirals are not particularly impressive. Douglas Barrett, while you are powerful, you remain unaware that there exist entities even more formidable than admirals. When that time comes, you will realize that your strength is far from sufficient. Yi Xiao remarked, maintaining a calm demeanor. Are you referring to those 5 individuals? Before Douglas Barrett could speak, Qin Chuan interjected. Not only them. There are others above them, yet I am uncertain of that individual's true power. However, it is evident that those 5 old men, given their obedience to him, certainly possess exceptional capabilities. At least at this stage, your strength cannot contend with theirs. Yi Xiao cautioned that I know who you are alluding to. That individual does seem rather formidable. However, my arrow has already left the bow. There is no turning back. This is why I have come personally to invite you. I shall remain here until tomorrow. Should you have any thoughts, feel free to find me at Osman Hotel, Qin Chuan remarked. Upon hearing that Qin Chuan seemingly had an inkling of whom he was referring to, a fleeting smile graced his face, indicating a subtle change in his expression. However, after a brief moment, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the 3 of them exited the tavern together. Yet as they stepped outside, they caught sight of Bartolomeo rushing towards them in a frantic manner. This is bad, Captain Qin Chuan. Upon seeing Qin Chuan and the others, Bartolomeo shouted as if he had encountered a savior. What is going on? Witnessing Bartolomeo's evident panic, an ominous premonition surged within Qin Chuan. Something significant must have transpired to cause such urgency in him. Indeed, after taking a deep breath, Bartolomeo hurriedly began to explain. Here is the situation. While the three of us were idly browsing in a jewelry store, a celestial dragon unexpectedly walked in. Initially, we thought it best to avoid confrontation upon spotting the celestial dragon. So Boa Hancock set down the trinkets she was holding and prepared to leave. However, at that very moment, the celestial dragon caught sight of Boa Hancock and began to scrutinize her with lewd eyes. Consequently, Boa Hancock instinctively shot him a glare. Yet this simple act of defiance enraged the celestial dragon, who immediately commanded his subordinates to seize Boa Hancock. Just then, Crocodile sprang into action, swiftly incapacitating two of the celestial dragon's henchmen. This only served to infuriate the celestial dragon further, who ordered his men to surround us and prevent our escape. I seized this opportunity to slip away and find you. After a lengthy explanation, Bartolomeo finally clarified the entire sequence of events. As he concluded, the three individuals present furrowed their brows in concern that I in this realm. One could offend an admiral of the navy or even the world government. But to slight a celestial dragon was an entirely different matter. Let us confront them. I am eager to witness just how arrogant these celestial dragons truly are, Chinchuan declared, striding forward with determination. The others promptly followed suit. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance of the jewelry store, only to find a throng of onlookers gathered outside. Chinchuan forcefully pushed through the crowd and entered. Inside, they beheld several men clad in black encircling Crocodile and Boa Hancock. In the midst of these black-clad individuals stood a portly man with a bubble helmet. At that moment, everyone surrounding them immediately shouted in unison towards Chinchuan. Clearly, they were all deeply concerned that this audacious individual would actually dare to kill a celestial dragon on this red Earth continent. Particularly Boa Hancock, as this situation had effectively arisen due to her, and she was acutely aware of the potential consequences of Chinchuan's actions. Unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, the forthcoming negotiations were destined to become exceedingly arduous. Yet, as long as the celestial dragon remained alive, there was still a glimmer of hope. However, if Chinchuan were to truly take action and slay that individual, they would have no choice but to flee immediately. The world government would never permit the assassination of a celestial dragon, especially in such a public setting on the Red Earth continent. Shut the hell up! Upon hearing the cacophony of voices directed at him, he suddenly bellowed that in that instant, his imposing aura was unmistakably palpable. Even Vice Admiral Gibeon dared not utter a word at that moment. His apprehension stemmed not from fear of being struck by Chinchuan, but from a genuine concern that Chinchuan might indeed be willing to kill the celestial dragon. After all, this was a man capable of obliterating the deep-sea prison and executing those legendary pirates imprisoned in the 6th level of infinite hell. He was capable of anything. Douglas Barrett and the others were momentarily taken aback by Chinchuan's thunderous voice, and soon, silence enveloped the crowd once more. At this juncture, all eyes were fixed upon Chinchuan. "Hey, I asked you a question, Charlemagne. Did you not just proclaim your intent to kill me?" Chinchuan inquired once more, lowering his gaze towards the barely conscious Charlemagne. "That if you truly intend to kill me, you will undoubtedly face the consequences." Although Charlemagne could no longer muster threats as a celestial dragon, he clung to the last vestiges of defiance. After hearing Charlemagne's words, Chinchuan's smile vanished, and he swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Smack! The sharp sound reverberated through the street, leaving 5 crimson imprints on Charlemagne's face. The force of the slap, while not excessively strong, nearly rendered the utterly defenseless Charlemagne unconscious. "I ask you again, do you intend to kill me?" Chinchuan pressed on. I. Charlemagne's response was cut short as another slap from Chinchuan followed. Smack! With each strike, the hearts of those surrounding them raced violently. Even the usually composed Yixiao furrowed his brow in concern. "Captain Chinchuan, cease this at once. Otherwise, dire consequences will ensue." At this moment, Boa Hancock was on the verge of collapse, rushing to Chinchuan in a desperate attempt to grasp his hand and halt his actions. Meanwhile, Charlemagne had already been reduced to a pitiful state from Chinchuan's relentless slaps. "Are you afraid now?" Chinchuan released his grip on Charlemagne, turning to gaze calmly at Boa Hancock. "I am not afraid. It is simply that we are in the midst of negotiations. If we proceed like this, the world government will not spare us." Boa Hancock replied in a hushed tone, her head bowed. "The world government will not spare us?" You may be mistaken. My purpose in negotiating with the world government is to show them my regard. If they wish to wage war over a celestial dragon, then I, Qin Chuan, shall see it through to the end. As soon as Qin Chuan's declaration echoed, he suddenly steeled himself and lifted his foot forcefully. In that instant, everyone realized what Qin Chuan intended to do. Douglas Barrett and Sir Crocodile understood all too well the implications of Qin Chuan's actions, and they rushed forward in a desperate bid to intervene. Even Vice Admiral Gibeon could no longer concern himself with protocol and lunged forward as well. Yet, they were all a moment too late. For Qin Chuan's murderous intent was resolute, and no one could stop him. As they reached Qin Chuan, his foot had already descended with tremendous force towards Charlemagne's face. Bang! At that moment, Qin Chuan unleashed a formidable force reminiscent of the world of Naruto. All of his energy coalesced in his right foot. When his foot struck down, the once level ground was instantly transformed, creating a gaping crater. Charlemagne's head was forcibly embedded into this pit. In that moment, everyone stood frozen in shock. They had never anticipated that Qin Chuan would truly act upon his words. Judging by the visible evidence, the celestial dragon, devoid of any combat prowess, was undoubtedly doomed. Consequently, the atmosphere shifted to one of profound strangeness. Many onlookers began to discreetly withdraw. In this land, the death of a few individuals was commonplace. However, the death of a celestial dragon was an unfathomably terrifying prospect for those living in this territory. They were oblivious to the ensuing chaos, yet they understood that if they did not flee the scene promptly, they might suffer the same fate. Captain Qin Chuan, have you truly killed him? Sir Crocodile, having dealt with the world government for many years, was acutely aware of their limits. At this moment, it was evident that Qin Chuan had crossed a line, and there was no room for negotiation. He threatened to kill me. Since he has declared it so, I shall simply send him on his way. This way, he will no longer suffer for being unable to kill me, Qin Chuan stated calmly. In that instant, though his tone was tranquil, the aura emanating from him was undeniably intimidating. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Sir Crocodile was left speechless. After all, he was not wrong. The adversary sought to take his life, and should Charlemagne be released, they would undoubtedly be pursued relentlessly. Thus, Qin Chuan's decision to kill was understandable. However, none of them had ever witnessed a celestial dragon being slain, particularly in such close proximity. The scene was utterly shocking. Meanwhile, Boa Hancock remained in a daze, still grasping Qin Chuan's hand, unable to release her grip. She was so astonished that she found herself at a complete loss. Yet, in the next moment, an enraged voice erupted from Gibeon. Men, surround them. Leave not a single one unscathed. This command came from Gibeon, the vice admiral, the highest-ranking naval officer in the city of Orhaz. Thus, no matter how formidable Qin Chuan's strength or influence, he could not simply allow them to depart unchallenged. Otherwise, not only would he face severe repercussions, but the Navy would also suffer disgrace. His soldiers, momentarily stunned, quickly aimed their firearms at Qin Chuan and his companions. At this juncture, Douglas Barrett and several others gathered around Qin Chuan, and a standoff ensued in the street. General Gibeon, do not engage. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. I have no desire to cause unnecessary bloodshed. Qin Chuan gently released Boa Hancock's hand and spoke with calm determination. Since you killed Lord Charlemagne, I have no means of retreat. Gibeon, gripping his sword tightly, replied solemnly. How absurd! You, a vice admiral, are groveling before a celestial dragon, referring to him as Lord Charlemagne. These scoundrels wreak havoc without consequence. Do not tell me you are unaware. Their actions fall beyond my jurisdiction, rendering me powerless to intervene. How ridiculous it was that you donned a coat emblazoned with the word justice, yet willingly acted as their lapdog in the presence of celestial dragons. If you truly seek death, then make your move, but my patience is finite. Should you engage, I assure you that this naval base will run red with blood before the arrival of the marine admirals. In that moment, Qin Chuan was utterly incensed. The Navy could not have been oblivious to the actions of the celestial dragons, yet they had remained complicit in their misdeeds. This was one of the many reasons Qin Chuan held the Navy in disdain. After being threatened by Qin Chuan, Bean indeed hesitated that a glance at the expressions of the surrounding naval personnel revealed a clear trace of panic on their faces. Some naval soldiers were even trembling as they held their guns. These soldiers were among the elite, as it was inconceivable for them to be stationed so close to the Holy Land Moria otherwise. The sheer extent of their fear underscored the magnitude of the threat posed by Qin Chuan. After a moment of silence, Bean finally sighed helplessly and said, "Please do not harm anyone else in the city. I beg you." As soon as he uttered those words, a collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd. It was evident that he had capitulated. Qin Chuan had triumphed once more in the presence of the Navy. However, at that moment, apart from Qin Chuan, no one else felt the slightest joy. Qin Chuan nodded, then suddenly approached Yi Xiao and patted him on the shoulder. "Mr. Yi Xiao, will you come with me? Or will you remain here to live a life of aimlessness?" Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yi Xiao forced a wry smile before slowly responding. "Mr. Qin Chuan, you publicly executed a celestial dragon and then come over to be chummy with me at this point. I might as well jump into the Yellow River and never be cleansed. So what is your decision?" Sigh, "Well, since it has come to this, I shall accompany you on this reckless adventure, and I'm also curious to see what the new world is like. Haha, Mr. Yi Xiao, you truly know what I am thinking. Let us set forth for the new world." With Qin Chuan's laughter, the entire Qin Chuan pirate crew departed from Orhoth City in an instant. Upon returning to the Red Force, Qin Chuan immediately commanded the ship to set sail at full speed towards the Sabeti archipelago. They needed to reach the New World waters as soon as possible, where the Navy would be utterly powerless against them. However, passage through the skies above the Holy Land Moria was absolutely impossible. Thus, they had only one route to follow. First, they had to head to the Sabeti archipelago to apply the special resin from the Yarkaman red tree to coat the ship, and then dive down 10,000 meters to traverse a massive cavern beneath the Red Continent, passing through the underwater route to Fishman Island before finally arriving in the New World. Yet, this route was fraught with peril. The Sabeti archipelago was under the jurisdiction of the world government, which meant a heavy naval presence guarding it. Furthermore, the underwater path was exceedingly treacherous, with many who entered never returning, leaving countless individuals to spend their lives never having reached the New World. The following morning, as Borisellino's fleet, having just weathered a storm, prepared to dock at the port of Orhoth City, he received an urgent call from the Navy headquarters. Answering the call, Borisellino, with a relaxed demeanor, inquired, "What is it? I have just arrived at Orhoth City and will be looking for Qin Chuan shortly." "Humph, looking for them. Are you not aware of what has transpired?" The voice on the other end, that of Admiral Sengoku, was gravely alarming. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Borisellino's brow furrowed. The messenger pigeons had not delivered any news throughout the day due to the storms at sea. What chaos had they stirred up now? "Charlemagne has been killed, slain by Qin Chuan." What? He killed a celestial dragon. This shocking revelation instantly revitalized Borisellino, who was typically lethargic. Clearly, this news was profoundly staggering, even for someone accustomed to tumultuous events. Chapter 92. Departing for the Sabeti archipelago indeed. Just yesterday, he had publicly executed Charlemagne on the streets, and now they were on the run. Damn it, what are the thoughts of the world government? What thoughts? The situation in Moria has devolved into utter chaos. The celestial dragons are rising up in protest, demanding the world government take the most severe measures to ensure that Qin Chuan and his crew are captured and executed. Sengoku's voice was filled with irritation. "Understood. I will intercept them immediately." Borisellino recognized the gravity of the situation. According to the regulations between the Navy and the world government, if a celestial dragon was attacked, the Navy would dispatch an admiral for rescue. Thus, Borisellino naturally took it upon himself to shoulder this responsibility. Reliable reports indicated that they were heading towards the Sabeti archipelago with the intention of entering the underwater route to the New World. "Got it. I will turn back now." After hanging up the phone, Borisellino relayed his orders. Meanwhile, Bean, who had been anxiously waiting on the shore, was taken aback to see Borisellino's warship abruptly turn around and leave. This sudden turn of events left all the soldiers at the port in disarray. "Captain Shanks, that fellow seems to be heading for the Sabeti archipelago. Will we be able to reclaim our ship this time?" Jesus Burgess proposed eagerly after reading the newspaper. His assertion was not unfounded. If they failed to reclaim the Red Force, they would become the laughingstock of the world, making it exceedingly difficult for the red-haired pirates to rise again. Ben Beckman, the first mate, concurred. Within the red-haired pirates, who were still lingering at the Sabeti archipelago, everyone was fervently discussing the matter. Yet, Shanks sat silently, his brow furrowed, deep in thought. The night before, he had received a secret call from the highest command of the world government. The Gorisia out on the call, they directly demanded that he, at any cost, intercept Qin Xuan to Sabeti archipelago. However, now that Qin Xuan's reputation had reached unprecedented heights, it was a daunting task. Not to mention that he had led a massive coalition army to effortlessly defeat Moonlight Moria, gaining immense prestige in the West Sea. But now he had slain the ruling nobles of the world, the celestial dragons, who were the most despised and feared by all humanity, though no one openly expressed their opinions globally. It was clear to everyone that after this act, Qin Xuan had become a deity in the hearts of many at this moment. If he were to intercept Qin Xuan as a pirate, he would undoubtedly face immense public scrutiny, something he wished to avoid. Additionally, the entire crew of the red-haired pirates was eager to reclaim their honor, forcing him to confront Qin Xuan. Wit at that moment. The world government issued its latest proclamation. In the announcement, the world government vehemently condemned Qin Xuan and the various atrocities committed by the pirate crew he leads during this period. It particularly highlighted their brutal slaying of the celestial dragon nobles in the city of Aelhas. Ultimately, the world government decided to authorize the Navy, mandating them to apprehend Qin Xuan and his associates and bring them to Judicial Island for trial as swiftly as possible. Additionally, the latest bounty for Qin Xuan's group re-emerged before the eyes of the world. Qin Xuan, captain of the Qin Xuan pirate crew. Bounty, 2.5 billion berries. Douglas Barrett, member of the Qin Xuan pirate crew. Bounty, 2 billion berries. Crocodile, member of the Qin Xuan pirate crew. Bounty, 500 million berries. Boa Hancock, member of the Qin Xuan pirate crew. Bounty, 460 million berries. Bartolomeo, member of the Qin Xuan pirate crew. Bounty, 160 million berries. Notably, the name of Yixiao did not appear on this bounty list, as the world government remained unaware of his true identity. Furthermore, he had not participated in any operations of the Qin Xuan pirate crew thus far, and thus had no corresponding bounty. After observing the announcement from the world government, Bartolomeo could not help but voice his grievances. What does this mean? 160 million berries. How come the two of you are valued at 4 to 500 million? He was not angered by his own wanted status, but rather incensed by the fact that his bounty was so comparatively low. What more do you want? As a mere gang leader, had it not been for us, you might still be struggling to survive in the confines of Logtown. Upon noticing Bartolomeo's veiled insinuation regarding the inflated bounties, Crocodile was equally unwilling to back down. Chapter 93. Target, Rayleigh. In reality, Crocodile's bounty before joining the 7 warlords was a mere 81 million berries. However, after he became one of the warlords, the world government rescinded his bounty, leaving him without any wanted status. Yet now, within the span of just 1 month, his bounty had skyrocketed to 500 million berries. It was evident that this surge was primarily due to their public execution of a celestial dragon the previous day, that a pirate's bounty is not solely correlated with their strength, but rather reflects the degree of threat they pose to the world. If an ordinary pirate were to commit wanton acts of violence, their bounty would undoubtedly soar. Currently, with Qin Xuan's group having directly slain a celestial dragon, his bounty leaped to an astounding 2.5 billion berries. Such a bounty, when viewed across the globe, could only be surpassed by a select few notorious figures entrenched in the New World. What do you mean by that? I single-handedly subdued Admiral Sakazuki in Logtown. Otherwise, wouldn't you have been reduced to a sieve? Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Bartolomeo immediately retorted with sarcasm. Do you really think your transparent barrier makes you invincible? Enough. Can't you both see the current situation? Douglas Barrett, whose brow had been furrowed in concentration, interjected sharply. The world government has openly declared its intent to deal with you, in my view. It is highly likely that they will dispatch Admiral Borisolino to intercept us at Sabeti Archipelago. While you two are still here bickering, as a figure of authority, Barrett's words silenced the duo. Nevertheless, Bartolomeo still wore an expression of defiance. Captain Chinchuan, I fail to comprehend why you would announce to everyone your intention to head to Sabaody Archipelago. Although it falls under the jurisdiction of the world government, its geographical peculiarities render it a veritable den of chaos. With our combined bounties now amounting to 5 billion, regardless of whether the Navy will lay heavy forces in wait, I am certain that numerous pirates will also seek to intercept us there. At this moment, Yi Xiao, who had been silent until now, ventured a question that he too was perplexed as to why Qin Chuan would divulge their forthcoming movements to the entire world. It is quite simple. I have never believed we were in the wrong, and since we have committed no wrongdoing, why should we fear exposing our whereabouts? Qin Chuan countered. Initially, he had no intention of slaying the celestial dragon, but his hand was forced when he witnessed Boa Hancock being harassed. Given the nature of the celestial dragons, Qin Chuan understood that injuring them was tantamount to killing them. Even if he spared them, they would inevitably seek revenge. Therefore, he decided to eliminate the threat entirely. So what are your plans? In Sabaody Archipelago, we have no acquaintances, but if we proceed recklessly, we may find it challenging to locate someone to coat our ship. Yi Xiao now grasped Qin Chuan's intent. Clearly, he was dismissive of the world government's bounty. Who says we have no acquaintances? Douglas Barrett's former captain is waiting for us there. At this juncture, Qin Chuan cast a deliberate glance at Douglas Barrett. Hearing this, Douglas Barrett was momentarily taken aback, then regarded Qin Chuan with a look of skepticism. Captain, but Roger is already. At this moment, Crocodile interjected that I never said it was the captain. The vice captain? Could it be Silver's Rayleigh? Bartolomeo quickly chimed in. Captain Qin Chuan, how do you know Silver's Rayleigh is in Sabaody Archipelago? Douglas Barrett inquired eagerly upon hearing the name. Boa Hancock, too, was struck by astonishment at the mention of Rayleigh, for it was he who had once led her to escape from that hellish place, and thus she held deep concern for her benefactor. I possess considerable knowledge, though there are things I am unaware of, such as whether other pirates might be waiting for us there at this very moment. Qin Chuan replied calmly. The Sabaody Archipelago consists of 79 trees, corresponding to 79 distinct regions. If Silver's Rayleigh is indeed present, do you know in which region he is located, Captain? Yi Xiao pressed further. He is in Region 13. Region 13. That is the lawless territory of Sabaody Archipelago. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's assertion that Rayleigh was in Region 13, Yi Xiao expressed disbelief. Across the entirety of Sabaody Archipelago, regions 1 to 29 are rife with human trafficking establishments and slave auctions, truly a den of iniquity. This is largely due to its proximity to Fishman Island, where merfolk and fishmen are the most sought-after commodities in the human trafficking trade, leading to a thriving business. Isn't it in the most chaotic places that one can better conceal their identity? Qin Chuan countered. After hearing this, Yi Xiao found himself unable to refute. Thus, the Qin Chuan pirate crew, under the scrutiny of the entire world, successfully arrived at the outskirts of Sabaody Archipelago 2 days later. Meanwhile, within Sabaody Archipelago, soldiers of the Navy were fully armed and on high alert across various regions. Due to the immense size of Sabaody Archipelago, even the formidable Navy could not exert complete control over all 79 regions. Consequently, only a limited number of soldiers were stationed in each area. At this moment, nearly all the Navy personnel prayed fervently that the Qin Chuan pirate crew would not land in their respective regions. Ultimately, the Red Force docked at the port of Region 13 that, given the crew's conspicuous nature, news of their arrival swiftly spread throughout Region 13 soon after. Various factions within Region 13 began to stir restlessly. Just as they stepped onto the streets of Region 13, a commotion erupted in the distance. The next moment, a group of fearsome individuals obstructed the path of Qin Chuan and his crew. Hey, is this not the recently infamous Qin Chuan pirate crew? Seems our luck is quite favorable, encountering you here. This saves us the trouble of searching for you, exclaimed a one-eyed man at the forefront, his eye concealed beneath a military hood, resembling a character straight out of a pirate film. Indeed, such a figure epitomizes the true essence of a pirate. Behind him gathered a throng of pirates wielding large swords. So quickly they've come for us? Beside him, Douglas Barrett expressed his skepticism that he never expected that the first battle upon stepping onto this island would be against a group of insignificant foes. It was indeed disheartening. At that moment, Qin Chuan couldn't help but sneer. Kid, being arrogant on the Grand Line doesn't necessarily denote your prowess. I have fought my way back from the New World. He continued. This is where true hell lies. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's mockery, the man darkened his expression and, after a sinister chuckle, spoke. The Ghost Eye Pirates? At this juncture, Boa Hancock, who was beside Qin Chuan, suddenly recalled something and exclaimed in astonishment. The Ghost Eye Pirates? Do you know them? Shah Clockter turned his head with curiosity. The Ghost Eye Pirates are actually a seasoned crew that has risen in the South Seas. Their captain, known as Ghost Eye Baigus, claims to communicate with human souls. If I remember correctly, his bounty has reached an astounding 360 million berries. Boa Hancock elucidated that. Oh, isn't that Boa Hancock from the Hakanosu Kingdom? The women captured from Hakanosu were quite delightful. I wonder how the king of Hakanosu performs in bed? Haha. Upon seeing Boa Hancock suddenly recollect something, Baigus erupted with boisterous laughter. The moment his words escaped his lips, Boa Hancock's expression darkened significantly. Clearly, Baigus had alluded to a past incident involving them. What is going on? Qin Chuan, puzzled, turned to her. They had ambushed a naval base and subsequently fled to the Isle of Women. Coincidentally, I was at Mariehua receiving an appointment from the world government, leaving the entire Kuja pirates absent from the island. Consequently, the defense of the Isle of Women was remarkably weak, which allowed them to seize the opportunity that by the time I returned, they had abducted some of our female residents. Boa Hancock explained through gritted teeth that shouldn't be possible. The Isle of Women is located in a windless zone. How could they infiltrate Hakanosu? Bartolomeo inquired curiously. After all, it was through his collaboration with Shah Clockter that Qin Chuan and others had managed to capture the Sea Kings and have them guide their way forward. Didn't I just say, that guy is obscured, I can communicate with the souls of living beings. Hence, I suspect he must have used such a method to control the Sea Kings and utilize their immense power to reach the Isle of Women. After hearing Boa Hancock's words, everyone fell into deep contemplation. They were not strangers to soul control. Previously in the West Sea, the terrifying captain of the thriller bark, Gecko Moria, could manipulate people's shadows. However, while Gecko Moria extracted and controlled shadows, Ghost Eye Baigus seemed capable of directly controlling souls. If that were indeed the case, the terror level of the two would be entirely different. Controlling souls, you say? Bartolomeo, haven't you always complained about your low bounty? Why not seize this opportunity to shine? If you manage to defeat this fellow with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries, your bounty should rightfully soar to 400 or 500 million. Qin Chuan remarked with a light snort, then turned to Bartolomeo, who stood not far from him. Bartolomeo, upon being pointed out by Qin Chuan, displayed no sign of fear. Rather, his eyes gleamed with a fierce desire for battle. He then swaggered forward, approaching the opposing group. Today, I shall entertain you well. Humph. Sending such a small fry to face me shows just how little you regard the Ghost Eye Pirates. Seeing the disdain directed at him, Baigus felt a surge of anger. Captain, is it wise to let him face them alone? Boa Hancock quietly inquired, aware of the opponent's strength and having a rough understanding of Bartolomeo's devil fruit ability. Clearly, Bartolomeo's abilities did not seem to pose a significant threat to their adversary. Let him give it a shot. It will be revealing to see what peculiar abilities that guy possesses. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes. In truth, he was also aware that if what Boa Hancock suggested were true, then Baigus might possess abilities akin to the Sharingan from the Naruto world, capable of creating illusions that if that were the case, Bartolomeo might indeed struggle to overcome him. At that moment, he resolved internally that should the opposing side truly possess such abilities, he would have no choice but to summon the character card of Uchiha, Itachi, once more. Just then, the confrontation commenced. With a command from Baigus, the pirates behind him brandished their weapons and charged ferociously at Bartolomeo. "'Tis a bunch of worthless fools." Bartolomeo immediately assumed a common's finger's gesture. In the next instant, a transparent, square protective barrier materialized before him. He then abruptly spread his arms wide. Following this, the transparent barrier surged forward at an astonishing speed. Boom! The transparent barrier swept through, akin to a bulldozer, launching all members of the Ghost Eye Pirates aside. Baigus quickly dodged to the side, But despite his evasion, over half of his crew had already suffered casualties that in the blink of an eye. The ground was strewn with the bodies of fallen Ghost Eye pirates. These casualties were the result of Bartolomeo's devil fruit technique, barrier, bull charge. From the first round of engagement, it was evident that Bartolomeo had gained a clear advantage. Upon witnessing this, Bartolomeo couldn't help but wear a smug smile. However, at that moment, Bigus finally made his move. He removed his military eye mask, revealing an incredibly terrifying eye that astonished everyone present. Chapter 95. A Smile Before the Strike. Bigus's right pupil glowed a pale green. Suddenly, his pale green iris began to spin rapidly, and a peculiar grin crept across his face. The once proud Bartolomeo froze momentarily. Then his entire body began to tremble violently. Witnessing this, everyone except Qin Chuan gasped in shock. At that moment, Bigus surged forward, dashing directly to Bartolomeo's side. Bartolomeo, however, stood there dazed, failing to activate his protective barrier. The next instant, everyone watched in horror as Bigus delivered a powerful punch directly to Bartolomeo's face. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as Bartolomeo was sent flying backward, crashing into a modest building. In an instant, the structure collapsed, sending a cloud of thick smoke billowing upwards, obscuring the view of those outside, leaving them uncertain of Bartolomeo's fate. At that moment, Shah Clockter attempted to intervene against the Ghost Eye Bigus, but was abruptly halted by a wooden staff. What do you intend to do? Shah Clockter had been skeptical of this smile from the beginning, especially upon learning that this smile possessed the strength of a marine admiral. His distrust had only deepened. After all, if someone truly possessed such formidable strength, how could they have lived in obscurity for so long? Observing the obstruction, Shah Clockter's expression soured. Young man, step aside. That fellow's eyes are problematic. If I'm not mistaken, his pupils can emit a certain type of radioactive substance. This substance can temporarily paralyze the brain's neurons, causing confusion and a loss of control over one's body to counter his devil fruit ability. It's quite simple. Just avoid making eye contact with him. If my assumptions are correct, then I, a blind man, would be the most suitable to confront him. At that moment, Ishao, with a mere few words, discerned the capabilities of the opponent's devil fruit. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan felt a tremor within, and subsequently regarded Ishao with an approving gaze. While Ishao's assertions might not be entirely accurate, at least his theoretical direction was not flawed, even in the realm of the most formidable illusions. As long as the adversary's gaze does not meet directly, they shall not be ensnared in the mirage. Ishao had always relied on his formidable perceptive abilities in battle, rendering his lack of sight inconsequential. At this juncture, although Sir Crocodile had doubts about Ishao's words, he turned to Qin Chuan, seemingly seeking his counsel. Qin Chuan merely nodded slightly, indicating for Ishao to take action. Witnessing this, Crocodile fell silent and stepped back. Ishao then gave a slight nod towards Qin Chuan before he cautiously approached Beige Sea. Wielding his staff sword, present, Beige Sea, having gained confidence after swiftly defeating Bartolomeo, found himself not elated by the sight of a blind man, but rather displaying a hint of panic on his countenance. Clearly, no one understood the vulnerabilities of his devil fruit abilities better than he did. Ishao then spoke in a calm tone. Receive my strike. If you can still stand, I shall concede defeat. Upon hearing this, Beige Sea's previously anxious expression suddenly relaxed. Ha, Sir Beige Sea, is this old fool overly arrogant to claim he can defeat you with a single blow? Quickly, eliminate them to avenge our fallen comrades. The remaining members of the Ghost Eye Pirates began to incite chaos around them. Even Beige Sea, upon hearing Ishao's proclamation, couldn't help but show a trace of disdain. Old man, in this world, no one has dared to utter such words to me, and now you have. After Ishao's declaration, he slowly raised his staff. Very well, I shall witness the might of your strike. Prepare to perish, Beige Sea exclaimed, his eyes rapidly spinning once more. However, this time, Ishao remained utterly unperturbed, standing calmly in place. The next moment, Beige Sea charged forward again, employing the same tactic. Yet at that instant, Ishao finally made his move. With a swift motion, he raised his staff to in that moment, his palm and the entire staff were enveloped by a torrent of dark purple energy. Gravity blade. fierce tiger. As Xiao uttered these words, he swung the staff, channeling the dark purple energy with great force. The energy surged forth like a roaring purple tiger, hurtling towards the advancing beige sea. Along the path, the purple tiger created by Xiao cleaved through the hard stone pavement with ease. Beige sea, taken aback by this, hastily raised his fist to strike at the purple tiger. Boom! The purple tiger's energy collided fiercely with beige sea's fist. A powerful shockwave erupted, causing everyone nearby to instinctively avert their gaze. When they turned back, all were left in stunned silence. Beige sea had collapsed right before Xiao. Had he truly won? Sir Crocodile twitched his lips at this sight, muttering quietly. Simultaneously, Douglas Barrett finally understood why Qin Xuan had once claimed this individual possessed strength rivaling that of an admiral, for it was evident that Xiao had not exerted his full power. Following this, Xiao pressed his staff against Beige Sea's head and coolly remarked, "It seems the pirates of the New World are not as formidable as they claim." Upon hearing this, Beige Sea could no longer restrain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, he fully comprehended the disparity in strength between himself and Qin Xuan's pirate crew, and he hastily began to plead for mercy. "I apologize. I overestimated myself. Please, spare my life." As Beige Sea uttered these words, the remaining members of the Ghost Eye Pirates stood in complete shock. Chapter 96. A reunion with Shanks in the next moment. All members of the Ghost Eye Pirates, as if on instinct, knelt down. Their faith in their once revered figure had been shattered by a single strike, leaving them devoid of any thoughts of rebellion. "Captain Sheen, how shall we deal with this fellow?" Xiao did not respond to the inquiry, but instead turned his gaze towards Qin Xuan, who was not far away. "See, Captain Sheen, I beg you, grant me a chance to survive. Provide me with a reason not to kill you that I can serve as your crew member, and I possess extensive knowledge of the New World with my guidance. Your journey will surely be more effortless." Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, Beige Sea completely cast aside his dignity and implored once more to know, "Is that so? My apologies, but I have no need for useless individuals. Execute him." Upon Qin Xuan's command, Xiao swiftly brought his staff crashing down upon Beige Sea's head. He held no particular disdain for pirates, but he was far more concerned with the welfare of the populace. Given Beige Sea's evident criminal history, eliminating him posed no moral burden for Xiao. The staff struck Beige Sea's head with great force, blood erupting forth instantly. This gruesome scene was unsettling, even causing the battle-hardened Boa Hancock to furrow her brow. "What are you waiting for? Kill the remaining pirates." At that moment, Qin Xuan suddenly turned to the others beside him and commanded coldly. Upon receiving Qin Xuan's orders, Douglas Barrett wasted no time, using the ground to propel himself forward like a phantom. Charging at the S, just as Douglas Barrett and the others were about to speak, the door of the adjacent room was suddenly kicked open with force. The door flew towards Qin Xuan, standing in the street. However, in the next moment, Douglas Barrett, standing beside Qin Xuan, swiftly smashed the door to the ground with a powerful punch. Following this, the one-armed Shanks stepped out from the room. Upon seeing the red-haired Shanks himself, all present, except for Qin Xuan and Douglas Barrett, who had already encountered him, were momentarily taken aback. Even a notably powerful Ikeo felt the need to grip his staff tightly at the sight of Shanks. As for Bartolomeo, he instinctively took 2 steps back after swallowing hard. This was the pressure exerted by a formidable opponent. After Shanks emerged, several of his crew members followed closely behind. When enemies meet, the tension is palpable. As the opposing group stepped out, their gazes were fixated squarely on Qin Xuan. Yet, Qin Xuan maintained a composed demeanor while gazing at Shanks. "Hey, take it easy." Noticing Shanks' grave expression, Qin Xuan immediately spoke with a smile, and no sooner had Qin Xuan's words left his lips than Shanks raised his right hand, drawing his renowned sword, Griffin, in an instant. The next moment, both sides swiftly prepared for battle. The impending clash was imminent. At this moment, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Even the ordinary residents hiding in the nearby houses felt their breaths quickening as they peered through the windows. Both confronting parties were once dominant figures, and even in the face of a potential fierce battle, there was no trace of fear on their faces. "Do you wish to reclaim your pride? Or are you here to retrieve your ship?" Qin Xuan inquired with an air of nonchalance. I desire both. Shanks retorted forcefully. I just annihilated a pirate crew returning from the New World. In fact, I wouldn't mind eliminating another infamous pirate from the New World. After Qin Xuan uttered these words, he exuded an overwhelming aura. I could see this moment. He once again channeled the character card of Uchiha Itachi. Shanks' strength compelled Qin Xuan to take him seriously. At this juncture, his most effective card was still Itachi's Sharingan. However, activating Infinite Tsukimi would strain his eyes immensely. Thus, Qin Xuan resolved not to employ the illusion unless absolutely necessary. His confidence in repelling Shanks' crew without illusions stemmed primarily from the recent addition of a powerful ally. Chiyo. Chapter 97. Rayleigh takes action thus. From the perspective of overall strength, Qin Xuan's side was sufficiently potent to overpower Shanks' pirate crew. It seems Shanks also recognized that the new face beside Qin Xuan was formidable, hence he did not rush to attack. For a moment, both sides remained locked in a stalemate, especially in such a critical battle. If neither captain took the first strike, their subordinates would be unlikely to act on their own. If you're hesitant to strike, then allow me to break this deadlock. Dragon Fire Technique. Seeing that Shanks showed no intention to make a move, Qin Xuan proactively shattered the silence. Likewise, he initiated a standard B-rank ninjutsu to gauge the waters. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and unleashed a colossal fire dragon that surged toward Shanks. Just as Shanks prepared to raise his sword to intercept it, a white figure suddenly appeared, blocking him with a speed akin to light. Subsequently, in full view of everyone, this white figure wielded a long sword and cleaved down upon the roaring fire dragon. The furious fire dragon was swiftly sliced in half upon contact with the sharp blade. I could see that moment. All eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of this white figure. Rayleigh, then Douglas Barrett, Shanks' old comrade, was the first to break the stunned silence. The one who had just blocked Qin Xuan's attack was none other than the legendary pirate, Silver's Rayleigh. If the sight of Shanks was not enough to shock them, then witnessing the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, Silver's Rayleigh, left Boa Hancock nearly breathless. Long time no see, Barrett. Rayleigh chuckled, adjusting his glasses after sheathing his sword. Now that Rayleigh had personally intervened, the situation for both sides became even more awkward. Initially, under Qin Xuan's aggressive assault, everyone was prepared for an all-out brawl. However, with Rayleigh's arrival, the entire dynamic became shrouded in uncertainty. If Qin Xuan's side lacked Douglas Barrett's presence, Rayleigh's intervention could easily lean toward assisting Shanks' crew. Yet, due to Barrett's presence, Rayleigh was unlikely to draw his sword against his former comrade. Thus, which side Rayleigh favored became crucial. Even the exceedingly confident Qin Xuan felt uncertain about whether they could still triumph should Rayleigh side with the opposition. According to my reliable intelligence, Admiral Borsellino is nearing Sabiti Archipelago. Furthermore, Admiral Sakazuki has already set sail with several warships from Marineford. Evidently, they are coming for you. At that moment, Rayleigh suddenly turned to Qin Xuan and spoke in a low voice. Are you kindly warning me or attempting to intimidate me? In the current predicament, Qin Xuan was unsure of Rayleigh's intent. Thus his tone was not particularly friendly. Both sides have my crew members. As a former vice-captain, I naturally do not wish for you to engage in mutual slaughter, Rayleigh stated solemnly. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, the others present collectively exhaled in relief. When he expressed this sentiment, it indicated that he did not intend to side with either faction. That might pose a bit of a problem. The red-haired fellow behind you seeks both to reclaim his honor and his ship. However, I do not wish to lose face nor surrender my sole pirate vessel. Making the situation rather tricky, Qin Xuan remarked pensively. His stance was now clear. It was utterly impossible for Shanks to both reclaim his honor and retrieve his ship. Rayleigh, please step aside. I need to settle matters with him here. Shanks interjected, taking the initiative. He was never one to shy away from confrontation. Although he had previously experienced Qin Xuan's terrifying power, after conversing with Rayleigh, he felt he had found a way to counter Qin Xuan's illusions. Especially in the midst of this chaotic battle, he truly doubted Qin Xuan would dare ensnare him in an illusion. Let us call it a day. If we must fight, let us not do it here. Would you grant me that courtesy? Rayleigh observed that neither side seemed inclined to relent and spoke again, his voice heavy. Simultaneously, a powerful aura surged from him, swiftly enveloping the entire street. In an instant, everyone felt the weight of this invisible pressure. Upon sensing Rayleigh's imposing presence, Qin Xuan was taken aback. Clearly, this was Rayleigh's conqueror's haki. The fact that he could wield it so effortlessly indicated his mastery over this powerful technique. "Captain, how about you grant me some face today?" Douglas Barrett, standing nearby, could no longer contain himself. After all, Rayleigh was his former captain. At this critical juncture, since the other party had spoken, if Qin Xuan insisted on attacking, it would reflect poorly on him. Seeing Barrett's plea, Qin Xuan found it difficult to say anything further. Thus he spoke, "Since everyone has expressed their thoughts, it would be rather inconsiderate of me to insist on fighting. However, how do you intend to resolve the grievances between us?" At this moment, Qin Xuan threw the conundrum back to Rayleigh. Since he wished to act as a mediator, he needed to resolve the conflict before them. "It's simple. The Red Force shall be returned to Shanks and his crew. As compensation, I will personally provide you with a large vessel. While it may not rival the Red Force, it will certainly be a worthy alternative." Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Qin Xuan felt a stirring within him. After all, the Red Force was initially seized by him in a moment of desperation. He never truly relished holding onto another's possession. However, throughout his journey, he had lacked a suitable pirate ship for replacement. Thus he had no choice but to utilize it temporarily. Now that Rayleigh was willing to offer them a brand new vessel, he was naturally inclined to return the Red Force. Furthermore, this presented a dual advantage. Should Qin Xuan voluntarily return the Red Force, those unaware would undoubtedly speculate that he was compelled by Shanks' pressure to relinquish the ship. In this light, although Shanks had not managed to best Qin Xuan directly, he would regain a modicum of face. The crux of the matter lay in whether Qin Xuan would accept the proposal. Indeed, as soon as Rayleigh finished speaking, Shanks, standing nearby, harbored no objections. Instead, he cast a sharp gaze toward Qin Xuan, evidently awaiting his response. Meanwhile, everyone else turned their attention to Qin Xuan. Should he reject Rayleigh's proposition, the negotiations would likely end unfavorably, and they would soon find themselves confronted by the combined forces of the red-haired pirates and Rayleigh. Thus, Qin Xuan's forthcoming words would indirectly determine their collective fate. After a moment of silence, Qin Xuan's previously serene expression broke into a faint smile. "Since you, esteemed senior, have said so, and considering my crew shares a long-standing camaraderie with you, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. However, let it be known that if the vessel you provide has any leaks or similar issues, I shall not hesitate to seek you out at your old friend's tavern for a discussion." At this point, Qin Xuan's words left Rayleigh utterly astonished. He had been living incognito for many years, and apart from select few former crew members, no one knew his whereabouts. Even Shanks, one of his former subordinates, had only discovered his location after considerable inquiry. Yet, here was Qin Xuan, somehow aware of his hidden sanctuary. Rayleigh instinctively glanced at Douglas Bullet beside him, whose face was awash with confusion. Noticing that his old crew member seemed oblivious to this matter, Rayleigh turned back to Qin Xuan. "Are you surprised that I know your hiding place? Would you like me to elaborate on your affairs further, Old Ray of Coding?" Upon hearing this moniker from Qin Xuan, Rayleigh's face involuntarily twitched. The title Old Ray of Coding was a designation used by ordinary people he worked with, and even Shaki was unaware of this particular nickname. Yet, Qin Xuan knew it. Moreover, Rayleigh was certain that Qin Xuan had only just arrived in Area 13, which meant he could not have come to Sabeti Archipelago to investigate him beforehand. This revelation piqued Rayleigh's interest in Qin Xuan's identity. Initially, when Shanks informed him of Qin Xuan's illusionary prowess, he did not pay it much heed, but after witnessing him in person, it was evident that Qin Xuan possessed a unique charisma. Even with his extensive experience, Rayleigh had only encountered one other individual possessing such captivating charm, who had long since been executed by the Navy. "Qin Xuan, you are indeed intriguing, worthy of being the one bold enough to slay a celestial dragon," Rayleigh remarked. Narrowing his eyes, as these words escaped his lips, Qin Xuan understood the implication, that their discussion regarding his affairs would cease. Subsequently, the two returned to Shaki's tavern. Shaki, who had been sitting at the bar smoking a cigarette, could not contain her ire upon seeing Rayleigh enter with such a large entourage. "Rayleigh, are you trying to get me killed? The combined bounties of these individuals exceed 1 billion, and that fellow just caused quite a stir in Area 13. Are you truly concerned that the Navy and other forces won't find me here? As the head of intelligence, Shaki had been informed immediately after the Ghost Eye pirates were dealt with. Thus, upon seeing Qin Chuan and his companions enter, she could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. The same applied to the red-haired pirates, given that Shaki had previously sheltered them under the condition of secrecy, with few outsiders aware of their presence. However, their identities had now been thoroughly exposed. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the station navy in the Sabeti archipelago would likely have begun their maneuvers. It matters not. I've been exposed since I made my move. Although this is not a Navy base, you should know that the Navy has eyes everywhere in these regions, especially considering how lively it has been here lately. We have likely been under their watch for some time, Rayleigh quipped as he took a seat. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Shaki merely scoffed and resumed smoking. Indeed, as Rayleigh suspected, when Shanks and his crew entered Shaki's tavern, the spies planted by the world government reported the situation to the five elders without delay. However, Rayleigh was mistaken in believing these spies were Navy operatives. They were, in fact, agents from the legendary CP9 organization. CP9 was a secret intelligence agency directly under the world government, known for its stringent management and the necessity for all personnel appointments to receive approval from the higher echelons of the government. Even the Navy headquarters remained oblivious to the exact number of members within this clandestine agency, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to gain entry into CP9. That this was one reason why CP9 could position spies here without detection. Once the intelligence reached CP9's commander, Spandam, he promptly reported it to the five elders. This matter was not merely about the notorious pirate Shanks. It also involved the long-hidden Silver's Rayleigh. Little did they know, however, that Shanks had a certain connection with the five elders. Thus, when the five elders learned that Shanks was seeking Rayleigh, they were taken aback. Originally, they had instructed CP9 to continue monitoring Shanks and Rayleigh, hoping to discern their intentions upon meeting. However, the situation escalated when Qin Chuan abruptly executed a celestial dragon on the Red Line and boldly declared his intention to head to Sabeti archipelago, from where he would venture into the New World. Consequently, the five elders could no longer remain idle. They first contacted Shanks through clandestine channels, insisting that he intercept Qin Chuan. To be cautious, they also relayed this information to Fleet Admiral Sengoku at Navy headquarters. Upon receiving the news, Sengoku convened a high-level meeting, one in which even Navy vice admirals were excluded. Only Sengoku, Kazan, Sakazuki, and Garp were present. During this meeting, which revolved around strategies to encircle Qin Chuan's pirate crew, the hawkish Sakazuki gained the upper hand and was once again authorized to lead the Navy fleet to Sabeti archipelago to assist Borisolino in combat. As for the Sabeti archipelago, the undercurrents began to stir ominously. "Mr. Rayleigh, I apologize for the trouble this has caused you," Shanks said apologetically, having overheard the conversation between Shaki and Rayleigh. Yet, this may not necessarily be a bad thing. Just as Shanks finished speaking, Qin Chuan interjected unexpectedly. "What do you mean?" Shaki turned her head to regard Qin Chuan with suspicion. The others present also turned their gazes toward him. "Mr. Rayleigh, with your prowess, you possess the capability to effectuate change in this world. Just as you once aided Fisher Tiger in rescuing many from the Holy Land Mariehua." As Qin Chuan mentioned this past event in front of Boa Hancock, both Rayleigh and Shaki exchanged astonished glances. Clearly taken aback, it was evident that this matter was profoundly secretive, yet Qin Chuan seemed privy to certain information, further intensifying their curiosity regarding his identity. "Qin Chuan, it seems you know something." After exhaling a ring of smoke, Shachi pressed for answers once more. It's nothing really that I must admit, I don't know much about you. After all, you haven't accomplished anything significant in over 20 years. However, precisely because of this, I believe that bringing you to the forefront this time might not be a bad thing. After all, at the very least, Mr. Rayleigh, you can no longer enjoy a leisurely drink here as an ordinary person. Qin Chuan chuckled. In truth, he was rather unaware of some of Rayleigh's later circumstances. "Young man, are you attempting to drag me into your troubles?" At that moment, Rayleigh's brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze turned menacing. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense once more. The individuals behind Qin Chuan began to brace themselves, fearing that a moment's negligence might lead to the other party striking first and seizing the advantage. If I were to say I want to invite you aboard my ship, would you accept? Just then, Qin Xuan threw out an explosive proposition. This revelation startled Shanks, who had been attentively observing everything from across the room. Should Rayleigh indeed choose to join Qin Xuan's pirate crew, it could mean that for a considerable period they might dominate the seas of the New World at present, among the three most powerful pirate crews in the New World. Aside from their captains, no one could contend with monsters like Rayleigh and Douglas Bullet. Furthermore, it was evident to him that the blind man, Yishao, possessed formidable strength that should not be underestimated. Although he did not know how Qin Xuan had managed to locate him, it was clear that anyone who could board his ship was not to be taken lightly. I will not be joining any pirate crew. If I were to join one, it would only be the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh replied with a dismissive snort. Do not be too hasty in your decisions. You have yet to witness certain matters. So refrain from drawing conclusions too rashly. Oh, what do you wish for me to see? I will show you that certain events will overturn the entire world. By that time, you will willingly propose to board my ship. Qin Xuan responded with an air of unwavering confidence. Humph, is it killing the celestial dragons you speak of? I'm afraid I have no interest in such matters. Moreover, if you truly desire to eliminate them, you might wander around areas 1 to 29, where they frequently appear, Rayleigh retorted nonchalantly. Although the celestial dragons were considered the nobility of the world, to Rayleigh and his companions, they were no different from ordinary people. As long as they did not provoke him, he preferred to avoid entanglements. Haha, a mere celestial dragon. Killing one is merely an appetizer. Once I have conquered the entire pirate world and established a powerful empire in the New World, you will understand everything I am saying. You also desire Roger's treasure? Rayleigh countered. No, I seek the entire world. At that moment, Qin Xuan exuded an overwhelming aura. Had someone spoken with such arrogance before Rayleigh, he would have mercilessly mocked and belittled them. Yet now, facing a young man in his 20s, he felt no inclination to ridicule that in fact, he found himself somewhat swayed. For this man bore an uncanny resemblance to the one who once dominated the seas and seemed to possess the potential to surpass him. Thus, Rayleigh began to genuinely believe what Qin Xuan had just stated. Hey, you haven't even defeated us yet. Understand? Just then, an incongruous voice shattered the atmosphere. Everyone turned to see that it was Ben Beckman of the Red-Haired Pirates. Clearly, as the vice-captain, he felt it necessary to remind everyone that the Red-Haired Pirates had yet to be defeated by anyone. Otherwise, the entire crew would find themselves in grave danger at this moment. He solemnly emphasized this fact, both to instill confidence in the crew and to clarify the position of the Red-Haired Pirates. There will come a day, but not now. Furthermore, Mr. Rayleigh, I do not wish to waste any more words. In a few days, can I take the ship? Qin Xuan smiled as he raised an eyebrow. This evening, I will be coating the ship, that if all goes well, you should be able to set sail by tomorrow morning. Rayleigh explained, Tomorrow. It seems I may truly have to face off against the admiral once more, Qin Xuan mused after hearing Rayleigh's words, since the two parties were not aligned, and to avoid dragging Rayleigh and Itachi into trouble. Shanks and his companions bid farewell and departed the tavern. Clearly, he intended to take over the Red Fourth ship docked at the harbor. Furthermore, given Shanks' extensive connections in this world, he could easily find someone at Sabeti Archipelago to assist with the ship's coating. Thus, he naturally would not wait around for Rayleigh's help. After the red-haired pirates had left, the atmosphere finally began to ease. Bartolomeo and Boa Hancock, who had been tense throughout the encounter, finally breathed a sigh of relief. As night fell, however, a turbulent undercurrent began to stir across the Sabeti Archipelago. Chapter 100. Sakazuki's decision. As night deepened, a massive warship slowly arrived at the port of Area 13 of the Sabeti Archipelago. Nearby, numerous Navy soldiers had already gathered. Subsequently, a man clad in a Navy justice coat and a yellow suit leaped down from the deck. Report: Admiral Borisolino, Qin Xuan and his crew are drinking at a tavern on the street, and our men have been monitoring them nearby. A Navy soldier approached, saluting before respectfully speaking. Humph, these rascals, do they really think so little of me? Has there been any news from Sakazuki? Upon hearing the report, Borisolino understood that, despite being an admiral and a natural-type devil fruit user, The sheer number of the opposing crew posed a significant threat. Just moments ago, he had received intelligence from Sengoku, indicating that not only the Qin pirates were present in Area 13, but the red-haired pirates and that legendary man were here as well. Therefore, it would be quite difficult for him to pose a substantial threat to the Qin crew on his own. Sakazuki doesn't seem to be heading this way, the Navy soldier stammered. What? Borsalino's brow furrowed upon hearing this. According to our monitoring of the waters surrounding Sabeti Archipelago, we have not detected any Navy vessels within several hundred nautical miles. After listening to the report, Borsalino began to feel perplexed. Marineford was not far from Sabeti Archipelago. If Sakazuki had departed yesterday, he should be nearing Sabeti Archipelago by now. Yet, there was no sign of Sakazuki among the stationed Navy forces. This could only mean one thing. Sakazuki had no intention of coming to Sabeti Archipelago. Damn it, that guy's gone to the New World ahead of time. Has he? Borsalino muttered to himself. Meanwhile, on another massive warship, a youthful-looking man donned in a Navy justice coat and a red suit stood on the deck, gazing intently at the distant Holy Land Mary Geos. Report. Admiral Sakazuki, the clearance documents have been obtained, and the world government has permitted us to pass through the Holy Land Mary Geos. You may disembark now. A Navy soldier hurriedly approached, speaking with great respect to the soldiers. A Navy admiral loomed like a towering mountain, an insurmountable figure. How are the arrangements at the G1 branch? The fleet at G1 branch is already awaiting us at the entrance to the New World, soon as we pass through the Holy Land Mary Geos and safely land. They will be there to assist us? Very well. Let us proceed. After hearing this, Sakazuki stepped off the warship. Indeed, as Borsalino had surmised, after leaving Marineford, he had entirely disregarded the operational plan established during the high-level meeting at Navy headquarters. Overwhelmed by confidence and eager to reclaim the face he lost at logtown, Sakazuki ordered the warship to change course immediately and head toward the Red Line, on the Great Sea Route. There exist only two paths to enter the New World. Now that Qin Chuan and his companions have ventured to the Sabeti Archipelago, it follows that their only means of access to the New World must be through the underwater tunnel. As a Marine admiral, tasked by the world government to apprehend pirates, it is only natural that he could apply for passage directly through the Holy Land of Mariewa at the peak of the Red Continent. However, this would necessitate abandoning their ship and utilizing special transportation. Thus, Sakazuki requested the immediate dispatch of a naval warship from the G1 branch, which oversees security in the New World waters at this moment. The commander of the G1 base is none other than the previously designated admiral, the Weasel, who was called upon to assist in the pursuit of the Qin Chuan pirate crew. The Weasel is indeed one of the few hawkish high-ranking officers within the Marine headquarters. Moreover, following his lackluster performance in the battle at Logtown, the Weasel wasted no time in leading a formidable fleet towards the entrance of the New World to rendezvous with Sakazuki. Yet, this left Borsalino in an exceedingly awkward predicament. As a Marine admiral, having already set foot on the Sabeti Archipelago, it was impossible for him to simply turn around and leave, and with nightfall upon them, if he wished to call for reinforcements from headquarters. The earliest assistance would not arrive until the following morning, taking an entire 2 days to reach the Sabeti Archipelago. Clearly, this was not a viable option. At this juncture, he had no choice but to confront the Qin Chuan pirate crew alone. With this thought in mind, Borsalino spoke in a low voice. Lead the way. Should we not confirm Admiral Sakazuki's whereabouts with headquarters? A nearby Marine soldier hesitantly inquired, sensing Borsalino's intent to proceed alone without waiting for reinforcements. I am sufficient that a rabble of miscreants hardly requires the presence of multiple admirals. If capturing a single pirate crew necessitates the attendance of 2 admirals, we would surely be overwhelmed, as the soldier expressed his apprehension about the impending battle. Borsalino's expression darkened. And no, please, Admiral Borsalino, just follow me. The soldier was visibly startled by Borsalino's demeanor, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Consequently, a group of Marine soldiers accompanied Borsalino to the streets of Area 13. Upon passing through the remnants of the battle between the Qin Chuan pirate crew and the Ghost Eye pirate crew, Borsalino abruptly halted. Gazing at the collapsed buildings nearby, he calmly inquired, how long did Bags of the Ghost Eye pirate crew hold out? One exchange, the Marine soldier replied, trembling. Paulino turned in disbelief to the soldier. Indeed, Admiral Paulino, our men observed clearly from this vicinity. That middle-aged man in the purple robe, wielding a scepter, struck once, and Biggs fell before him, never to rise again. Upon hearing this, Paulino's heart surged with turmoil. Although Biggs commanded a modest bounty, he was known in the New World, having previously caused a ruckus at the G5 branch of the Marines. The then Vice Admiral, Virgo, had engaged him in full force, but was unable to capture him, indicating Biggs' formidable strength. Yet he was felled by someone from the Chinchuan pirate crew, a figure who had never shown themselves before. This revelation suggested that the Chinchuan pirate crew harbored hidden power, a rather unwelcome piece of news for him. Chinchuan was already a significant threat, compounded by the presence of Douglas Bullet and two other powerful former warlords of the sea. Now, with the addition of a mysterious figure, the balance of power had decidedly tipped in favor of the opposing side. Observing Paulino's momentary hesitation, the Marine soldier bravely suggested, "Admiral Paulino, perhaps we should set up an ambush nearby? This could enhance our chances of success and provide a retreat route." His fear of death was palpable, especially since Paulino seemed intent on confronting the Chinchuan pirate crew with nothing but his own strength. Thus, he could only hope that Paulino would reconsider. An ambush is indeed a commendable strategy, but I apologize, I shall employ it first. Just as Paulino was about to respond, a figure suddenly appeared atop an inconspicuous building nearby. The unexpected sight startled everyone present. "Who goes there?" a Marine soldier shouted, as dozens of rifles were raised, aimed at the figure cloaked in darkness. Meanwhile, Paulino furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the individual. "How could this be? When did this fellow get so close to me? Why can't my observation hockey sense anything? Paulino, have you come alone? This is tantamount to courting death." The figure on the rooftop, Chinchuan, spoke once more, his voice calm. Upon hearing these words, the Marine soldiers erupted in a frenzy, clearly recognizing who stood atop the building. Yet at that moment, a beam of yellow light shot forth from Paulino's finger, striking Chinchuan on the rooftop. The next instant, a tremendous explosion echoed from the roof of the modest dwelling. As the smoke gradually dissipated, only ruins remained. The absence of Chinchuan's figure amidst the debris sent a jolt of surprise through Paulino. His attack, not only swift but also deadly, should have left no room for evasion at such close range, unless the target was fully prepared. In truth, Chinchuan had not evaded the assault. Upon being struck, his body exploded. However, this was merely a decoy, a technique of substitution. While the Marines boasted formidable intelligence, it was Shaki who reigned as the queen of information on the Sabaody archipelago, upon learning of Paulino's landing in Area 13. Bartolomeo and others had promptly eliminated all spies lurking near the tavern, subsequently setting up an ambush along the route to the establishment. Test Paulino. Chinchuan had utilized the substitution technique, placing the decoy atop the building, while he and his crew concealed themselves nearby for observation. This accounted for Paulino's inability to detect Chinchuan's presence, as what he had struck was not a living entity, but merely an illusion. Witnessing Paulino's destructive prowess, the Marine soldiers began to smile, momentarily believing victory to be within reach. However, such optimism was fleeting. In the next instant, several figures emerged ahead, as the faint moonlight illuminated their faces. A collective gasp resonated among the ranks. Approaching were not only members of the Chinchuan pirate crew, but also a bespectacled man emanating an overwhelming aura of power. Upon seeing Chinchuan appear unscathed, the soldiers who had previously entertained hopes of victory fell into despair once more. "Paulino, your conduct is rather impolite. Strike without provocation. Thankfully, I escaped swiftly. Otherwise, I might have been killed." Chinchuan greeted with a slight smile. "Do you take me for a fool? That earlier figure was not you." Paulino retorted, not one to be easily deceived, having realized that the figure atop the roof was merely a ruse. "Haha, and yet you still attacked? Are you not the fool?" Chinchuan quipped in response. Paulino's expression darkened further upon hearing this taunt. However, the current situation left him unable to make an aggressive move. Thus he had no choice but to endure. Pauliusolino, do not think of attacking. We have no desire to harm you. That if you wish to leave now, I can request the captain to guarantee the safety of you and your men. One of Qin Chuan's companions interjected. And who might you be? Upon noticing the attire of this individual, which bore a striking resemblance to that of the naval soldier who had just reported the single strike that felled Beige Sea, Borsalino could not restrain himself from inquiring that I am merely a simpleton. Yet even so, I strive to exert my utmost efforts in the hope of attaining a semblance of peace. Is the peace you seek to be built upon the suffering of others? When you engage in plunder and slaughter, do you ever contemplate granting those tormented souls a chance to survive? Borsalino retorted, to my knowledge, Mr. Qin Chuan and his companions have committed no heinous acts during this period. Rather, they have inadvertently assisted your navy and the world government in eliminating numerous threats. Therefore, Mr. Borsalino, your accusations seem rather unfounded. Even in the face of Borsalino's baseless accusations, Ishao remained remarkably composed. This matter is best left for you to discuss with the judges on Judicial Island. As long as the world government does not grant you amnesty, you shall forever remain pirates. My duty is to apprehend you all and bring true peace to this world. Chapter 102. The Duel Amongst the Pinnacle of Power. Upon concluding his statement, Borsalino immediately transformed into light and soared into the air. Clearly, he intended to strike preemptively. After all, he found himself encircled, and rather than await his fate, he opted for a proactive approach. Perhaps hoping to eliminate a few adversaries in the process, in the next instant he crossed his arms, and radiant cross-shaped light emerged from his fingertips. Bartolomeo! Qin Chuan shouted urgently to Bartolomeo by his side. Without hesitation, Bartolomeo leaped forward to join the others. Hachikyukag! Defensive barrier. Both sides struck simultaneously. Countless dazzling light orbs erupted from Borsalino's hands, launching towards Qin Chuan and his crew in a frenzied barrage. Given the intensity of the assault, evasion seemed nearly impossible. Yet, even so, Qin Chuan and his companions displayed no signs of panic. They did not even contemplate moving, just as the light orbs were about to strike. A transparent square barrier materialized before Bartolomeo. In the next moment, the orbs collided with this protective shield. Boom! A series of explosions resonated through the skies above Area 13 as the smoke from the blast dissipated. The barrier remained unscathed before that moment. Every naval officer, including Borsalino, was taken aback. Borsalino was well aware of the power of his attack, yet had been completely neutralized by the least notable member of the Qin Chuan pirate crew, who bore the lowest bounty. The other naval soldiers around Borsalino had completely lost their will to fight. To them, defeat was inevitable. Mr. Ishao, since he initiated the attack, shall we oblige him until the end? Qin Chuan inquired casually. Well, it seems we have no choice. Since he has shown no mercy, we cannot be blamed for our lack of compassion. Let's leave his corpse behind. Ishao sighed before speaking slowly. Although his words were measured, as soon as he finished, his aura surged dramatically. In the next instant, he gripped his staff and dashed towards Borsalino. Bartolomeo, hold the line. The rest of you, eliminate him. Qin Chuan issued the command to attack. Against a natural-type devil fruit user, Qin Chuan preferred not to employ illusions, so he rallied the armed hockey users beside him to with gritted teeth. Borsalino completed his statement and swiftly raised the Amitsukami sword in his hand, then fiercely brought it down towards the crowd before him. In the next moment, a piercing golden sword light erupted from the Amitsukami sword. Upon seeing this, Ishao immediately lifted his staff to block Borsalino's attack. Bang! The sword light struck Ishao's staff with tremendous force, unleashing a deafening sound. Once again, thick smoke began to spread in all directions. All Navy personnel, retreat. I will hold them off. Amidst the rising smoke, rather than seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, Borsalino turned and shouted at the group of Navy soldiers who appeared utterly bewildered. These soldiers, initially frozen in shock, seemed to find redemption in Borsalino's words, snapping back to reality and discarding their firearms to flee in all directions. Should we pursue? Sand Crocodile asked with a grim expression, releasing his grip on Boa Hancock's golden hook. And no need. They're merely a rabble. We need only cut down this fellow. Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. Clearly, Lin Shun did not wish to eradicate the Navy entirely. After all, this world often relied on them for maintenance, at least for the time being. Moreover, the Sabeti archipelago was a place fraught with troubles, and a significant weakening of the Navy's strength would only exacerbate the hardships faced by the local populace. Thus, Lin Shun ultimately decided to spare these Navy soldiers. Kill him. At that moment, Douglas Barrett sprang into action once more. If their group failed to slay Borsalino today, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of their pirate crew. Therefore, he had to conclude the battle as swiftly as possible. Suddenly, Douglas Barrett's aura surged dramatically. In the next instant, an overwhelming pressure radiated outward from him. The streets of Area 13 began to tremble violently, as if they were experiencing an earthquake. Such an immense display of conqueror's hockey. It seemed that even confined in the pitch-black depths of the undersea prison, this fellow had significantly enhanced his strength. Witnessing this scene, Rayleigh, who had been watching from a distance, narrowed his eyes. His action startled Sand Crocodile and Xiao. For this kind of conqueror's hockey was not something they possessed. Immediately thereafter, Douglas Barrett darted towards Borsalino like a ghostly cannonball. Borsalino raised the Amatsukami sword to strike down, but even so, Douglas Barrett showed no intention of dodging. After fully unleashing his conqueror's hockey, he slammed his fist, enveloped in armament hockey, against the golden giant's sword. Boom! The fist collided with the Amatsukami sword. At that moment, Borsalino, gripping the sword with both hands, trembled violently, as if his entire body were being subjected to immense force. Conversely, Douglas Barrett also appeared strained, his face ashen, seemingly enduring considerable damage. But this was not the end. At that instant, another powerful pressure suddenly emerged beside them. Faced with this unexpected turn, Borsalino was taken aback, exerting force with both hands to repel Douglas Barrett, who staggered back, while Borsalino himself also retreated several steps. Meanwhile, everyone turned to gaze in the direction of the pressure. There stood Boa Hancock, who had just been struck by the beam attack, her brow furrowed as she looked ahead, emanating an eerie dark red aura. Clearly, this pressure was released by her. What? She possesses conqueror's hockey too. Upon witnessing the revelation that Boa Hancock, as a woman, also wielded conqueror's hockey, everyone, except Qin Chuan, froze in place. Sand Crocodile was particularly flabbergasted. He had never anticipated that Boa Hancock would possess conqueror's hockey. When did this become so common? Observing this scene, Bartolomeo, who had heard of conqueror's hockey, swallowed hard and muttered softly, "She is, to my knowledge, the second woman to possess conqueror's hockey. The other is Charlotte Linlin." At that moment, Qin Chuan spoke up with startling revelation. Upon hearing his words, the crowd collectively gasped. Among them, Borsalino, standing opposite, wore an exceptionally grim expression. It was well known that conqueror's hockey could not be cultivated through mere training. This rarity was precisely what made it so precious. Even within the Navy headquarters, only the fleet admiral Sengoku possessed conqueror's hockey. Chiyo discovered that this newly emerged pirate crew had two members with such power, left Borsalino feeling a profound sense of despair. "You injured me earlier. Now I shall return the favor tenfold," Boa Hancock declared, promptly touching her lips with her finger, creating a small peach-shaped substance. This peach-colored material was surrounded by a faint red aura. Clearly enveloped in armament hockey, in the next instant, before Borsalino could utter a word, this peach-shaped substance shot forth. Simultaneously, Boa Hancock unleashed her conqueror's hockey and charged forward. Chapter 104. The balance at sea under the interference of the conqueror's hockey released by both individuals. Borsalino's thoughts were already significantly disrupted. Thus, when faced with Boa Hancock's armament hockey-infused attack, he could not afford to underestimate it. Consequently, Borsalino quickly sidestepped. The peach-shaped substance grazed past his chest and collided with a massive tree behind him. Boom! An intact giant tree collapsed in an instant. However, at that moment, Boa Hancock had already reached Borsalino's side. "Die," she shouted, performing her fragrant feet technique. Boa Hancock swiftly lifted her right leg and delivered a powerful kick towards Borsalino. He immediately raised his right hand to block. Bang! Boa Hancock's kick sent Borsalino flying. After retreating more than 10 meters, he barely managed to regain his footing. Yet even as he steadied himself, Borsalino was gasping for breath. Beads of sweat streaming down his face. A Navy admiral? Humph. Boa Hancock regained some composure, a hint of disdain crossing her features. It seems today I truly cannot gain any advantage. At this moment, Borsalino remained unfazed, calmly replying, because throughout our battle, the Navy soldiers have long since vanished. He understood well that figures like Qin Chuan would not seek them out for trouble without reason. Thus, with only himself remaining on the scene, everything would become much simpler. Do you still believe you have a chance? Douglas Barrett slowly approached Borsalino. I have no chance, but killing me won't be so easy. Borsalino grinned, quickly placing his hands before his chest, rapidly accumulating a light akin to a mirror. The next moment, this beam of light shot toward the nearby wall. Upon striking the wall, the light refracted and bounced towards another building, continuing to refract. Consequently, the entire scene formed a pathway of light. This narrow path of light extended several kilometers away. Farewell. Borsalino smiled gently, and in an instant transformed into a golden beam of light. Then, this golden beam zipped along the pathway of light and vanished from their sight in an instant. He escaped. Bartolomeo furrowed his brow and muttered, clearly taken aback that Borsalino could flee even amidst such encirclement. Simultaneously, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, as this battle was crucial for establishing his fame and rapidly increasing his bounty. Yet, Qin Chuan had pinned him down. Upon witnessing Borsalino's escape, Douglas Barrett's expression darkened, and he glanced at Yixiao nearby. It was evident that he realized Yixiao had not contributed in the least. Behind him, the enigmatic Shichibukai crocodile exhibited no inclination to intervene. Thus, relying solely on him and Boa Hancock could inflict damage upon Borsalino, it would be insufficient to intercept him. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, who had been observing the entire spectacle, squinted towards Qin Chuan. In his estimation, Qin Chuan had no intention of eliminating Borsalino from the outset. His actions were merely intended to instill a sense of fear in his adversary. Captain, what should we do? Should I seek him out? Douglas Barrett, who had returned to Qin Chuan's side, could not refrain from voicing his thoughts, feeling responsible for the mission's failure. Let him live. His speed is far too swift. Even in your devil form, you may not catch him. Moreover, eliminating him holds little significance for us at this juncture. Our immediate priority is to venture into the new world, Qin Chuan stated solemnly. According to intelligence reports, no naval reinforcements have been detected in the vicinity of Sabeti Archipelago, ensuring relative safety for the next few days. Thus, by tomorrow morning, once my ship is coated in a layer of natural resin, you will be able to traverse the underwater tunnel. Rayleigh interjected, There's no rush, Mr. Rayleigh. We will be occupied in Sabeti Archipelago for the next couple of days, so take your time. Qin Chuan suddenly interjected. Captain, what else do we have to stay here for? The red-haired pirates have already departed, Bartolomeo inquired, intrigued by Qin Chuan's desire to linger. Although the Sabeti Archipelago is under the jurisdiction of the world government, the incompetence of those bureaucrats and the Navy is evident. Consequently, at least 30 of the 79 areas are engulfed in utter chaos. We are merely enacting justice and performing a good deed for the people here. Additionally, let us bring a message to Fishman Island, Qin Chuan remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the gathered crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. However, they had long grown accustomed to his eccentricities and thus did not dwell on it. Having successfully driven away the Navy, Qin Chuan and his companions returned to Shaki's bar. Upon witnessing the return of these harbingers of misfortune, Shaki could not help but express her discontent before retreating to her quarters for rest. After Rayleigh departed, Douglas Barrett approached Qin Chuan. Captain, why did you not simply detain that naval admiral? If we could have slain him, it would not only diminish the morale of the world government and the Navy, but also mitigate future threats. It was evident that Douglas Barrett recognized Qin Chuan's deliberate decision to let Borsalino go, as he had exhibited no intention to strike. Do you think it's so simple to kill an admiral? His speed is truly formidable. Furthermore, your first mate is no fool. His arrival was not to assist us, but to position himself in the middle, should he realize we are capable of slaying Borsalino. I am certain he would intervene and whisk him away. Qin Chuan replied dismissively. Why? Does saving the naval admiral benefit him? Does he naively believe this would curry favor with the world government? Not at all. He simply wishes to maintain the current balance at sea. Qin Chuan suddenly narrowed his eyes. The balance at sea? Chapter 105. The future at stake with Carp. Clearly, Douglas Barrett was hearing this term for the first time. Indeed, while the maritime world is currently in disarray, it maintains a delicate equilibrium. The key to this balance lies in the Navy's three absolute powers. If we were to easily slay an admiral here, that equilibrium would be shattered in no time to attain that point. The pirates of the New World would undoubtedly become restless, and those powerful pirate crews would stir up trouble once more. This is a scenario Rayleigh would prefer to avoid. Qin Chuan elucidated. What does this have to do with him? He is a pirate. Exactly like him, both he and I have a desire to uphold some semblance of order in the world. However, Rayleigh, having witnessed countless storms and having once stood at the pinnacle of the world, chose to retreat at this stage of his life. In contrast, for someone like me, my journey has only just begun. Qin Chuan continued. Qin Chuan understood well that individuals of their caliber, upon reaching a plateau in strength, often seek to instigate change with their power. This is a common trait among many top-tier warriors. After listening to Qin Chuan, Douglas Barrett nodded, comprehending to some extent. Meanwhile, in a highly concealed residence in Area 13, Borsalino wiped the blood from his lips and subsequently vanished from sight. The battle from the previous night had sent shockwaves throughout Area 13, and by morning, the news of the confrontation had spread to every corner of the world. Major newspapers emblazoned sensational headlines. The next Emperor of the Sea emerges. Qin Chuan will completely overturn this world. The Navy Admiral nearly falls, Sabete Archipelago, and today, the new Emperor is officially crowned. The demon Qin Chuan strikes again. The Navy is powerless to resist. As Borsalino perused the headlines, the atmosphere at Marine headquarters in Marineford was decidedly tense. Everyone was acutely aware of the repercussions of this naval defeat. Damn it. Connect me with Sakazuki immediately. I want to know where he has been. Admiral Sengoku bellowed, slamming his fist onto the desk in frustration. Report, Admiral Sengoku. According to intelligence, Admiral Sakazuki's forces have flown over Mariewa and successfully reached the New World. A significant number of naval troops from the G1 branch have been dispatched under the command of Vice Admiral Smoker to welcome Admiral Sakazuki's arrival. A naval soldier reported, trembling in fear before Sengoku. How infuriating! At a time like this, he thinks to venture into the New World. Sengoku seethed with rage. He was not only furious that Sakazuki had failed a rendezvous with Borsalino in time, but also incensed that Sakazuki had repeatedly defied his orders. The fact that he had to rely on intelligence to ascertain Sakazuki's whereabouts was a blow to his dignity as an admiral. According to the information received from Borsalino this morning, the Sabete Archipelago is now devoid of anyone capable of obstructing the Qin Chuan pirates. Carp, take Kazan to Sabete Archipelago. After a moment of silence, Sengoku reluctantly instructed, with the entirety of Marine headquarters nearly depleted of personnel. Sengoku, as the Marine Admiral, had to remain at Marineford. Thus, apart from Carp and Kazan, he could find no one else capable of confronting the situation. Sengoku, I propose we let them go. This may not be such a bad outcome. At that moment, Carp unexpectedly voiced a differing opinion. What? You want to let them go? We have already suffered enough humiliation at the hands of this pirate crew, and you still wish to show them leniency. Sengoku nearly exploded with anger. Calm down. What is there in the New World? Celestial dragons. The world government? Nothing at all. The New World is populated solely by a horde of ruthless pirates. If they venture into the New World, do you think those pirates will welcome them? What makes you think they will sit idly by? Carp methodically posed a series of questions. Upon hearing Carp's words, Sengoku, who had been fuming, found himself significantly calmer. After some contemplation, he furrowed his brow and countered, Are you suggesting that we use Qin Chuan's hand to eliminate the pirates of the New World? Precisely. It's an excellent opportunity, at the very least. It presents us with a chance to thoroughly disrupt the maritime balance. Carp nodded in agreement. That's far too risky. Even if they manage to eradicate all the formidable pirates in the New World, they will inevitably become a terrifying force in their own right at that point. Capturing them will become even more difficult. Sakazuki immediately objected. Was the Rocks pirates not powerful in their prime? Yet they were still ultimately defeated. At this moment, Carp suddenly squinted his eyes. His words transported Sengoku's thoughts back to the era of great pirates. In those days, the Rocks pirates emerged with an extraordinarily luxurious lineup, dominating the seas. However, it was during this time that Carp secretly allied with the Roger pirates to execute an unprecedented ambush against them. Ultimately, this battle led to the complete downfall of Rocks and the disbandment of the entire crew. To this day, among the four most powerful pirate crews in the New World, Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido, each captain hails from the once mighty Rocks pirates. Presently, it is evident that the Qin Chuan pirates have yet to reach the heights of the Rocks pirates. Are you really going to gamble the entire navy on this? At this moment, Sengoku remains somewhat indecisive. If we win this gamble, it could usher in a long period of peace, which I believe is worth the risk. Moreover, I do not believe his pirate crew can seize the entire New World unscathed. Not to mention, even Edward Newgate's Whitebeard pirates would be a formidable challenge. Carp spoke calmly, as if the prospect of sacrificing the entire navy was of little consequence to him. Chapter 106. Human trafficking. Sengoku was aware of Carp's temperament. Once he made a decision, it was difficult to change his mind that if Carp was unwilling to lead the charge, even with the addition of Kazan, it would be unlikely to completely eradicate the Qin Chuan pirates. With these thoughts in mind, Sengoku abandoned the idea of sending the navy to encircle the Qin Chuan pirates. This signified the navy's complete withdrawal from the plan to eliminate the Qin Chuan pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Meanwhile, at Sabeti Archipelago, in Area 1, outside a massive auction house, a stark contrast to the chaos in Area 13 unfolded. This area was bustling with a vibrant atmosphere. The streets were alive with chatter, and smiles adorned the faces of the crowd, seemingly unaffected by the events of the previous night in Area 13. However, this prosperity had nothing to do with the Navy or the world government. It was solely linked to a figure within the New World. This individual was none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the current warlords of the sea, who possessed formidable hidden powers granted by his devil fruit abilities. Da Flamingo operated in both the legitimate and underworld sectors, having the official backing of the warlords while simultaneously commanding dark forces. This allowed him to privately manage and monopolize illegal human auctions, supplying slaves to the celestial dragons and wealthy nobles, abducting various races. Furthermore, he also had fingers in the arms trade, his influence spreading across the world, serving as an intermediary in the underworld, codenamed the Joker. In reality, at the forefront of the Navy's base in the New World, G5 branch, Virgo, the highest commander of G5, was one of his trusted allies. However, aside for select few, most were unaware of this connection. Thanks to Da Flamingo's support, few dared to stir trouble here. Yet, a young man standing outside the auction house was well aware of these matters, observing the affluent individuals in splendid attire entering the auction house. It was evident that significant items would be auctioned today. "Captain, what are we doing here?" Bartolomeo couldn't help but murmur. Clearly, no one understood why Qin Chuan had chosen to come to such places in the New World. "Haha, you'll find out as soon as we go in." Qin Chuan laughed heartily, striding forward. Just as they were about to enter the venue, a menacing-looking man at the entrance blocked their way. "Hey, what are you doing?" "This is an auction house. Not just anyone can enter." To him, Qin Chuan and his crew did not appear to be wealthy patrons. Cough. Qin Chuan cleared his throat. In the next instant, Boa Hancock beside him swiftly extended her delicate foot and kicked the man squarely in the shin. Ah! The man instinctively clutched his injured leg and fell to his knees before Qin Chuan and the others. "Can I enter now?" Qin Chuan asked with a smile. At this moment, the man, overwhelmed by the sharp pain, could hardly utter a word, merely nodding in agony. Clearly, he understood that this group was not to be trifled with. Thus, he had no choice but to let them in, after receiving his reluctant affirmation. Qin Chuan was satisfied and pulled aside the curtain, officially stepping into the auction hall. Inside, the venue was teeming with people. The grand hall was filled to capacity, indicating that this was indeed a significant auction. Qin Chuan quickly scanned the audience and noticed the absence of any celestial dragons wearing bubble helmets, which made him somewhat disappointed. After all, having already killed one celestial dragon, he would not mind eliminating a few more. At that moment, the previously dim stage was suddenly illuminated by lights hanging above, and the previously raucous crowd fell into a hushed silence. Following this, a middle-aged man in a gentleman's hat and suit slowly walked to the center of the stage. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, welcome to our auction house. As you know, today marks our monthly auction gala. We have prepared numerous valuable items for your bidding, including the much-anticipated merfolk and fishmen. As soon as the man finished speaking, the crowd erupted in excitement. Clearly, everyone was here for these creatures. Among the global human trafficking trade, the most sought after were the merfolk and fishmen found thousands of meters beneath the sea. The merfolk, belonging to the royal lineage of Fishman Island, bore pure mermaid blood and were scarce in number, making their auction prices exorbitant, especially for female merfolk, whose prices could soar to 70 million berries, a staggering 70 times that of their male counterparts. They were also the favorites of the celestial dragons. Fishmen, on the other hand, were the offspring of merfolk and humans, inheriting both the formidable physique of merfolk and the intelligence of humans. Boasting significant combat strength, compared to merfolk, fishmen were more numerous. Hence their auction prices hover around 1 million berries. Today's auction would not only feature fishmen, but also the rare merfolk, which explained the immense buzz. Could it be that since I publicly executed a celestial dragon not long ago, the celestial dragons have been laying low? Even in such a crucial event, they are nowhere to be seen. Qin Xuan murmured to himself that in fact, this was indeed the case. Ever since Qin Xuan had slain a celestial dragon in broad daylight, the inviolable privileges of the celestial dragons had been challenged. Consequently, many of their behaviors had become more restrained. The celestial dragons, previously active in the Sabati archipelago, had gone into hiding upon hearing of Qin Xuan's arrival, fearing the wrath of such a harbinger of doom. For others, however, they were not as intimidated by Qin Xuan and his crew. Along their journey, there had been no reports of the Qin Xuan pirates targeting civilians. Moreover, after leading the people to defeat the nefarious Moonlight Moria in the West Sea, the populace had grown even less fearful of him. Thus, numerous wealthy individuals still attended today's auction. At that moment, a large crimson curtain behind the man was drawn open, revealing a lineup of fresh items before the crowd. As they beheld rows of merfolk and fishmen, an astonished gasp echoed throughout the hall. Qin Xuan quickly surveyed the scene and discovered to his surprise that there were indeed female merfolk among them. At the very center of the group stood a woman with jet-black short hair and a red fish tail. This lady appeared to be quite fearful of humans. Upon encountering such a large crowd, she promptly lowered her head in submission. Surrounding her were ordinary male members of the merfolk and fishman tribes, whose worth was not particularly high and lacked significant appeal, thus drawing everyone's gaze predominantly towards the female merfolk. Please, remain patient. I am aware of your eagerness, but our auction house adheres to certain protocols. Therefore, let us commence bidding with the first item, the auctioneer declared. The first item for auction was a middle-aged male from the merfolk, named Ferrari, a formidable warrior of his kind. At that moment, the gentleman in a suit began to introduce the first merfolk in the front row on the far left. This merfolk exhibited sharp fangs, a high ponytail, and tattooed long whiskers on his left arm. His face was contorted with anger as he glared at everyone present, clearly displeased at being captured for auction. However, his furious demeanor did little to intimidate the audience, who instead grew more excited, for merfolk were rare, and those with combat prowess were even more valuable. Thus, even though he was male, the anticipation was palpable. Indeed, when the suited man announced the starting bid of 1 million berries, hands shot up across the room. Number 16 bids 1.05 million berries. Number 27 bids 1.1 million berries. Number 74 bids 1.2 million berries. In an instant, the bids escalated, and soon the price for this merfolk warrior soared to 3.5 million berries. Ultimately, a woman dressed as an affluent matron in her 50s or 60s emerged victorious. Observing her avaricious expression, Qin Xuan couldn't help but let his imagination wander. However, considering the merfolk's fishtail, this seemed somewhat contradictory. As the first auction item garnered unexpected popularity, subsequent items also experienced fervent bidding, each fetching notably high prices. After all, in this day and age, merfolk and fishmen were increasingly scarce. with each capture diminishing their numbers further. Soon, all preceding auction items have been successfully sold, leaving only the final centerpiece remaining. Thank you for your support and patience that we shall now proceed with the grand finale, the auction of the stunning mermaid. Alice, as the auctioneer's words echoed, the atmosphere in the hall erupted once more. Many attendees stood, shouting in fervor, seemingly determined to secure this auction. Quiet down, everyone. You are all well aware of the current market value for female merfolk. So let's not waste time. The starting price is 80 million berries, with a minimum increment of 1 million for each bid. At that moment, the suited man finally announced Alice's starting price. 80 million berries was indeed a substantial figure, comparable even to the bounties of Shichibukai Crocodile and Boa Hancock. Damn, a defenseless mermaid fetching a higher price than my old bounty. Crocodile couldn't help but voice his discontent upon hearing the bid. That's nothing that I once ruled the underworld of Logtown and never encountered such sums. Bartolomeo lamented, clearly feeling the weight of their past exploits in the perilous world. Qin Chuan chose to ignore their grievances. As the entire auction hall surged with excitement, I bid 81 million berries. A portly middle-aged man was the first to raise his hand. I bid 85 million. No sooner had he spoken than a mysterious-looking man, clad in a black hood, raised his hand from across the room. However, peculiar individuals were abundant in such gatherings, and the crowd paid him little mind. Before long, Alice's price began to skyrocket, surpassing 100 million berries in a remarkably brief period. Within just a minute, the price had surged by 20, with an evident upward trend. This compelled some wealthier yet less influential attendees to withdraw from the bidding. But then the mysterious man in the black hood raised his hand once more. The Field family bids 110 million berries. I hope everyone will grant me this favor. Should anyone else wish to bid, I shall consider it a provocation against our family. Not only did he announce a price, but he also revealed a name. As soon as the name left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the room. Indeed, once he concluded, no one dared to raise their hands again. The other nobles who had contemplated further bids reluctantly shook their heads. Meanwhile, the suited man on stage wore a grim expression. Clearly, his intention was to drive up the auction price, but now that this name had been invoked, it effectively intimidated others from bidding. Sir, your approach is somewhat underhanded. Our rules do not permit guests to intimidate others with their identities. Even the celestial dragons abide by this auction's regulations. The suited man finally spoke after a brief pause, while he was well aware of the other party's background. He also held considerable power and could not appear intimidated. Thus, when he expressed his concerns, it was evident the other party was becoming restless. Why apologies, Mr. Anderson. Today, I am acting on the chieftain's orders to acquire this mermaid. So I hope you will extend your generosity. When the other party invoked the name of Chieftain Lou Field, Anderson's countenance darkened, and he ceased further discourse. Who exactly is this Lou Field? He appears to wield significant influence. Boa Hancock inquired with keen interest. Before Qin Chuan could respond, Crocodile interjected, one of the titans of the underworld, dubbed the King of Usury, specializing in lending, with operations spanning the globe. His power is quite formidable. Chapter 108. Chaos at the Auction House. Oh, you know him? Boa Hancock asked, somewhat astonished. Despite her years of service as a Shichibukai, she had never encountered this name before. Humph. My Baroque work still owes him a considerable sum. When I first arrived in Alabasta, I borrowed several million berries from him. Crocodile scoffed at, "Oh, are you planning to repay him?" Boa Hancock retorted, "Not for the time being, that if I manage to acquire some funds later. I shall repay him double." It seemed Crocodile harbored some trepidation regarding this individual. Upon hearing that Crocodile still intended to repay his debts, Bartolomeo couldn't help but speak up. This is the unspoken rule of the underworld. If I were to borrow money and refuse to pay it back, he might not be able to harm me, but I would be violating the unwritten laws of their world. Such a transgression would mean that they would no longer cooperate with me in the future. Crocodile explained that in truth, given his strength, even the major players in the underworld might struggle to capture him. However, if he defaulted on repayment, it would create significant obstacles for Crocodile in future endeavors. But what's there to repay? Why should I return money borrowed based on my own abilities? Just then, Qin Chuan made a startling statement. Captain Qin Chuan, those individuals are not to be trifled with. Their internal cohesion is quite strong. Even the auction's organizer seems hesitant to provoke them. Hearing Qin Chuan's comments, Crocodile furrowed his brow in concern. I'd rather wait and see. Who knows, perhaps after today, we might not even need to seek them out. And they will come looking for us. Upon concluding his remarks, Qin Chuan once again directed his gaze towards the stage below. That moment, as the enigmatic gentleman had already spoken, even the host on stage, despite harboring discontent, found himself powerless to act. Though everyone yearned to acquire the mermaid, Alice, they were far more apprehensive about offending Lu Field. Consequently, the atmosphere became devoid of any intent to bid. Observing this scene, the host shot a venomous glare at the others before preparing to announce the successful auction of the female merfolk. However, just then, a discordant voice rang out from the audience. I will offer 10 billion berries for all the auction items on this stage. The words echoed, eliciting an immediate uproar. All eyes converged upon Qin Chuan. Douglas Barrett and the others exchanged astonished glances with their captain, fully aware that their pirate crew could hardly possess 10 billion berries. The suited host, taken aback by Qin Chuan's proclamation, inquired with a hint of confusion, Sir, who might you be? Although Qin Chuan and his companions were renowned, only a few had personally encountered them. Most had merely heard of their illustrious names through newspapers. In the dim lighting, it was not immediately apparent who Qin Chuan was. Qin Chuan. He readily revealed his name. The moment it left his lips, the atmosphere erupted. Many individuals sprang to their feet, eager to flee. Simultaneously, the host and the hooded mysterious man furrowed their brows. Mr. Qin Chuan, this may not be in accordance with our rules. All the auction items here have already been claimed by others. Even if your bid is substantial, we cannot breach our established protocols. If you truly wish to bid on some merfolk or fishmen, we can promptly assist you in finding new offerings. How does that sound? The host understood that Qin Chuan's group was not to be trifled with. Even the Navy found them beyond their grasp. Thus, he was left with no choice but to explain himself. After all, he did not wish to tarnish the auction house's reputation due to Qin Chuan's actions. Very well, I shall speak with them directly. Bartolomeo, guard the entrance for me. Anyone attempting to flee shall be dealt with severely. After hearing the host's words, Qin Chuan responded with an air of calm assurance. Upon hearing this, those who had prepared to escape were now paralyzed with fear, returning to their seats. Meanwhile, the host's expression grew increasingly grim. Mr. Qin Chuan, I recognize your formidable strength, but the mere fact that this auction house can operate in the Sabati archipelago attests to its significance. Should you disrupt our rules today, you must be cautious in the future. Do you dare to threaten me? Qin Chuan retorted, casting a fierce glare at the host. In an instant, he vanished from sight. What? The host's face darkened as he sought to ascertain Qin Chuan's whereabouts. Yet at that moment, a figure suddenly materialized before him. You! Before he could utter a second word, Qin Chuan's fist struck his forehead. Boom! Following the forceful blow, the host plummeted off the stage, losing consciousness on impact. In that instant, the venue fell into an eerie silence. Even the mysterious man, who had earlier dared to challenge the host, was rendered speechless in the face of Qin Chuan. Now, I wish to take my leave with the individuals here. Does anyone have any objections? Qin Chuan dusted off his hands and smiled at the audience. At this moment, unless someone was utterly devoid of sense, no one dared to oppose Qin Chuan. Nevertheless, the mysterious man, after a brief struggle, tentatively spoke up. Mr. Qin Chuan, I am an envoy of Lu Field, and my primary purpose for being here today is to acquire that female merfolk. If you could show leniency, I believe Lu Field would be quite pleased, and I will be willing to offer you 110 million berries in return. How does that sound? He was sent here on a mission, and failing to deliver would undoubtedly result in severe repercussions. Thus he had no choice but to risk his life to negotiate with Qin Chuan. Chapter 109. A conversation with Doflamingo upon uttering those words. The playful expression on Qin Chuan's face vanished. What is Lu Field to me? Today, I spare your life solely to convey a message to your master. In the future, you would do well to steer clear of my presence. Furthermore, one of my crew members, Crocodile, seems to have borrowed several tens of millions of berries from you before. I shall assume responsibility for that debt. Should you wish to collect, let her master come find me personally. Is that clear? Qin Chuan's words were undeniably authoritative, causing the mysterious envoy to break into a cold sweat. In his understanding, no one had dared to insult Liu Field in such a manner. Even the auction house's hidden owner, Don Quixote da Flamingo, would not speak so boldly. Yet he also realized that should he dare to speak again, he would undoubtedly meet a swift demise. After a moment of silence, he finally uttered, "I apologize." These 3 words signified his complete submission. This moment shocked Crocodile, who had never expected Qin Chuan to intervene on his behalf regarding the debt. He found himself moved by the gesture. With the envoy of Liu Field bowing down, the remaining attendees were even less inclined to voice any dissent. Noticing the silence, Qin Chuan approached the male fishman warrior on the far left. Cursed human! Regardless of your status, do not expect us to submit to you." The fishman warrior, still possessing some semblance of pride, spat venomously at Qin Chuan. "Do you wish to return home?" Qin Chuan unexpectedly inquired. "What? I ask you again. Do you wish to return to Fishman Island?" Qin Chuan repeated, his expression unyielding. The fishman warrior found himself momentarily bewildered. "If you desire to return, I shall free you now, and you may accompany me. If you do not wish to return, I will set you free, and you may depart." With that, Qin Chuan proceeded to unshackle the iron chains binding him. Witnessing this unexpected action, the audience was momentarily stunned. They were utterly perplexed by Qin Chuan's intentions. Once liberated, the fishman warrior gazed at Qin Chuan in confusion and muttered, "What is your aim in doing this?" "Nothing much. I simply detest human traffickers." "Is that reason sufficient?" Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. After hearing Qin Chuan's explanation, the fishman warrior took a deep breath and solemnly nodded in agreement. He then hastened to release the remaining fishmen and merfolk. Just then, the host, who had previously lost consciousness, regained his senses. Upon awakening and discovering that Qin Chuan had released all the auction items, he struggled to rise despite the excruciating pain. "Qin Chuan, do you truly believe us to be pushovers? Do you have any idea who the mastermind behind this auction house is?" At that moment, he resorted to invoking his hidden boss. He was fully aware that Qin Chuan would never contemplate purchasing the auction items. If he willingly surrendered them without compensation, he would face severe consequences. Thus, even at the risk of his life, he felt compelled to stand his ground. "I am giving you an opportunity. Dial the number for Don Quixote da Flamingo, and I shall speak with him personally." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan dismissed him with a scoff. "Very well, since you know my boss, just wait and see." The host, summoning his waning strength, staggered backstage. Moments later, he rushed back with a telephone bug. Hastily dialing the number. "Connected," he coldly handed the phone bug to Qin Chuan, who swiftly seized it. "Qin Chuan, I hear you've been looking for me." A deep voice emanated from the phone. The voice belonged to Don Quixote da Flamingo. "Da Flamingo, it is rumored that you are secretly orchestrating the human trafficking industry in the Sabaody archipelago. Is there any truth to this?" Qin Chuan bluntly inquired. "And if it is true, do you wish to meddle in my affairs?" Da Flamingo retorted coldly. "Not at all. I would never stoop to such malevolence. My purpose for this call is merely to inform you that the human trafficking operations in the Sabaody archipelago will cease entirely from today. I will uproot all of your auction venues in the shortest possible time. So prepare yourself," Qin Chuan warned. "You are playing with fire. Enterprises have no connection to you, and the world government is currently hunting you down. Do you truly wish to provoke a formidable enemy at this juncture?" Da Flamingo, upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, began to feel uneasy. Human trafficking constituted a significant portion of his underground empire, especially the operations in the Sabaody archipelago, which had been the fruit of his labor for many years. Now, Qin Chuan dared to threaten to dismantle his influence entirely. "Do you believe that your past, as a celestial dragon, makes you invincible?" At that moment, Qin Chuan suddenly lowered his voice and uttered this remark. The statement left the other end of the line momentarily stunned, followed by an extended silence. Clearly, Da Flamingo was taken aback by Qin Chuan's words. After a considerable pause, a voice finally emerged from the phone. "Who exactly are you?" Few individuals in this world were privy to Don Quixote da Flamingo's background, and most of those who knew were already deceased. Thus, Qin Chuan's sudden revelation of his lineage left Doflamingo utterly perplexed. Indeed, as Qin Chuan had stated, many years ago his biological father, Don Quixote Homing, had willingly renounced his status as a celestial dragon. From that moment on, their entire family had been subjected to ostracism and humiliation by the other celestial dragons, deemed a disgrace. Doflamingo attributed all of this to his foolish father. Later, at the age of 10, disregarding his brother's pleas, he callously shot his father in front of him and returned to Mariehua with a severed head. Yet, even so, the remaining celestial dragons in his homeland still refused to accept him as one of their own, viewing him as a traitor. Chapter 110. A blatant threat. Since that time, Doflamingo had irrevocably embarked on the darkest path, vowing to upheave the world. Enough of this idle chatter. When we meet, you will understand. Qin Chuan scoffed. You intend to come to the New World to seek me out? I am not a mere pawn like Gecko Moria, nor do I aspire to be a lackey like Crocodile or Hancock. Thus, should you truly wish to approach, prepare for the consequences. Doflamingo warned in a low voice. Are you not currently serving as Kaido's pawn? If you believe yourself to be so formidable, why not refuse to collaborate with Kaido and test your mettle? Qin Chuan retorted with biting sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo finally lost his composure. Damn it, who are you? How do you know so much? Doflamingo roared into the phone. After all, Qin Chuan had struck a chord deep within him. Although he held the status of a king and was recognized as one of the 7 warlords of the sea by the world government, in reality, he harbored a profound fear of Kaido. If you wish for me to divulge more, I could also reveal matters concerning the G5 branch. However, I prefer to reserve that information for the higher-ups in the Navy, as I'm sure they would find it quite intriguing. Qin Chuan pressed on, unveiling yet another shocking revelation.